here, action on him in seat 2, and then James Richards. They have like slightly under 20 big blinds, but they only have less than 15 big blinds.
To make the call.
Now this is an unusual play. Dan Heimiller, he only has 13 big blinds, and he called the big blind.
Also
so very
folds,
unusual.
as does Adam. Keith lets it go over to Douglas in the button.
These guys are playing 30 and 60,000 blinds. They got an average stack here of
Douglas
a couple of million
call.
chips, so plenty of play. The average stack here is something like 40 big blinds.
Ryan White.
So the average stack isn't desperate, but we got 3 very short stacks in seats 2, 3, and 4, who definitely are going to have a hard time playing a pot without getting it all in. And now we get a 3-way pot here, and Dan is the most established professional at this table. He's been playing poker for a living for at least a couple decades, I think. And so I was really surprised to see him limp in.
We have 3 of diamonds, 7 of hearts,
but Dan is not a
clubs.
typical pro. He is old school. He plays by feel. He's good at reading his opponents.
Ryan checks.
So he takes a lot of lines that the new school players would consider very strange and very out of the ordinary. So really hard for me to tell what Dan could be holding right now.
Turn is the ace of hearts. Action to Ryan.
Well, I'm seeing a little bit of a reaction there. If you notice that from Douglas Milner, he kind of licked his lips a little.
Ryan checks.
So that ace meant something to him.
75,000.
Now Dan leads out here on this ace, which is a good card for him to bet, no matter what he's holding.
Action back to Ryan.
I'm pretty sure Douglas has an ace. Maybe not a good ace, though. We do have 2 hearts now, so that could be something. Doug might have reacted to the heart. Maybe he has something like king, queen of hearts, picked up a flush draw. Really hard to put the players on a hand right now because this hand of poker has been played very unusually. You don't see a lot of limping at final tables.
River is the 5 of diamonds. Action on Dan Heimiller.
That's a tough board to bet. I mean, if you're not bluffing or if you didn't hit something.
Dan checks.
Looks like
Douglas will follow suit. Rolls over ace 9.
Yep, not a weak ace. I thought I saw a reaction from Doug when that ace turned. So that was such an unusual spot. I mean, normally, you're on the button with ace 9. No one else is raised. You might be coming in for a raise, but you've had Dan who limped in an early position. You got to wonder, he's so short stacked. Was he trapping with a big hand? Did Dan limp in with ace king or aces or something? So you don't want to raise ace 9 because if Dan goes all in, you're probably pot committed and have to call since Dan's stack is so short. So a very unusual pot. I'll be really curious to see what Dan was holding
with a 10,000 ante
if this hand comes on the TV show in a few weeks. So now we had a dead small blind here for the first hand of the day because they do play a 10-handed final table last night. When they get down to 10 players, they sit them at one table until the 10th person is eliminated.
Douglas will be
and as you probably know, sometimes you eliminate the player who had just been the big blind, and therefore the next hand there is no small blind posted. Now we're around here to Doug on the button. Good spot to raise there with a wide variety of hands. Some players there raise every time it folds to them on the button. I don't think that's the correct play. I mean, if you raise every time, people know you have 2 random cards. But Ryan White in our 9th seat is raising. Now he's in 3rd place, and he's not that far behind. He's about 1 million chips behind Keith Love, the chip leader.
Ryan has raised.
And he's about 500,000 chips ahead of Colin York. Now, I played with Colin quite a bit on days 1 and 2 in this tournament, and Colin's a very good, very solid player.
And Colin makes the call.
He knows how to be aggressive, even if he doesn't have a hand when it's the right time to do so. But, he's solid most of the time. So, I mean, that's the thing. If you're mostly a solid player, then you can make the occasional bluff when the situation, shows you that it's likely your opponent doesn't have that much. Because you don't bluff frequently, they kind of have to give you credit for a hand, and they tend to have to cave in to the pressure.
Ryan leads out 300,000.
So those yellow chips are 100,000 each.
And Colin in the 1 seat makes the call.
Now Ryan raised pre-flop to 180, and then he bet this flop for 300. I don't think he needs to bet that much, because if he was going to get Colin to fold, Colin probably would have folded for 200 just as often as for 300. Now we get a second king. I mean, that's an interesting card. It's like if you have a king, obviously your fireworks are going off in your head. If you don't have a king, then it's kind of like, oh no. I mean, even if you have pocket aces, that's like the worst card you want to see.
Colin bets 380,000.
Now here I would expect Colin to bet no matter what he had right now. If he called the flop with a draw, if he floated the flop and had air,
Action back to Ryan in the 9.
then obviously he has to follow through and bluff when Ryan checks this turn card. So I expected Colin to bet there pretty much 100% of the time, because this is a spot where if Ryan doesn't have a king, it's going to be really hard for him to do anything but fold to this bet. And you notice Colin only bet slightly more. You know, the flop bet was 300, Colin bet 350, and he doesn't need to bet more than that. He is going to get Ryan to fold for 350 almost as often as if he had bet 600,000. And of course, sometimes you've got the hand, like, you know, if he has 4 kings, he wants to get paid off, and so it's like, well, if you bet more and you get paid off, you win more. But most of the time that you make a bet when you're playing Texas Hold'em, you want your opponent to fold. I mean, think of all those times, even when you've hit the flop. You know, you raise pre-flop with ace-10 and the flop comes ace-high. You've got 2 opponents, you bet. You know you probably have the best hand. But you're kind of just hoping they fold. Because if they don't fold, now the chances that you don't have the best hand have increased dramatically. So even though you're not bluffing when you make that bet, you still do want the opponent to fold. So I'm a big advocate of the strategy of betting consistently. In other words, given the size of the pot, I'm always going to bet the same amount. And I want that amount to be enough that my opponent might fold, but I don't want to bet any more than necessary to obtain those folds. So that way, because I'm consistent, my opponent can't look at the size of my bet and figure out, like, am I bluffing? Do I have a draw? Do I have a really big hand? You know, I don't bet big or small because of the strength of my hand.
Pardon me, that's 185,000.
But since I do want them to fold more often than not, I want that consistent bet to be the smallest number that can get the job done. Now, I hadn't mentioned yet, when you look at the seating here, we have the 3 super short stacks, 2, 3, 4. And then there's a huge divide. The next smallest stack has more than double the biggest of those 3 short stacks. And then that 4th from the bottom stack is only about half the size of our chip leader of beginning of the day, Keith Love. So really the top 6 are somewhat bunched together, and then the bottom 3 are far down the list. And Colin has the 3 short stacks to his immediate left, which puts him in the best seat in the house right now. At least until those short stacks get knocked out or double up, become big stacks themselves, he's basically got the button. Compared to his other big stacked opponents, Colin has the button 4 out of 9 hands. You know, the 3 people behind him will have position, but it's not that big a deal. You know, a guy that only has, you know, 300 or 600,000 has position on you. That's, you know, if you lose, that sucks, but it's not a disaster. You know, whereas if any of these big stacks lose to each other, now it's a huge disaster. Well, we got a super wet board here. King, Queen, Jack 10 with 2 clubs. Obviously, you could have multiple huge hands here. You could have various 2-pair combos. People could have sets and the obvious straight, any ace, any 9.
Action to Milner.
So again, look at this board, though. It's really tough. I mean, if you have 2-pair, how do you proceed? You know, if your opponent has an ace or a 9, you're only got 4 outs. So Dan bets.
Douglas Milner.
He's making this. He gets raised. He kind of, the exasperation of his face makes it sound to me like he hit the flop big. Like maybe he flopped the king high straight, and then he got counterfeited on the turn. Something like that, you know. So it's like I think the turn card was a jack. I forget now. Yeah, but if it was like king, queen, 10 on the flop and you have jack 9, you're like, okay, unless my opponent has ace jack, I have the nuts. Looks like a good spot for me to double up my short stack. But then when that jack comes, your hand has gone from basically I'm happy to get all my chips in the middle to I can't win, basically. Or certainly if I win, I'm not going to win any more chips. My opponent's not going to put more money in if he can't beat the dumb end of the straight, as they call it.
Small blind. James Richards a big.
Now, James is a local player, great guy, very fun to play with, good guy to have at the table. He gives the impression of being super loose, you know, involved all the time, but really he's a pretty tight, solid player. And that's a great way to play, you know, in a live setting. Your personality makes you appear loose, you know, and involved, like you're active in every hand, but you're actually pretty tight and solid. It's better in a cash game, though, because in a cash game you can sit back, wait, fold, 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 and then finally get paid off. But the problem in a tournament is if you run into a spot where your cards are bad for an hour, and because of your image, you can't bluff. And so you just have to fold for an hour. You know, the cost of the blinds for an hour, they can take you from like chip leader to well below average
Over to Ryan.
in just that short period of time, especially when you're deep in the tournament here.
Colin lets it go.
I mean, right now, these players are losing 180,000 chips per
Dan and
orbit.
JR follow suit.
So it's very expensive to just have to
Action
fold,
back to
fold,
Keith
fold. Fold every hand
And
for an
he lets
hour,
it
and
go.
you're going to be down 500,600,000
Douglas
chips,
will win our pot.
which is the majority of James's
Anyone out
stack
there
right
rooting for
now.
Douglas? Let's let him hear it. Wow, I didn't expect our final table to room for him.
The Douglas show. How bad a pizza game was.
Well, this HPT stop here in Blackhawk is really one of the best ones to come to. As you can see, we don't have like the huge crowd and the massive energy that we had last week in Fresno, but you also had 13 players, something like that, who entered this tournament. And so the first prize
Once
here,
the hand's over, guys, don't be afraid to clap and cheer for your
230,000,
players.
is almost as big as the entire prize pool was last week. And I'm not really sure what it is
No need to
about
be too serious.
Denver and Blackhawk,
Action
but
on
man,
Steve
they
under the
just
gun, who lets it go.
every tournament they have here in Blackhawk,
Adam
they
and
just
Keith
get
also
huge
fold.
fields, tons of money, tons of action. And it's always kind of surprised me because when I think of other venues, like the
Action
next
on
HPT
Doug.
stop is in St. Louis. And that is a pretty big stop. They get good prize money compared to most HPT fields. But,
Doug's gonna
St.
make a
Louis,
raise to
there's
160,000.
several huge major
Ryan.
metros that are within a half-day drive. You know, if you live in the Chicagoland, you can get down to St. Louis and, like, drive in your car for half a day. So you'd think lots of the poker players from all these other areas would be driving in. But if you're here in
Ryan
Blackhawk,
folds. Colin
I mean,
does as
other
well.
than Denver and, like Boulder,
Heimler throws
stuff
cards
like
in the
that,
muck.
the other
Over
Denver
J on the
cities, or the other
small
Colorado
blind.
cities, you got to drive a full day or more or fly in to attend this event if you're not like a local here from Colorado. And yet they still managed to get by far the biggest field, biggest prize pool of every stop on the HPT, and they have for several years. So I'm always impressed. And then they also have one of the smallest poker rooms. They
JR
only have
decides to
17
let it go,
tables
as
here in the
does
poker room.
Max.
And yet they'll
Douglas will
still
win
do
another
like,
pot.
some like the last day one, they might get 230, 40, 250 players. And they can only seat 170 at a time. So that's people getting knocked out and new people taking their place, or people getting knocked out and re-entering. Just tons and tons of action. So it's a great place. I'm not sure Doug wants to talk to someone else, or if he's trying to get the cocktail waitress over. So we haven't seen massive action. I really thought one of these short stacks, now that they'd made the final table and they've gotten on TV, I really thought one of them would shove in pretty quick.
Douglas will
Especially
be referred to as Doug.
Max Crisp, because he
Won a
only
few
has
pots,
the
and now he's
5
calling
blinds. But
shots.
now, he's paid his big blind. He's in his small blind. He's paid his antes.
We have
He's only going to
action under
have
the gun. Adam
a
Hudson
couple
lets it
hundred
go.
thousand chips here. And, at that point, when he shoves in,
Keith
he
Love
really
in
doesn't
with
have
the
fold
raise.
equity. I mean, blinds are 30 and
170,000
60,000. If I'm the big blind and the guy shoves all in for
Doug lets it
200,000,
go.
if everyone else is folded, I'm probably never going to fold, even when my
Ryan
cards
and
are
Colin
awful.
fold.
I'll be getting like 2-1 on the call, and I'll just, and this guy's short stacked and desperate, so he doesn't have to have a monster hand maybe. So I'm just probably never going to fold.
Dan Heimler folds, as does JR on the button. Max lets his small blind go. And Steve will relinquish his big blind.
So Keith
In the pot.
raises and takes it from early position. Now Keith knocked me out of this tournament on day 2. We played a 600,000 chip pot, and I've played with Keith a little bit before on a previous trip here, and he is just the definition of aggression. He is just aggressive, nonstop, relentless. And he's aggressive so often, that he frequently doesn't really have that high a quality of a starting hand. But he seems to manage to just win almost every single pot he plays without ever having to show his cards. So that really is a powerful thing if you can do it. Because the table obviously will
Max will
presume
be our button this
that you're
hand.
stealing most of the time.
Steve leaving
But
the
they
small.
won't know.
Adam Hudson in
It's like,
the
is
big.
this guy on a rush and he's just
Action on
getting
Keith
dealt
Love with
lots and
folds.
lots of great hands? Or is he just super aggro
folds.
and he is just raising and re-raising, even with really, really weak hands?
Ryan and Colin will let it go as well.
I tried to get the double up from him. I tried to induce
Over to
a
Dan
bluff
Heimler.
shove, and he shoved, but he wasn't quite bluffing. He had ace-jack, and I had pocket tens, and so he won the flip. He hit a jack on the river. But the real question still is, I don't know the answer. It was my guess
Dan
at the time
contemplates and folds. JR
that
also folds.
when he
Max
raised
will fold his button.
that he had something like a top 40 or
Stephen, small
50%
blind.
hand, which means like any ace-high, most king-high hands, any pair, queen-jack, jack-10, all that kind of stuff was in his range, I thought.
Steve will let it
And then
go.
I made
Adam
a
gets walk.
3-bet raise for an amount that I thought, he made it 27, I made it 80, which is a lot bigger than I normally would, but my whole stack was 290, and I thought this 80 would be just the right number, that he's going to think, it's enough that he wants to take it, but it's not enough of my stack that he thinks I'm committed, and therefore he is going to figure, hey, I can shove here, and Greg will probably have to fold most of the time, because I've only committed like 25% of my stack. So I made that raise with the intention of getting him to shove all in no matter what he, had already raised with originally. So, my thought was he has like a top 40% hand approximately.
Action on Doug under the gun.
And when
Lets
I
it go.
3-bet, he's going to 4-bet me all in with all of those hands. Now, if that thinking was correct, then I'm a 2-1
Ryan will
favorite
pass.
against that range of hands. And I'm happy to get all my chips in as a 2-1 favorite. But he
Colin's
actually
gonna
had a
raise it up,
hand that was
125,000.
much better than a top 40% hand. Ace-jack is, better than a top 15% hand. It's within the top 10%, I think. And, if I was wrong, then I made a mistake. Maybe it's like,
Dan
oh,
Heimler
any
on his
hand he
left,
shoved
lets it go.
with,
Over to
I'm not a
JR.
2-1 favorite. Maybe I'm only 50-50 or
fold.
something like that.
Max will fold.
But if I was right, and he would have also shoved with
Steve on the
ace
button.
deuce, or king nine, then I made the
Will
right
pass.
play. And that's the thing about putting your opponent on a hand, is until you see the bottom of his range,
Adam folds.
you don't
but
know how
Keith will
far down
defend
his
big
range
blind,
goes.
Calling 125,000.
A simple example of that is just like, what if I
Let's see the flop.
don't look at my cards and I go all in? Well, my range is any two cards. But in the
We
moment,
have ace of spades, six of
if
diamonds,
you shove,
three of
I
diamonds.
call, and I turn
Action
over
on
two
Keith.
aces, like, did I do all that without looking, and
Keith
I was
checks
just
over to
dumb
Colin,
luck
who
that I
checks
was
again.
dealt two aces? Or
Turn.
did my opponent actually sneak a peek at his cards and I didn't notice?
Turn is the jack of
And
hearts.
therefore he played it as if he
Action
hadn't
to Keith.
looked, but he really knew he had two aces. So, it's one of those things that you don't know
Keith
until
will
you
bet
know.
200,000.
So I won't know if I
And
played
Colin
that
will let it
hand
go.
really great against Keith and he just was
Pot over to
fortunate
Keith.
to only be a small underdog and he won, or did I play it perfect? And I did get
Let's
my
hear a little
chips
something
in
from the
where, on
audience.
average, I was going to be a 2-1 favorite.
It's 230,000. Thank you, guys. That was great.
But in my, handful of hours of experience with Keith, he is just, he's
really
in
believe
there
you're rooting for Keith to
frequently, like close to half the hands, and he is raising and re-raising and just nonstop. Very seldom do I see him call. And once he's in the hand, I really don't seem like he hardly ever folds. Like, I don't remember ever seeing him raise and then fold to a re-raise. And I don't have enough experience with him to say anything definitive. But
Action on a 9 seat. Ryan White under the gun.
there's a lot of value in playing aggressively. In other words, if I took someone who didn't even know
Ryan
what
will
poker
fold
was
over to
about,
Colin. Also folds.
and I just had them like folding half the time and then raising and re-raising the other half,
Action on Dan Heimler.
they wouldn't do that bad. Their results would actually be better than some players who are pretty experienced but, not fantastic players. So aggression is something you definitely want to make sure is a big part of your game.
Dan Heimler makes it 180,000 to go. JR and Max fold their cards. Over to Steve.
So Dan is coming for a raise to 180. And that must be at this point, I haven't seen him win a chip yet. He started with 770. Excuse me, sorry. He's probably starting this hand with, no more than 600,000 chips. So he's basically committed about almost a third of his stack, I would say. Now here we got Stephen Levy thinking a little bit. Now, Stephen, I don't know at all, never played with him. But he certainly gives you the full appearance of like the typical modern poker grinder. The young guy who's learned to play online. He's wearing his hoodie. He's very quiet,
Steve will make a
very
raise.
serious.
350,000 to go.
So he gives you the appearance of
Adam and
someone
Keith
who's
fold.
in that mode, and that mode is good because most of those guys are really, really strong
Doug folds
players.
his big blind.
So we had the re-raise.
And Dan Heimler
Dan's
will
all in.
call off his last 15,000 chips.
And it looks like he has 9-10 offsuit.
We have Dan all in here.
And he's in a great spot, though,
10 of
because
diamonds,
Stephen
9 of
Levy only
spades.
has a pair of threes. So
Steve Levy,
even though 9-10
has
offsuit
pair
is
of
a
threes,
pretty
3
weak
of
hand,
spades, 3 of diamonds.
you know, and this kind of highlights the dangers of playing small pairs. Is that when Stephen put Dan all in, if Dan didn't
Let's go ahead
fold,
and see the flop.
this is the best Stephen can hope for, is that he's a tiny favorite, 51-49. And there's a 10 for
Flop
Dan,
is
and
4 of spades, 10
that
of
makes
spades,
him a
queen of club.
over
Dan has
90%
hit a 10,
favorite
Steve
to
now in
win.
trouble. We'll need a 3 in order to win this pot.
Yep, he's got
Let's see
no
the turn.
runner outs because there's 2 spades on the board,
Ooh, turn is a deuce of
but
diamonds.
Dan has the 9 of spades, so it's got to be a
No
3
help
or
to
Dan's
Steve.
going to double up.
Only a 3 will give Steve this pot. Let's see the river, see if Dan can stay alive. And the river is a 6 of clubs. Dan will survive
All right, and that's big news for Dan. I
and
mean,
double up.
he still has a short stack, but the next guy out gets 20,000, almost 21,000. But then the next spot up that is only about 5,000 more, and
Dan
then
has a
it
total of
continues just
195,000
approximately
chips to start this
5,000
hand.
for the first few bumps. But
So we'll double
You know,
up
the
just
real
over
key is,
400,000 with the blinds and
winning
A's.
these tournaments. First prize 230,000. So if you finish 9th in this tournament 10 times, you haven't made as much money as winning it 1 time. And that's an important thing to keep in mind when you're playing tournament poker. A lot of people, once they get really deep, once they get in the money, they become very concerned about, if I can survive a little bit longer, I can make another couple hundred, another couple thousand, or in this case, at this final table, 1 more spot, I can make another 5,000. And that's obviously not insignificant. I mean, 20,000, if you bump it up to 25,000, you've made 25% more money. But if you need to take a risk, because it gives you a significantly better chance of winning the whole tournament, we've got over 20 million chips in play. So if you have 1
Keith
million
Love has the
chips,
button this
you've got
hand.
about a 5% chance of winning.
Doug in the small, Ryan in the big.
But if you can take a
Action to
big
Colin.
risk,
Let's it go.
that's going to double your stack.
Dan satisfied
It's going to
with his
double your
double,
chances
also
of winning
folds.
this whole tournament, which
JR
means it's
folds over to
doubling your
Max.
equity in the 230,000.
And Max moves all in.
And that can be worth a lot more than moving up a spot and
Action
getting
to
another
Steve.
5,000. So we did get
Steve
finally
will
the
fold.
all-in here from
Adam
Max
folds
Crisp.
behind. On Keith
I'm not
Love
sure
here
how
on the
much,
button.
but it's probably
Who lets it go?
only about 3 big blinds. So here, if it folds all the way to Ryan White in the big blind, I really don't expect him to fold.
Doug Milner in the small blind. Ask for a count.
All right, we are going to get a count now. Doug's in the small blind asking for a count.
The all-in is 145,000.
104. Oh, so it's less than 3 blinds. It's 2.5 blinds. So like if I'm Ryan, if Doug folds and Ryan folds, then Ryan played the hand horrible. There's no way Ryan can fold here unless Doug does something. Now, if you're Doug, it's an interesting
Doug
spot
will
to
make
be
the
in.
call. Action to Ryan in
So
the
obviously
big
when
blind.
Doug calls here, he is saying to Ryan, I want you to come in as well. I want you to help me team up on Max, and we both try to knock him out.
And Ryan will let it go.
How can Ryan fold? Oh, that
Let's see
seems
the
like a pretty
cards.
horrible fold. I mean, if I have deuce 7, I'm still calling.
Max turns over ace-7 of spades. Doug made the call with ace-3 of diamonds.
See, now this is where,
Max will be around
why Ryan
70%
wanted in.
favorite
Ryan
here,
might have had
double
some
up.
awful hand like 8-4, but he'd have 2 live cards, and he'd be in great
Let's see
shape
flop.
to knock out the short stack and make money. And he's only risking, when he would have flopped 2 pair with that
Flop is 4
hypothetical.
of hearts, queen of clubs, 8 of hearts.
That's
No
actually a
help
really
to
good
Doug.
flop for Max because he needs
Max
a
still in the
couple
lead.
of small cards on the board for his kicker to play.
Let's see the turn.
The worst card would be of the 4 pairs. Well, that's
Turn is
the
the
best
7 of
card, though,
hearts.
because now he's locked it up. He cannot
That'll be
lose.
a lockup here for Max.
But if that
There's
other
no
card
card that
had
Doug
been
can
like
catch the
paired
win.
to
Let's see the
4,
turn
then
anyway.
their kickers wouldn't have played, and
It
that
is
would
the
have been
5
it.
of hearts.
And obviously, like Ryan
Max will double
easily,
up.
no matter how bad his hand was, might have had a heart in it, and he could have knocked out Max. So that's a spot where it's like, even if his cards are horrible, it was 145,000 all in. You've got Doug calling, and you've got 9 antes. So he's got 290,000 from the 2 of them. The 60,000 he's already put in, 350, plus the antes, 440. He's calling 85,000 to win 440,000. So he's getting more than 5-to-1 pot odds. And he doesn't have to worry about the implied odds because he can't lose more money to Max. It's not like he's going to flop middle pair and then pay off Max, for more bets on later streets or something like that.
Doug has the button here.
And
Ryan
if
small
Doug
blind,
bets
Colin
after
in
the
big
flop,
blind.
Ryan doesn't have to pay
We
him
have
off
about
because he
8.5 more
knows
minutes
Doug
at
is
this blind
unlikely
level.
to bet on the flop turn or river.
Dan
He's never
folds
going to
into the
bet
gun.
as a
JR
bluff.
and Max fold as
So he
well.
always
Over to
has
Steve.
something, and probably something pretty good. So it's just a
Steve will
spot where
pass,
it
as
was
will Adam and Keith.
extremely profitable for
to
Ryan to
Doug on
call
the
there,
button.
no matter what. The only question
He
for
lets it
Ryan
go.
should have been, if he
Ryan
looked
in the
down
small
at a
blind.
good hand, does he want to raise pre-flop, get rid of Doug, and increase his chances of winning the pot? Even if it also means it
Ryan makes
increases
the call.
Max's chances of survival. So there would have been hands where it would have been a close decision should Ryan
Colin will
have
check.
raised after Doug called. But there was no
We'll
hand
see
in
a
my
flop.
mind where he was correct to fold.
Flop is ace of clubs, 4 of diamonds, 7 of spades. Over to Ryan. Ryan leads with a bet of 110,000. Colin makes the call.
Well, this is unusual. I mean,
We'll see our turn.
I missed the action. I presume Colin came in for a raise
is the
and,
10 of
and Ryan
clubs.
defended.
Action on Ryan.
And now Ryan's leading out into this flop. We call that a weak lead, or
Ryan will check.
more negatively, it's referred to as a donk bet. It's a bet you usually shouldn't make
And Colin bets
because
160,000.
you expect Colin to
Back to
bet
Ryan.
100% of the time if you check to him. So if you think you have the best hand, let him bet, and then you can check raise, or you can just call and trap. If you don't think you have the best hand, well, then when you check raise
Ryan will
bluff,
check raise
it's
to
a much more
400,000.
powerful bluff. But the weak lead is almost always the sign of a weak hand, like either a draw or just a weak attempt at a bluff. A good player will use the bet occasionally because of the fact that they know it looks weak. So they can do it at times to fool their opponent about the hand they're actually holding. And especially if your opponent doesn't know you at all. If he sees you make that weak lead, he thinks you have that weak bluff attempt or the draw. He doesn't put you on like 2 pair or better or anything like that typically. So it can be used effectively, but it usually is the wrong play
And
most
Colin
of the
will let
time.
it go. Ryan will win the
And that's
pot.
why you don't see good players making the weak lead very often. And that's the reason the term donk bet has come into existence, because usually it's a bet made by, a donkey, which is a, negative phrase to describe a poker player. You're more familiar maybe with the term fish for a bad player. Donkey is another term for a bad player. And so the donk bet isn't always made by a bad player, but if I could go around the world, watch every poker table ever, and look at every weak lead ever made, most of them are donk bets because they were mistakes.
Ryan will have our button in this hand. Colin and Dan in the blinds. JR under the gun. Lets it go. Max folds. Over to Steve, who will pass.
All right, sorry, a little delay there. I'm back. Well, now, as we could see from that
Adam
hand,
bumps it up,
though, I mean, Ryan
210,000.
obviously, well, I know obviously, but he probably wasn't weak because he did the weak
passes, as
lead,
does Doug.
he got called, and then he check raised the turn. And that's a very unusual sequence. You don't see that very often. So he might have been using it in a professional manner, so to speak. In other words, using it in a correct high-level fashion rather than using it as the, negatively termed donk bet.
Ryan folds his button. Colin will make the call from the small blind. And Dan folds his big. We'll have heads-up action here between our 1 seed Colin and our 6 seed Adam.
So now Adam I've played with a little bit.
Let's see a flop.
Very quiet, very studious appearance. To the best of my
Flop is 4 of
knowledge, he
diamonds,
is
deuce of spades, 3 of diamonds.
just a good,
Action
solid
on
amateur
Colin, he
player.
checks.
In other words, he's smart. He knows what
Adam
he's
will
doing.
check as well.
He doesn't do
see
stupid
the turn.
mistakes or anything like that. Plays quite
Turn is the
well
3
for
of
someone who's
clubs.
not a full-time pro. But I
Colin
don't like
will
that
bet,
check on the
325,000.
flop. Yeah, and that's why. I mean, I've been harping on this now for a long time.
And Adam
You've
lets it
got to
go.
make that continuation
Colin
bet.
will win the pot.
I mean, obviously, deuce 3-4 is probably a bad
Let's
flop
go, more than
for a
one
guy
person.
who raised. Yes, he might have raised with ace-5. He might have raised with 5-6. He might have raised with a small pocket pair, and he now has a set or an overpair. But usually a flop of 2-3-4 does not improve the hand of someone who's raising pre-flop.
3.5 minutes left in this level, guys.
So it's very understandable that, like, okay, I didn't hit this flop. But the thing is, Colin has called from the small blind. How often is he going to have hit that flop? He's also not going to. He might have hit it a little more often than you, but he still has missed it the majority of the time.
Colin will be on the button.
So
Danny
you've
J
got to
on the
bet
blinds.
and give him a
Action to
chance
Max
to
under the
fold.
gun, who lets it go.
Because let's say he's defending with something like Jack 10 suited. He's not going to call.
Steve will fold.
He's either going to turn his hand into a bluff and check raise you, or he's going to
Adam will
fold.
raise 220,000.
But he's not going to just call. And if he does call, he's floating.
Keith
He is
folds.
calling now, because then when he bluffs on the turn, it'll look believable. Something like that is going on. He's not going to call hoping to hit a
Doug
jack or a
folds,
10.
as does Ryan.
So you've got to give him a
button.
chance to fold. But now that you checked
lets it go.
behind, you've shown your weakness. You've shown that you didn't
Dan
hit that
Heimler on the
flop.
Small blind.
So when Colin bet the turn, he might not have had anything at all. But now you've showed weakness, so he figures his chances of stealing this pot are pretty high, and therefore it's profitable
Dan
for him
Heimler
to
makes the
attempt
call
a
from the
bluff.
small blind, and JR will let it go from the big.
So when you raise
We'll have more
pre-flop and get
heads-up
one
action
caller, you should basically almost 100% of the time make the continuation bet.
Let's see a flop.
So Dan's defending from the small blind, and Adam's coming in for the raise again.
Flop is 4 of spades.
3, 4,
seven of
7
hearts,
with 2
3 of
spades. Dan's double checking his
Heimler
cards
announces all in.
and announcing all in. Now, this could be anything. If Dan hit this flop, if he has one pair in his hand, he's going to
Decision
shove
over
in
to
on this
Adam, asks
flop.
for a count.
If he has a flush draw, any kind of straight draw, like if he has like ace 5 for a gut shot straight draw, if he has anything connecting to this flop, he's going to shove in.
250,000 chip bet from Dan Heimler.
250, not a lot, but it's enough. If Adam has completely missed this flop, especially if Adam doesn't have that good of a hand, like maybe he raised pre-flop with like Queen Jack, he would have
And Adam
folded.
makes the call.
And Dan doesn't look happy with the call,
Let's see the cards, gentlemen.
but it's a good flop for Dan to shove. So I like Dan's play,
Dan Heimler
really, no matter
rolls
what he
over Ace
has.
of diamonds, queen of clubs for ace queen high.
So he did actually looks like he's doing a stop and go. And he's
Adam
like
turns
shaking
over
his head
nine
like,
of
how could you
diamonds,
call
10
me
of
with
diamonds
9-10?
for
And I
10 high.
agree, Adam. I think that was a horrible
Dan
call.
is in the lead here with ace high.
Basically, Adam
but
is
Adam
never
has
ahead.
6 outs.
There's
or
no
running
chance
straight
that Dan
cards
has no
in order to
pair,
make him a winner.
and he's less than 10 high. So therefore,
Let's see the
Adam
turn.
is saying, I think I'm going to hit one of my 6 outs, but he's not getting the right price for 6 outs.
And that will lock it up for Dan.
He wasn't getting 3-1 on the call. Not quite. It was not far off of 3-1, but it was definitely less than 3-1 on the call. So I think that call was just a huge mistake. I think that was the frustration, possibly,
And the river.
of the last hand that he lost to Colin.
Dan Heimler with a pair of
And
aces will win the spot
Dan
and double
got
up
it
again.
in as a huge favorite on the flop and doubles up again. And you could see him shaking his head when he got called, like, darn it. But I think actually what Dan was doing was the stop and go play. I think he felt like if I raise all in pre-flop, I don't have enough chips with 250,000. You will make the call. And now I'll have to win
That
at
pot will take
showdown.
Dan over the million chip mark.
But
for the
if I
first time
call
today.
pre-flop and then I shove on the flop, now you can
And this will be the
fold.
last hand at this
And that's
level.
exactly the kind of hand that Adam could have folded and should have folded. And then Dan would not have to sweat the turn in the river. There's no chance he's going to lose because a 9 or a 10 came on the turn or the river. So stop and go play, I think that was a good time for it, a good hand for it. The only disadvantage is that Dan was in the small blind, in which case when he just
Our
called,
all-in winner.
it's
Dan Heimler
possible
will have
that
the button.
James Richards
JR
calls
and
as
Max
well
on the
from the
blinds.
big blind.
Action to Steve under the gun.
But in this case, you can consider that to be a lot less likely because James is also a very short stack. And as such, he's not going to call with marginal
Steve will
hands
raise
to see a flop.
260,000.
All right, new hand. Steve comes
Adam
in
right
for a
behind him
raise.
will make the call.
160,000.
Keith folds.
Adam calls. I suspect Adam is on tilt. I mean, he's not showing it visibly in the sense of
Action
like
on
looking
Doug.
angry, but I would say there's a good chance that he's a little steamed, a little tilted. He's unhappy. He came in a good spot with 2.5 million chips, right in the middle of the pack. Now he's lost a couple pots, so certainly that's going through my mind if I'm at the table.
And Doug will re-raise here.
Oh, we got a little squeeze going on. Doug is re-raising.
460,000 total.
So we had a raise to 160, a call.
Action on Ryan.
Now a re-raise to 460, and I really like
Ryan,
that number.
Colin, and Dan
That's a
pass.
really good number, I think. Almost the perfect
JR
bet
and Max
size.
pass from the
It's
blinds.
more than enough that, if Steven doesn't have a pretty good hand, he has to fold. And the same for Adam. I mean, they have to be in a spot where they think they
Steve
probably
will
have a
let it go.
better hand than Doug, or they
Action
need to
Adam.
fold. And Adam's
Who
calling
will
right
make the
away.
call? We'll have heads up acting to the flop.
So they've basically put almost 500,000 chips in this pot, and Adam is the shorter stacked of the two, it looks like.
Let's see a flop.
No, it's probably pretty close, but they definitely don't have more than a couple
Flop
million
is
left.
ace of hearts, 10 of
behind.
diamonds, 3 of diamonds.
Now Adam's
Adam
checking
checks over to
immediately, and you
Doug.
notice he's like the repeated tap, 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 like yeah, I check, obviously, which makes it look like he's giving up on the hand. Like, I missed the flop. I'm just like, come on, I'm checking. Hurry up and bet so we can get this hand over with.
Doug will bet.
Adam folds, and
800,000 chip bet from Doug. Will take the pot.
so that's something to be careful of, like when you're at the table. Like I said, I haven't been paying enough attention to know how Adam typically checks, but I see that a lot. Someone who now, instead of doing like maybe a slightly slower, like a single tap or a tap with their hand or their finger, now they do this multiple tap, 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 tap really fast. And that's almost always a sign of, like, I've given up on this hand. Obviously, that's not going to be the case 100% of the time, and it might not be true for some players any of the time. But it's definitely something that you want to look for. Notice how
We have
someone
Chantel
checks.
coming into deal.
Notice how someone bets. Do they slide the chips forward? Do they toss them in the air?
This should be a new
Do
level
they
here,
set
guys.
them out and then count them for
10,000
you?
ante still, but 40,000 small blind, 80,000
So
big
you want to
blind.
look at those things because you are going to find some patterns. You're going to find a guy that checks differently when he has a hand
Steve in the big
than
blind,
when he
action on
doesn't.
Adam under the gun.
You're going to find a guy who maybe his bet is more physically aggressive, more physically assertive,
make
kind
the
of,
call.
slam my
Still
chips out
80,000 over to
when
Keith,
I'm
who
bluffing,
folds.
but I put them out quietly and calmly when I have the nuts. Or you might see the opposite. But if you look at the player, and then when you get to see his cards, you're going to eventually find some patterns,
Doug comes
unless
along
they
as well
do it
for
the
80,000,
same
action on
every
Ryan.
single time. And that's what I try to do. I try to make my checking motion exactly the same every single time. Same number of taps, same pace, same finger. And it sounds like, he's got like OCD, he's anal retentive, da-da-da. And I'm like, but
Ryan lets it go.
if
as
you
does
don't
Colin.
consciously do it the same every time,
Dan
you
also
are
folds
going to
over
let
to
your
JR.
subconscious come in and influence the action, and you are going to give off tells. So we had a interesting spot going on here, it looks like. Folded to James on the button, who must be thinking about shoving, since he's thinking at all. He doesn't have enough chips to just call a raise. You should not be calling a raise.
JR will make the call from the button.
Don't like that. Or no, there hasn't been a raise, has there?
Action and max in the small blind. He will pass.
So the blinds, I
Our
think,
big
are
blind,
up
Steve Levy,
40 to
has his
80,000.
option.
Oh, he
And
just
we'll
limped
check.
the button. Or did someone else limp it and I missed it? All right, so we had an under-the-gun
We'll
limp
have
from
full
Adam,
action on our flop.
and now a limp from the
Let's go
button.
ahead and
Well,
see a
actually,
Chantel.
there are definitely hands where I would limp the button here, even with James's stack size.
Flop is 5
So,
of hearts.
now
3
look
of
at James,
hearts,
like,
ace of
looking up,
hearts.
sitting back.
Action on Steve.
Huge reaction. So I don't like that reaction, whether he has a hand or not. And
Steve checks,
Doug
as
limped
does
in
Adam.
too.
Doug will check over to JR on the button.
Well, he's taking off his jacket.
And JR announces all in from the
And
button.
he says all in. Well, he's making a big show of it, but he's
Steve
definitely
lets
the
it
kind of
go.
guy that's capable of giving off reverse tells. In other words, he's giving off intentional tells. Instead of it being a subconscious thing that,
Action on Adam.
I'm doing this physical movement, I'm showing this body language, and I'm unaware of it. I've definitely seen James,
Adam will fold.
give off tells intentionally.
And Doug will fold. JR's going to win this pot.
So he is going to win, everyone's going to fold. So either he, bluffed them successfully with his fake tells, or, he actually hit the flop and no one else really had anything. And, until we see the whole cards, we wouldn't know. But as a general rule, I don't like to do that kind of stuff because it's hard to fool your opponent. It seems to me like until you get very, very, very good at it, that they will see through your acting and figure out the truth more often than you're going to successfully fool them. Certainly it's easier to fool them the first time. You're at the table with someone, you and he have never played together before. You can give off an acting tell of something that's considered like a classic tell, and it's got a reasonably good chance of working the first time. But now if he's playing with you regularly, it's
We
going to
have
reach the
action
point
here,
where they're going to
40,
see through it.
80,000.
and they're going to
Keith
figure
will
you out more
fold
often
under
than
the
you
gun,
fool
over to
them.
Doug.
For you to continue to fool them over and over again, you're going to have to be an exceptionally good actor.
And Doug's going to make a raise, 340,000. Over to Ryan in our 9 seed, who lets it go. Colin will pass.
Raise from Doug.
Dan Heimiller folds.
Now, if you're listening to this and like Doug, you're an older player.
JR
You know,
folds,
you're
as
someone
does Max
who's,
on the button.
you know, like over 50.
Over to Steve in the small.
As soon as you sit down at a table with people who don't know you, your image is going to be
Steve folds,
tight.
as does Adam, and Doug will take the
The
pot.
assumption in today's poker world is that older players are tight and that they only play really strong starting hands and that they don't bluff hardly ever, things of that sort. Now, I'm not saying that's true at all, but it is true in the statistical sense. If I'm sitting at the table with a player who's 65 and another player at the table who's 25, and that's all I know about them, and you made me place a bet on who's going to play the most hands, I'm going to bet on the 25-year-old. I'm going to bet that he's going to be looser than the player who's older. So if you have, you know,
Steve
that
will have
appearance,
our
if
button
you
in his
are an
hand.
older player,
Adam are small and Keith are
and
big.
even if you are
Doug will be
loose and
under the gun.
aggressive, try to maintain that image as tight. I never bluff. I've always got a good hand, and take advantage of it for as long as you can maintain that image, because that is where you're going to start.
Doug folds over to Ryan.
And if you're a younger player, of course, then your image,
Ryan
especially
lets it
amongst
go.
older
Colin
players,
follows.
is going to be the opposite. So if you're that 25-year-old player and you're very tight, very conservative, your image
Dan
is going to
folds
be
actually
loose and
JR.
aggressive. So that means even though you're playing tight and you basically almost always have a hand, don't be surprised the first time you try to bluff, you know, in 3 hours, that they call you down with something very weak, because they assume that you're a
JR
bluffer
will raise, 225,000
until they know
to
you
go.
really well,
Max
just
folds.
because you're a 20-something.
Steve folds his button. And Adam will make the call from the small blind.
Well, Keith is
folds
playing
his
much
big,
tighter
will
than
be
I
heads up to
expected.
the flop.
I really thought Keith would be
Go ahead,
involved
Chantal.
here in a lot of hands. So either my image of him is wrong, and he doesn't
Flop is
actually
7
play
of hearts,
lots and
8
lots
of
of
hearts,
hands.
ace of spades. Adam
And the
checks to
times I've
JR.
been at his table, he's just been running good, getting dealt lots of good hands, or he's changed his strategy here at this final table, and he's not going to play as loose. Now, like I said, James has the ability
JR
to
announces
appear
all in, and Adam quickly
super
calls.
loose, but he's really a
JR
pretty
has
tight conservative
ace
player.
10 for top pair of aces, 10 kicker. Adam
Wow.
has
So James
ace of
moves all
hearts,
in,
5 of
gets
spades
called immediately
for
by
top
Adam
pair of
with
aces,
ace
5
5.
kicker.
And this
JR
kind of
is gonna
highlights the
lead here.
dangers of playing weak
Adam gets a
aces.
5,
Adam
running
defended
straight
from the
cards
small
or
blind
running
with the
hearts
ace 5.
to take the lead.
Hit the top pair, and now he's way, way behind for a
Chantal,
big,
let's see
big
a turn.
pot.
Turn is a jack of clubs, no help to Adam.
So Adam needs a 5
Only
to
a 5
win.
now.
If he gets a 7 or an
We'll give
8,
Adam
it'll
the
be a
win.
chop, because
Or
they'll
a
have like
7 or an
aces and
8
sevens with
will
a
make
jack
this pot a
kicker.
chop.
So
Chantal,
Adam
let's
does
see how it
have
is.
6 outs to tie and 3 to win.
And the river is a 9, making
9.
a straight for JR.
A
He will win the
needless
pot.
straight, and he's going to double this pot up, and Adam has gotten really short. Yeah, I mean, the thing with the ace-5 there, I mean, you call to see a flop, and let's say, you call that pre-flop raise. And part of the reason is like, well, I think, it's folded to James in late position. He might not have a very good hand. But what do you do with all the flops that you just missed? So instead of 7-8 ace, what if this had been 7-8 jack? Well, if ace-5 was the best hand pre-flop, it might still be the best hand now, but it might not be, because James could have hit that 7, that 8, that jack to make a pair. So you're kind of in this no man's land of, well, I might have the best hand, but if
Getting a
I
countdown
don't have the
on
best
JR's
hand, I'm
all
now
in right
way,
now.
way behind. So you have to make these really tough decisions, and you're out of position. James gets to act after you. So if you check the flop, he's probably going to c-bet, and you're going to have to fold. There really isn't much other reasonable choice for you to make, because if you check raise bluff, you've turned your ace-5 that might be the best hand into a bluff. You're never going to
JR's all in
really
with
get better hands to fold,
670,000.
except for maybe other weak aces that are slightly better than yours. You might get him to fold. If it comes 7-8 jack, he can fold ace 6. He can fold maybe ace 9, ace 10. He might even fold something like ace queen, ace king if he's playing real conservative. So there's a few better hands that you can get to fold. But most of his better hands, he's probably not going to fold. And all of his worse hands, he's not going to pay you off unless he's hit like a big draw. It's 7-8 of hearts, maybe he has 5-6 of hearts. And in that case, he actually has so many outs that, it's puts him in a good spot anyways. 9 flush cards, 6 other straight cards, and then he's got 3 6s to make a pair. So he'd actually be the favorite anyways, even though he's calling with a draw. If he really thought ace 5 was the best hand pre-flop, he should have 3-bet. And to be honest, James would frequently fold ace 10 in my opinion. So now you would have thought you had the best hand, you would have re-raised, and in this situation where you actually don't have the best hand, you still have a really good chance of getting the opponent to fold pre-flop and taking the hand down. So again, the value of aggression. If you're going to play a hand,
raises to 240,000.
Coming in aggressively is usually better than passively. When you play passively, you're usually playing wrong unless you're trapping. So if you flop the nuts and you play passively, that might be correct. If you're going to be able to induce an opponent to do something wrong, that might be a good play. But you need to feel you're really, really the best hand.
GR calls 240,000. Max lets it go.
So we got an open to 240. James is called. I haven't caught who made the open raise. Looks like what Dan Heimiller looks like. Made the opening raise to 240. James called right behind him. So it's an early position raise. And it's a big, big chunk of Dan's stack. So even though Dan has had this double up.
Who lets it go? Will be heads up to the flop.
Yeah, Dan has less than 1 million chips. So 240,000 is a big commitment from him. So you expect him to have a good hand here most of the time, committing that many chips in early position.
8 of clubs, queen of clubs, deuce of diamonds. Action on Dan.
Dan immediately looks down at his stack.
300,000 chips.
Bets 300, so a little more than his pre-flop raise amount, so that's a good bet size. And I'd even bet like 250, a little smaller. And he folds, and Dan shows his cards again to the camera.
Was it genuine?
He showed something, but I couldn't make it out. Pair of jacks, so pocket jacks. So yeah, that's a sigh of relief because he's like, man, if you hit a queen, I'm in horrible shape. But I don't want to check and give you a free card. So looks like we're taking a little break right now. Not sure why. I thought we were in the middle of a level. But it's been been playing for like an hour. We still have all 9 players, which really surprised me given, the short stack of Max and then the pretty short stacks of Dan and James to start this final table. I really felt one of them would be all in pretty quickly. I'm not sure how long this break will be, but we'll be back when the action returns. Here from the Golden Gates Casino in Blackhawk, Colorado. Heartland Poker Tour main event, final table. 230,000 to the winner, and they've only locked up 20,000, so there's a lot of work left to do if you want to make the big bucks here on the HPT.
All right, players, start taking your seats. We're going to get going here in just a minute. Let's go, guys. We're going to be dealing here in just a second. Dan, Dan, the first card off the deck rule does apply.
All right, that was just a very short break. I'm not sure, it might have been technical or something like that, but we are back in action here, still at 40 and 80,000. And I had mentioned Keith did take me out of this tournament in day 2, but we did make
All
the
right, let's
money.
get that clock started back up.
72 people got paid. The bottom payout was $3,144, and I got knocked out like 70th or 69th, something like that, for one of those min payouts. The good news for me, though, is that 2 weeks ago, Craig Casino had passed me
Keith
on
on
the
the button
HPT
here.
all-time money
Doug in the
list.
small blind,
He
Ryan in the big.
cashed for about $4,000
Action will
at
be
the
on
Thunder
Colin under the
Valley
gun.
stop, and that put him about $3,000 ahead of me on the all-time money list. Craig made day 2, but didn't make it to the money.
Colin's
And
gonna
by
raise it up,
making that money,
230,000 to
I
go.
regained the all-time money lead by
Dan lets it go.
$67.
JR and Max follow suit.
So it will be impossible
Action
for
over
me to
Steve.
maintain that lead unless I cash again before Craig does. And we got other players not that far behind, like Michael Harris, who's done really well, won the HPT stop here in Blackhawk before. And he's only about 32,000, about 30,000 behind. And then the other story on that front at this final table is Keith Love, currently in 16th place. He's got 206,000 here,
Steve
according
lets
to
it
the
go.
HPT website. So if he
Adam and
wins
Keith
this,
also fold.
he will be at 430,000,
Doug
and
folds
he
a
will be
small
the new
blind.
all-time money leader on the HPT. But if he finishes second, he won't quite be there. He'll still be about 40,000
Ryan will
chips
fold his big.
behind
Colin's gonna win this
if he
pot.
finishes second. So to become the all-time money leader, he needs to win the tournament. But I'm sure that's really not on his mind right now. I'm sure he's thinking more about just trying to win, because the fun, the glory, and the money of winning is so important. You know, it's not like I'm going to play any differently if I'm in his shoes, just because there's that one little extra, like, trophy comment you can add, you know, that one little asterisk you can add if you win this title. That's really not going to make a difference in how I play if I was in his shoes. But
Dan
after the
Heimiller,
fact,
first
it's
act
certainly a
under the gun
nice
here.
thing to think about, like, oh, look at what I just accomplished.
We'll let it go. JR and Max fold over
And
to
that's the
Steve.
thing everyone but me has in common, right? The top names on this
Steve
list
folds to Adam.
are all players that have done
Adam will
well
make the
here in Colorado. Like, if I look things over, I mean, like Craig
Keith and
Casino,
Doug folds.
he's won
Ryan
here
in
in
the small
Colorado. Michael Harris has won in Colorado. Let's see, currently the number 4 player, Leon Morford. Let's see if he's done well here in
Ryan will let it go,
Colorado.
and Colin will check his
He
option.
is not, so he is
We'll be heads up here.
also near here at the top
Let's
of the
see flop.
list. Looks like he won Majestic Star one time for 233,000 back
Flop
in
is
07.
5 of diamonds.
I didn't
king of
realize they
spades,
had an event
6 of
that big
spades.
back then
Colin
that would pay
checks.
that much money for
Adam
first.
checks.
That wasn't
Let's see
here
a turn.
at the Golden Gates. So he
Turn
did
is the
get
king of
most of his
hearts.
money from the one win, but
Colin leads
then he has 5 other
125,000 chips.
cashes.
Adam will make the call.
Then we got Steen Ronlov. Well, it says he's
Let's
from
see River.
Colorado, so I bet most of his money came from one of
River is
these.
the 10 of clubs.
And yes,
Colin
he
will
won
check.
here for 270,000
Over to Adam.
previously. And then Dan Zogman from McHenry, Illinois. Dan taught one of my
Adam
seminars
likes to
with
bet
me
around
at Daytona. First time I
400,000.
taught at Daytona Beach
And Colin
Kennel
will
Club.
pass.
Dan was one of my co-instructors.
Adam's going to win the pot.
Well, he also won a big one at Majestic Star back in 2007, where he got 220-some thousand. And then he has 6 other caches as well, including 2 other final tables. So I didn't realize the Majestic Star had been such a big stop in the past to generate that kind of prize pool. The one time I was at Majestic Star last year, it was nowhere near that big a prize pool, I don't think. But, you know, you are in Chicagoland, so huge number of players available. And then as I go down the list, a lot of these other players have
Dan
gotten
and
most of
Colin
their
in the
money
blinds here.
from
Ryan will
here
have
at
the
the Golden
button.
Gates. So
Action
this
on
is definitely
JR
the stop
gun.
to
He
run good.
folds.
And hopefully my next visit out here, I will turn things around and finally have a nice strong run here, and
Max
I'll be
lets
on
it
this
go.
final table trying to win the $250,000 first prize.
Steve also folds. Over to Adam, who makes the call.
So Adam is
Keith passes
called in
behind him.
mid-late position. I don't
Doug
know if that's
follows
an
suit.
open or if someone else has already called. Looks like that's the first
Ryan
action.
will
So he
fold his
opened
button
for a
over to Colin
call.
in the small.
Don't like that play. If your hand is worth playing, it's worth raising most of the time. If this was early in the tournament, you know, when we all had 30,000 chips, You know, when the blinds were 50, 100, or 75,
Colin will put in a
150.
raise to 325,000
Then there are
chips.
hands I like to limp
Dan
with
folds his big blind.
because I want to
Action back to Adam.
set up a situation where I get, you know, 3, 4, 5, 6 people limping in.
Adam will call.
Colin is raised from the small
Move
blind.
heads up to this flop.
Dan folded
Go
the
ahead,
big.
Chantel.
And now the initiative is in Colin's
Flop
corner.
is king of spades, queen of spades, deuce of diamonds.
And that certainly looks like the kind of flop
Action
that you
on
think
Colin.
has hit the guy who raised. So I expect Colin to bet here 100% of the time, and he does.
He leads 325,000, and Adam lets it go.
He
Colin's
bets.
gonna
He
win the pot.
raised to 350 pre-flop. He bets 325 on the flop, and that's the thing that he doesn't have to have hit. Let's just say he decided to make a move, and he had something like 8, 9 of diamonds. But he's decided that I think Adam is weak. I think Adam might fold, and if Adam doesn't fold, I think he's only going to call me. He's not going to limp and then re-raise. So let's take the initiative, and then every time Adam misses the flop, he folds to my continuation bet. You know, if that's the way you think it's going to play out, then it's correct for Colin to raise there with absolutely any 2 cards. He doesn't even need something playable
Colin
like
has our
8, 9
button, JR in the
suited.
big.
He could just have 8, 3
Action on
offsuit,
Max under the gun.
and the play is still going to be
He'll let it
profitable.
go.
You know, if it's correct that it's going to tend to play out that way.
Steve and Adam fold.
Basically,
over to Keith.
You're only going to hit the flop about 1/3 of the time. And that means that most of the time, you're going to have to fold to a bet on the flop, or you're going to have to take that hand that
Keith will
missed
raise
and try to bluff with it.
220,000. Doug
And a lot of
folds behind him.
players don't like to do that. They don't like to try to bluff, especially this deep in the tournament, where they know that if they try to bluff and it fails, they're either going to get knocked out or crippled and then miss their chance to advance to a higher paying position. So Keith is coming for a raise.
Ryan will fold over
Thought
to
I would
Colin.
see a lot more of those raises by Keith at this point. But it may be he's realized that, hey, I was so like loose and aggressive
Colin, Dan,
yesterday
and JR all fold.
that these
Take the
guys
pot.
expect me to try to run them over, and so I better slow down for a while, reestablish an image that isn't so loose. You know, create an image that, oh, maybe this guy was just on a rush yesterday, and he really does have a hand when he raises. So he might be working to reestablish an image of that sort, or he might have just decided to change gears for a while. Or it might be that he's just been very, very card dead, and that, yes, I will raise frequently, but I'm still not going to raise with garbage hands. I'm not going to raise with Jack Deuce and 8-4 and you know,
Dan will
things
have
that
our
are just
button here.
total
JR in the
garbage.
small blind. Max in the
And
big.
certainly if I'm in a chip lead
Action on
position,
Steve under the gun.
I will be playing more hands, raising more hands,
He'll pass, as will Adam.
but I'm still not going to be coming in for a raise with, you know, Jack 5 and 8 Deuce. I'm going to wait for good
Keith will raise
hands
it up,
or
220,000 to go.
what I like to
Over
call
Doug.
playable junk.
He will
You know,
pass.
if you have 7-5 suited, not a very good hand. But it's a hand that plays well because you know where you stand after the flop.
Ryan
If
will
you
pass
hit the
over
flop
Colin.
big, you know you probably have the best hand. If you hit
Colin
one
folds,
pair,
Dan folds his button.
you know you might have the best hand, but if your opponent isn't willing to give it up
JR
pretty
will let his small
easily,
blind go over to Max in the
then
big.
you're probably, you know, almost always behind. And if you miss the flop completely, you know
Max
your
will move
hand's
all
only
in
good
for
for
the
a
last
bluff.
of his chips.
Max did not quite move all in. He didn't bet his 5K
It is
chip.
exactly 210,000. So just under.
Or maybe that's a
Keith's
card
initial
protector.
raise.
It's not an actual tournament chip. It's a card protector that
Max
looked like...
turns over king of
On the
diamonds.
camera, I
eight of
thought it was one of
hearts.
the 5K chips, but it's just a card
Keith
protector that's
has
red.
black nines, 9 of clubs, 9 of spades.
So 9's for Keith.
Max is going to need a king
King 8 for
or
Max.
some sort of flush or straight to stay alive here.
So
Chantel, let's see if
Keith is a good like 70-30 favorite here. That's actually a really
Flop
good
is deuce
flop
of
for
clubs,
Max.
10 of
For him
diamonds,
not
10
hitting
of
a
spades.
king,
No
it's a
help to
good
Max.
flop because now if we get
Can he
another
need a
high
king
card,
or
if we
running
can
eights
get
to
a
stay
jack,
alive
queen,
here?
and ace,
Let's
then
see a
Keith
turn.
can win by that card pairing the river as well.
Turn is a
But
7 of
all
clubs.
those possibilities
Again, no
disappear.
help to Max.
It's going to have to be a king or Max
will
is
keep
out.
Max in this tournament. Chantel, let's see the river. River is another 7.
Yep,
Max
if
will
it
be
had
our
been
ninth
Jack
place
Jack
finisher.
instead of 7-7, then Keith's...
Let's
I mean,
get a big round of
Max's
applause here
kicker
for
would have
Max.
played. It would have been 2 pair with a king kicker because the 9s wouldn't have played. It took him a long time to get eliminated. He gave other people a chance to go out.
Great finish here
but
for Max,
it
guys.
was
Ninth
pretty.
place at
It
over
was not quite
700
foreordained,
players.
but it was likely that Max was going to be the
It's going to
ninth
take home
place
just about
finisher. But
$21,000. Great job, Max.
obviously, I wish I was getting paid $21,000 instead of the $3,000 I got paid yesterday. And we do finally lose a player. And now you can see that Keith actually had a real hand there with pocket 9s. So again, it could be that my analysis of him from yesterday was a mistake, and that
Down
he
to
was
8
just on a
players
card
here,
rush.
or
He was just
HPT
being dealt
Blackhawk
lots
final
of,
table,
better
Golden
than
Gates
average starting
Casino.
hands, and that he
We're gonna
wasn't
have
as
a dead
loose as
small
I
blind.
thought. And that's
JR
one of
will
the
have
difficulties
button.
of poker,
Steve will have the big
is
blind.
that you just can't know those things until you've played with someone for a
These
really
players are now
long time.
guaranteed over $25,000 apiece. Still over $230,000
If I
up
were a
top.
cash game specialist, like if I
Adam
lived here
and
in
Keith folds,
Blackhawk and
Doug
played
folds.
the cash games regularly, I would tend to get to know, I'd probably get to the point
Ryan
eventually
will let it
where
go, over
most
to
of the
Colin.
people I played against were people I've played with many times before. And I would really know their tendencies and their trends and their patterns and all that. But when you're a tournament pro, you're not seeing the same people again over and over and over. Or even if you are, you're not seeing them that often. So I've played with Dan several times, but it's
Colin
not like
makes
I've
the
played
raise,
with him so much that I know
225,000.
everything
Dan
about
and
his
JR
game.
release.
And some of those
Over to
times I
Stephen
played with
Big
him are,
Blind.
more than 10 years ago. And so even if I could remember them all perfectly, he's not the same player. I'm sure he plays differently now than he did then. I know I play a lot differently now than I did then.
And Steve lets it go. Colin's going to win the pot.
Colin takes this one down with an open raise. And I really like Colin's chances here. Largely, he's a good player based on the time I've spent at the table with him. But again, he now still has two of the shorter stacks to his left. Well, I guess it's not so true anymore. James is doubled up. James isn't such a short stack. Probably has a couple million.
There'll be a dead button in this hand.
But he's still got Dan to his left,
Steve
who's
in the small blind,
on
Adam
the
in the
shorter
big of
side.
80,000.
But things are moving up. Max went out. The other short
Keith
stacks
Love
have
will be
won
under the gun.
pots. Really, the only person who's been moving way down, besides Max getting eliminated, is Adam Hudson, who started with 3.8 million in second place, but has probably dropped down, it looks like, to only like $1.5 million. So now he's well
Keith
below
raises
average.
220,000.
Average stack here now
Doug
is like
folds
a
behind
little
him,
over
over to Ryan.
2.5 million, like 2.6 million, I believe. We should have a little over 21 million chips
Ryan
in
lets
play.
it go. Action on Colin.
Now Keith is coming for a raise. Colin is thinking. So it doesn't look to me like Colin has a big hand. It looks more of a, like, I don't believe you, Keith. I don't think you have that good of a hand. So maybe I have something decent like an ace-10. And I'm trying to decide, and looks like he's just going to give it up with that little, that little expression he just gave. Kind of like, I'm not sure I believe you, but if I'm wrong, this hand like ace-10 is way behind. Nope, he's not going to give it up. But
Colin makes the call.
it's just so hard to believe right now, though, that Colin
Action
has a
over Dan.
premium hand. If Colin has like aces
Still
or kings,
220,000 to go, and Dan Heimiller moves all in.
so now Dan's moved in, and that might be part of the reason. Dan is a good live player, good at reading tells.
JR will fold.
So if he
Steve will
senses
fold.
that like Colin just does not have a
Adam
good enough
folds.
hand to call my
Keith lets
shove,
it go.
then
And
he's
Colin
squeezed.
makes the quick call.
Oh, Colin calls quickly, so
Let's
it
see
was
the
an
cards.
act. Wow, Colin, well done. He had me fooled completely. I really thought he had a marginal
Colin
hand.
has aces.
I really thought he had a
Dan
marginal
Heimiller,
hand.
Ace queen off suit.
Oh, and Dan
Will
just
be
had a
in quite
big
a bit of
hand. So
trouble
this is
here.
just a cold deck. Dan might not have seen any of the tells I thought I saw, and he just thought ace queen is a good enough hand to go with. And I don't blame him a bit for that thought. But if he had seen what I had seen and it had worked, and it worked on me, I would have thought, well, there's no way Colin's calling my shove.
We have Colin here with
And
the ace
I've
of
now
clubs, ace of spades.
squeezed Keith in between
Dan with
us.
the ace of clubs, queen of
Because,
diamonds. Going to need a lot of help.
let's
He's
pretend
about a
Colin had folded
7%
and Dan had
chance to win this
shoved.
hand.
Well, Keith
But,
is a lot more likely
as
to
Dan
call.
has proven before,
But if Keith
he can make
calls
that
the
happen.
shove,
Chantel,
he
let's see
has
the
to
flop.
worry about Colin as well, not just Dan. So that makes it harder for him to call. That's actually a huge flop
is
for
10 of
Dan.
spades,
And you
ace
would
of
think
diamonds,
that
jack
like
of
the
spades.
case ace hit.
Colin flops the top
Colin
set of
has
aces with the
trips,
case ace.
in which
However,
normally an
Dan
ace on the
has flopped
flop would
gut
end
shot
the
here to
hand.
king.
But Dan just went from like
Chantel,
having to
let's see the
hit
turn.
like some kind of double hit. Now just any king,
Wow, king
just
of
like
spades on the
that.
turn.
But it's the king of spades. So now
Heimiller now
Dan
has the
hit a
lead.
huge suck
However,
out for the
Colin
four
can
outer.
catch
He
any
was
spade,
over a
any
90 to 10
jack,
underdog
or
pre-flop.
king to make a flush or full house here and regain the lead.
But if the board pairs or if it's a spade, then Colin's still going to win this pot. A spade or pair the board.
Also, any queen will make a chop, and the queen
Yep.
of spades will
Queen.
give Colin a royal flush. Chantel, let's see the
Queen
river.
for half, a spade or pair the board, and it pairs the board for aces
Colin
full.
makes aces full. And Dan will be our 8th place finisher.
But Dan was, you know, I mean, that's like torture,
Let's hear a round of
though.
applause for
I mean,
Dan.
you get that moment of desperation because it's like you see the aces and you know that you're practically out the door. And I'm going to pull up my poker stove to.
Man, always exciting here on the HPT. Dan will come in
give you the
8th place
exact
with just over
numbers.
25,000 chips. Great game, Dan.
So we will give
Wow.
player 1
Incredible
here
run out there.
the ace-ace, and player 2 the ace-queen offsuit. And we do the evaluation, and it's like, yeah,
Hey,
Dan
Colin, are
only
you
had
nervous?
a 7.3% chance of winning that pot. But once the flop
Colin,
came,
turns out he's a liar.
once it has the ace-king-10, his chances just went way up because now he had the full 4-outer.
Colin's
But as we
girlfriend
saw,
Mo seems
even
to be
when he
texting
hit,
everyone she
he
knows
had
at the
to,
moment.
have the other card also save him. Because, like I said, if it paired the board, I mean, even if it had been a different king
Don't
that
be the
wasn't a
spoiler.
spade,
No one likes a spoiler.
then there still would have been, all those outs for him to pair the board. He would have had the 3 tens, the
7
3
players
jacks,
left here.
the 3 kings. So he still would have had 9
Doug will
outs to
fold
make a
under the
full
gun. All
house.
these players guaranteed almost $31,000 now.
Dan Heimiller wins $25,679. Next player out gets $30,700, which is 50%
Ryan
more,
folds, Colin has folded.
basically, than they had when they sat down today. They only had about 21,000
JR folds over to
guaranteed.
Steve on the button.
Now they're all guaranteed over 30,000. So,
Steve will fold his button. over to
huge
Adam with
news
small
for
blind.
everyone else at the table to make the more money.
And Adam lets it go.
Even
Keith
bigger
Love
news
will
for
get it
Colin.
wrong.
And Colin played that hand beautifully. I really was,
Almost
he
as
completely
exciting as the
trapped me
previous
with his
hand.
fake tell. So he did that exceptionally well, and hats off to him. But for most of us who are watching this, the lesson is not try to give off fake tells because you have to do it really, really well. And it's not easy to do. So certainly you can work on it. You can try to work on it like in small games, develop your skills, and eventually reach the point where you can do it even against really good players.
Adam
But
on the button this hand.
until you get to the point where you're really
Keith in
good at
small,
it,
Doug in the big
I would
blind.
avoid
Ryan
trying
will
to
be
give
first
off fake
act.
tells in big games, or at least to say against good players, against experienced players, because it will kick you more often than it will help you.
Ryan lets it go over to Colin.
All right, so we've had a couple of folds.
Colin folds to JR.
James looks like he's putting together a raise. Looks like
JR will make a raise to 220,000.
220,000.
Action to Steve.
Steve is thinking, and he's also been on the decline. He looks like he only has
Steve folds. Adam
million
folds
and a
his
half,
button.
1,700,000,
Keith
something
will
like
fold to
that.
small over to Doug in the big, who will let it go. And JR's going to win
Everyone
this pot.
folds. James takes it down. Like I said, he is, for some reason he always is able to give the table the impression that he's just this loose, wild player like Maniac. But that's just his personality. He's just got a very dynamic, outgoing, vibrant personality. And so he certainly shares like that personality, like a lot of the Maniac players who are just crazy gamblers who just, they're not trying to play poker skillfully. They're just trying to gamble it up and have fun. So he gives you that impression, but he's actually mostly a pretty tight, solid player.
After that Dan Heimiller elimination, Colin's our chip leader, about 5.4 million. Keith behind him around
5.4
4.9.
million chips for
And
Colin
Doug
now.
in third, with about
And he's got
3.3
position on all
million.
the biggest stacks. So at this point, with
Action
Colin
folded
having
over to our
25% of the chips
Keith
and
Love.
having good position on most of the other big stacks, you got to make him the solid, front runner to win this
Keith Love
final
will raise
table.
220,000 chips to go.
I mean, with 25% of the chips and his position and his skill, he's probably
Doug
35
passes
or
on the small
40%
blind.
likely to win this whole thing.
Over to Ryan in
In
the
my
big.
opinion, I'm pretty sure that there's no one else at this final table who's a better player than Colin. Like I said, I know James is a good player, but he's not world class or anything. I don't know Steven really at all, so he could be a better
Ryan will
player, and I
defend.
just don't know it because I haven't seen anything. But I really doubt any of these other players. I'm not saying they're bad players at all. I'm just saying Colin's that good. I'm not saying that they're not also good players.
All right, Jason, let's see a flop.
So we had a button raised by Keith, a defend by Ryan.
Flop is Jack of
From the
Hearts,
big
Deuce
blind.
of Clubs, Queen of Spades.
Queen,
Action
Jack,
on Ryan.
Deuce. It's rainbow, but that's still slightly wet. I mean, that's the kind of board that should have hit
He checks
a
over.
lot of the hands that people
Keith?
tend to play. Ryan checks, and I expect Keith to bet here 100% of the time.
Keith makes a bet of 325,000.
And I notice that Keith does, like a lot of players, the
Action
kind of the
back to Ryan.
standard nowadays. Like, let's say you're raising to whatever, slightly over double the blind. So let's, to make the math easy, we'll use these blinds. It's 40-80. My typical raise would be 170.
And Ryan will lay it down.
And then my typical C-bet's going to be 180.
Keith
So
wants
my,
to take the
my
spot.
C-bet is going to be just slightly bigger than my pre-flop raise. And then if my opponent calls and checks to me on the turn, then I'm going to double the last bet I made. So that 170 is going to get doubled to, 325 to 350, about double that amount. And if I bet again on the river, then again I'm usually going to bet about double what I bet on the turn. And by keeping those bets, that consistent pattern, my opponent knows that I'm betting. And the fact that I'm betting means something. But he can't tell the difference based upon the size of the bet as to whether I'm bluffing or whether I have the nuts or anything in between.
Ryan and Colin will
But I've
be up
noticed that
blinds
Keith
this
tends
hand.
to bet
Doug on the button.
quite a bit bigger. Again, in my experience, if he was
JR's up.
raising pre-flop, he would tend to raise 3
He
or
will
4
fold.
times the big blind. And then when he did the C-bet on the flop, he would
Steve
tend to
Adam pass.
bet, close to
lets it
double
go.
what he bet pre-flop. So
Over to Doug on the
his
button.
pre-flop raise at 40-80 might be more like 200 to 250 or even more. And then his C-bet, if he'd opened to 200, he might C-bet 350 or 400. Some stuff like that is the patterns I saw on day 2
220,000 from Doug
and
on
when
the
I
button.
played with him last year, late in day 1. And I don't think he needs to bet that much. I think he can make those smaller bet
Action on Ryan in the
sizes,
small blind.
and he will get the players to fold almost as often. And I said that to almost anyone with their bet sizing, that, if you're betting, making bigger raises and bigger bets all the time,
Ryan
that
lets it go.
you really don't need to. That you usually can get away with
And Colin
smaller bet
congratulates
sizes.
Doug on a nice hand, and boy was he right.
Very
Doug
seldom.
shows aces.
Very seldom do I, talk to a student and say he needs to bet more. And certainly with a pre-flop raise, I really never say that to a
Well
student.
played, Doug.
The only times I tell someone they need to bet more is when they are making follow-through bets on later streets and their bet sizing is going down. So like the guy who opens, for 2 times the big blind, but then on the flop he only bets like 1.5 times the big blind. Like that will often be perceived by your opponent as weak. So you got to be careful. And if you're doing it every time, all the time, then I think you do need to bet that little bit more.
Action will be on Steve under the gun as soon as he's done.
Especially
ordering.
when I see people doing things like, the pot has gotten to 500,000 chips, and they're betting the river, and they're betting like 80,000, 100,000, something like that. And it's like, well, what are you doing? You really can't get your opponent to ever fold any hand that's anything other than total junk at that point. And you're just begging for them to bluff raise.
Steve will make a raise to 180,000.
Steve
Adam
comes
and
in
Keith
for
fold.
180, so a little more than double. So that's a good bet sizing.
Over to Doug in the cutoff.
Doug is thinking. Didn't get aces back to
Doug
back.
lets it go. Ryan on the button.
Well, Ryan's obviously got a hand that he's thinking about seriously. Oh, I thought he was about to say all in or
Ryan
something.
lets it go. Colin forfeits his small
Ryan
blind.
still has
over to
2
Jerry
million
in
in
the
it at
big.
least, it looks like. And chip leader folds.
And JR will entertain Steve for 100,000 more.
James calls from the big blind.
We're going to be heads up to the flop.
Not sure if that was like a good luck
And JR
thing, or if he
checks
was.
dark. Let's see
No,
the
it was a
flop.
dark check. Okay, so he checked dark.
Action
Not a
will
big
be
fan
on
of that.
Steve.
It's not horrible, but it's.
Flop is 7 of
The
hearts.
funny thing is,
queen
even
of
though like
hearts,
on his
8 of
shoes, I'm going to
spades.
check every time whether I hit the flop or not. For some reason, checking dark seems to just add layers of confusion to the hand. Now, Steven seems very uncertain, so I suspect he either hates this flop, or he hit it hard and he's trying to figure out how to extract the most value. I really would be surprised if he's actually in between here with something like a pair of tens.
Steve will check. We'll go to a turn.
We get a dark bet now.
JR has bet dark before seeing the turn, 350,000.
Yeah.
And that turn is a 6 of spades.
Well, that almost has to be, well, it
Action
doesn't
Steve.
have to be a blank. 9-10 could be in Steve's hands, as 9-10 could be in JR's hands and James's hands as well. So that card actually could change everything. 9-10 are both reasonable hands for either one of them to possibly be holding. There's a lot of other hands they both could have, and Steve calls.
Makes a call.
I really didn't expect Steve to fold there because
We'll
I
go
think
to the river.
I suspect he's too good of a player to check behind when he was the pre-flop
River is the queen
raiser,
of clubs.
you know, and then just
Action
fold
on
to a
JR.
bet on the turn. That would be way too weak. Because the thing is, when you do that, when you're the pre-flop raiser and then you check the flop,
JR checks over to
it
Steve.
shows so much weakness that if you then just fold, well, then you're just telling your opponents to like steal the pot from me every time I check. And you will see amateur players doing things like checking a flop like this when they have like ace king or ace jack, because they're like, well, I'm afraid to bet because I don't want to lose those chips, but you know, I just check behind and I hope I can catch like my ace or my king or my jack on the turn. You know, they feel like it's better and safer to take the free card. But the problem is, if you're inducing a bluff,
And Steve will check back. JR will show first. He has a pair of 8s. But Steve turns over pocket kings and will take this pot.
well, a very unusual way to play the hand. Steve, you know, checked behind on the flop. And it turns out that James did.
Guys, we're gonna
It looks
pause
like
the
I
clock
couldn't
for just
tell
a
if he had
second
8-9 or
Same
8-10,
thing,
but
just
he
change some
paired the
batteries
8.
out.
And so he actually hit the flop, which means that if
So
Steven had bet the flop, he
it's
probably
only,
would have
gonna
gotten
be another minute or
called.
two, so if you guys can
And then he
stay
might have
inside
gotten
that'd be
another bet
appreciated.
on either the turn or the river. And instead, he only won the single bet when James
quicker
bet
than
the
that.
turn. So that's part of the problem here. I mean, you had pocket kings.
We got a better view.
You had the best hand. It held up.
Cameras out a little bit.
And you extracted the minimum, really, given the situation.
Mo's beautiful and all, but we want her to have some company.
And if you're going to check the flop to trap,
Thanks, guys.
then certainly when he
Only
dark
during
bets the
hands.
turn, it's like, yeah, that 6 could have hit him. He could have just made a set of 6s. He could have 9-10 and he made the nut straight. But I think you've got to try to get some value. So if you're not going to raise him on the turn, then I think you have to bet behind there on the river and hope
All
that
right,
he can call.
Let's get him back in the air.
It's like, yeah, the river was ugly. It was a queen. You know, certainly that's one of the cards that James could be holding. He could have flopped top pair. I mean, he dark checked, so it's not like his check on the flop gives you any clue as to whether or not he has a queen. And then when you checked behind, he bet dark. And so, yeah, absolutely, he could have a queen.
JR and Steven are
But when he
blind.
checks
Colin
the
on
river
button.
and doesn't try to get value
Adam
from
locked
you,
first under the gun.
it just doesn't seem that likely that he has 3 queens in his trapping. It just seems more likely that he has
He will
a
call
bluff
80,000.
or some other hand where
Keith
he's like,
folds
you know
over to
what,
Doug.
I'm not going to bet that queen. I'm going to hope that I'm going to let you bet. And then I'm going to call you because now I can be inducing a bluff. Whereas if I bet out on the river with my 8 that I paired, you're not going to call me with your ace king or your ace jack that has completely missed the board. You know, I think those hands are all
280,000.
going to fold.
Raise from Doug.
So I think Steven definitely had to go for the value.
Over to Ryan.
He took the safer play, so to speak, but I think the value he missed was too much. And you got to take those chances if you want to win the tournament.
Ryan lets it go. Over to Colin. Colin will fold. JR does as well. Over to Steve in the big blind. Steve will let it go. And action is on Adam, who makes the call. We'll have heads up action here at 280,000 apiece.
Wow, 280. That was a
Jason,
big
let's see you
raise.
flop. Flop is ace of spades, 7 of clubs, 7 of hearts. Adam checks over to Doug, who checks behind.
So I believe Doug
Let's see a
opened
turn.
for a raise here. I mean, I guess Adam must have opened for a raise, and Doug called
Turn
him.
is the 5 of spades.
Ace 7
Adam
7.
will check again.
Adam checks. Doug immediately looks down at his chips. Usually that's a sign
Doug
of
fires a
strength,
bet of 400,000.
but it's all in.
And Adam has announced all in. 1,020,000 chips.
Well, I don't think Doug is bluffing here at all. I think Doug has something that he thinks is the best hand when he bet the turn. And so for Adam to be shoving in here. Either Adam disagrees with that assessment. He doesn't think that Doug is strong at all.
Action back to Doug.
Or Adam has a big hand himself. I mean, I wouldn't be raising here to try to get him to fold, you know, a weak ace or anything like that. I think if he has an ace, he's never going to fold. He does bet 400 and you're all in for $1,020,000. I mean, he's getting too good of a price to call. So you really can't do this as a bluff. The only way you can be bluffing here is if you think your opponent is weak also. Like, in other words, if you had 9 high, you're trying to bluff your opponent off of jack high. So then, yes, technically you're bluffing. Looks like Doug must have folded,
And
but
Doug
he showed
will
his
make the
hand.
fold, shows jacks.
Shows pocket jacks, but Adam did have the
And
ace.
Adam
So
lets him know that he did, in fact, flop an ace. Adam's going to take this pot.
well, you know, you can argue both sides of Adam's shove there. I mean, you would say to yourself, like, I've only got $1 million. He just bet 400,000. Especially if you, I don't think he's bluffing. If that's your attitude, then it's like, yeah, I don't think he can fold, so let's raise now. Because maybe on the river card, he will fold. And for example, with jacks, maybe he calls you there because it's 600,000 more.
gonna be
But if the
15
river
more
is a
minutes left in
king
this
and now
level.
you bet your 600,000, now he might
Steve has our
fold.
small blind of 40. Adam, our
And
big
if
blind
you
of
check to
80,000.
him, he's not
And
going to
Keith
bet
will be
his
first
jacks
act.
again. And Adam didn't show his kicker. We don't know how good the
Keith
kicker
lets it
with
go.
his ace was.
Doug folds as well over to Ryan.
Probably the big mistake in this hand, though, was the pre-flop decision. Adam raises 280 with $1 million behind, and Doug just calls with pocket jacks, a hand that is the best hand probably 80 or 90% of the time at that point.
Ryan raises it
He
up,
shouldn't have done that.
220,000.
Like, we saw the
Colin
ace.
lets it go.
Let's pretend that
Jara folds
that
the button
Adam
over to
had
Stephen the
ace
small.
queen. Well, if the flop comes king high, you might eventually fold your jacks,
Steve folds over to Adam.
and now you've folded the best hand. In other words, the fact that an ace, king, or queen hits the flop doesn't mean that that card hit Adam.
Adam will re-raise.
And it might come ace, king, and then Adam does a c-bet with pocket tens, and now you throw
Up
away
to
jacks, and you're a
680,000.
huge favorite.
Action
so
back to Ryan.
you put yourself in too many tough spots where you have to make hard decisions and you can get them wrong. So when you are in a spot like that pre-flop where you know, I almost certainly have the best hand right now. And it's not like you're super deep. Early in the tournament, you might call with pocket jacks, but it's not because you're
And Ryan
afraid
lets
you're
it go.
beat. It's because you're trying to
Adam's
trick
re-raise
your
will earn
opponent.
This pot shows ace king.
You know, you're trying to make it so you can win.
Let's
You
give
know,
Adam a round of applause.
like it's the first
Little
level of this
two-hand
tournament. Blinds are 50 and 100. Opponent raises to 250 or 300.
Let's also give a round
Maybe
of applause to
sometimes
Richard
you
Monroe
just
over here in the
call
Navy hat, our
with
fall
pocket
winner of this
jacks.
event.
Because now if you flop a jack, your opponent is unlikely to give you credit for 3 jacks. He certainly knows you might have hit something else. You know, if the flop is king, jack, 4, you might have a set of 4s. Certainly those are, you know, he wouldn't be surprised that you only called instead of re-raising with 4s.
Action will be on Doug
But he's
here
probably
under the
not
gun.
putting you on pocket jacks. So you might be
He
able
lets
to
it
now
go.
extract a lot more value. So maybe instead of winning a couple thousand chips off of this opponent after the flop, maybe you can win 10, 20, or double up for the whole
Action on Ryan.
30,000 chips that's in your starting
He'll
stack.
raise to 220,000.
But here, the open
Colin will
raise
fold over to JR.
is 20% of the guy's chips. And you probably have the best hand. So in that spot, you really just need to re-raise. And if it turns out that Adam had a big ace, like ace, king, ace, queen, and he was never going to fold,
JR makes the
well,
call.
then it's just gonna be
220,000.
unlucky
Steve
that
on
you
the button
lost the
lets it
flip.
go.
but overall, that's how you're going to average the biggest win,
Both blinds
is by
release.
re-raising pocket jacks in that spot.
And we'll be heads up here. Let's see the flop. Flop is 3 of hearts, queen of spades, king of clubs.
Well, king,
Action will
queen
be on Ryan.
puts a board out there, even though the 3 is obviously appears irrelevant. The king, queen is
Ryan
a very
checks over
action
to JR.
flop. Either player could have a king or a queen. Either player could have some kind of straight draw right now.
JR fires 350,000. Action back to Ryan.
Ryan does not look like he's going up. He's raising. Looks like $1 million
Ryan
total.
will check raise here to 1 million chips.
And that's basically, that's a pot committing raise. In fact, that might be enough to cover James.
Action back to JR now.
No, not quite. But, I mean, basically that's enough to almost put James all in. No, I mean, that is enough, actually, I think. And it looks like he has a couple 100,000 in green, a couple 100,000 in black.
And JR announces good bet and lets his hand go.
100,000
Ryan will take
in
the
red.
spot.
So 670,000 more was probably enough to put him all in. And again, that's the reason to maybe make your C-bet a little smaller. You know, if he'd bet 300 instead of 350, he'd have 50,000 more in his stack right now. So instead of 500, he'd have 550 left, 10% more. You know, bet sizing is a big, big part of the game. And it's actually really surprising. I mean, I'm sitting here doing commentary. I do not know anyone's hole cards. And yet there are many times that because of like the bet sizing
10
and
minutes
stuff
left
like
at the
that,
40, 80,000 level.
or I can just say that like that player made
Doug
a good
has
play
our
or a
big blind
bad
this
play.
hand.
And I don't even
Ryan
have
will
to know
fold
their
up the
cards.
gun over to Colin.
It's like, in other words, the cards you're holding are nowhere near
Colin will
the
raise
biggest factor
230,000
in the
chips.
decision. They
JR
are a
folds to
huge
Steve.
component of what you should do, when you should do it, how you should do it, and all that when you play poker. But stack sizes, position, the texture of the board,
Steve folds.
all of those
Adam releases
things
his button.
are also just huge,
Keith folds
huge
his small
factors.
blind.
So, I mean,
Over
the
to
two
Doug in the
cards you're
big.
holding may be the biggest factor, but when you add it all up, the cards you're holding might only be like 25, 30% of the process when you're making a decision. And that is like the biggest difference between the amateur players and the professionals. As the professionals have a much better understanding of all of these
And
issues
Doug will let it go. Colin will win the
that
spot.
are part of the process beyond the cards you're holding. The real amateur players, you know, the guys that just play for fun, you know, they've never been serious students of the game at all. They tend to just play their cards, you know. So I will see some of the funniest things sometimes. You know, that guy who just plays in a home game with his buddies once a month. And, you know, the board is something like king, king, king,
Keith on the button
jack,
here.
9.
Doug and Ryan in the blinds.
And
Action will be
they're
on
calling
Colin.
a big raise on the river or a big bet on the river with like pocket fours. And you're, you know, and when they lose, they're like, well, I had kings full. I
Colin
couldn't
releases
fold.
over to JR, who does the
And
same.
it's like, well, you did have kings full, but if anyone else had a 9, they beat you. If they had a jack, they beat you. If they had a king, they beat you.
Steve folds.
Or if they had a bigger
Adam will
pocket
put in a
pair,
raise,
they beat you.
250,000 to go.
So if
He
your
folds his
opponent's
button.
betting on that river, I mean, what, do you think he's betting because he just made a straight and he's holding queen 10 when there's 3 kings on the board? You know, in other words, it's not just the fact that you have kings full.
Doug
It's
folds his big blind.
what do
Excuse
you
me,
have
small
compared
blind.
to what your opponent
Over
is
Ryan in the
likely to
big.
have. And, you know, so if you just look at your cards in your hand, you're going to make a lot of bad plays. You've got to look at all those other factors because they are, you know, 70, 75% of the process of making the best decision. And we got Ryan in the tank here a little bit. I better look on Twitter, see if anyone's been tweeting me questions. Feel free to do that. Well, we do have a question here. Someone's asking me if I'm going to make it to the next HPT stop. 2 weeks. It's going to be at the
After
River
some
City
pondering,
Casino
Ryan
in St.
will
Louis.
let it go. Adam wins his pot.
The answer is I don't know. I have not yet decided my travel plans. I actually need to figure that out later today or tomorrow. And so won't know while we're on this broadcast, but you know, I went to high school at Parkway South in St. Louis and like St. Louis, you know, love the St. Louis style pizza. So hopefully I can be there.
Doug now has the button.
If you have questions
Ryan
for
and
me,
Colin
feel
the
free to go on
blinds.
Twitter and
JR will be
tweet at
first
me.
act.
My Twitter handle is Fossilman, so just send a tweet where you put @Fossilman in your tweet, and it will come up on my
JR folds,
@mentions
as does Steve.
list, and I will read it at some point, and maybe I'll be able to answer. Looking at the other
Adam
stuff
decides to let
here,
it go.
looks like
But
my
Keith
good
will raise
friend
it up,
and local here from
220,000.
Colorado. I don't know why he's not here. Chris
Doug folds
Triba.
his button.
Looks like he's 7-handed in the
Ryan
big
in the
tournament at
small blind.
Foxwoods right now, and looks like he's tied for the chip lead with 7 players left. So good luck to Chris. He's a really nice guy. Everyone likes him.
Decides to let it go, and Colin will fold his big. Keith's going to win the blinds and antes.
Keith's going to raise pre-flop and take it down. No surprise. Like I said, the only surprise is actually I thought he would be much more active. So, again, either my assessment of him has been a mistake and he's not as loose and aggressive as I thought, or he has consciously decided to change tactics a little bit for this final table.
Colin and JR on the blinds. Ryan has the button. Steve will be first to act. Steve lets it go. Adam does also.
Keith is going to come in for a raise.
Keith Love will make a raise, 220,000.
220. Yeah, so that's
Doug
what he was
folds
doing
over to
before. I mean,
Ryan.
that's almost 3 times the big blind. And you just don't need to make it that big. If you
Ryan
make it,
folds.
160, 170, 180, you are probably going to get everyone to
Colin
fold
folds is small, and JR will
with equal
relinquish his
frequency.
big.
In other
Keith wins
words,
the pot.
he took this hand down pre-flop. No one called. Let's say that we thought that was going to happen 50% of the time for his raise of 220. And I don't know how often it would have happened, but let's just say that was our guess, that we think 50% of the time it would work and everyone would fold right now. Well, if he'd made it 180, I bet they would all fold 48% of the time or 47% of the time, something like that. So
5.5 minutes to go in this level.
at the end of the day, you get some of those situations where,
Blind still
like let's say James
48,000.
shoves all in
Steve
and
leading
Keith
has
doesn't
the
have a
big
good enough
blind.
hand and he has to fold.
Adam will be first to
He
act.
saved 40,000 chips.
He lets it go over to Keith.
And if that happens
Folds as well.
5 or 10 times all day long, now we're talking several 100,000 chips that he's saved. And that's going to make a big difference in your chances of winning the tournament or at least finishing in a higher position.
Doug
And
will
the same
bump it
thing
up
with
to
the C bets.
5,000
If your
chips to go.
continuation bet is no bigger than it needs to be, then the times that it
Ryan and
backfires,
Colin fold.
you won't lose as many chips. Uh-oh, James is doing a little acting now. Well, I think it's folded to him in the small blind. Or no, I'm sorry. Keith's come in for another raise, hasn't he?
Action on
James.
JR.
I'm sorry, not Keith, Doug. Doug looks like he's come in. Now James is talking to him. And James is a pretty good reader. I mean, he seems to be pretty good at reading players.
JR announces all in.
He announces all in. Steven's in the big blind looking at his cards.
Action on Steve in the big blind. We'll let it go.
He folds. And
Back to Doug now. Decide if he wants to call the all in.
so James did a little talking there. And that's where you can do a little something. Especially like, what if he does this talking before he's looked at his cards? Now he's not giving off a tell because he doesn't know if he's weak or strong, but he can do a little talking to Doug, and maybe Doug will give him something, and he'll learn if...
JR turns over pocket kings, king of spades, king of hearts. Doug has ace-9, ace of spades, 9 of diamonds.
Oh, this is pretty
he's lucky
automatic.
to have an overcard here.
7-handed
We'll have
game,
about a
Doug has an
30%
ace.
chance of winning this pot.
With
Even
a
though
not
JR
horrible
is in the lead,
kicker.
we'll have to
I
dodge
like
an ace
his
to stay
opening
alive.
raise.
Jason,
Obviously,
let's see the
kings,
flop.
you're never going to fold, and given his stack size, he has to re-raise all in. And then Doug's pot committed, and I really don't
Flop
think he
is
can
deuce
fold
of
here no matter
spades,
what.
5 of hearts, 7
But,
of diamonds.
when James was talking to Doug, I mean, he is
Doug
trying
will
to
need
induce a tell.
an
He's trying to
ace,
figure
running
some things
nines, or
out.
running
Or
straight
in this
cards
case,
in order to win
he's
this
trying to
pot.
say things
Otherwise,
that he
JR will double up and
hopes
stay
will
alive.
convince
Let's see the
Doug
turn.
to not fold, because he didn't want Doug to fold.
Turn
And
is
that
the
locks
king
it
of
up.
diamonds, and that will
3
wrap it up.
kings, the hand's
JR's
over.
going to win this hand and double up.
James had gotten really
Let's
short,
see
but
the
now
river.
he's going to win.
And
He
the
needed
ace.
it. He needed
Would've
that
been
king on
scary
the
last
turn.
card, but no longer is for JR, who's going to double up here and stay alive.
But that was pretty automatic. I mean, it's not like Doug was supposed to do anything differently, even though he just lost whatever that was, 400,000 or 500,000 chips. Sometimes that's just the way it is. That even if you were sure James is never bluffing, once you've made the first raise and now he's going all in and it's only like double, triple your bet. So if Doug had made it 200 and then
JR
James goes
now
all in
over
for
800,000 chips.
450, let's say, it's like you just can't fold. I mean, even if you made the
Just a
first
few
raise with
minutes here
something
remaining in
really
this
silly,
level.
like the old
Turn
deuce
that
7,
card up.
it's like you're getting over 3-1 on the call. You just can't fold. I mean, if you know he has 2 kings, now you're more than a 3-1 underdog. But
Adam
if
in
he
the
has
big
ace
blind.
king, you're not a 3-1 underdog. You're only like a
Keith
2-1
will make a raise under
underdog.
the gun, 220,000.
So against the range of hands, and that's the thing. You got to figure out the range of hands your opponent is holding.
Doug will make the call.
Frequently, when you're in
Over
a
to
live
Ryan.
game, someone will be like, "Oh, I put him on ace king," or "I put him on, pair of jacks." You'll hear people say that.
Ryan and Colin fold.
And it's fine,
JR lets
say
his
whatever you
button go
want.
over to Steve in
But
the
in
small
your
blind.
mind, you should never have your opponent on exactly one hand. because, I mean, come on. Realistically,
folds,
what are
will
the
be on
chances
Adam in
that
the
there's
big.
only the one exact hand he's holding and nothing else is possible, especially when we're only talking pre-flop or something. So you always have to consider all the possible things that your opponent might be holding. And some of them are so
Adam
unlikely
decides
that
to
you
let
can
it go.
just
We're gonna have
ignore them.
heads-up action here
And there's what I call the 10% bullshit factor.
between Keith and Doug. Let's see a
And
flop.
by that I mean, even if I got an opponent who's just known to be really tight
Six
and
of spades is the
solid,
burn card.
I always assume there's at least a
And on the
10%
flop, we
chance
see
that
six
he's,
of diamonds,
you
10
know,
of
that he's
diamonds,
BSing
7
me
of
right
hearts.
now, and he has
Action on
nothing
Keith.
at all like what he's supposed to have. Very seldom have I met a player where my BS factor isn't at least 10%. Even the most tight,
Keith will
solid guy,
bet 350,000.
especially in today's
Action
poker
on
world.
Doug.
But aside from that, you know, the possibility that there's just some really freaky random hand that you never think they'll turn over, you really can't ever put them on one hand. You know, so even if you're looking at a flop like this, 6, 7, 10 with 2 diamonds,
And Doug lets it go.
and your
Keith's gonna
opponent's
take
being
this
very,
down.
very aggressive, even if he's a super tight player, that doesn't mean he has 8, 9 for the nuts. I mean, why can't he have something like 4, 5 of diamonds where he has a straight draw and a flush draw? Why can't he have ace, king of diamonds where he
30
has a flush
seconds
draw
left in
and
this level. This will be
overcards?
the last hand.
You know, why can't he
taking a
have
10-minute
aces
break
with the
after
ace
this?
of diamonds?
It'll be a firm 10 minutes,
In
so
other
you guys
words,
can hustle up. We will start
all of
dealing
those
10 minutes
things
after we
have got to be
after we take that
possible to
break.
some extent. And you're not even putting him on a bad hand. You know, you're not saying that I think he's just trying to bluff me with something that's not very good at all. So put your opponent on a range of hands, and then you can
Action will be on
decide
Doug under the gun here.
what's the best way to proceed given all of these,
He lets it go
you
over
know,
Ryan.
half dozen, 2 dozen possible hands that I think my opponent might reasonably be holding,
Ryan passes.
given what I know about him and his styles and tendencies. We will be
Colin
going on
makes
a
it
10-minute break very
230,000 to
soon.
JR folds over to Steve.
So you will also get a break because we will maintain the
Steve
delay
folds.
of this broadcast.
Adam will make the.
I mean, unlike some broadcasts, this isn't like, you know, like when they play the main event of the World Series and they televise it live on ESPN. They do the 30-minute delay, but they're also showing hole cards.
And Keith
So
will
that
come along
delay
for the
is
big blind. We're gonna have
absolutely
three-way
critical
action here to the flop.
because otherwise you could have someone watching the live broadcast know
Let's see a
what
flop.
one of the players is holding, and he could somehow be communicating it to the opponent who's sitting at the table.
Flop is 6
That's
of
completely
diamonds, 10 of
impossible
diamonds,
here
Jack of spades.
because I do
Adam
not
and
have
Keith
any
check.
access to the hole
Over to
cards.
Colin.
That's just going into the production staff room, and they're in a different part of the casino, so I don't get that information. And so the only advantage a player would have, you know, like let's say you're one of these players and you have a friend listening to the broadcast. The only
Colin puts
advantage
out a
you could
bet,
be getting is if you think there's
455,000.
value enough in my coaching
Action over to
that,
Adam.
you know, oh, Greg's opinion is that that guy bluffed on that hand, or that, you know, that you know, so-and-so had the nuts on that given hand. You know, so that would be
So that bet was
the only use
440,000.
of this broadcast to a player at the table is he could
And Adam has check
have
raised
someone
here.
listening to it and feeding him
1.2
that information.
million.
But since I don't see the hole cards, it'd be no different than if I was on
Keith
the
lays it
rail
down.
watching the
Action will be
tournament
back to Colin.
and a player was paying me to coach him. So I could be watching on the rail,
Colin
forming
moves
my
all in, Adam
opinion.
quickly calls.
Colin shoved,
We
Adam
see Jack
called.
10 here for Colin for top 2 pair.
Colin
And
has
Ace 5 of
top
diamonds
2
for
pair.
Adam. For
Adam
nut
has the flush draw, but his overcard isn't really live because just hitting an ace
Adam's
and an
going
ace
to
only
need
isn't enough.
A diamond.
So
or
he
running
needs,
2 pair, but does not include a jack or a 10.
well, he
order
needs
to win
to
this
hit a
pot.
diamond, but the jack of diamonds would give a full house to Collins. So he only
Let's
has
see the
8
turn.
outs twice, so he's a 2-1 underdog and then some. But he is hit.
Turn is a 9 of diamonds.
He's made the nut flush, but
Giving
if the
Adam a
river
big
is a
lead.
jack or a 10, then
Colin's
he's
gonna
still
need
going
a
to
jack or a
win.
10 here.
So he's got a
Only
4-outer,
got 16% to win at this point.
any jack
But
or
a full
10.
house will give him the victory and eliminate Adam. Let's see the river.
And it doesn't come.
Deuce of clubs on the river.
So Colin was like probably better than a
And
2-1
Adam will win a big
favorite,
pot with the
but
ace-high flush.
Adam wins, and we're going to go on the 10-minute break. Hopefully, when we get back, I will give you all the updated chip counts for everyone. That may not leave Colin in the lead
Guys, we're
anymore.
gonna start dealing again
He
here
might
at
have lost enough
425
chips
sharp.
that Keith is back in the lead, but certainly it has evened things
All
up
the
a
players
lot.
go ahead and take a
Whoever's our
break. We'll
chip
be back
leader.
at 425 for cards in the air.
So 10 more minutes, and we'll be back, everyone. I'm Greg Raymer, and we are at the Golden Gates Casino, giving you the Heartland Poker Tour final table here in February 2014. Enjoy your break.
on with a 10,000 chip ante. Go ahead, shuffle up and deal.
Right, welcome back, everyone. This is Greg Fosselman Raymer
Guys,
with
let's get a
you
round of applause for our
on the
final
live
7
stream
players
here for the
It's over 700
HPT
entries in this
Poker
tournament. We're down to the final
final
7.
table.
That's just 1% of the field remaining. You guys are the top 1%.
Had a big hand right before
No
the
one
break
likes
there, where Colin York
At least not the media.
got it all in with top 2 pair against Adam Hudson's nut
Folds
flush
from Ryan and
draw.
Colin, and JR announces all in.
And Colin was a good 2-to-1 favorite to win that pot, and he would have had a huge chip lead if it
Action
weren't
over
for the
to
fact
Steve,
that Adam hit a
who will
diamond
fold.
and won the pot.
Adam folds his button.
We'll get the chip counts in a second
Keith
here.
lets his small blind
James
go,
is
and action
open
will be on Doug in
shoved.
the big.
He
He
has
lets
about
it go,
8 big
and JR will win this
blinds.
pot.
And that's a good pickup. I mean, he just grew his stack 25%. Blinds are 50 and 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. So there's 220,000 chips in
Coming
the
back
pot
from
before
break,
the cards
we
are
had
dealt.
Colin with just under 3 million chips. JR with 800,000. Steve with 1.9 million.
I'm not sure if you can
Adam,
hear
just
Dan
over
O'Brien.
5
He's
million.
announcing chip counts. I'll repeat
Keith,
them in
just
case
about
you're
5.5
not getting a
million.
feed from him.
Doug 2.25 million. And Ryan just shy of 3 million chips.
So basically, that entire hour and a half broke even for Colin. He had about 2.9 million to start the day and still has about 2.9 million.
Action will be on
James
Colin
Richards
here,
also
first act.
basically broke even. He started at 875. He has
lets it
about
go.
800, but he just won 220, so he's up to $1 million. Stephen Levy dropped a good bit. He went from 2.5 million to
JR
start the day.
contemplates
Now he
and
has
folds
about
over to
1.8
Steve.
million. Adam Hudson has made a move
Steve and
up
Adam both fold.
with that
Action on
hit
Keith
as a
on the
2-to-1
bottom.
underdog. It was a 5.2 million chip pot that he won with that 9 of diamonds on the turn. And that puts him still in second place. He was in second place to start the day.
Keith
It
will
basically
raise.
dumped off a lot
270,000.
of chips and then put it in slightly bad and got
Doug
lucky.
lets it go.
Keith
to our
Love's
big
still the
blind.
chip leader with 5.5 million, so he's moved up. Moving up very slightly, Doug Milner now at 2.2 million. And Ryan White has dropped off. He started with 3.5, now from the break back with 2.9 million. So we've knocked out the 2 players, Dan Highmiller and Max Crisp. We're 8th and 9th, respectively. Our chip leaders,
And
1 and
Ryan will let
2,
his big
are
blind
still
go.
number 1 and
He's
number
gonna take
2,
this pot.
having grown their stack a bit.
And let's see those cards, Daniel.
Looks like we had a
Keith, the gentleman that he is, shows ace 10.
Keith opened ace 10 and won the blinds and antes. But, I mean, imagine if that had not happened. If that 9 of diamonds hadn't come, or if the board had paired to give Colin the full house, he would have had over 8 million chips. He would have had 20% of all the chips in play seven-handed. Or not more. I mean, he would have had like close to 40% of the chips in play seven-handed. No, I'm doing my math wrong. He would have. There's 21 million
Black
chips in
dealer
play.
this
He would have
hand.
had
Ryan and Colin
8
in the
million of
blinds.
them. So
Action on JR.
yeah, 40% of the chips. I guess like Bill Chen, my buddy Bill Chen says math is hard. So he would have had like 40% of the chips
JR folds.
and potentially 40% of the skill, since I'm still of the opinion that he's the best player at this table. I mean, we don't have any bad players at this table, but you know, there's a big difference between being a decent
Steve
part-time
raises up to
player
225,000.
and being
Adam
a
folds.
full-time pro who's at the top of the game. So we will see how it plays out, though. I mean, that's the thing,
Keith
though.
makes the
I mean,
call.
at this point in the tournament, 7 players left.
Doug
the
lets
blinds
it go
are big.
over to Ryan in the small blind.
You know, if you talk about someone who is a part-time pro, like what I was before I won the main event, I was a full-time attorney as well as
Ryan
a
announces
serious
all in.
part-time poker player.
Action on Colin on the big, who lets it go.
And I was a winning player.
to
I had
Steve.
always won money every year playing poker. But
Steve will fold, and Keith folds.
So Steve open
Ryan's going to
raised.
pick up this pot.
I think, and Keith called, and then Ryan shoved, which is probably debatable. That might have been a little too much to shove, but he takes it down. It was close. I mean, shoving isn't a mistake, but if you're going to shove there because you had something not so great, like let's say you had pocket nines, and you're like, well, I probably have the best hand, but I really don't want to call and see a flop, and I don't want to re-raise here. You know, I have 2.9 million to start
Steve
the
Levy
hand.
out of
If
Boston,
I re-raise, I'm going to
Massachusetts,
make
will
it
be
like
first
6,
act
7,
here.
800,000. But now what do I do when I miss the flop? You know, so you could feel like if I have something like a middle pair, ace queen, Maybe I want to just shove in and not have to make a
folds,
tough
as does
decision.
Adam.
But the problem is that if you only do it with those good but not great hands, so if you never shove there with 2 aces and 2 kings and 2
Keith
queens,
comes in for a raise.
then
270,000
you're
chips to
developing
go.
a pattern
On
that
to
eventually
Doug,
your
who
opponents
folds.
might pick up on. So that's fine, actually, though. You're here at this final table. If I'm Ryan at this final table, I probably haven't played that much with these guys, and I'm probably not going to play that much with them in the future. Which means if I have a pattern that would take them, a good while to figure out, they're not going to figure it out today. They're not going to see that situation come up often enough that
Ryan
they will
and Colin
figure out my
fold,
pattern.
as does JR. Keith's going to win this pot.
So it's perfectly fine to maybe take that more optimal line, that short-term optimal line, even though it creates a pattern that your opponents are going to take advantage of later. Because when you're a tournament player like this and you travel around and stuff, you're just not going to play with the same people often enough for them to pick up on the pattern. However, when it comes to some other things, like how big is your opening raise? So if you're someone who, maybe you do a min raise to 2 times the big blind when you've got a strong hand, and then you raise 3 times the big
Colin
blind
York
with
does
your
dealer
medium
this hand.
hands, and you raise 4 times
Action
the big
on Adam
blind
under the gun.
when you have a relatively weak hand because you really, really want them to fold, well, you're going to be raising pre-flop often enough that we're going to pick up on that pattern
Adam
in the
calls under the
matter
gun.
of an hour or
Keith
2.
folds.
And so we
Doug
will be able to
folds.
take advantage of it today.
Ryan will fold over to Colin.
But a scenario like that,
Colin folds. JR announces all in.
JR's all in for what should be a little under $1 million. And
From the small blind, Steve folds his
that's
big.
about 10 big blinds. So
and
that's
Adam has requested a count.
the correct way to play. If he's going to play there, he should just shove. He shouldn't call. He shouldn't raise 2 or 3x. He should just shove when he only has about 10 big blinds, 9 or 10 big blinds, something like that. So we're getting a count. 7, 800, and 900,000, give or take. So Adam wants a count, and he needs to have a real hand here. I mean, that's the thing. If you fold, and waiting for a really strong hand, it could be by the time you shove all in, even though you now have, ace queen or pocket jacks or even better. If you're only shoving for 200,000 or 300,000, your
have a call
opponent
here
really
from
can't
Adam.
fold. And so now you have to race, and
It's going to be
he
ace
may
of
have a good
spades,
chance of
jack of
sucking out.
spades for JR.
So it's ace jack for James, and that's a perfect
Adam
shove.
shows 2 red queens.
I don't know
queen of
what was
hearts,
Adam
queen of
thinking about.
diamonds.
Why didn't he even need a count? I mean, unless you thought your
Adam's
opponent
gonna be
had
around
3
a
million or some
70%
ridiculous
favorite here.
number.
JR's
Kind of
gonna
almost
need
a
little luck
nit
to stay
roll.
alive. Let's see the flop.
I mean, how can you fold queens in that spot? The guy's short stacked on the button going all in.
Flop is 6 of hearts, king of diamonds.
I thought that was
jack
king
of
queen
clubs.
until I saw the close up on the camera because I couldn't imagine
JR's
how he
gonna
was
need an ace or a
thinking
jack here to stay
with
alive.
two
Or running
queens.
straight.
But he's
Let's see
now a
the
big
turn.
favorite. He's a 70-30 favorite to win.
Turn is a 9 of hearts. No
Doesn't
help
change
to JR.
anything. So
Just an ace or a jack now.
ace or
JR's
jack,
gonna
or
be
James is going to be
7th place
knocked
finisher.
out in 7th.
Daniel, let's see the river.
Kind of unfortunate. I mean, ace jack is going to be the
River's
best
the
hand
ace of
most of the
hearts.
time. So now I
JR's
actually
gonna stick
refer to these
around.
hands as 50-50s because if we turn things around, if we give the
Let's go
queens
verify
to
that shit count.
James and we give the ace jack to Adam, and I think James is still going to shove, and I think Adams is still going to call. And
Huge river here for
you
JR.
know, and even more so
Very
like when you
unlucky
see
for
these
Adam.
scenarios like where it's aces versus kings, and the stacks aren't super deep. I mean, if you and I are playing and we have 500 big blinds, I might be able to get away from pocket kings. I might not get all of my chips in the middle. But when we have 10 big blinds or even 20 or 30 or 40 or 50, I'm not going to ever get away from kings, and presumably neither are you. Which means when I get into one of those hands, whether I have the aces or the kings,
What do
and
we
whether
have it
the
at?
aces hold up or the kings get lucky, I still refer to those as 50-50s. Because if somehow the cards had been switched, if someone had given me the aces instead of the kings, or they'd given you the aces instead of the kings, all the money still would have gone in. And therefore, like if I have aces in that scenario and I lose, I don't think of it as like, oh, I was super unlucky. I was a 4-1 favorite and I lost. I just like, well, it was really a coin flip.
That
Because if
all-in
I'd
was
been
for
dealt kings, I still would have put all the
920,000?
money in. If I'd been dealt aces, all the money would have been in. Doesn't matter. So that's why I refer to those as coin flips. Just saw a little thing on my phone. I have to check in online. I have my flight home tomorrow on Southwest, and so you want to check in 24 hours in advance to get a better seat.
And JR with a very fortunate river is
I'm
going to have around 2
here on my
million chips
laptop
here.
so that if I want to do like research or like when I was doing the poker stove simulation before, stuff like that, you know, want that here to do it. And I'm on the internet, so I'm going to sign in here to the website and do that. So James gets a nice double up there, and obviously he was lucky to win. He only had about a 30% chance, but still it was a scenario where he was supposed to shove, and Adam was supposed to call, and
Our all-in winner, JR,
that's
is
just the
going to
way
have
it
the button in
goes.
his hand. Steve leaving in the small blind. Adam in the big blind
But
at
that'll give him
100,000.
like 2 million chips now.
Keith's going to fold under the gun.
So now he has some room. He has
Doug's
20
gonna fold right behind
blinds.
him over
You
to
know, he
Ryan.
could like play a hand, see a flop, you know, even do something like raise
Ryan lets it
pre-flop,
go.
bet the
On to
flop, and
Colin.
then just fold and get away from it if he has to. You know, and he could do that even a couple of times before he's down to a point where he has to just shove or fold pre-flop. The cutoff for that is usually like anywhere from like 8 to 12 big blinds, and good players disagree. Some good players will start shoving at 15 big blinds. Some won't start until they're down to like 8 or below.
Colin's going to
And,
raise it up.
I'm not sure that there's a real clear
250,000 to go.
definitive answer as to what's the
JR
right
folds
number.
On to Steve in the small blind. He
But
lets it go.
certainly they all agree that when you hit some point that you cannot play the hand without just
Action
shoving
on
all
Adam in the
in.
big blind, and he will defend.
The exceptions, like
Going to have
if you
heads
get
up
to 10
action
big
here
blinds or
between Adam and
less,
Colin.
I think there are very, very few exceptions
Let's see the flop.
where you might do something other than shove or fold. Like if, you know, multiple people limp and you're in the small blind, it might be fine to
Flop
just
is 6
call
of clubs, queen of clubs,
that one
king
half
of
of a
hearts.
blind and see a
Adam
flop.
checks over to Colin.
So that might be an exception. If several people limp and you limp on the button, that might be an exception.
Colin bets 275,000.
But even then, it would probably, in many cases, have been better if you had
Action over to
shoved.
Adam, and he makes the call. We'll go to a turn. Turn is the king of diamonds.
So we had a
Adam checks.
check, bet, call there. Adam checked the flop. Colin bet. Adam called. Well, given how much he fooled me on that earlier hand when he had aces against Dan, I don't know what Colin has now. I mean, his body language would normally say to me, I'm concerned. Like, that king bothers me. You know, and you could imagine he could have even had as big a hand as, like, pocket aces. And so even with the flop coming king-queen, he knows he's still probably ahead. But now, man, that top, you called me and the top card paired. I'm concerned.
Colin will make a bet.
Now he finally makes the bet.
575,000.
But he fooled me so much on that other hand, it makes me think he could be sitting here right now with the nuts. Like he could have
Adam
king,
calls.
queen, and, you know. So he's looking more
We're gonna have a big
concerned.
pot
He
here,
looks
headed to the
away
river.
from Adam, like kind of the sigh, what's going
Let's see
on.
it.
And I really have no idea where he's
River
at.
is the king of clubs.
Now, it's hard to put him on a king.
Action on
Adam's
Adam.
coming out with a bet when the king hits.
And
Looks
he
like a
will lead.
million,
Looks like a million chip bet.
you know, and
1 million to Colin. He makes the call.
Colin calls,
Turns over
Adam
queens.
says good
for
call.
Kings full of queens.
and it's pocket queens. That's actually the worst river card in the
And that will be
world
good enough to win.
for Colin, but he just won a huge pot. He just won a couple million chips off of Adam, so he got a little revenge for that other pot. He lost 2.5 million chips to him when the flush came in, and he just won almost 2 million of those chips back.
Big
So
pot here for Colin.
Colin will be over 5 million now, and he'll be in second place, and Adam will be down kind of
Adam
in the middle
showed
of
a
the
missed
pack.
straight draw.
But it's hard to
Colin's
bluff
full house on the
quads.
turn means that Adam was
I mean,
fortunate to miss it on the
obviously, Adam could have a king, but if he had a king in his hand, you wouldn't think he would just like check call that turn bet. You know, you'd think he would do more because that's a scary board. You know, let's say you had something like king 10. Well, what does he do? You know, like when the jack or the ace hits, like that could have just given your opponent a straight, or it could give him a bigger hand. You might have made a full
With
house or
that win,
something to
Colin
beat
moves
your
into
trip.
second
So,
chip position here, right behind Keith Love.
I mean, if I had a king in my hand, I would have either bet that turn in Adam's spot, or more
We'll have
likely I
Keith
would
in
have
our
check
big blind.
raised
And
the
action
turn.
on Doug.
So when he bets the river, it's just really hard to put him on a king. He certainly could have one, but it seems a lot more likely that he's bluffing, which is he was bluffing. He had a straight
Doug
draw.
lets it
He
go
had
under the gun.
nothing.
On to Ryan.
But that's still a scary card for Colin, because even if your opponent has a king, like ace king even, you're just like, well, I got queens full. So if all the money goes in on the turn, I'm a huge
Ryan's going to
favorite.
raise it up, 250,000.
But when the
Colin
king comes,
folds.
you're like, well, if any card was going to beat me, that's the
Action
card.
on JR.
Yeah, in fact, if he had the best hand on the turn, the king or potentially an ace, if Adam had pocket aces, that's the only way he could lose, is the case ace comes to give his opponent quads, or his opponent has pocket aces and makes aces full. Other than that, every other card in the deck, if he's ahead on the turn, he's still ahead on the river. I don't think there was a straight flush draw, so I'm going to assume that that wasn't possible. That would have been the only other possibility.
Raise.
So it's a scary card, but still when you stop and look at it, and that's where you'll see some like the inexperienced players. They're just like, oh my God, I can't believe it. You know, you made your hand. You know, you must have the 4 kings, and they'll throw away the queens full.
JR has re-raised all in here.
But when you think about it, you know, more carefully, it's like, really, what are the chances this guy has a king? So we got a raise, and now James is all in. Ryan made the first raise. It's a big re-raise by James. I mean, he should have a couple million there. And obviously Ryan can't call here unless he thinks he has the best hand. You know, because when you look at Ryan's stack, he has like 3 million sitting in front of him there. And so, I mean, that's too much to risk, you know, just like, oh, I think I might have some outs, you know, let's gamble. Certainly it would be a big mistake for him to call here unless he feels it's relatively likely he has the best hand. I mean, he's not getting a great price. He's going to have to put in something like 1.7, 1.8 million, you know, to win like 2.25 million. You know, so he's getting
Ryan
5
will
to
let it
4
go,
on the call, something like
and
that.
JR's going to take this pot with his shove all in.
So, I mean, everyone's lighthearted about it. So this is what James is really good at. James, he makes it fun for everyone at the table. And, you know, I've played with James here in Blackhawk several times. You know, he's just the sweetest guy. Everyone likes him. But so that's a good lesson, though. Like if you're, you know, like an aspiring professional, or if you already are a professional, or even if you're just a serious amateur, to the extent you can. I mean, if you're just an introverted personality and you don't, you know, talk easily to people, you know, out in public or people you don't know really well, then that's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
Adam R. Button, Keith and Doug.
If you're the kind of guy that can
action on Ryan
go out and have, you know, free-flowing conversations with strangers and discuss, you know, sports or politics or whatever, you know, the issues of the day are, that's a great thing to do at the poker table. Because it makes it more like that home game. You know, like when guys get together, you know, and everyone goes to John's basement and they play the poker game, you know, on the second Wednesday of the month, every month. They're there to have fun. You know, they're cracking jokes, they're teasing each other, they're smoking cigars and drinking and whatever else that they enjoy doing at the same time. And the poker is really just an excuse to get together and socialize in that type of game. And even when you're in the casino like this, that's still the atmosphere you want. Because you want everyone at the table to just be like goofing around, having fun. Because now they're not serious, they're not studious, they're not thoughtfully thinking over their decisions. They're just saying, oh, what the heck, I have a gut shot, I'll call that bet. You know, maybe I can get there on you and then I get to tease you about it a little bit. And that's fine, you want that. You know, if it's that lighthearted, friendly teasing that friends do with each other, that's exactly what you want at the poker table. And that's how you, as the serious player, are going to make more money. Because they're going to be having fun and not necessarily trying to play their best.
He folds over to JR.
You are going to be having fun and simultaneously playing your best. And so the old school live players, they know that. They need to make the game fun. If that, like, you know, rich businessman is going to come play with them and come back over and over, that's how they get that guy to keep coming back and playing with them, even though he's losing money to those professionals. Because, you know, if he's that wealthy businessman, he can afford to lose the money that he's putting on the poker table. And it's worth it to him because he has a good time.
Doug folds a small blind.
You know, when you look at those high-stakes games in various places around the world, frequently the players like that are losing, they would actually be out more money if they did other things they like to do. Like, oh, instead of playing poker, I am flying to Colorado here in the winter to go
Flop is
skiing,
queen
and
of
I'm
hearts,
staying in
nine
an
of spades,
expensive
queen of
resort,
spades.
and da-da-da. So now they
Action on
spend
JR.
$20,000 on a weekend in Vail, where they can go to the poker room where they live in some other part of the world, and maybe they're going to lose $2,000 or $5,000 or something. You know, and that's if we're talking about the
JR
bigger
checks over
games.
to Adam, who checks
You know, the
behind.
wealthier
We'll see a
people
turn
who are
card.
playing. But even when we're talking about lower limit
Turn is a
games,
7 of clubs.
typical game
Action
in a
once again
casino
on
is
JR.
1-2 no limit hold'em. People buy in for $100 or $200. You know, the regular players who are not the pros who don't win probably average a loss of $100 per visit. But what if instead of coming to play poker once a week and losing $100, that guy like bought a motorcycle and he rode it around the countryside? Nothing wrong with
checks.
that, but it's probably going
Adam
to
will
cost him
check.
more than $100 a week
And we'll go to a
to
river.
buy that motorcycle, to pay for that motorcycle, to pay for the insurance. It might cost
River
him
is a 6 of
several
hearts.
hundred a week
JR checks.
to do that, depending upon the circumstances.
Adam checks, announces ace high.
So,
But JR shows ace
you know,
king
there's really
high.
no difference. But if that
And
guy
we'll
doesn't
take
have
down this
fun
pot.
at the poker table, then instead of him spending his $100 a week on entertainment by playing poker and losing it to the pros, he is going to do something else. And he's going to spend the same $100, but now it's not going to end up in your pocket if you're that serious winning player. So to the extent you can, if it fits within your personality, make it fun. And if you're introverted, that's fine. You don't have to try to make it fun, but make sure you're not doing anything that makes it not fun. Don't degrade the guy. Don't put him down when he makes a bad decision and sucks out on you.
Doug Milner
He's there to
acting as
have
button in
fun,
this hand.
and it's those bad decisions that are making you
Ryan and
money.
Colin in the blinds. Action will be JR under
There's
the
an
gun.
excellent old saying in poker. It's like the winning players don't win because they're so good. They win because their opponents are not very good at all. So you don't win because you're the best. You win because
JR
you play
folds
against people
over to Steve.
that are not as good as you are.
He folds, as does Adam.
So let them have fun
Keith
and
and Doug
enjoy their
quickly
entertainment.
fold. We'll have action on Ryan in the
Let's
small.
get back to the game, though. That's too much about another subject. And we'll take a check here
And
on
Ryan
Twitter.
lets it go. Colin's going to get a walk.
Oh, we got a walk for Colin. All right. Table's tightening up a little bit, maybe. Or people just all got dealt really bad hands. No. We got lots of questions now. So I guess people didn't catch it the first time. Well, I got a statement here from one person on Twitter saying Steve Levy is the best player at the table by far. And that's certainly very possible. I mean, I haven't really seen much. I've never played with Steve, and I haven't seen much of him here. I mean, presumably, if this person on Twitter is correct,
Steve Levy will be our
and Steve
under-the-gun
is the
actor
best
here.
player by far, then it's just that he's been kind of handcuffed by the cards and hasn't been able to do anything. I mean, you can't run the table
lets it
over
go.
unless they're
Adam
going to let
folds.
you run them over. And I don't think this table's going to let
our
anyone
chip
run them
leader,
over,
Keith.
which means that Steve
gonna
would
put
be
in a
playing
raise,
very
make it
correctly to just keep
270,000 to go.
folding bad hands. And
Doug folds.
so certainly I haven't seen him do anything wrong, and that's the thing. Poker is kind of like golf. You know, a lot of guys are great golfers, not because they can like hit
Action
a
on
miracle
Ryan,
shot,
button.
you know, like out of the sand, bend it around a tree, you know, and have it like land on the green and check up. You know, so the miracle shots are great when you can pull them off. But there's a lot of guys who are top pros who really aren't known for ever pulling off those miracle shots, but they just avoid mistakes. They keep the ball in play. They don't hit it out of bounds very often. They hit it in the fairway most of the time. They hit the ball in the green most of the time, stuff like that. So it's not spectacular, but it's just solid, steady, no mistakes. And that's really a lot of what poker is not making mistakes. So even if you don't pull off hero calls and you're correct most of the time, and you don't do the hero folds and you're correct most of the time, you can still be a very strong winning player just because you never do anything stupid. You never make any silly mistakes. So Steve may be the best player at the table. I'd have to see more to know.
Ryan's going to raise it up here to 440,000 chips.
So raise, re-raise.
Colin lets it go.
Or is that an open raise
JR
to
on the big
440?
blind will fold. Action will be back to Keith.
I guess Ryan opened for 440. Or is that a re-raise? I'm not sure. I think like looking for the button. I guess Ryan's the button, so I guess Keith raised, Ryan re-raised. Keith is putting together a big 4-bet.
Keith's going to put in a fourth bet here
So like 1.2
Re-raising.
million.
to 1.2 million chips total.
Now this is the kind of aggression I
Action
was
back to
used to
Ryan, who
seeing.
quickly announces all in.
Ryan quickly says, I'm all in. And so it's 1.2 million, and Ryan's all in here for like 2.5.
Decision back to Keith.
So this shouldn't be a decision. Keith should already know what he's going to do here. I mean, you just bet almost half your opponent's stack. That means that should have been an airball bluff,
And Keith will let it go. Ryan's going
because
to
he was getting almost 3-1 on that call. So his hand should be really crap for him to have made that raise and folded. I mean, his hand should be junk, like 7 high, something like that. If he had anything, even like ace 10, it's like he's still only about a 3-1 underdog, and he's getting 3-1 on the call. So that's one reason you don't put yourself in that spot. You raised, your opponent made it 440. You don't need to make it 1.2 million. And he should have decided before he made that 4-bet, what am I going to do when Ryan 5-bet shoves? Because that's obviously got to be a possibility. It's got to be some pretty decent chance that happens. And so if you know you're going to fold, you wish you would raise less. Like if you'd made it 1 million instead of 1.2, or if you'd made it 900 instead of 1.2. And now when you fold, you lose less. And of course, you don't make it, 1 million when you're going to fold and 1.2 million when you're not going to fold, because again, that might give it away to your opponent.
He will pass, and Steve gets a walk.
So his consistent 3-bet there should have been smaller.
Let's hear it for that walk.
And that's the reason. That just cost him a lot. I mean, he just lost 1.2 million chips. So
you guys just cheered for a walk. Now you have to cheer
I
for
guess
every
Colin
big
is
hand
probably
as well.
the chip leader now. And Keith is in second and something like that. But Ryan should have over 4 million chips at this point, give or take. So things are changing quickly here. Certainly we're seeing some aggression, and that's the kind of aggression I saw from Keith yesterday and last year when I was here at the Golden Gates playing, was that kind of just, raise, just
Keith
never
here on the
let
gun.
up once he gets in a hand. And he's coming in here again. Now, again, I don't know any of this for sure.
He will raise it up, 270,000
But I
to
think
go.
there could easily,
Doug
in many
folds.
players, you're going to see some tilt kind of going on here. Like, I want to win those chips back now.
Ryan will
So
fold
they
over
might
to
raise
Colin.
with anything at all that looks halfway
Colin lets it
reasonable.
go. JR on the
In
button.
other words, it's not that he would ever raise here maybe with 7 deuce or something, but if he had 7-6
JR
offsuit, he'd be
folds.
like, okay, let's raise. And if the raise doesn't win pre-flop,
Steve Levy will let his small blind go.
and Adam's not the kind of guy that likes to fold. So no
And
shot that
Adam's
he's
going to defend the
calling.
big.
So now I've seen Keith cover up before like that, and I do that myself. I
Adam
like it.
Hudson
But now
will be
he's like
first up
double
on the
covered
flop.
up with
Let's see
both
it.
hands. So he just feels very weak. He feels very vulnerable. Like I'm scared. I'm at risk.
Jack of diamonds, 7 of hearts, king of clubs on our
If
flop.
I'm at the table playing this pot, if I'm in Adam's shoes
Adam
and I'm
checks.
seeing the same thing, I am going to
Keith
trap
checks.
with my big hands. And I'm
see
surprised
the
Keith
turn.
checked. Now I really don't know where Keith's at.
Turn is a 6
That
of
makes me
hearts.
think Keith
Adam
actually hit
checks.
something big.
Keith will check.
All right, now I
Let's
think
see a
Keith
river.
is weak. Back and forth.
River's
I mean,
a
I
5
just
of
really don't
diamonds.
know. I'm very
Adam
lost in
checks.
this hand. I really don't know where Keith is at here.
Keith will put out a bet of
And now a
200,000.
small bet.
Adam quickly calls.
And he's
Keith, let's see
bluffing,
it.
he says. Keith's just like, whatever. He's announced something like
Ace jack
queen?
for Keith. Second
Oh,
pair
pair
of
of jacks.
jacks. Ace kicker will win this pot.
Well, see, now the pre-flop raise is fine. And actually, that's the thing. You just lose a big pot, especially like that, where it's kind of clear you were bluffing and you got caught. Your image is tilt. People think you're on tilt. And so when I get a big hand on the very next hand after I lose that big pot, I might be acting like I'm on tilt before the cards are even dealt, just in case I get dealt a big hand. And now that I do get dealt a big hand, I'm going to try to behave as if I were on tilt, and hopefully people will decide that, I don't have anything, and they'll play back at me, and I can win a big pot.
Under the gun
But
action.
if I were him,
Doug
I would
Miller
not have
out
checked
of
that
Salt Lake
flop,
City,
and
Utah.
especially not the turn. Checking the flop, you could argue for. You could, it's pot control. If he has a king, he's never going to fold, and I'll lose less. But when he checks again on the turn, Keith has to
He'll
bet.
let it go.
He almost certainly has the
Over
best
to Ryan.
hand. His image is probably bluffy, so let's extract some value. I mean, whatever he got
Ryan
called with
folds.
on the river, probably would have called him on the turn and the river as well, maybe.
Colin will let it
And
go.
then instead of winning 200,000 more, he could have bet 300 on the turn and 500 or 600 on the river,
Jared
and he
announces
could have
raise.
maybe won 800,000 this pot instead of the 200,000.
Makes it 325,000 chips to go.
Got an open raise to 325
Action to Steve
from
leading.
James. Steve is thinking, and so
He
he's getting
folds his
handcuffed
button.
now too. I mean,
Adam
the
will
cards
fold
maybe
small
have
blind.
prevented him from doing anything, and
And
his
Keith
stack
lets
is
the big
short
blind
enough
go. JR's
now
gonna win
that
this pot.
you know, it's dangerous for him to do anything. So another one here in Twitter asks any strong advice for mid-level tournament play. Says he seems to struggle in the mid-level. And I assume you mean the middle of the tournament, like if we start a tournament with 100 players, you know, when there's like 50 left.
We welcome the
And there's a
lovely
big
Chantel
difference
back to the table.
between here like an HPT,
Thank you for
you know, when
dealing.
half the field is left, because even when half the
All
field
my
is left, you
nonsense.
still have something like an average stack of 50 big blinds. So there's lots of play potentially there for every hand. But if you're playing
Adam on the
like
button
the
here.
little daily tournaments, like there was a tournament that started here at the
Ryan with the
Golden
first
Gates
act.
for a couple $200 or $300 buy-in that started just a little bit ago. And when that tournament is down to half the field, the average stack might only be like 20 big blinds or something, because you know the daily tournaments they have to get over with
He
in
folds. Colin folds
5
as well.
to 10 hours. They're not 3 days long. So
JR
the main
will
reason
pass
this
over to
player,
Steve.
Patrick, might be struggling is that maybe he needs to learn how to play a stack of 20 big blinds
He
better.
lets it go.
So it might be that he does
Adam
pretty
on the
well at
button.
the beginning of those daily tournaments
We'll raise it up.
when people have 100 or 200 blinds. But then he doesn't play as
325,000
well
from Adam.
when the blinds have gone up and the average stack
Get a
is
call
only
here from
20
Keith
or
in the
30
small
big
blinds.
blinds.
And Doug will give up his
And
big.
so there's something that we call
We're gonna
stack
be
size
heads up here.
strategy. And I've kind of alluded to it earlier.
Let's see a flop.
We were talking about James, and we said when he was down to 10 big blinds that he had to either shove it all in or fold
Flop is
for
9
each
of
hand
diamonds,
dealt.
4 of spades,
That he really
10 of
shouldn't do
diamonds.
anything else. And
Action on Keith, he
so that's
checks.
the one component of
checks
stack
behind.
size strategy. But what if you have,
Let's
what if
see
you have
turn.
10 to 20 big blinds? Well, now what you're looking to do when you
Turns
have
the
that
deuce
stack
of clubs.
size is you get someone who makes the first raise
Keith will
to 2,
bet
3, 4 times the big
400,000.
blind, and then you go all in.
Adam will make the call.
Because now you are risking something like 15 big
And to the
blinds.
river.
It's enough to make them fold. They make it 2 or 3.
River's the jack of
You make it
diamonds.
15 all in.
Action on Keith.
They can't just call automatically, you know, not if they're a good player.
He will check. Adam quickly checks behind.
They have to have a little something.
Keith shows ace-8 of hearts for ace-high. And Adam has 4-3 for a pair of 4s, good enough to take the
Keith
spot.
defended with ace-8, and Adam had raised with the 3-4 offsuit, but he flopped bottom pair, and it held up. So when you have that 10 to 20 big blinds, you're looking for a spot to re-raise all in. So if the person who made the first raise is a very loose, aggressive player, and he doesn't have to have a very good hand, then you can maybe re-raise all in even if your cards are very, very weak. Or if your hand is just strong enough. You know, if you have a strong enough hand, like it doesn't matter. You know, you look down at ace-queen, it's like, yeah, even if that first guy is somewhat tight, his average hand is still going to be
We'll
worse
have
than
Colin up
ace-queen.
first here under the gun.
So you just shove all in, and you almost hope
lets
he
it go.
calls because you'll probably be a small favorite, you know, or better.
JR will
And then
fold over
finally,
to
if you have
Steve.
more than that, you have like 20 to 30
He
or
folds
so
onto
big
Adam.
blinds, you're looking for a spot to 4-bet all in. So maybe you
Adam
button
makes the
raise,
call, 100,000.
and maybe the small blind or the
Onto
big
Keith.
blind re-raises. But they might not have a great hand because they think, well, you're just raising on the button, which means you might not have a great hand. So you make it 2x, and they make it
Keith
like
folds his
6x,
button.
and now you go
Action
all
on
in
Doug in
for
the small
25 or
blind.
30. They,
He raises
again,
it up,
it's enough
450,000
chips that
chips.
they just can't automatically call. They're not pot committed. If they do have a marginal hand, they probably are supposed to fold. So, again, you are creating the scenario
Action on
where
Ryan
you
in
are
the
the
big blind.
person who gets to go all in.
He lets it go to Adam.
And so anytime you have less than that 30,
And he'll
35
fold for
big blinds,
350,000 more. Doug's going to take
that should
the
be a
spot.
dominant part of your strategy is, do I want to be the guy who 1-bets all in, 2-bets all in, or 3-bets all in? And so it depends where your stack size is in that range. And that might be the problem you're having in that
Along with
mid-level
that pot,
play
Doug
is
earns the button.
maybe, you know, you
We'll
have
have Ryan
15
the
big
small, Colin the
blinds,
big, action on
someone
JR.
raises, and you decide to call and see a flop with ace-jack. Well, now the problem is that you're missing 2 out of 3 times. Then they c-bet and you have to fold, and a couple of hands like that, and now you have almost no chips at all. So maybe look into stack size strategy, Patrick, and maybe that's going to help it out.
25 minutes
Next
left in this
question here is
level,
asking,
gentlemen.
how many hands does it take generally to decipher the betting pattern of an unknown opponent? No answer. Some opponents are
We
just
have
like
JR
really
folding
easy
into
to
the gun,
read
over
from
to
the
Steve.
almost the first moments. So even if it's not the betting pattern per se, they're live tells and stuff, you just feel like you have a good line on them right from the get-go almost. But if their pattern is not really strong and absolute,
Steve announces all in.
well, we got an all-in spot here, so we'll
Adam and
finish
Keith
that
fold.
question later.
Doug folds the button over to Ryan in the small blind.
Looks like an open
He
shove.
lets it go. Colin's in the big blind. He will fold,
Yep.
and Steve will take this pot down.
So that was more than 10 big blinds, I think. That was probably more the 14. I think he had like 1.4 million or something like that would be my rough guess. So a little more than I would normally like to shove with, but again, there's lots of players that disagree and start shoving when they're at that 14 or 15 or so big blind range.
Colin and JR.
So how many takes does it decipher
In
the
the
betting
blinds this
pattern?
hand,
Like I said,
Steve
I
will
mean,
go
someone
stack.
whose betting pattern is very slight,
100,000
you know,
to
it
go.
could take you months of regular play. So no good answer.
Steve folds under the gun. Adam folds. Keith folds.
Someone asks, how do you handle small pairs when you're in early
Doug lets it
position?
go. Over to Ryan on the button.
No solid answer to that one, Jack. Early in a tournament, when everyone has 100 or more big blinds, I actually tend to limp with those hands, and I'm just trying to see the flop
Ryan's
cheap
gonna
and flop a
raise it up
set.
here.
And if I don't flop a set, then
230,000
I'm
chips.
ready to give the hand up to almost any
Colin folds
pressure
the small blind.
whatsoever.
Will be on JR on the big.
But like when you're at this at the final
releases and
table,
Ryan
you
wins
know,
the
and the
spot.
average stack here is, 3 million. It's like 30 big blinds. I don't think it's ever correct to open limp. If you're the first guy in the pot and you're not going to fold, I mean, then you should be raising, because it's so worth stealing these blinds right now. I mean, getting the blinds and antes, 220,000 chips. You know, so we're talking like 7% of the average stack if you raise and everyone folds. So that's just too much to give a free flop to, someone with a really bad hand. You got to make them pay to see the flop, give them a chance to fold when you might have the best hand.
Adam will
So
fold
early in a
under the gun.
tournament, early position,
Keith raises
limping
under
in
the
is
gun plus
fine.
1 to
Raising isn't
270,000.
bad, but
Action
when
over
everyone
to
has
Doug.
lots of chips, I think limping is slightly better. But it depends, too. If you're in a really aggressive game and you know that
makes
if
the
you
call.
limp in, it's almost always going to get raised behind you, then maybe you're better off coming in
On
for
to
a
Ryan.
raise. And if you think that I'm just not going to get to see the flop without putting in too much, then just fold them
Ryan folds.
and wait for a hand.
Colin lets his
People are
button
that
go.
aggressive, just wait for a hand that's strong enough that you're willing to trap them.
JR folds the small blind. And
Next question here in Twitter is about racquetball.
Steve
I used to play a lot of
heads up action
racquetball. I
here.
went to high school in St. Louis and was the captain of the racquetball team,
All right, Keith and Doug
which
going
was
to
like
see
a club team as opposed to official like school team, and was
Flop
one
is
of
the
the
9 of
ranked
clubs,
juniors in
4
Missouri
of clubs,
back then.
9 of
and
hearts.
was a 3-time champ of my college, University of Missouri at Rolla, but haven't played much racquetball since then. I played in the league when I worked at Pfizer in
Keith
Connecticut,
leads out with a bet.
and I play really, really good for a heavy guy.
500,000
But
chips
I'm sure my
over to
game is
Doug.
horrible right now because I haven't played in, 12 years or something.
Doug makes the call.
Thank you, Ferris McManus, who says I'm the best commentator for live tourneys.
Let's see a turn.
Very kind of him. And thank you to
Turns the
Richard
ace of
Carlson, who
diamonds.
says he's
Action will be on
enjoying the
Keith.
commentary. Glad to hear it. So we got a nice pot developing here. We're on the turn
He
with
bets
action.
500,000. Doug moves all in, and Keith folds. Doug's going to take down this pot.
Wow. So he bet 500. Doug said all in. And again, Doug was only like doubling that bet. He was, the bet was 500 and Doug raised only a little over $1 million. So again, that means Keith is just like absolute airball bluffing. He can't have anything for him to just snap fold getting that price with a card to come. If he had any kind of draw, he would have had to continue in the pot because he wasn't, so again, if Keith is going to bet and fold, he wants to make sure he's betting, on the smaller side. That's the consistent, if he's going to bet consistently, and that's why I like to bet consistently small.
Under the gun, Keith
Not
lets
so
it go.
small that they can't fold, but no
Over
bigger
to Doug, still
than the
scooping his
minimum
last
that I
spot.
think is necessary where people can make the laydown. And so I'm not sure how big the pot was when he bet $500,000, so it may have
He'll
been a
raise it up
good
here,
bet. But
325,000.
normally if you're going to bet half your opponent's stack, you should just bet them all
Action
in.
on Ryan.
And that's like another rule of thumb for me. Like whatever my normal bet is, You know, I'm in a situation
Ryan White
where
lets it
I
go.
think, okay,
Colin
normally in
folds.
this spot,
JR
given the
folds
size
his
of the
button.
pot, I would bet 200,000 chips. Well, if I look over and my opponent has
Steve folds a small
600,000 or
blind. It'll be
less,
on Adam in the big.
or if I have
And he lets it go.
600,000 or
Doug's going to win
less,
2 in a row.
instead of my normal bet, I just go all in. And because I don't want to have to make a tough decision. I don't want to bet 200,000 with like top pair, medium kicker, thinking I have the best hand. And then when my opponent goes all in, I'm kind of like, well, I'm getting this huge price, which means I hate folding because I might have the best hand. But I also know that if I don't have the best hand, I'm actually not getting the right price. You know, if there's 400 in the pot and I bet 200, my opponent goes all in for 6.
Steve Levy will act as
It's
our
400,000 to win 1.2
Adam
million.
small, keep
I'm
the
getting
big.
3 to 1. But if
Action
it's
on
the
Doug
flop
under
and
the
I'm
gun.
behind and I have like 5 outs twice, then it's like 3 to 1 isn't enough.
He lets it go over to
So I
Ryan.
would be correct to fold. But if I made that bet initially,
Ryan folds to Colin
not as a
York in our one
bluff,
seat.
because I actually thought I might have the best hand, well, that means even when
He's
my
gonna raise
opponent
it up
goes all in, I might
250,000
still have
chips.
the best hand.
Over to
So
JR, who
I don't want
folds.
to have to make that tough decision. I'd rather make my opponent make the tough decision.
Steve Levy lets it go. Adam will call from the small blind.
Well, we have a raise from Colin, call from Adam. Keith is in the big blind thinking, and he looks like he's going aggressive again.
Action on Keith in our big blind.
Well, Keith could obviously have a hand here, but you know, all of a sudden he's now opened up, and this is closer to what I've seen in the past with Keith, where he's playing lots of hands and playing them super aggressive.
Keith's going to raise it
And-
up. Looks like 775,000.
You know, so it's like if I'm Colin with a real hand,
that
it's
accurate, Chantal?
pretty darn hard to fold. So it looks like it was 225 from Colin. Adam calls. Keith now re-raises like 700 and something.
775,000 is the total bet. Action back to Colin.
Yep, 775,000. So a little more than 3 times the original raise. And he's got about a little less than 2 million behind, I think. So certainly it's enough behind that if this is just a bluff, Keith can fold again.
Colin announces all in.
Colin's all in. Well, Keith
Action
immediately
will be on
reacts, rubbing
Adam
his
here.
forehead, so Keith isn't happy. Adam's not happy. Hard to imagine Adam's calling. He only
Adam folds.
Adam says
Action back to
fold.
Keith.
Keith is in a tough spot. Keith, again, he's making the mistake of he's not thinking 2 or 3 moves ahead. He made this raise, and now he doesn't want to know what to do when he gets shoved on. And that's one of the things you need to think about. Before you make that 3-bet, you got to know that, like, if Colin doesn't fold, there's a good chance he's putting me all in. It's hard for Colin to call that. How do I call 775,000 with 2 million behind? I can't call that much just to see a flop. I can't put in 25% of the effective stack to see if I can hit a flop. That's too much. So if Colin had
Keith
called there,
announces call.
he would have been
Colin
trapping.
turns over ace queen.
So
Ace of
it's a
clubs,
race,
queen
it
of
looks
spades.
like. Ace
Keith has
queen.
made this call with 10 of diamonds, 10 of clubs.
Well, this is like a mirror almost. Mine bust out hand.
Here
I
we
had
are
the
at risk
pocket
here.
tens, and Keith had ace jack. So now it's pocket tens against ace queen.
Chantal,
I wish
let's
Keith
see a
had had
flop.
ace queen because he hit the jack. He did not hit the ace. So if he had had ace queen, then I would have.
Ace on the flop for
won
Colin.
the hand.
6 of clubs, ace of spades.
And now
8
it's a
of
huge
diamonds.
lead for Colin.
Keith going to need a 10 or running straight
This is a
cards here in
huge
order to
pot.
stay
This
alive.
is a like 6 million chip pot or more.
Let's see a turn.
And unless a 10 shows up, well, that's
Turn
that's
is
not a straight
jack of
draw.
diamonds.
So
No help to Keith.
no straight draw, no flush draw. It's got to be a 10. It's 2
Only a
outs
10 now is
or
gonna be able
Keith
to
is
keep
out.
Keith alive.
But if Keith wins
Let's
this
see the
pot,
river.
he's going to be the big chip leader.
And it
And
is
it's
a
another
queen,
queen.
making Colin 2 pair and giving him the lead in this big pot.
So that takes Keith. I mean, he came back from the break as a chip leader, a couple of bad
Let's get these
pots,
chips counted down
and
to
he is
verify.
going to be out
But it
in
looks
6th
like
place.
Keith's going to be our 7th place finisher.
I'm sorry, 7th place for Keith. Congratulations, Keith, on a great run. I love his aggression.
Dollars American. This is his 2nd final table on the HPT.
Uh-oh. Now we
Let's
got a
pause the
tweet
clock
telling
for
me
a
there was
second,
no sound. So I hope we fix that. And if not, we'll... well, the thing is, the broadcast is on a 30-minute delay. So if the sound died and the audience just found out, unfortunately, that could mean 30 minutes of dead air. But I will ask the technical people to look into it just in case. So while we're doing all this consolidation and stuff, I will be away for a few minutes. Back again soon.
This is key surgeon instead of 75%.
I didn't think he was fully reprogrammed. I thought he was just stalling or whatever.
That's what we usually call.
Making the wrong move at the right time. That's what I did. Give away the information.
2 million,
Skill game.
2.5, 6.7.
No, if you wouldn't have called if I used the call.
Don't use the claw.
Love one more time. 7th place at over 700 entries here. Almost $31,000 cash. And Colin is going to be our chip leader here after winning that massive flip. Down to our final 6 players here, all of which guaranteed over $36,000. Still playing for $230,000 up top.
All right, cards are about to go back in the air. We're still playing 50 and 100,000 with a 10,000 ante. Down to our final 6 players. Keith Love won $30,710, which guarantees everyone else still here
There will be a dead
at least
small blind.
$36,684.
Doug will be our big blind.
So obviously it's going to be a nice payday no matter what
Brian White
for
first
everyone,
act.
but they're still focused on that first prize of $230,000. And I don't have the new chip counts exactly, but without a doubt,
Ryan folds under the gun.
Colin is the chip
Action over
leader
to
by
Colin.
a significant margin. I mean, we know that pot was $6 million.
He lets it go.
And he wasn't
JR
all
folds
in, so
after.
he probably has something like a third or more of all the
Steve
chips in
will
play,
Over to
which
Adam on the button. And
means
he will
that
fold.
he has like
Doug, our
almost
solitary blind,
triple
will get a walk.
the
And
stack
he had
size of his
queens.
average
Go
opponent.
figure.
And Doug gets a walk with pocket queens. Not the best time to get a walk. Excuse the background noise. That's me squeezing some ice into my bottle for my drink. But it looks like Steve Levy is probably the shortest stack now.
That pot put Colin over 7 million chips and is our chip leader.
And,
Ryan White behind him with around 4.5. And Doug behind that with just under 4 million chips.
So they've just told us that a little under 4 million for Doug, 4.5 for Ryan, over 7
Red
million
button
for
this hand.
Colin. Steve
So
looks
Adam
like
will retain it.
he's only like $1.5 million,
Colin
give or
folds under the
take.
gun. JR
And
folds
James
after.
there
Oh, I'm sorry.
must be
Colin is raised to
like
225,000.
in the neighborhood of 3 million.
Doug,
it
Steve, and
appears.
Adam fold. And Ryan will fold. Colin will take down the pot.
Colin raises under the gun, takes it down. And that's the thing now. And I'm confident Colin's a good enough player to know this, but he's the big chip leader. He's got almost double the second closest stack. He wants to be coming in for a raise frequently, at least 2 times for every orbit, and maybe more, depending upon how much these guys are going to let him get away with it. But the more they let him get away with it, the more he should do it. Because again, this is just such a tough spot. I mean, look at these chip counts. You know, we got like maybe something like 1.5 million,
We'll let it go.
3 million, 4 million, 4.5 million.
Over to Steve.
You know, so even if you are, you know, one of these bigger stacks who could put a real hurt on Colin and become the chip leader if you win a pot from him, it's tough to get involved unless you have the goods. If you don't have really a pretty good hand,
Steve announces all
do you
in.
really want to take a chance of getting knocked out?
Adam folds.
You know, because
Action to Doug.
if I'm Doug or Adam right now, it's like I would hate to go out, you know, in 6th place and get 36,000 when I might be able
Doug
to,
folds. Over to Ryan.
you know, avoid some of those risks and move up, you know, to 47, 65, 93,000, things like that. And so, you know, whatever you're thinking, it's just tough to
Ryan
make
folds a
yourself
small
commit
blind.
to taking those risks.
And action to Colin in the big.
So we have an open shove here. Like I said, I've estimated to be about 1.5 million or less. And so it's certainly a big enough raise. I mean, Colin can't call here unless he thinks he has the best hand.
And Colin lets it go. Steve's going to take down this pot with that all-in shove.
You know, and again, like we've talked about, you know, is that too much? You know, like 15 big blinds, is that too much to shove? And here's the argument for it. It's like you're risking 15 blinds to win about 2 big blinds. You know, with the antes and stuff, there's 210,000 out there. So you're risking like 15 to win 2. So it's really going to suck when you run into a big hand that calls you and has you dominated. But here's with the upside. Is let's say
Still
Steven
here at
has a pretty
5,100
decent
for
hand. You
another
know, he
1
has
minute or so.
ace-10 in that
Steve
spot.
folds under the gun.
6-handed game, that's probably the best
Adam
hand.
relinquishes.
So he certainly can't just fold.
Doug lets it go.
That's too tight, too weak.
Over to Ryan.
But if he just does a normal raise there, and he makes it 2 or 3 times the big blind, one of these other players might decide that, like, well, he just made it, you know, 250,000. He has 1,250,000
Ryan
behind.
raises it up.
If I raise him all
250,000 to go
in,
from our 9 seat.
he
Over here.
certainly
to
might
Colin.
have to fold. So you might inspire the opponent to try to steal from you when you just raise a more normal standard opening raise, and you've got, you know,
Colin
only
makes
that
the call
like
from the small
12
blind.
big blinds left. You know, you make it 2 or 3 with 12
And JR
behind.
Lets his big blind go.
Your
We're gonna
opponent
have
might
heads-up
decide
action here
that
between our
you know, they can
1
steal
and
from
9
you.
seats.
So let's say you
Colin
call
and
with your
Ryan.
ace-10, and you're right. They only
Let's see
have
the flop.
queen-jack. Well, that means probably more than 40% of the time you're still going home.
Flop is king of hearts, 10
So,
of spades, king of diamonds.
Not a great
Action on
spot.
Colin.
You know, you would rather have just stolen the blinds and antes rather than have
He
to like
checks to
race as a small favorite. So that's the downside of open raising with that stack size, is that you are now potentially going to
bets
put yourself
400,000.
into a flip situation, you know, or a spot where you're not a big favorite, just because and as a hand they would have folded. You know, they wouldn't
Colin
have
makes the
called
call.
with queen jack if you just
Let's see a
shoved.
turn.
But they might re-raise you all in with a hand like that.
Turn is the queen of hearts.
So when you watch this show live on TV,
Colin
don't
checks
forget
over
also
Ryan.
that we have a special feature on the HPT television. We did an interview with Doyle Brunson called A Poker Life. And that will be in every episode of the HPT this season. We
Ryan will
talk to
bet
Doyle, and he
800,000.
discusses his poker career. And that segment is sponsored by AcePlayPoker.com. So if you watch the live show, not only will you get to see all this
Decision back
action
to
with
Colin
hole
here.
cards, but you'll get to see part of that interview with Doyle.
Colin will check raise.
Colin gets in the check raise on this very
Makes it
wet board,
1.6
and
million, and Ryan lets
Ryan
it go.
can't continue. And that's a tough spot for Ryan. I mean, he could have a really good hand right now. He could have, you know, like ace-queen. And, yeah, I mean, Colin doesn't have to have a king. Colin doesn't have to have a straight. He doesn't have to have me beat. But do I really want to, like, put all my chips in the pot? Because if I call that
Colin
check raise on the
increases his chip lead
turn,
by about 1.5
then I have to
million
be
chips.
prepared to call a bet that's going to put me all in on the river. And that's why it's so tough.
And he'll be our button.
You know,
this
but you
hand.
also hate to check behind and give the guy a free card. You know, so, you know, that's the thing that I mentioned earlier. You got to play the situation even more than you play your cards.
JR and Steve Levy
So
are
the
blinds.
situation that Ryan was
Action
in,
on Adam under the gun.
it was just really hard for him to not fold
He calls.
unless he had like 3 kings or better.
Doug folds.
Anything
over to
else, if
Ryan.
he had called with anything less than
Ryan make
that,
the
it would
call
have
as well.
essentially been a hero call.
Action to
Because
Colin.
he's in a spot where he could easily be drawing dead with any hand less than 3 kings. And yet he also might be folding the best hand. So it's such a tough spot.
Colin folds. JR
So we
will
had a
complete
limp.
from the small blind. Option to Steve.
Adam is limped. Steve has the option. James
Steve checks his
is
option.
also called.
We're
So
gonna
Adam
have
is
full
limped
action
under
here
the
to this flop.
gun.
Let's see it.
Not a fan of that call at this stage. As I've said, you should be folding or raising when you're the first one in the pot. It's very correct in some occasions to call when someone else has already opened for a
JR
raise.
checks. Steve
But
and Adam
if you're the
also
first
check.
one to
Flop
enter,
is 10 of
it
spades,
shouldn't be with a
Jack
call.
of spades, King of
So
diamonds.
Adam called, Ryan called. James called from the small blind.
Action over to Ryan in position.
And you notice James
He will make
just
a
did
bet.
the hard swallow, if that's on your screen.
Ryan bets 275,000. JR makes the
He
call.
quickly calls. So I think he has
Steve
something pretty
folds.
big.
Action
He's got
to
a big
Adam.
hand or a big draw. And
Adam will lay it down.
see, now Adam limped under the gun. He has to fold to a bet on this
We're gonna
flop.
be
But
heads
if he
up
had
to our
just come in
turn.
for a
JR
raise, it's
checks in
quite
the dark.
possible he would have gotten
Let's see
everyone
it.
to fold.
Turn is the 8 of diamonds. JR has already checked, so action will be on Ryan.
JR checked dark. Very unusual play at this point.
Ryan bets 500,000.
JR immediately calls. Now,
JR makes the call.
it's hard for me to tell because, again, James is good at mixing things up and acting and stuff, but that immediate call usually signifies, you know, either a really good draw
Let's
or
see
like,
the
I
right.
have top pair and I'm just not going to believe you and I'm not going to give it up. So he might have flopped something like king, queen for top
Rivers
pair.
a 5 of diamonds. Both players check. JR shows queen 10 for a pair of
Oh,
10s.
so queen 10. So he had the pair in the draw.
Ryan shows ace 4 for ace high, and JR will
Ryan
take the
was
spot.
bluffing, semi-bluffing. He had a straight draw too. He needed a gut shot queen to make a straight. But that was like his only outs with ace 4. It's like he can't pair the 4 to do any good. If he pairs the ace, then James makes the straight. Basically, when he bet, that was just a pure bluff. When he bet that flop, he just absolutely bluffed. And I don't think that's a really good bluff attempt. I don't think that's a spot where with 3 opponents, one of whom limped under the gun, I don't think he's going to get all 3 of them to fold there very often. So, in my opinion, that was a bad bluff attempt because that wasn't a situation where you really expect to get away with it.
We have Doug here folding under the gun. Action to Ryan, who lets it go. Over to Colin.
Now, like if James had bluffed that flop, I like it more.
He raises
Because
250,000.
even though he has no better chance of getting everyone to fold,
JR on the button.
he has a real draw. So he was going to get there a third of the time anyways by making the straight, approximately. Or approximately a third of the time he was going to get there. So it's like when his bluff doesn't work, he has real equity. Whereas Ryan's hand really didn't have much
JR
equity.
raises it up.
Because he only had the
600,000
gut
total.
shot draw. So he had half the likelihood of making a straight.
Steve folds a small blind. Adam folds his big. And Colin quickly folds. JR is going to take the spot.
So raise, re-raise, and James wins. And that's the thing. You know, like Colin is a good player, as I've said, but given the situation where we're now down to 6 and Colin has a significant chip lead, and as I said before, I expect Colin to start opening a lot of hands trying to steal those blinds and antes because he knows that these players are going to mostly back down from him unless they have something.
Steve will be our button
And so
here.
that's actually a spot
Adam in the
where
small, Doug in the big.
if you're also a good player and
Ryan
you know
White
that
first
Colin
act.
knows and da-da-da, you can 3-bet because Colin, it's now too many
Ryan
chips.
folds.
Colin is
Action to
going to be
Colin.
concerned that you're pot
He raises
committed.
it up 250,000 chips.
You know, so when James re-raised, he wasn't really pot committed, but it was
JR
still a
folds
big,
over
big
to
part
Steve
of
on the
his
button.
stack. So normally you're just going to give him credit for a real hand. You're not going to assume that he is ever light in that spot, or hardly ever will he be weak when he 3-bets Colin. And since Colin knows that he's probably got a real hand, then it's not a bad idea for Colin to just give it up. It's like, why try to bully the guy off of a real hand? So now here, Colin is opened again. Steven is thinking. And Steven has a perfect stack size here to just shove all in And Colin can't call unless Colin has a pretty good hand. Now, if you had some like weak player, someone who was an amateur who was just not a very good player at all, who was kind of drunk with power as well.
Steve announces raised.
Oh, and he just raises, not all in. Now that
Re-raises to
tends to make me think that
650,000.
he actually has a big hand.
Adam folds a small blind. Doug
Because
folds
he's
a big
given
blind.
Colin room
Action back
to
to
try to
Colin.
bluff him. He's like, and Colin says
Colin
all
announces
in.
all in.
Stephen
Steve
immediately
quickly
calls. Oh, Steve does not have as big. I thought
Colin
Steve would
turns
shove that
over
hand.
Ace King, Ace of Spades, King of Hearts.
Well,
Steve shows
unless
a pair of
Steve
sixes.
folded pre-flop,
Six
all
of
the
hearts,
money
six
was
of
going
clubs
in.
Will be in a very slight lead here.
If Stephen had decided
at
just to give
Colin's
up
ace
without
high.
putting a single chip in the pot, you know,
Let's see a flop.
but I think I like shoving for Stephen better than doing the partial raise. Oh,
Six
there's a
in the
6 on the door, and that
5 of hearts, 6 of diamonds, 9 of diamonds on the flop.
that's he can't lose. Stephen cannot lose. If it comes
Colin
7,
cannot
8,
win this hand, but can chop.
then it's they both
a
have a
7-8
9 high
run out.
straight. Other than the chop,
Let's see a turn.
the runner chop, or Stephen's going to get the double up.
Turn
And
is a
that's
5
it.
of diamonds.
Full
That'll
house,
lock it up for
cannot
Steve.
lose.
Steve's going to double up. Chantal, let's see the
Nice
river.
hand. I'd like to know Stephen's logic, because I mean, I'll
River is the
accept
king of diamonds,
you know the word
but
of his
Steve
friend
Six's
on
fold's gonna
Twitter
take
who
this
said
spot.
that Stephen's by far the best player at the table. So it
Gonna
may
put him
be
around
that
3 million chips.
Stephen felt it looked so much stronger for me to go 675. In other words, if Colin was an inexperienced player, I don't like the 675 because now I might be inspiring this inexperienced player to try to bluff me. I can't fold, but then I'm probably in a flip. I mean, even if he's trying to bluff me with Jack 10, not that good of a hand for an all-in, he still has 2 overcards. He's still going to win almost half the time. So I don't want to inspire that inexperienced player to try to bluff me off of pair 6s. But he knows that Colin is a good player, and he knows Colin might look at that like, wait, that guy didn't go all in? Are you kidding me? It's like, does that mean he has like, you know, some really big hand that he's never going to fold, that he wants to induce my shove? And so you might get him to fold actually a few more hands that he wouldn't fold for the shove. You know, so maybe he was going to fold whatever percentage of the time there. If he was going to fold 50% of the time to a shove, maybe that less than all-in raise looks so much stronger that now maybe instead of folding 50%, he folds 55% or 60% or something like that. So that's my guess as to Stephen's logic, but it's definitely an interesting hand, and it also kind of shows the fact that you know, depending upon who the player is, you might assign very, very different logic for their decisions. You know, if I see someone who I know is a weak player, who doesn't have a lot of experience, do something, I might make one assumption as to their reasoning. Whereas when I see someone who I know is a good player do something, then I'm like,
That was the
oh, you
last
know,
hand,
here's this other
5100.
reason for them
Blinds
to
will be
do
going
it.
up now.
And
he's
that
gonna
might be a very good,
15,000.
intelligent reason.
Small blind
So,
60,000, big blind 120,000.
That's also why it can be very difficult
Chantel. We're
to
gonna have
judge
Jason come
the
in.
skill level of an opponent, you know, in the short run. Unless
JR
someone
seems
does something
excited.
that's obviously a stupid play, you know, a money-losing play, then it's really hard to tell. Like, you know, someone re-raises all in, and it's a lot of chips. And then someone calls with a not that great of a hand, but they do have the best hand. Well, is that just a calling station? Like someone who just doesn't know how to fold, and therefore they, you know, like,
Adam
well,
will be
I have a
up on
pair,
this
I
hand.
call, kind of a thing, and they were just a calling station? Or was that like a great player who put a read on their opponent? They know that normally this is a hand I should fold,
Action will be
but
on
I was
Colin
able
under
to
the gun.
deduce that you were actually very weak, and that my hand that normally would be a fold is actually correct to call with this time. So in other words, that player is playing maybe at a world-class level. But if
Colin
I'm just
folds
sitting
over
here on the
JR.
rail watching, I'm like, okay, I don't know what that guy was thinking when he made the call. So was he a calling
JR raised it up,
station
350,000.
who just doesn't know how to fold a pair? Or was he a world-class
Steve.
player who made a great read? So then you got to see more decisions before you can figure out who that player is and where he's at. So we got Steven asking, I think he's asking how many chips James has. unfolded under the gun. James is raised. Now Stephen is asking for an account of how many chips he has behind. Technically, your opponent, at least in most poker rooms, does not have to respond to that question at all, nor is the dealer allowed to reach over and count their stacks. They just have to keep their chips clearly visible so that you can look at them and estimate how many they have. And as you can see, James's stack is perfectly fine. He's got his big chips, the yellow 100K chips, right out in front, and then the greens immediately behind that, and then the smallest chips in the back. So, he's perfectly welcome to count his stack down to the penny for you, if he wishes to. But the only thing the dealer could do, if the player just wants to sit there and not move or answer, is they could force the player to make sure his chips are easily visible so that his opponent can do an eyeball estimate. So if someone asks you how many you have, you do not have a duty to count your stack or to answer. There might be some poker rooms where that's different. And they actually, and I've heard that there are some places that will even have the dealer reach over and count your stack down exactly. But I think that's not a good rule. It shouldn't be handled that way. You should just be required to keep your chips clearly visible so your opponent can come up with an estimate. So Stephen's thinking, and he's got over 3 million, it looks like. It looks like James has more. James has like 1.6 million in yellow, 3.1, 3.2, 3.5 million, maybe a little more than that for James. Can't tell if Stephen has 3 stacks of green. I mean, a full stack of green 20 tall is 500,000. He's got that partial stack of green.
Steve will make a raise.
So Steve does finally raise.
He raises to 1 million chips. Adam folds on the button. Doug folds a small blind.
Adam and Doug are
Ryan in the
folded.
big.
Ryan's not folding immediately. Oh, okay. Thought he might have a real thinker there for a second. James folds.
Ryan lets it go, and JR quickly folds. Steve's going to take this pot.
So now the interesting part here for me is
With a very contemplative 3-bet.
when Stephen took all that time, and asked for a count and was counting his chips and all that, this is where if I'm at the table, I really wish I'd seen his cards, because I want to know, what is he doing with all that, time and thinking and stuff? I mean, is he trying to sell weakness or is he trying to sell strength?
Remember, guys, there's almost a 200.
I'm sure Stephen was trying to sell something. He was trying to make himself look stronger or weaker than he really was. And
Sorry, guys. Remember, there's a $200,000 difference just about between first and sixth here. So every decision these players make can be for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. Colin posts 120,000 big blind. JR folds under the gun.
I'll give a you're welcome to Patrick, who had asked the question about playing the middle stages. Said he's recording it all and he's going to listen to it again and work hard on that part of his
Action over to
game
Steve
in the
Levy.
smaller tournaments. So hope that works out for you, Patrick.
He's going to make it 275,000.
You can always come back. We don't have
to go.
dates yet, so there's nothing online at the moment.
Adam
but
folds.
if you check back
Doug
on my
folds his
website
button.
in a month or
Action to
two,
Ryan.
hopefully we'll have something posted by then. I'll be coming back to Golden Gates later in the year to teach a seminar,
Ryan folds a
maybe
small
2 more
blind,
times
and
this
Colin
year.
let the big blind go.
You can find out about my seminars at fossilmanpokertraining.com, and have a couple of things coming up. And if they're in your part of the country, or if you really want to travel, you would be glad. I would be glad to have you attend. things seem to have settled down quite a bit here. You know, it's amazing you get that kind of flow where all of a sudden, like,
Action will be on
the
Steve
seems like the
Lee's again.
juices are going and people are just eager to, like, you know, raise and re-raise and bet, and you know they don't want to fold, and then all of a sudden the game will slow down and tighten up, and you know, people are much more cautious all of a
Steve folds,
sudden.
as does Adam. Over to Doug.
But you definitely get that ebb and flow going all the time, and you know, the interesting thing though is if you could predict it, like you could see that, like almost immediately, like
Doug
everyone
will
just
raise it
tightened up.
325,000
So now's the
chips to
time for
go.
me to steal,
Action
or
arriving
everyone
on
just
button.
loosened up. So now's the time for me to value bet, but never ever steal. You know, quit bluffing, only value bet, because everyone got loose. And sometimes you can read that in one opponent, but it's amazing how sometimes, like, the
Ryan
whole
lets it go.
table
Colin quickly folds small
will
blind.
just loosen up
Over
like
to
that.
JR to big. And he lets his big go. Doug's going to win this pot.
That one goes to Doug. And really no surprise there. I mean, Doug has not turned over a bad starting hand. You know, he's not shown a
Miller,
bluff
crowd
or been
favorite.
caught in a bluff. You know, so when you get a guy at the table who's playing pretty solid, you know, pretty tight, not getting involved in a lot of hands, you really have to have a strong reason to think he's bluffing this time before you should get involved. You know, even if someone like that is stealing, you know, even if they're bluffing this time, fine, let him get away with it. Because if he's only
Colin
bluffing,
will be our
you
button.
know,
JR and Steve
you
in
know,
the
1/5
blinds.
as often as anyone else at the table, then fine, you know,
Adam
he's
ready
not
to go.
stealing from you often enough for it being worth you taking the risk to look him up this time.
He likes to fold. Over to Doug.
So I hadn't mentioned it, where blinds are
He
60
follows suit to Ryan.
and 120,000 now with a 15,000
He
ante.
passes.
So that's 240,000 chips that are in the pot before
Colin
the
will
cards
raise
are dealt.
300,000.
And the average stack here,
JR
six-handed,
lets
is
go
about
with small blind.
3.5
Over to
million.
Steven is big. He folds as well.
So,
Colin's going to take the blinds and antes.
I mean, we're again still talking, you know, to steal the blinds and antes like that, Colin just got about 7% of the average stack. So he gets away with that 14 times, and that's one stack of chips for our final 6 players. I mean, we started this tournament, we paid $1,500 to get 30,000 chips. So when you're looking at it that way, he just stole 8 buy-ins, which is like $12,000 worth of chips. Now, those chips aren't worth $12,000 at this stage because, you know, a big chunk of the prize money has been paid out to all of us that finished, you know, between 7th and 72nd place. But those chips are still worth a lot. They're, you know, so if they're not worth 12,000, they're still worth, you know, many thousands of dollars. So he's
Ryan
increasing
folds.
his
Colin
equity
lets it go.
by several $1,000s when he just raises and everyone else folds. So if you're looking for a good excuse to get a little more
JR
aggressive
will bump it
and
up,
try to go after those
350,000.
blinds a little more often, you know, when you get deep in a tournament, that would be
Over
the
to
reason,
Steven,
is
small
that you
blind.
might be stealing several hundred or several $1,000s worth of value when it works and everyone folds.
You love playing with me.
So once again, we got a little table talk here. Stephen engaging with James. And I think Stephen has decided he can read James. So in other words, he's happy to engage. James is always willing to engage anybody in table talk. And since Stephen is also getting involved and talking himself, not just listening,
Steve lets it go.
I'm sure that
Adam quickly folds.
means that Stephen thinks that he's
And JR's gonna take down the
reading
blinds and
James
antes.
correctly more than James is fooling him with that table talk. And of course, we won't know
JR making a push for the new
whether
crowd
that's
favorite.
true or not. You know, you have to play with someone a long time for that kind of subtlety to come out and be clear cut. But it's still, you know, Steven's a good player, and that's the reason not to, you know, get involved
Adam and Doug will be
in the
our
table
blinds.
talk with
Steve
someone
will
like
have the
that,
dealer
because they
position.
might easily be seeing through your deception
Ryan is first act.
more so than they're being deceived. So we got Doug in the big blind, and I
He
expect,
folds.
I was about to say, I
Colin
expect
lets it go.
Colin to raise here pretty often because he's chip leader, and Doug is probably going to be the tightest big
JR
blind at the
passes over to
table.
Steve.
So that would be one of the good times to raise, maybe no matter what your cards are. But Colin may be thinking that, you know, I know that, and I know Steven knows that, and Steven knows I know that. And therefore, if I just raise with any 2 cards here, Steven might re-raise me now that he has chips. And so now we're really going to find out if, again, Steven's friend on Twitter was correct, that, you know, he's a really, really good player.
Steve
Because
will
now
call,
he has enough chips
120,000.
to do something. Before,
folds.
he
Doug's
was so
option.
short-stacked that he really couldn't ever try to do anything. He couldn't 3-bet or 4-bet light or any of that kind of stuff. He couldn't really run a bluff because he was going to risk all of his
Doug's
chips to
gonna
do
raise
it.
Up, 300,000 more back to
So now
Steve.
Steven opens the button, Doug
420,000
re-raises,
total.
and now this is a spot where, you know, if I'm Steven, I'm like, I doubt Doug is
And Steve
bluffing.
lets it go. Doug's going to take this pot.
You know, so if I like put Doug all in, or if I go all in, you know, is it ever going to work? And if it's never going to work, I can't do it unless I think I have the best hand. And of course, again, the question is, if you're playing against Doug, it's like, okay, you know, was that a move because he knows that he's considered tight and he can take advantage of that image to re-raise and steal the pot? Or did he just actually have a good
Adam on
hand?
Button here. Doug
You know,
in
and that
nine
is the
blinds.
difference
Action
between,
on Colin.
you know, just a solid, you know,
He lets it
player
go.
who-
JR.
you know, just plays their cards, and a really strong player. If Doug did not have that
JR
much of a
announces
hand,
raise, makes it
then that's
350,000.
big evidence that he's, you know, not just a
Steve
tight
leading
player
folds.
who just plays solid and
Adam
waits
Hudson
for good
follows.
cards, but he's a situational
Action on
player
Doug.
who understands what's
He folds
going
a
on at the
small
table,
blind.
what people are thinking, and how to
Blind
take
weighted
advantage
big.
of it.
Announces all in.
Open raise from James,
JR
all
puts a
in
count.
from Ryan, and James asked for a count. The way James waved his hand, I thought he was saying call, but he's asked for a count. So he has, it looks like, 1,000,005 in green, 1,000,006 in yellow, like 3.5 million total for James plus his bet,
All in is for 1.5 million.
1.5 million from
And
Ryan,
it's enough to get JR to fold.
And-
Ryan's going to win this pot.
and that's it. Ryan wins, and that's the perfect stack size for that. You know, you have an open raise here that's like 250,000, and you're all in for 1,000,005. It's 6 times the bet. No one's going to call you intelligently unless they think there's some chance they have the best hand. You know, if they have a hand where they know they are always behind, they're not getting the right price to call. You know, and that was like the mistake we saw earlier from Adam, where he called with that 9-10 in a spot where there was like no chance he had the best hand,
Action will be on JR.
and where he just wasn't getting the right price to try and call. I mean, it was after
He
the
lets it go
7 high
under the
flop.
gun, over to Steve
So it's like,
leading.
yes, he had overcards, but he didn't have even a gut shot straight draw. And that was just a spot where technically he just had to fold, and yet somehow he
raises
didn't.
it up 275,000.
And
And
now
Adam
it's a
moves all
raise
in.
from Steven, an all-in from Adam for like 1.15 million. Looks like 1,140,000.
Adam moves all in for 1.14 million.
Yep,
Excuse me,
1,100,000.
1.14 million. Excuse me.
1,140,000
Doug
on top of
folds.
the raise of like 275 or 250 there
Ryan
from
folds over
Steven.
to Colin in the big blind.
Colin's in the big blind thinking though. Now, if Colin is going to play here, I think he only has 2 reasonable choices. And I like one of them a lot better than the other. He could call, and he's then saying to Steven, I'm inviting you in. Let's both call and gang up on Adam and try to knock him out. I think the better play, if Colin isn't going to fold, though, is to re-raise, kick Steven out of the pot unless Steven really has a big hand, and then take on Adam heads up. And he's picking the re-raise. He's making it like 2 million and something.
Colin announces re-raise.
Like 2.3 million.
2.4 million.
2.4. So 2.4 million. So he's
Action back to
uninviting
Steve.
Steven here. He is saying, Steve, I want you out. You know, you have to have a real hand to continue, because it's not, he didn't just bet Steven all in, but effectively he did. Steven has 3 million total, maybe. Colin raised 2.4 million. So it's not like Steven can call here, see a flop, and ever get away from it or anything like that. You know, basically, it's the same thing as putting him all in to bet 2.4 million, because everyone knows the other 600,000 or so is all going to go in at some point. Either Steven's going to put it in now, or you know, Steven's going to put it in after the flop. But you don't expect it to ever get checked down, and you don't expect Steven to ever fold, or Colin to ever fold, when the rest of the chips go in the pot. And Steven obviously has a real hand. I mean, he open raised, but now he's been 3-bet and 4-bet, putting him all in effectively. So he's not sitting here with, you know, Jack 10 suited, thinking about it, in my opinion, because, you know, he's putting up $1 million for the main pot, but then he has another $2 million in the side pot. So he has to think he's in.
All in.
And Steven goes all in for the rest. Colin calls.
He has ace king. Steve Levy has queens, and Adam will show Jack 9 off. Jack of diamonds, 9 of hearts.
So it was a move by Adam, and not a bad move at all. I mean, you had enough chips to make Steven fold. So I like that move by Adam. He's just unfortunate he ran into 2 huge hands. So basically, Adam's a huge underdog. He has to hit twice, because he's against queens and he has Jack 9 high, whereas Colin has ace king. So it's a small favorite for Steven on the side pot, big favorite for Steven in the main pot, so to speak. And but if Colin wins this, it's like dominant chip lead. If Steven wins this, he's probably the chip. Well, yeah, he'll be the chip leader now for sure if he wins this. So this is going to really determine either Colin or Steven's going to be in fantastic shape when this hand is over.
Colin not far behind. Adam's going to need to get lucky to stay alive. If we have 2 players eliminated on this hand, the player with the most chips will receive more prize money. Jason, let's see a flop.
All right, we're ready to deal it. This could be big. And that's a nothing so far.
4 of clubs.
It's good for Adam, though. If a 10 comes, Adam is going to triple up in the main pot. But Steven's still a big favorite, an even bigger favorite now. He's about a 3-to-1 favorite to beat Colin. And that's what really matters. I mean, if he wins the side pot with Colin, he still comes out $1 million chips ahead. He loses $1 million to Adam. He wins $2 million from Colin. It's still a great hand for him.
5 of hearts.
So, like, if I were Steven and you said, you want a 10 on the river, I'll give it to you. You know, I might take it, because then I know I'm going to come out ahead $1 million.
Any 6 or 10 will make him the best hand.
Adam has a double gutter straight draw now, a 6 or a 10. And it needs to be an ace or a king for Colin to win. And it's the ace. Wow. What a huge card. I mean, that was like, that was at least a $100,000 card. That card swung the results by at least, you know, like over, like maybe even $150,000 in equity. So if we looked at like the average value of each player's position before that card was dealt, Colin just made well into the 6 figures with that river card. So we're doing a lot of chip counting right now. We're going to see exactly where things are. I really don't have any doubt Colin had Steven covered, but we're going to make double sure.
Adam Hudson is going to be our 6th.
Adam is definitely out in 6th place, and with that finish, Adam is going to win $36,684. So again, that's a nice weekend's work for him. Don't know how many bullets he was in. He might have even gotten in from like a satellite. I mean, most HPT stops you can start with a satellite for as cheap as like, you know, $50 to $80, and potentially win your way up into a seat into the main event, and then come win the main event for $230,000.
And Adam Hudson, who was on a steal with Jack 9. We had a pretty inconsequential flop of 4-7-8, just giving Adam a gut shot 10 to a straight. Turn 5, give him a double gutter, but the river ace brought Colin from behind and knocked out 2 of our players in almost 8.5 million chip pot.
So Dan O'Brien's telling us that's an 8.5 million chip pot, plus the other chips he had. So we are sure now that Steven Levy is out, and he is out in 5th place. And he played really well. I did not see Steven make any mistakes all day long. So You know, he was tight and conservative when he was super short. You know, he was only getting involved when he knew it was a good time. And then when he built up a stack, he took a few more risks. But again, he never showed us like a weak hand. It wasn't like he raised and whether he won or lost, you know, showed down something really weak. He still was playing solid hands and playing them well. So, you know, what you got to say to yourself when this happens to you and you're in Steven's shoes is just, you know, I made every decision the best I could. And in reviewing those decisions, if you're still convinced you made the smartest decisions, then you got to go home happy. You got to tell yourself that's all you can do. I mean, your job when you play poker is not to win chips or to win pots or any of that stuff. Your job is to make good decisions. And that's all you can do. You know, you can't control. I mean, even if he had had 2 kings, he would have lost with that ace on the river. And he would have been a huge favorite. He would have been a 70-30 favorite to win that big pot. But instead, ace on the river, he's out. But you can't say to yourself, you should have folded. Because if you fold in the next situation like that, that means 70% of the time you're throwing away the hand that would have won you the huge pot and made you the chip leader. So you can't look at the results when you play poker. You can, but that's going to hinder you. That's going to stop you from becoming a better player. You need to say, given everything I knew at the moment I made the decision, was it the smart decision? And if that's true, then you did your job. Because that is the only job you have when you play poker, is to make smart decisions. We just had a very short pause in the action there. Settling things up, getting all those chips moved over safely.
So our 4 finalists, let's get the cards in the air.
We got 4 players left, and obviously Colin is going to be the happiest of the 4. I mean, he started with a decent stack of almost 3 million chips at the beginning of the day, but he was only in 4th place. So, I mean, even though he had a good stack, he was in the middle of the pack, and he's now got the dominant chip lead. But Doug has moved up nicely, and James has done really, really well. He came in as one of the 3 short stacks, and now he's still here 4-handed. All these guys are going to make at least $65,507. I mean, that's more than the annual income of most American households, and they're going to get at least that now. And of the players left, I think Ryan is the only one who has less chips than he started with. He started the day in a close 3rd place with almost 3.5 million. And he only has like roughly 2 million chips right now. So he's still in but has lost ground. James has moved up real nice. He started with 875,000. And he has like 3-some million now, 3.5 million, something like that.
He's going to 3-bet. Re-raising to 850,000.
And Doug is open for a
Action back to
raise.
Doug.
James is re-raised to 850. Doug quickly folds. And James is going to take that down and
Doug elects to
have like
fold
over
for
4 million
500,000
now.
more, and JR is going to take this pot.
Doug looks like he has 3 to 4 million right now. Hard for me to judge. Not sure how many stacks he. I'm not sure if like some of those back stacks are green or black. But he has at least 3 million and maybe as much as 4 million there. And it is still only a couple of million, I think, for
Doug Miller
Ryan.
will be our big blind. Action on
Something like
Ryan
4
White.
million for James. So he's now in second place. And so he's gone from basically, you know, almost at the bottom of the heap to a solid second place position. And is in a good spot to, you know, if anyone's going to take this away from Colin,
He makes a raise,
you know,
300,000 to go.
James in the best shape to do that.
Action to Colin on the button.
I'm also guessing that in heads-up play, that James is the one who would have the best chance against Colin. Because James, like I said, he's been playing pretty tight, you know,
Colin will re-raise.
pretty solid, hasn't been
875,000
making moves with
total.
silly hands or anything
JR
like
folds
that.
small blind.
But you got to do a lot more than
Over
just
to
play
Doug in the
solid
big.
heads up. If you just play solid, you're just going to get ground down by your opponent. And I think that's going to be the issue, is that whoever gets heads up against Colin, I think he is going to know how to grind them
Doug
down.
folds.
And the
Action
question
Ryan
is,
White.
do they know when to play back and when to make moves and when not to? So Colin is raised. And I guess, actually, I think Ryan is raised and Colin's re-raised. And now Ryan's starting the conversation, trying to get some tells and do, you know, grab some information from his opponent.
It's gonna take me a while. I can't count that.
They both seem very comfortable, though. And Ryan's been convinced to fold, so if that's what
Ryan
Colin wanted, he
will let it
succeeded.
go.
If Colin was
takes
trying
down
to
this pot.
talk him into it, then he didn't get what he wanted. And again, that's always the thing. When you're sitting here and you don't get to see the whole cards, we just don't know. Was that a great bluff by Colin? Or was that like a great laydown by Ryan? I mean, I doubt Ryan folded
JR
kings, but
opened the button
imagine
this
if Colin had aces and Ryan had kings. Then it'd be
Doug the
like,
small
wow.
blind,
I mean,
Ryan
then
White
Ryan
and
just
Colin
made
first
this
stacked.
amazing fold. That was probably a mistake in that hypothetical, but still, it's a great laydown when you're behind like that. So people, you know, in the audience, you know, they might be cheering for Colin because he won the pot, but it may be Ryan who actually made the great decision, and not Colin who made the great decision. So, you know, that's the thing. You know, sometimes you're winning at poker because you lose a pot,
Action on Colin.
but
He'll
you just
raise
don't
up,
lose as much as
275,000.
most people would have in the same situation.
Over to JR on the button.
So we got a raise by Colin. James is on the button thinking. And this is a really tough spot for him. I mean, he knows that Colin could be light, that Colin doesn't have to have a big hand. But he also knows that if he tangles with Colin and loses, maybe he gets knocked out in fourth. Whereas if he sits back and avoids risk, he can move up. And, I mean, right now they're guaranteed 65.5,
JR
but
is
the
gonna
next
re-raise,
person out gets 93.8, almost $30,000 more for the guy who finishes third
Action
instead
over
of
to Doug in the
fourth.
small blind.
So you hate to take the risk and miss out
Doug
on that
announces
extra
all in.
30,000, but if you don't take some risks, you got no chance of finishing first and getting the really big money. So it's the
And action will be on
balancing
Ryan.
of those various risks. So I guess everyone got a hand here. Colin raised, James 3-bet, Doug went
Ryan
all
lets it
in.
go.
Colin looks like he's about to
Over to
fold.
Colin, the initial raiser. He will fold.
And obviously he wasn't just
Indecision
stealing.
back
That
to
wasn't like
JR.
a snap fold, I have 10 high.
He requests a count.
James is getting a count off of
See what
Doug.
Doug's all in is for.
And I think James had more to start the hand, but not a lot more. If James calls and loses here, he is probably going to have less chips than he started the day with. But we're going to get an exact number once the dealer has finished doing that. So obviously James isn't just bluffing. because he would have just folded already. This is way too many chips for him to call with a hand because he like wants to gamble or something. You know, if he had something like Jack 10 suited or whatever, you know, he knows he's behind and he knows he's not getting the right price. So calling with anything like that would be silly. You know, but if he might have the best hand, you know, then he doesn't want to just fold either, even though that's going to cripple him if he loses. So he obviously thinks he might have the best hand. And we will find out if he does or not, if he calls. Of course, again, now this is the thing. Like, if James folds, was this a great bluff by Doug? Was it a great fold by James? Or maybe James had a big hand and still laid it down and was correct. You know, so unless you get to see the whole cards, you just don't know who's like making the best play here, so to speak. Who's winning in terms of making the best decisions. So it looks like it's going to be like $3.5 million or so. 3,205,000.
Total all in is going to be for 3,205,000.
And James looks like he has about just under 3 million sitting in front of him, plus the money he's already put forward in the pot. So he has Doug covered, but I mean, it's only got him covered by, you know, 1 or 2 blinds. So if James calls and loses, he's basically all in the next hand.
You gotta win races to win these things, right?
He is gonna,
Jared
and he
makes the
says call.
We're gonna have an all-in pot here.
I see a little card of some sort. Pair of threes for James.
JR turns over a pair of threes, 3 of clubs, 3 of diamonds.
James seems happy. I guess he's not against an
Doug is
overpair.
way
No, he
ahead with
is.
a pair of jacks.
Pair of jacks
Jack
for
of
Doug.
hearts,
Now, that's
jack
not a
of
call I
spades.
would have made, James. I would have folded there because you're just not getting that right price.
JR's gonna need a 3,
I mean, I'm pretty confident
a
Doug was
straight,
never bluffing.
or he does
So it's
have
like, what do
2
you put him
first
on?
possibilities.
You know, ace, king, ace, queen, aces, kings, queens,
Jason, what's your
jacks, 10s, 9s. I mean, basically, you're a small favorite, you know, a little less than half the time.
Flop is 4 of clubs,
And you're a
king of
huge
spades,
underdog like
10
this, a
of
4-to-1
diamonds.
underdog, you know,
JR's now gonna
probably
need a
half the
3,
time or
only a
more
3.
against
to win
that
this pot.
range. So
Jason,
you
what's
put
the
him on a
time?
range, and then you make your decision. And I think it was a bad call.
Turn is a king of diamonds. No help to JR
He needs a 3 or a 3
Only
only,
3
or
now
James is
to
crippled.
win this pot. Let's see the river.
It was a tease. It was close.
But no cigar, another 4.
So now this would be the other
And
funny
Doug's
thing.
gonna
Now
win
look
this
at that
massive
board.
pot.
Kings
Let's
and
count down
4s with a
stacks.
10. If Doug had only had like ace 9, he would win. Because he would have kings and 4s with an ace. And James would have had kings and 4s with a 10. He would have been playing the board. So that's always the problem with those really small pairs, is that it's not that hard for them to get counterfeited like this, where your opponent doesn't even improve his unpaired hand, but he still beats you because you don't get to play your pair anymore. And the smaller the pair, the more likely it is that the board will double pair higher. You know, so if this had been ace-queen against pocket 5s, James would have won. But ace-queen against pocket 3s on this board, James loses. So keep that in mind as well, is that you are just, you know, when you're calling with those small pairs, you really got to think it through carefully. You know, like if you think your opponent's raising any 2 cards or whatever, then it's about 50-50 and there's already money in the pot, you know, so you're getting a price. Calling may be perfectly correct. But you got to think it through carefully. And here we're at the final table. And it's not just chip. James was correct, but barely correct. Well, because we're now here 4-handed at the end of the tournament, that barely correct call in a cash game would have been a huge mistake. So one thing I'll encourage you to do, if you want to understand why, I want you to go online, and I want you to read some of the websites that talk about
Guys, we're here at the
ICM.
Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor in Blackhawk, Colorado. We're down to our final 4 players from 713 starting entries. Right now, Colin York is dominating in the 1 seed here with just under 60% of the chips in play. Doug has just doubled up through a very strong JR, but JR is still with us because he had some chips left over. What do you got there, JR? About 600? JR's got around 600,000 chips left. He's going to be our short stack coming back. But these four are going to be battling out for about 230,000. Tune back in 30 minutes, and we'll...
All right, we're on dinner break, it looks like. Oh, I guess he was just doing a
5:40.
promo.
You're watching HPT.
It looked like we're dealing a hand, so I guess Dan O'Brien was just doing like a little promo for later when there is a dinner break. But no, we are going on break. So this is the dinner break, guys. So we will see you later. On the dinner break, I was starting to say, go to the internet, Google ICM, which stands for Independent Chip Model. And that's a method of looking at the cash value of tournament chips. And that'll help you understand why I don't like that call with pocket threes. Because even if it was a scenario where he thought he was about 50-50 to win the pot, he was losing money by making that call. So this is Greg Raymer commentating for the HPT live stream, and I will see you in a bit.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Heartland Poker Tour main event here at the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor in Blackhawk, Colorado. Had some pretty incredible action so far, just coming off a double knockout from our chip leader, Colin York. We've had 713 entries in this event, and these are the final 4. Each of them is guaranteed over $65,000, and first place is going to be just over $230,000. Good luck, guys. So far, our chip counts, we have our short stack, but you know, we both know you can run it up, JR. He's got about $650,000. Coming up after him, Ryan White has just shy of $1.5 million. Doug Milner has almost $7 million, $6.8 million. And our chip leader, now by a large margin, is Colin York, who has over 12.5 million chips. Good luck, guys. Let's get the cards back in the air.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Greg Raymer, the Fossil Man, giving you your commentary for the live stream here. And I've just been thinking around online here at the Hendon Mob database, trying to find out some information about our players. So everyone here is going to have an exceptionally good day.
JR under the gun, he's going to move all in.
James is just shoved in, though, so we will skip that and go to the action.
Still 60,000, 120,000 for another 30 minutes. JR has moved in for about 650,000.
So we've got blinds of 80 and 160. So this is only about 4
Doug
big
has
blinds.
folded. Ryan folds his small blind, and action is on
James
Colin.
all in. So Colin has to call 3 more blinds to win the equivalent of almost 6. I mean, he's getting almost 2 to 1 on his money. So the fact that he's thinking here says to me he's got a very weak hand, but he's trying to decide, like, do I call anyways with this, like, you know, 10-4 offsuit or 8-6 or whatever it is, something like that. I don't think he's thinking here with, you know, any pair, any ace, any king, probably not even like a queen. So he probably has no better than Jack High to be thinking about it at all, or he would have just called. And I'm not sure if he'd fold anything here. Is he going to fold things like deuce 3 and stuff like that, you know?
Colin
He has a better hand than I
make the
thought.
call. Shows queen 8 of
Queen
clubs.
8. I didn't think he would
Queen
think
of
with a
clubs,
queen
8 of
high.
diamonds.
And he is
JR
ahead.
has the jack of spades, 8 of spades.
And that's really so unlucky for
Colin's in a
James. I mean,
dominating position here.
you know, you expected Colin to potentially
He's
call
got
you
a
with like all kinds of
70%
bad
favorite.
hands. And the fact that sometimes, you know, often he would have a better
JR
hand than
can
your
get the
Jack
jack.
8. But now he's got you
Some
dominated. I
force
mean,
possibilities
the
to stay
8,
alive in this event.
you know, isn't even, I mean, he couldn't call you with, you know,
Let's see a flop.
ace queen and you have 2 live cards with Jack 8. You know, he's got to call you with a dominating hand. It just hurts. So James needs to get lucky here. He
7
needs a
of
jack,
clubs, 5 of
or he
clubs,
needs a
deuce of
runner
hearts.
straight,
No help
which
to JR just
in
yet.
9-10 he would win with the Jack High straight, or it could come something like 4-6 or 6-9, and they would both have the same straight using the 8 from their hand. So he's going to have to catch a Jack, a 9-10 to win, or he's going to have to catch one of those other combinations to make a
All right,
tying
let's see a
straight,
turn.
all of which are very unlikely. And
Turn
that
is the ace of
actually takes
clubs.
away 2 of his outs,
No
because
help to
now
JR.
the Queen of Clubs is in Colin's
Takes away
hands.
his
So
jack
if
of
the
clubs,
Jack
he'll
of
need a
Clubs
red
comes
jack
on the
in order to stay
river,
alive in this
James
event.
still doesn't win. So he needs a red
see
Jack
river.
or else.
And
And
the
it is
$3
not, and
won't
that's
do
it for
JR's gonna be our
James.
4th place finisher. Let's give him a big round of applause, taking home $65,507.
Well, like I said, I was about to say before, that's still a great day for James, because assuming I'm finding the right guy on the Hendon Mob database, and you know, a name like James Richards, it's not like there aren't others. It looks though like I've got the right guy from Arvada, Colorado, and it says up till now his biggest win ever was finishing second in an event in the Colorado State Poker Championship here at the Golden Gates for just under $7,000.
Great effort, JR.
And now he just won over $65,000. So he just improved his online, you know, his lifetime record there. I think he just cashed for more money than all of his other results put together, as far as I can tell. So still a great day for him. And he started, you know, with 875,000. He only had like 12 big blinds in his stack to begin the day. And he played well. He got through the landmines, you know, got lucky here and there, and has worked his way back up to the point where he made $65,000. I mean, he was expected to get knocked out 9th, 8th, 7th, maybe 6th.
Second place will get
Anything better than sixth
$143,000,
really
and
has to be
first,
considered a
little
good
over
day for him.
$230,000.
So congratulations to James. He's a great guy. Everyone here at the
Ryan
Golden
on the
Gate
button
loves
here,
him. They love
folds over to
having him
Colin
at the
in small
table
blind.
because he makes it fun.
He
But
will make the
now
call.
Colin has that much
Doug has the
more.
option.
Colin has over 13
He
million
checks,
chips
we're gonna go
now.
heads up.
Doug has a little under 7
See
million. Ryan has 1,000,005. And that just puts Colin in this just
Flop is,
tremendous
queen of clubs,
spot. I
six
mean,
of hearts, ace of clubs.
you're always going to
Action
be the
on Colin.
favorite when you got this big of a chip lead. But there's just really no doubt in my mind that Colin, of these three players, is going to be the one that's going to
He's gonna
know
make a bet,
how to play
140,000.
three-handed and heads up and to do it most effectively. You know, most
Action
poker
on
players have almost no
makes the call.
experience playing this short-handed because cash games usually don't play heads up three-handed, four-handed
Let's see
because
your
they
turn.
break instead. And
King
you
of
only get
spades,
experience doing
action
this
on
in a
Colin.
tournament if you get down to this stage. And you got to play lots and
He
lots of
checks over to
tournaments
Doug.
to get
He
down to
fires
heads up and
300,000.
three-handed. Even if you're the best player in the world, you know, you don't get to this point in the tournament. You know, 700 and some players entered. Well, you know, so over 700 of us got eliminated for these guys to get to this spot. And so that means you're not going to be here that often to get the experience.
Decision back to Colin, who lays it down. Doug's going to win this first pot of three-handed play.
So I really think this is actually the spot for Doug to possibly take advantage. I mean, still, you know, he's going to be perceived at this point, in my opinion, as a very tight player. I don't think he's going to be considered, you know, someone who's going to splash around or, you know, make moves with marginal or weak hands. So, you know, it's tough to make a hand. You know, it's tough to make a pair even when you're playing Hold'em. And so therefore, Doug, you know, he's going to be
Colin will
playing
be, button in
against
first
Colin
act.
or Ryan.
Three-handed
They're
play,
usually not going to
button
have
acts
that big of a hand. And so if he shows some aggression,
Button
I
the
think they're
small,
going to
Ryan the
tend to
big.
believe it, and they're going to tend to fold. So he wants to maintain that image as long as he can while stealing pots using that image. Now, for our other players, I found one Doug Milner on the Hendon Mob, and he only had a couple of results, and the biggest one was still less than $1,000.
340,000
So
to go.
at this point, these guys are all going to make at least $93,806. So that's a pretty
Action on Doug in
big
the
step
small
up
blind.
from a result of 900 and something that was Doug's biggest. And then even Colin,
makes the
who
call?
I've said is playing really well and really
Ryan
really
in
seems
the
to know
big.
what he's doing. The best result I found for him on the Hendon
Fold
Mob,
will be heads up to a
assuming I
flop.
have the right Colin York, was a 13th place finish just a couple of weeks ago
Doug and
at the
Colin
HPT
battling
at
out
Thunder
again.
Valley
This
in
time, Doug will
California,
be
where he
acting
finished
first. Let's see
13th
a flop.
to win a little over $9,000. So he's now getting a
Seven of
result
clubs,
that is
four of
10
diamonds,
times
deuce of
better than his
spades.
best ever result. And this is a
Action
guy
on
who
Doug.
really, really seems to know what he's doing
He checks over to Colin.
and does not seem inexperienced at all. So my guess would be that Colin is more of a
Colin will bet.
no-limit cash player
340,000.
than he is a tournament pro. And that's the thing, though. A really good cash player should almost immediately be a good tournament player.
And Doug makes
Whereas
the fold.
there are some players who are really good tournament players who do not do well in cash games at all. And there's
Still
one
22
big
minutes
primary
left in this
difference
level,
is
guys.
that
Ante
some players are really,
15,000,
really
blind
good at
60,
tournaments simply because
120,000.
they're just super, super aggressive.
After that 22 minutes, we head
And
up to
in tournaments,
8160.
I'm sorry, I thought they were playing 8160, so we're still at 6120. We just took a slightly early dinner break because of the bust outs. So it's still at 6120 with a 15 ante, but it will go up to 8160 in a little bit. But a good cash game player
Doug has
should
the
do
button
well
over
in
first
tournaments
act.
right away because really most of a tournament is a cash
He lets
game.
it go over to Ryan.
You know, when you're playing day one of these tournaments or even through most of day two, you're not really playing tournament poker yet. You are trying to win the most chips you
Ryan
can
announces
while
all
lose
in.
the least. I like this.
Action
Ryan
on
has
Colin
just
in
shoved
big
all
blinds.
in. He's got only like a little over 10 big blinds. And, you know, you don't want to like have to make a tough decision. If he had just raised, 2 or 3 times the big blind, Colin might have pushed him all in, and now Ryan has to make a tough decision whether to call off all his chips. But by pushing all in, he's forcing Colin to make the tough decision. And if Colin has a huge hand, then yes, snap call. Unlucky for Ryan that Colin had something so good. But
Colin will make the call.
and he gets the call. So Colin did make the call, and Ryan has at least a paint card.
Have an all-in situation here.
Ace queen, so that's a very, very good hand. There's no, I mean, that's an automatic play.
Hearts.
But, I mean, he's not that big a favorite.
Colin's
He's not
gonna
even a
behind
2-1 favorite to
King of
win here
spades,
against the
nine
king
of
9.
hearts.
So
Although not by much,
I'm
about
really,
60%
the shove I
favor
think
here
is
for Ryan.
100%, and the call is basically 100%. I mean, I'd have been really surprised if Colin folded, and I don't think it necessarily would have been the correct play. I don't think Ryan needed anywhere near as good a hand as this ace queen. But Colin has 2 live cards, and he's going to win this thing something like 35-40% of the time. You know, that's how often he's going to get lucky and put a beat on Ryan. So you can't even call it a bad beat. If you're not even a 2-1 favorite, how can it be a bad beat? You know, to lose. It's
Ryan
it's
is
supposed to
all in
happen
for
pretty frequently.
1.235 million, and Colin has
But
made
that
the
doesn't
call.
make it hurt any less if you're in
Let's see
Ryan's
flop.
shoes. You know, if it comes to pass. Oh, now he's in great
Ace on the
shape. He
flop,
hits the
of
ace.
hearts, 10 of diamonds, 5 of hearts.
At this point, Ryan cannot lose unless
Ryan
Colin
in
hits a
great shape
runner-runner.
Colin going to need running cards in order to take the lead and eliminate Ryan from the tournament.
Colin has to have
Let's see
runner-runner straight or running 2 pair or something like that, and
Ace
that
on the
locks
turn,
it up.
That's going to do it. Ace of clubs.
So that's going to be like
Ryan
3
makes the
million
aces,
chips.
And Colin can't win. Let's see, River.
Ryan's going to get, he doesn't look too happy.
River's another 10, making a full house for Ryan. He's going to double up.
Ace is full. All he needed was for Colin to miss. But now he's going to be back in action. He's going to have something like 3 million chips. He's just not Colin down to something like 11.5 million. So Colin's still in great shape. I mean, this should not really influence his mood. He shouldn't be unhappy. But with Ryan now up to like 3 million, now he can really put a hurt on these guys. You know, if he takes 3 million off of Colin again, like if Colin doubles him up this hand, for example, well, now Colin and Doug are virtually tied for the chip lead, and Ryan's not that far behind. You know, so if Ryan gets to 6 million, there's a little over 21 million in play, and these other guys are going to have, you know, like 7 and 8 million each. So then it's virtually a 3-way tie if Ryan doubles through Colin again. And then if you're Doug, if you get involved with Ryan and lose and double him up, well, now you've traded places. You know, now Ryan's the guy in a solid second place, and Doug's the one who's, you know, definitely far behind in third. So
Action will be on Ryan here on the button.
this puts Ryan in a much better spot. People can't afford to, like, play
He lets it
lightly.
go. Action on Colin.
But what Ryan still needs to do at this point, he has like 20 big blinds. So
He raises it up.
it's going to have to be a spot where,
320,000
like,
go.
he thinks someone has raised light, and then he re-raises all in. That would be his
And
move.
Doug lets it go. Colin's going to take the pot.
So, like this hand, Ryan's the big blind, and Colin's the button. You got to figure there's a really good chance that Colin is going to raise here, and therefore he might be raising with lots of very weak hands. You know, if I'm Colin and I look down at something like 7-5 suited, I'm going to raise. And I think he'll do the same. But then if Ryan shoves all in, he can't call. You know, he can't intelligently call, and since he's a good player, he's not going to make that call. And that means Ryan could potentially shove in with anything. You know, he could have worse than 7 high, and he could shove in knowing that he's going to get Colin to fold most of the time. So Colin is coming in for a
He's
raise.
going to raise it up.
Looks like it's
320,000 to go.
320. So this is where Ryan could
Doug will
probably
fold,
shove in
actually,
with
with
like any
Ryan in the
2
big blind.
cards, and Colin's probably going to fold. But I don't like calling here. If he calls, I don't like that play. You're out of position against a player who's really good. He's going to outplay you. And folding is fine. If you don't have a good enough
Ryan
hand,
folds. Colin's
you
going to
know,
take the blinds and ends.
you don't need to take the risk right now. But if he was going to play that hand, I think all in was definitely the move. It takes a lot of courage, so to speak, to like shove all in there when you don't have a good hand. But I mean, that's the nice thing about math. You know, you do the math sometimes, and you know, let's say you look down at deuce 7, you know you don't have the best hand, that there's almost no chance of that. And if you do have the best hand, you're never going to get called anyways, so it wouldn't matter in that sense. But you got to say to yourself, like, if I shove, how often is he going to fold?
Doug will have the button and be first.
When
down.
he folds, how many chips do I win? When he doesn't fold, how often do I suck out and get a double up, you know, a lucky double up? So if you do have some really horrible hand like deuce 7 and you get called, you're still probably going to win on average 25,
Doug's gonna
30%
raise
of
it
the
up,
time.
320,000.
So it's not like you're losing
Action, Ryan,
everything
small blind.
just because you got called by the worst hand. I'm sorry, you got called by the better hand. you're
He
still going to
folds
suck out
over
and
to
double
Colin
up,
the Big. He lets it go.
you know, something like
Doug's gonna
30%.
win this pot.
So if you're in a spot where, you know, you think someone's going to fold to that shove, you know, like 3 out of 4 times, well, you know, he comes in for a raise to 2.5 big blinds, and you've got a big blind and a small blind and
Still over
antes.
$135,000
There's like
up
4.5
for
big
grabs among
blinds
those
out
three
there.
players.
So if you think he's going to fold and you're going to win that like 80% of the time, well, yeah, when he doesn't fold, now you're all in for 20 and his 20 plus the other money. So there's like 41. But if you think you're going to win a third of that, well, you risk 20, but you're going to win
Ryan
back a
will have
third
the
of
button.
41. You're going to win back like 14. So you're losing 6 big blinds when you get called. But you were winning, you know, like that 4.5 big
Ryan
blinds
answers all
when he
in from the
folded.
button.
So if you think he's
Colin, the small
folding, you
blind
know,
lets it
3 out of
go.
4 times,
Over to
that's
Doug in
3
the
out of
big
4
blind.
times you win 4.5, and then once you lose an average of 6.
He cannot call, and Ryan's going to take this down.
And that time Ryan shoved, and everyone folded, but he's got a little too much to do that now. I don't want to risk, you know, 18 or 20 blinds to try to win the blinds and antes. I would rather look for a spot where I can re-raise all in. Instead of winning the 2 big blinds, I'm going to win like 4.5 or 5 big blinds when I re-raise all in and everyone folds. But you see the look on Ryan's face. I mean, he looks like he's feeling the pressure, it seems to me. And Colin and Doug
Colin
do
has
not
the button
appear
in
to
his
be
hand,
feeling the
ready
pressure.
First to act.
And that's one reason I tend to do well when I get to the final table, because a lot of my opponents are feeling the emotions. And when you feel it
He'll make a raise,
emotionally,
300,000.
that is when you're more likely to give off tells.
Doug folds his small blind.
And so that's what gives me
Over
my
Ryan
advantage.
again.
I've been there, done that. I don't feel the emotions. Now Ryan
announces
re-raises
in,
all in. Colin like
and
immediately
Colin quickly
folds. Now that's a play I like. That's well done. And you don't need to have a good hand there,
Ryan's gonna
because
win another
Colin
pot
isn't
with a
going to be able to
strong
call
hold.
you unless he has a good hand. And it's very possible that at least until he gets spanked like that a few times, that Colin is going to continue to try to open on the button 100% of the time. Well, I mean, you know, 100% of the time means he's doing it with deuce 3 and deuce 7 and, you know, 10-4 and all those really horrible hands. And so if you have enough chips, when you re-raise all in, he just can't possibly call.
Doug will have the button in first action.
Now, if Colin is not raising 100%, you know, now the correctness of that re-raise all in becomes less and
He lets
less.
it go. Action on Ryan in the small blind. He folds, and Colin will get a walk.
See, now that's fine. Now, Ryan has too many chips, in my opinion, to shove. And again, he's out of position against Colin, who he knows is a good player. So if you have any kind of, you know, mediocre hand, you just, it's better to fold there than it is to like get involved and get outplayed. So, I mean, if I was sitting in Ryan's seat playing his stack and I look down at a hand like 10-8, I probably wouldn't fold it. But that's because I feel that I'm going to be able to make good decisions
Ryan on the
on
button.
later streets. So whether I open for a raise,
Action
whether
will
I
be
limped
him.
in, whatever choice I picked, I would feel like I could still be making a profit by making better decisions than most of my opponents on later streets. But if I feel like my
He will
opponents are
pass
going to play just as
over
good
to
or
Colin
better
in
than
small
me,
blind.
then like why get involved with those marginal hands? You know, that's when
He'll
you
make the
just have
call.
to, I mean, recognizing
Doug
your
has an option.
limitations makes you a much
He'll
better
check.
player.
He'll be heads up to a flop. Let's go ahead and see it.
But there's a serious disease in the
Action
poker
will be
world where
on
most
Colin.
players think they are much, much better than they are.
Flop is 8 of diamonds, 7 of clubs, 9 of hearts.
I meet players all the time, like they come to
Colin
my
checks.
seminar or something
Doug
like that.
checks.
And it'll be
Let's see
pretty
turn.
clear to me that this person has a very
Turns
poor
the 4 of
understanding of the
spades.
game, that they really just don't get the math. They don't understand the correct strategy at all.
Colin makes a bet of
But they think they're one of the best
150,000.
players around. I've had guys who probably are
Doug
not
makes the
beating,
call.
you know, the 1-2 no limit game that they play in regularly
He'll be
at their
going to
local
a river.
poker room. And they tell me with 100% sincerity that, like, I'm
River's a
just
10
as
of
good as
hearts.
Phil Ivey. He just runs better.
Colin checks.
And like if my luck
Action
would
on
just
Doug.
break even for 3 months, I'd have a huge
He's gonna fire
bankroll and
300,000.
I'd be
That's gonna be
playing
good
all
enough
the
to win
big
the pot.
games with you guys. And they believe it 100%. And I'm not sure why, but it's just part of human nature to overrate yourself, to think you're better than you are. And poker is a great game for fooling yourself. Because what happens with these players is every time they lose a hand, they blame bad luck. You know, they just say, oh my God, the guy caught this card or that card, whatever. They blame luck. And when they win, they give themselves all this, I won that pot because of how good I am. But every time I lose, it's because of how unlucky I am. And so they can fool themselves literally for
Colin has
decades
a button.
into thinking they're a great player when they're
Will be
actually
first
below
up here
average.
with Doug in the small blind. Ryan in the big blind, still 120,000.
So we got Colin on the button again. And yeah, see, now he got that
Colin
re-raise
wants
last
to fold
time.
over
This
to
time
Doug.
he just folded immediately. So he had a bad hand. He just folded. You know, let's not mess around. Now, I don't want to let Ryan do that to me again because I know I'm not going to call. It looks like Doug's going to put in a raise.
Doug looks like he's made a raise. 240,000. Over to Ryan in the big blind.
Ryan says
Ryan
all in.
announces all in.
And I like that play. If he's not gonna just give up and
Decision
fold,
back to Doug.
you know, then I like him going all in. The raise was to 240. Doug, I mean Ryan only has like
And
3
Doug lets it
million,
go.
or you know,
Ryan's going to win another pot.
it's like he doesn't really have enough chips to do anything less, and so I like the way he played it. Now the only exception I would have is that if he had like a huge hand like 2 aces or 2 kings. Maybe not. Maybe mix it up. Maybe just make a raise. Like re-raise to 600,000, and then Doug might put me all in, and I can snap call with my huge
Ryan will
hand.
be our small blind. Colin in the big. Doug will have the button in first action.
I mean, in a theoretical sense, that's not the best way to play, because you've now developed a pattern that, like, you're shoving with other hands, but just raising, a lot less than all in when you've got monster hands. And people would pick up on that pattern.
Doug
But
will fold.
it's not like Ryan
Over
and
to Ryan in
Doug,
the small blind.
play
He lets it
three-handed
go.
against
Colin
each
get
other
along.
every day. So in that sense, it's like by the time Doug picks up on that pattern, it's like too late. The game's over. He's not going to have a chance to pick up on it today. Well, this day could end soon, or it could take several hours. You never know. But
Action over to Ryan on the
you
button.
know, if this were like some of the small daily tournaments that you see all over the country,
He'll let it go.
by the time you get down to
Colin,
three-handed,
small blind.
the average stack might only be like 10 big blinds or even less.
Will make the call.
And it just can't
And
last
Doug
that much
checks his
longer.
option.
Whereas here, even our shortest stack, Ryan,
Gonna see
now
him go
has something like 20, 25 big blinds. So he has a
Flop
stack
is
that
queen
he
of
can play a
diamonds, seven
pot,
of clubs, king
get
of
to the
hearts.
river, and not necessarily
Action
be
on
all
Colin.
in. It's not guaranteed that he has to be all in before he can get to the river. And of course, the average stack here is like 7 million.
Colin
So the
bets
average stack
150,000 and Doug releases.
is
Colin
still
wins
like
the pot.
over 40 big blinds. And so that means, we have lots of plays still left. And it's going to be several more levels, several more hours before the average stack is going to drop down to like 20 or something like that. So this could go on for several more levels, or, it could be over, in the next half dozen hands or less. I mean, in theory, it could be one more hand. Colin could get both of them all in and win. Although that's obviously pretty unlikely.
Action and
Colin
on
open
the
folds the button
He
again. So
lets
yeah,
it
I
go.
think he learned that lesson
Over
quick.
to
He
Doug in the
decided
small
I'm
blind.
not gonna open my button with bad hands, because I
He
think
lets it go, and
I think
Ryan's
Ryan
gonna
is
get
gonna re-raise all in more often than I want him to, and therefore I'm just not gonna give him that 2.5 big blinds of my open raise. And, with all of his aggression, now Ryan, he's 3-bet all in
These players
against
still
Colin. He's
competing for
3-bet all in against Doug.
135,000
And now they just folded and
in
gave him a
between
walk.
first and second.
And that's like another value of
Second
the
place on
aggression.
93,000
If he had
and
not
change.
done those 3 bets, if he had just called,
First
if
place
he
over
had,
$230,000.
done anything else, if he had folded, he probably isn't getting that walk because someone's going to try to rob him.
And we'll have Doug on the button.
I mean, he's the only guy Doug can safely pick on, so to speak. If Doug picks on Ryan and loses, it hurts. But he's still in. He's not out. But if Doug tries to pick on
Raise
Colin
up,
and it
325,000.
backfires, then he could be knocked out in 3rd place and misses his chance to move up. And, these pay jumps are huge now. I mean, it's
Over the line in the
93,800
small blind.
for the next man out. But then it's 142,800 after that. So we're talking almost $50,000 just for surviving to second. And then it's almost $90,000 more if you make it to
Ryan lets
first.
it go after some
So
pondering
we
over
got a
Colin.
$50,000 and a $90,000 jump here. And those are things you just don't ignore. You got to take that into account when making your decisions that, when do I want to take on risk? How much risk do I
Colin will
want to
defend.
take?
It will be heads up to a flop.
So Doug is
Once
raised.
again between Colin
Colin
and
has
Doug.
called.
Flop is king of clubs, jack of hearts, 10 of spades. Action on Colin, who checks. And Doug checks behind.
Now that's a check I don't
Let's see
like,
turn.
obviously.
Turn king of diamonds.
I mean, that's
Colin
such a wet
checks.
flop.
Doug
It's
will
like
check
there's
behind.
just such a small chance that Colin hit
And
that.
over.
The only reason to check here would be very
10
opponent-specific
of diamonds
knowledge.
on the river.
Like let's say that
Colin
Doug
checks.
has a jack.
Doug will check back and show an ace. An ace high will be good enough to take
So
this
just
pot.
ace high. But I mean, the problem with that hand is that, see, if Colin had
Let's hear it
decided
for Doug.
to take a stab at that, if he had bet the turn or the river, I'm sure Doug folds and Colin steals the pot. So since Doug had a hand where when he checked behind, he probably wasn't going to call the bluff that might have come on the turn or river, he doesn't want to check that flop because he might be inducing that bluff. Obviously, he had the best hand. He won at Showdown. He said, check on the river. He said ace high, and Colin, we didn't see what Colin had, but obviously he couldn't beat ace high, which means that he was always behind. But Doug just gave him 2 free cards
We'll
to have
Ryan
hit a
as our
pair.
button and first action.
So if Colin had called there with something like, 7-8,
Of course, the button still will
he
have
had a
last
chance
action
there
on all
to
subsequent
make a
streets.
7 or an 8 for a pair, or he could have bluffed. And Ryan just shoved the button.
Ryan
for
has
like
announced
3
all in
million
from the button.
chips.
Colin folds a small blind. Action on Doug.
Again, too many chips now.
Doug will make the call.
Doug calls, so Ryan doesn't look
Let's see
happy.
him.
2 paint cards. I don't know if it's a pair. But he's either in great shape or okay shape
Ryan
because
shows
looks
king
like
of
Doug has a
hearts,
medium
jack
pair.
of diamonds.
So King
Doug
Jack
has
for
made the call,
Ryan.
pair
He
of
got called
eights,
by
eight of
pocket
hearts, 8 of
eights.
spades.
So he's actually in fine shape. He's almost 50% to win. But I think he could have played this hand better with just a normal raise now that he has like 25 blinds.
Ryan's all in for about 3.3 million or so. And
So
Doug
Dan
covers.
O'Brien's standing there commentating, says 3.3 million for
gonna
Ryan.
need a king or
So
a
this is
jack.
going to hurt Doug. This is if he loses, this is going to hurt
Full
Doug a lot.
possibilities to stay alive here. Let's see
But if he
flop.
wins, he's going to be not that far behind Colin. But we got a true flip going on here, and it's a straight
3
draw.
of clubs, 9 of diamonds.
Any
10
paint
of
card
clubs.
is going to win it for Ryan.
Ryan picks up a gut shot straight draw with a queen.
Queen for a
any
straight, king or a
paint
jack for a
He's
pair.
going to put Ryan in the lead here. Let's see a turn.
What he really wants is a king, though.
Turn is a
Oh, and there it
king.
is, a king.
Putting Ryan well
Because
into the
that
lead.
does not
Doug's
give the. I
gonna
mean,
need
if it come
8 only on
jack,
the river
then he'd be
to knock
fading the
out
straight
Ryan,
draw
otherwise Ryan's
as
gonna double
well.
up.
So Doug's going to need an 8,
Let's see the river.
or Ryan's going to get the double up.
River's the 3 of
All right,
hearts,
you can look
and
happy, Ryan.
will double.
Go ahead and look happy. You just doubled up. You just won tens of thousands of dollars of equity. Instead of being knocked out and being awarded $93,000, you still got a shot at the 140 and the 230. So it's okay to be happy. So 3.3 plus the dead money, he's going to have something like 6.7, and that probably takes Doug down to like back where. I mean, they basically traded places. Doug is probably down at like 3.3 or something like that. So we got a switch off there, and don't know if that's good news for Colin or not. To be honest, I mean, it's obviously quite likely that when we get heads up, Colin is one of the players. And if I'm Colin right now, I'm not really sure who I prefer to play heads up between Doug and Ryan. If Ryan is just going to fold or shove, even now that he has chips, it's like, okay, great, you can just play math against him. But, the fact that you can now just make a mathematically perfect decision still doesn't mean you have that much of an advantage. Because, if a guy's just shoving all in for 20 big blinds, then you can just say, okay, I need this good of a hand to call with. But it's hard to find hands that good, which means you're just folding and folding and folding and folding. And now when you finally call, it's not like on average you're an overwhelming. I mean, you might get dealt aces and call and be a huge favorite. But you might also call with, correctly call with something like ace jack. And now your opponent has, king 10, and you're not even a 60-40 favorite to beat him, which means, 42% of the time he's going to get lucky, and now he's going to be the chip leader. So an opponent who just shoves or folds, even when the stacks are deep enough that he shouldn't, is not necessarily an easy opponent to play. So you might be the favorite to beat him, but, the opponent you really want when you play heads up is the guy that folds too much and who is predictable, easy to read. Like, you can just look at him and you know when he's strong and you know when he's weak. And you can just grind him down. Every time he's weak, you win a small pot. Every time he's strong, you don't pay him off. And Colin's getting a move here, so they'll be using a different hole card camera for him, and that might be a little bit of a pause while they do the technical work to make sure that, because they don't want to not be able to see his hole cards here, especially now that we're down to the three-handed. But, Colin wants to be able to look at these guys. He's like, he's staring through the dealer. You can't get a read on Ryan if you can't see him because the dealer's in between.
Small blind, 160,000 in the big blind with a 20,000 ante from each player.
So now it is 8160 with a 20,000 ante. So we've got 300,000 chips in the pot right now. There are about 21 million and change in play.
First act pre-flop.
So we are talking something like 5% of the average stack
He lets it go.
is in there before the cards are dealt, or a little less than that, a little less than 5% of the average stack. Colin folds his button. Ryan's still stacking after that huge win. Looks like Doug is putting together a raise. Right now, my normal raise would be something like, 330, just barely more than double. Looks like Doug put out 280 though, so he might have to add a little more.
Doug's going to raise to 320,000 from the small blind.
Yep, Doug put out a little bit too less, so they're making him add to it. He put out enough chips that he was required to raise, but not enough chips for it to be a legal raise.
Action over to Ryan in the big.
Ryan's looking at his cards. He's thinking. You some kind of crane his head there, like, get the kink out of my neck while I'm trying to figure this out. He's saying something. Now this is where it's a good time to verbalize your actions. And it looks like he's feeling the pressure. It's like he looked like he was kind of like, oh wait, I want to call. What chips do I put forward? And that's where if you just say call. Now if you grab the wrong chips by mistake, the dealer's going to fix it for you. But if you accidentally put out too many chips, now you're required to raise. So verbalizing your action is never a bad thing.
He'll check over to Ryan.
So Doug min raised by accident. Ryan called. Doug's checking this flop that, doesn't look like a good flop for the guy who raised. And Ryan is quickly putting together a bet of 500.
And Doug will release.
No, that'll be the problem with Doug. He's the pre-flop aggressor. He's the one who, if you don't see the cards, you assume Doug has the better starting hand because he raised with his and Ryan only called. And then even though that's probably a bad flop for Doug's range, he should have done the C-bet. For all he knows, his check induced a bluff from Ryan, and it worked. So maybe Ryan had Jack 10, and he called, and he has two overs to the flop, but he missed. And if Doug had bet, Ryan might have folded. So even if Doug, had queen high, he just folded the best hand. Now Doug's looking at his cards,
Doug
but
on the button here. Will release.
Oh, he is on the button. I thought the button was in front of Ryan the way it was looking. Ryan's a small blind,
Ryan
and
the
he's
small
going to
blind
give
will
Colin a
also let
walk.
it go, and Colin will get a walk.
And that's another reason for Colin to not like raise from the button as often. I mean, if they're going to give him walks when they have bad hands, then he can afford to give them walks when he has bad hands and he's not losing any ground. You know, whereas if you're in a game where they keep attacking your big blind, well, then if you're never attacking back when it's your turn, so to speak, you know, you're losing, you're going to get bled to death. So it's not that he still shouldn't raise the button pretty frequently, but nowhere near as often. You know, he doesn't need to do it. You don't do it all the time unless they're letting you
Haven't seen
bully
that since
them.
I was 6.
I mean, it literally is like the stories, you know, for like the high school bully or the, you know, the elementary school
Ryan will
bully.
be first action on the
The
button.
bullies pick on the kids when
Blinds
they can
again,
get away with it.
80,160.
If those kids fight back, the bully tends to leave them alone.
He'll fold over to Colin,
Ryan folds his
who
button.
completes from the small
Colin
blind.
calls. Now, we've seen this several times where
has an
Ryan has
option.
folded the button
he'll
and Colin
check
has called. In fact, I'm not sure if it's 100% or almost every time that Colin has just limped from the small blind. And that's certainly, that's a point of debate. Like if you get some top heads-up players or top short-handed players, some of them would say it's correct to limp frequently in the small blind here because you're out of position. Some of them would say never
Colin
limp
leads
ever.
200,000.
You know, you're either going to fold or
And Doug
raise.
folds.
And these are
Colin's
people
gonna
who are
take the
both
spot.
like have shown themselves to be winning players, you know, in a shorthanded game like this. So I think it's still kind of an open point, and it, you know, I think the correct answer probably lies in the middle. That it depends who your opponent is. You know, based upon what we've seen, some players, if you limp the small there, they're going to raise from the big blind almost every time, which means you can't limp with your hands unless you're going to call the
Colin on the
raise
button in
or
first
re-raise.
action.
Whereas if your opponent's never going to raise from the big blind unless he actually has a really good hand,
He elects to raise.
then you can limp a lot more
320,000.
often and just try to see a cheap flop and then outplay him.
Over to Doug in the small blind. He'll make the call.
So Colin has button raised, I think, with min to 320. Doug
And
has
now Ryan in
called
the big.
from the small. Ryan is thinking. Now you got too many chips to shove now.
Ryan
But,
announces
he's
all
going to
in.
shove anyway.
Action
I mean,
will
he's
go back
got
to
like
Colin.
6.5 million chips, so not really big. I mean, he's shoving for 40 blinds. You know, it's been raised to 2 blinds, called 2 blinds. He's risking like 40 blinds to win 4. So I'm not a big fan of this shove. But, you know, it could be that he's just acknowledging the fact that, like, these guys are going to outplay me after the flop
Colin decides to make the
more than I'm
fold.
going to outplay them.
And Doug will fold. Ryan's going to win a nice pot.
And Ryan's going to win those chips, like 700,000 in profit there. So that's a good play. So look at some stuff here on Twitter. Someone's asking, are these guys professional or weekend warriors? I mean, we're not 100% sure, but I'm pretty confident in saying Colin is a professional poker player that makes his living playing poker, and that Doug and Ryan are not, that they both do other things to support their livelihood. But I do not know for a fact what that is, if anything, or if I'm 100% correct about that.
Doug will be first act here.
And I got a question here from Peyton Murray. Do you think Ryan White has a very good chance of
He'll
winning the
fold his
tournament?
button. Over to
Well,
Ryan
he
in
has a
small.
way better chance than I do.
And he lets
but
it go.
Colin is
Colin's
still
gonna
the
get a
favorite
no
here
for him.
because I'm pretty sure Colin is the, you know, more experienced, more knowledgeable poker player. And that's all this is a game of knowledge. It's what you know, and then do you use that knowledge to make the best decision you can in the moment. And I think Colin has more experience and more knowledge about poker than his opponents. And that's going to make him the favorite, you know, if we're ignoring the stack sizes. And then when you look at the chips, I mean, the guy with the most chips almost always is the guy who's the favorite to win. So, but absolutely
Action on
everyone
Ryan.
at this point still has a chance. The only person who would have no chance is the kind of person who probably would
He will
almost
fold.
never make it this
Over to
far.
Colin in the
And
small
that's the
blind.
guy who, like, just folds unless he has a
makes it
really big hand.
400,000.
You know, so
And
if you get
that's
the
who
guy
we're
who's
gonna
just
take
super,
it
super,
as
super
Doug
tight,
folds, and
you know,
Colin wins
he
the pot.
might be not so tight, you know, that he like, okay, he can make a small profit playing at a full table, because now you're only the blind 2 out of 10 hands. You know, you do need to wait for better cards when there's more people being dealt in. But at a full table, the number that I like to use, that I hear the most often, how many hands should you play? Well, basically 15% is a pretty good number to use if you're at a full table like 9 or 10 handed, is that your VPIP, voluntarily put into pot. You know, in other words, how many
Collins up
hands
first here.
pre-flop do you voluntarily put chips in? So if you're in the big blind and no one raises, that doesn't count because you didn't voluntarily put those chips in the pot. But if you call from the small blind, if you put in a raise or a call from any position, then that
Colin
means
makes
you
a
have
raise.
voluntarily put in.
365,000.
Colin raises and Ryan immediately goes all in. It's too many chips
Doug
now.
folds a small blind.
Oh, I
action
thought
to
Ryan said all in. I thought I mouthed the words all in. I guess he did not. My bad. I'm not really hearing the players on this feed. I'm mostly hearing Dan.
Who folds? And Colin's going to win it.
But I thought I read Ryan's lips to say all in, and I was mistaken. So when at a full table, your VPIP, you know, a good number for most games is going to be something like 15%. And at a three-handed game, though, it's going to be, you know, 50 to 70%. So you obviously got to play a lot more of your hands that are dealt to you, which means you're playing a lot of weaker hands. And so
Doug
if you
has
get
the button in
guys
first action.
that can
You're
maybe
103rd
make a small
hand of
profit,
play, this final
you know, like
table.
in a full table at a cash game, where they can be patient and just wait for good hands
And he
and
elects
wait to
make
hit
300,000.
good
We're
flops,
going to bump that up to 320.
that person,
320,000
if they
from
don't
Doug
know
on
how
the
to
button.
change their game and they play the same strategy now, three-handed, they just get ground down because they're just folding and folding and
Decision to
folding
Ryan
and
in the
folding.
small blind.
You know, if they're folding 85% of the time pre-flop, then they're just not winning
lets it
enough
go.
on the hands they
Over to Colin
play
in the big.
to make up for all the blinds they're losing when they fold. Especially if their opponents aren't awful,
And he will
because
make the
then their
call.
opponents will realize, like, don't pay this guy off. He has a good hand. So you do have to know how to loosen up appropriately when you get
Well,
short-handed.
Colin Doug heads up to a flop. Let's see it.
But that's the only guy that has no chance to win the tournament, is the guy that does
Flop
not
is
know
deuce
how to
of
adjust
clubs,
at
eight of
all
clubs, nine
and
of
is
clubs.
playing a
Action
game
on
that was
Colin,
on
who
the tight
checks.
side for a full table, and he's still playing
And
that
Doug
same
will
tight
check.
style three-handed. Everyone else has a chance.
Let's see a turn.
But obviously, the better you play, the more chance you have.
Turn is the ace of spades.
So we have another
Colin
pot here
checks.
where Colin limped in from the small and Doug checked from the big. We've had check
Doug will
on a
bet
very wet flop
325,000.
of deuce, 8, 9, all clubs. Ace of spades has
Colin
come,
makes the
and
call.
Colin has checked and then
Ruby
called
heads up
Doug's
to the
bet.
river. River's the 10 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds.
Colin checks.
Colin checks again. Again, a very wet card. It just made some of the
Doug will
straights.
check. Shows ace of clubs, 5 of hearts for top pair
Wow.
of aces.
It's a very
Colin
conservative
walks and
play
Doug's
by
gonna win.
Doug. I mean, pre-flop, Colin is limped, and he's done this several times. Ace high is highly likely to be the best hand. So do you really want to give him a free flop? I mean, that flop came deuce, 8, 9. Colin could have paired any one of those cards. And since he called the bet on the turn, he probably did pair one of those cards. And then Doug flops the nut flush draw. He has the ace of clubs, and he just checks again. So even if Colin didn't hit the flop, you could be giving him a free card to hit the turn. So, you know,
We'll have
I'm not a big fan of
Ryan
his
first up here.
the fact that he didn't raise pre-flop. I'm not a fan that he didn't bet the flop. He finally bet the turn when he made top pair, and that
Ryan's
was
still
very
80
correct.
and 160,000.
Now you almost certainly have the bet. You have the best draw, and you almost certainly have the best hand. So give him a chance to pay you off. Looks like we have Ryan opening on the button. Looks like he's calling.
Ryan's going to make the call from the button of 160,000.
Colin's going to call from the
Collins completes
small.
the small blind.
Well, this
Option
is a
to Doug.
change-up. You know, all we've seen from Ryan since we came back from that break was
Doug checks his
basically
option.
shoves. You know,
We're gonna have a
fold
family
and
pot.
shove, which is
Small
mostly was
family.
good.
Family nonetheless. Let's see a flop.
Now he's just going to limp in from the button. So again, I don't like limping in. I mean, from the small blind, yeah, because
Flop
you're
is
out of
7
position.
Hearts, 9 of spades.
So
10
I
of
could see
spades.
limping there as a big part of
Colin
your
checks,
strategy, but
Doug
not
checks.
button. You got
Over the
position.
line.
You know, give your opponents a chance to fold. You could have limped in here with a good hand like ace-king, and now look at this board. Horrible for ace-king. And Ryan's going to bet. Like 260, something like that.
Ryan bets 260,000,
Yep, 260
Colin
is
makes the call.
confirmed, and Colin calls.
and Doug lets it go.
It's hard to know where Colin's at here. He could be trapping with a huge hand. He could be floating, meaning that he's got no hand, no draw, but he's going to try to bluff the turn.
We're going to be heads up to
Or
our
he could have
turn.
hit this flop pretty big. You know, he could have top pair, he could have the
Turn
9,
is the 5 of
any
diamonds.
of it. 5 shouldn't change anything. Colin checks.
Colin checks. Action
Now this
to
is
Ryan.
actually a pretty good spot to check
Ryan
a
checks
lot of your
behind.
hands. Because like let's say I had a
Let's see
9 or a 10 in my hand, I'm Ryan. Well, let's check,
Here's the 5 of hearts.
and maybe I can induce a bluff on the river. The only downside of checking is that if
Action on
Colin has a straight draw or a flush draw, you know, he would have paid me off to try to hit his draw, and I missed out on that chance.
Colin makes a bet.
So Colin does bet, but you
550,000.
induce this bluff when you check
Over to
the
Doug.
turn. So if
Over
you
to
have any
Ryan.
hand of value, this is where you should be calling. And if your hand had no value, if your flop bet was a bluff, you can't check the turn unless you're giving up. You know, if you're giving up on the hand, then fine. Check the turn and then either check the river or fold if he bets. But if you're not giving up, then you should already know that you were going to call this bet. Or you were trying to trap and you're going to raise this bet. So I'm not sure. It looks like the bet was 400 or 500. Something like that. So, I mean, it looks very value-y. It looks like, you know, Colin's like, hey, I want you to pay me off. Well, the fact that he had to
Ryan
think a while
decides to let
before
it go.
folding
Colin's
means
gonna
I
take
don't,
this pot.
that tells me I don't like the check on the turn. Because, you know, if he was just giving up, like I tried to bluff the flop and now I give up. Well, that's fine. You check the turn, but that means when you fold the river, you just fold it quickly. There's no reason to take that long. But he actually had something. He probably paired like the 7 or the 9, and he gave up on it. Bet the turn. And if Colin doesn't fold, then you can give up on it if you want. But Colin could have just had something like an 8. Yeah, he might have had like king 8
Colin
off
has the
suit.
button in his hand. Will be first up.
So if you paired the 7, it's like, well, then, you know, you call because you beat his bluffs and you induced that bluff. So you always got to think about that. Like, you know, don't induce a bluff if it's going to work.
He's going to make the call of 160,000. Over to Doug in the small blind. He completes. Ryan will have his option.
All right, I
Ryan
just
checks,
checking
and
Twitter.
all 3 of these players are going to see a flop.
Don't see any recent questions on there, so, but feel free. You can tweet something to @FossilMan if you want, and I
That
will
flop is king of clubs.
answer the
deuce of
question if I
spades,
choose to do
deuce of
so.
hearts.
I'm not going to promise that I'll answer every question.
Doug checks. Ryan checks.
Yeah, there's always
Colin bets 200,000.
those kinds of questions that you can't
Doug
answer either
folds.
way, because no matter how you answer, you look bad. So obviously I'm not going to try
Ryan
to
will make
answer
the call.
those.
We're going to be heads up to a turn.
But no one's asked anything like that yet, so
9
thank
of
you.
diamonds on the turn. Ryan checks. Colin checks back. Let's see a river. River is the 10 of diamonds. Action on Ryan.
So it looks like Colin must have button raised and Ryan called, and then it's been check, 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 check. And now Ryan's betting
Ryan
400,000 on this
400,000.
river. And Ryan's range really is pretty I mean, both of them have very
Decision
wide
over to
ranges
Colin.
right now. So it's really hard to put either one of them on a hand. I mean, you could imagine Ryan defending with Queen Jack, and then King Deuce Deuce, I give up. So he's just been checking, and it's like, oh, wait, runner, runner, I made, you know, the nut straight. You know, the board paired, so it's not the
And Colin
nuts,
lets it
but
go. Ryan's going to take down the spot.
looks like a little frustration there on Colin's face. He might have expected to come back after winning that huge pot and just kind of run these guys over quickly and, you know, win this thing in a relatively short period. But it's clear now that's not going to happen. That unless we just have a,
Nearly
no one's going to win. It
$50,000
doesn't look like by
between second
grinding.
and third place here for these players.
It really doesn't seem like there's going to be a
All
grinding
guaranteed
down
over 93,000, but a
happening.
lot of money still on the line. Doug will have first action.
I guess what I should say, it's not that there isn't going to be a grinding. It might take quite a while, but it seems pretty clear to me now that, that Colin is not going to come back here and, like, assuredly grind these guys down. In other words, they're not going to just kind of roll over and
He's gonna raise it up,
just let themselves
425,000 to
get
go.
slowly ground down to nothing. They're going to take stands, and put the chips in play aggressively.
Action on Ryan, the small blind.
When they want
lets
to,
it
especially
go.
Ryan.
Colin
I mean, his
quickly
aggression
follows.
level has gone up
Doug's gonna
huge,
win this pot.
and that's really what he needs. I mean, I tell students all the time, like, if you can't be a great player, be an aggressive player, because aggression, in and of itself, has a lot of value, and can get you there. But if you're a passive player, now your reads have to be perfect. I mean, you have to know almost exactly, when to call and when not to call if you're going to be a passive player in order to win.
Ryan on the button.
But if you're an
Will out
aggressive
first.
player, you don't have to be right anywhere near as often,
Lets
because
it
sometimes
go.
you'll be dead
Over to
wrong,
Colin.
and you'll
And the
raise
small
or
blind, he
re-raise a
completes.
guy, and he'll throw away the best hand.
Option to Doug.
So, like, you were wrong in that sense. You didn't have the best hand, but since he folded, doesn't matter. You effectively had the
Doug's
best
gonna
hand.
bump it up. 400,000 more to
Doug raises,
560,000
Colin
total.
folds, hand over. Doug looks
And that 400
surprised,
is going to be enough to take it down.
kind of like, oh, I didn't expect that. But I think, the pace is slowing. That, I think Colin had hoped that he was going to come back and, like, raise every button and have them fold and, get walks and all of that kind of stuff. It's clear now that just isn't going to happen. So he's going to have to, like, grind more slowly. He has to, he's not going to win, like, a profit of 1 or 2 blinds per orbit. He's going to have to, like, do it like, a quarter blind per orbit average or something like that, if he wants to do it with
Colin
small
has a button, will
pots.
be first act. Elects to raise it
But
up.
I don't think Ryan is going to let him play any small pots.
35,000.
So Colin's
Doug
raised.
folds the small blind. On to Ryan in the big.
And Ryan's
He'll
giving
let
it
go.
up.
Colin will win the blinds and antes.
And that's something here is kind of showcasing kind of the difficulty. Once your stack gets big enough, the problem with the all-in or fold is that for you to just, like, tread water, for you to maintain, you basically have to shove, like, once in orbit. Whether you open shove or whatever, you need to be winning the pot once in orbit
Button moves
to
over
break
Doug,
even,
who'll have first
because every
action.
orbit you're going to post the blinds and antes, and so if you're going to shove and win the
He lets
blinds
it
and
go.
antes when it works,
On to Ryan.
that
in
means
the
you got to
small
do it
blind.
every time. So now, if you're doing it every third hand, you're shoving all in. Obviously, some of those have to be pretty weak hands, and so now you risked all these chips with a really weak hand. So Ryan's in the small blind. Doug has folded the button. Ryan is thinking this over. It certainly gives you the impression he doesn't have a big hand. I think he said call, I think.
He's going to make the call.
And I thought I
Over
caught a
to Colin,
little
the big blind.
frown
He
there,
checks his
like
option.
he's
We're
not
gonna have
happy.
Heads up action to the flop.
I think if I was Colin and I saw that, I would probably raise.
Flop is 10 of spades, 8 of clubs, ace of diamonds.
So we have the
We
ace,
have a
8,
check
10
from Ryan and
flop,
a check back from Colin.
and check, check.
Let's see a turn. 10 of clubs on the turn.
Now, personally, I think either player should bet
Ryan
right
will
now.
check.
So if I were Ryan, I think I would have bet. And if I was
Colin will
Colin,
check.
I would bet.
Let's see the
I think the only reason to ever check there is, like, I have an 8 in my
Jack
hand,
of spades.
and I'm trying
Action back
to induce a
Ryan.
bluff. Like, I'm going to check because I think you'll bluff, and then I will call you with my pair of 8s and win.
Check, check. Let's see him.
Doesn't sound like anyone has
Ryan?
anything. And Ryan's verbalizing something like, I don't have anything. But that's why you bet the turn. Or bet the
announces
flop.
5 high. Colin shows a pair of 8s, which will be good enough to take
Okay, so
down
now
his
Colin, I like his check back now. He's like, okay, if I'm beat, this check is going to save me. If I'm ahead, I'm trying to induce a bluff from my opponent. So in other words, if Ryan had bluffed the turn or the river, then Colin almost certainly would have called. The only way Ryan was going to win that hand probably was like bluffing at least twice. You know, he's going to have to bet twice between the flop, turn, and river, and then Colin might fold to the second bet. But I think that was Colin's plan, which I like. But Ryan, you know, you limped in with the 5 high, he said. So yeah, 5-4, whatever. That's a hand that I would often play in a short-handed game. But if you'd come in for a raise,
Over to Doug in the
he
big
may have
blind,
folded that king 8, it looked like. And if he didn't,
who will exercise
he
his
probably
option, make it
folds
460,000 total.
when you bet the flop or the turn.
And Colin folds. Doug's going to win the pot.
So his 5 high could have gotten the king 8 that made a pair to fold, quite possibly. Here we had again, Colin limped in. This time Doug took the option and put out a big raise, more than the pot, and Colin quickly folded. The only adjustment I would make there is I don't think Doug needed to raise 400,000 more. I think he could have raised 200,000 more, and or maybe 250 is all he would need, and he would get the same result. So that was one of the questions when we were on that dinner break was, I wonder how, if this will be over really soon after we get back in action, or if it, it's going to go on for hours and hours. And right now it's looking more like the hours and hours.
To fold his button.
In fact, if this tournament is over,
In the small blind, sitting on
within 30 minutes or an hour from now, I would say it's going to be a couple of cold decks, like 2 guys made big hands, at the same time, and all the chips got in the middle.
Sitting just over 6 million.
So now here it's a little different. I've said before, like Ryan had too many chips to shove, but it's not his stack that matters. He has more than Doug.
Checks his option. These two are going to be heads up to a flop.
Ryan has still like 6 million. Doug has 3.5 or something. So
10 of spades,
whichever player you are, what you're
spades.
focusing on is 3.5.
Action to Doug.
When you say 160,000 is the big, 3.5 million,
He'll lead
a little over 20
325,000
big blinds in
over
the
to Ryan.
effective stack. And that's what all the term means. Effective stack just means whoever has the shortest stack, because that's the only money that's going to go in the pot. Ryan has 6 million, but he can't put 6 million in this pot.
Ryan will make the
He
call.
can only put the 3.5 million that Doug has in the pot.
These two will see a turn. Queen of spades on the turn.
So we had the limp check pre-flop. Doug bet the flop 2-4-10.
Doug checks.
Now we have the
over
third
to Ryan.
spade, and it's an overcard. So that is a scary card. And if that queen didn't improve your hand, it's a card you don't like, because it certainly has every chance to have improved the opponent's hand. And Ryan's going to
Ryan will
now
bet.
make a bet.
650,000.
And it's hard for Doug to call here, without like at least a 10.
Doug makes the call.
I mean, Doug might have called, he might have bet the flop just because he like paired the 2 or the 4,
And we'll see the river.
or he had a pocket 5s or something like that.
Deuce of spades on the river.
Wow, that's a big card that could
Doug's
really
turn
change. I mean,
act.
another spade is the really part. I mean, either player might have a deuce, but it's not that
He
likely.
checks. Over to
And now Ryan's looking again. I think he's
Ryan
doing
checks
a spade check, as they call it. Like, do I have a spade
and
in my hand?
shows A 6 of spades for the flush.
And he does have. Looks like
Doug
6,
shows
7.
Queen 6 for a pair of queens. And
Wow.
Ryan will take this pot with a
So
6
Ryan
on
was just
flush.
dominated. I mean, we had 6, 7 against Queen 6. And then his opponent hits the queen, which means that, he can't win by pairing the 7 anymore. But it was running spades. 6 of spades gets the job done. And he wins that pot. And I like the check. I don't think you're going to get paid off there. And he might have actually, because Doug had a queen. But it's pretty hard to put Doug on a queen. Doug bet the flop of 2-4-10. And then he checks when the queen hits the turn. So it's really hard to put him on a queen. I mean, the funny thing is that, Doug's check on the turn is an interesting play. It's like, I was bluffing on the flop. I had queen high and no draw. And I bet it. But now the turn came, and I actually hit like almost the perfect card. Because how likely is it that, Doug had a flush
He's gonna
draw?
raise it up
He
to
certainly could have, but it's
350,000
not
again.
that likely. And
Action on
therefore, I
Ryan's
hit this
small
great
blind.
card. It's like, by checking, though, I'm giving Doug a free card. And Doug used it. He checked behind, used it, and hit his flush to get out. So that's why you got to be careful.
Ryan will
I don't know if
fold to
Doug was
small
trapping
blinds.
because he was going to check raise, and he thought Doug would bet, or if he was
Colin
just
will
scared
defend
of the
his
3
big.
spades. And certainly, if he thought if he thought Ryan was going to bet, and he was going to check raise, then I like the play. But if he checked because he was scared of the 3
Colin and Doug will be
spades,
going to a flop.
then I don't like the play.
Flop is ace of clubs, king of spades, 4 of clubs. Colin's first act.
See, and that's another interesting thing about poker and why it can be really tough to
He
tell
checks.
how
Over to
good or
Doug.
bad a player, you're facing at the table. Like just how,
Doug will make a bet of
how
$500,000
well does
chips.
this guy play poker? Because many cases it's not the decision you made, but why you made that decision that really distinguishes.
Colin announces all in and Doug calls.
So we had a bet from Doug there on
Colin
this
turns
flop.
over Queen, jack of
Colin
clubs
shoved.
for a flush
Doug
draw
called.
and a straight draw to the 10.
Well, we have almost a
Doug
coin
turns
flip
over
here.
ace-5
The flop is
for a
ace,
pair of
king,
aces.
4
He's
with
gonna
2
need to
clubs.
dodge a club
And Colin has the
or a
queen,
10
jack of
or some
clubs.
sort of running 2 pair.
So with another
order
club,
to
he'll
stay
make
in
the
this
winning
tournament.
flush. With a 10, he'll make the winning straight. But Doug is ahead with the ace.
Let's see the turn.
So a pair of aces, and he does have the 5 of clubs as a blocker.
Turn is the king
And
of diamonds.
king,
No
diamond,
help
that
to
doesn't
Colin.
change anything.
Going to need a club or a 10 here.
Really, he needs a
to
club or a
eliminate
10.
Doug
It's
in
not
third
like any of
place.
those would fill him up. So
Let's see the river.
club or a 10, or Doug's getting the double up. And
River's
it's
another
kings full of
king,
aces.
Making a full house for Doug and giving him a full double.
That is going to bring things. That makes it super interesting now, because off the
Big
top of
hold
my
there for
head,
Doug as he avoided about a
these guys are all
35%
relatively
draw
close to evenly
from
stacked.
Colin.
So we came back and it
200
was
kings and a
like
full house would be good enough to
Ryan
take
was the
this one
short
down.
stack, Doug had twice as many chips as him, and Colin had twice as many chips as Doug, roughly speaking. And now these guys are all reasonably close to 7 million each. In fact, that might even make Ryan the chip leader, though I don't think so, but Ryan has a little more than the average stack there, I think. I think it's going to be Colin's going to have a slight chip lead over Ryan, who's going to have a slight chip lead over Doug, is my guess as to where we're going to stand. But it's going to take a little time, make sure we get the math done right, that exactly the perfect number of chips are handed over to Doug. But this just really opened up into any man's contest here with that. Let me answer a tweet here from Mongolia. I think that's my first tweet from Mongolia as far as I know. And he asked me to recommend a good tournament poker book. That one is a tougher. I mean, the one poker book I always like to recommend is The Theory of Poker by David Sklansky. And it's not about tournaments at all. It's just about some of the fundamental theoretical concepts that you use when you're making all of your poker decisions. Looks like, I guess Doug didn't have as many chips as I thought. I think he just got paid off there for a couple million. So Colin still has a pretty good lead, I guess. I guess it's a little over 7 million for Ryan.
Doug doubles up here to just
It might be
around
something like
5
9.
million chips.
Yeah, and 5 million for Doug, 7 million
We've
for
got a
Ryan,
battle on our
9
hands,
million
folks.
for Colin, give or take, something like that. So back to the question from our player in Mongolia. So certainly I recommend that book, even though it's not tournament specific or even mentions tournaments at all, because it does teach you these concepts, like pot odds and implied odds and stuff like that, that will help you make all your decisions better. And most of a tournament, you're not really playing a tournament until you get really close to the money. Like this tournament, 72 people, we weren't really playing tournament poker per se until we were down to
Colin will be on the button in
90
first act
players,
here.
something like
Still
that.
80,000,
Up until then, you could
160,000
use the
blinds,
same
with
thought
40,000
process
in.
that you would use in a cash game to drive your
Colin will
decisions.
fold. Over to
But once
Doug
you're
in the
playing
small
tournament
blind.
poker, there is another tournament book that
And
David
he lets it
Sklansky
go.
wrote for
Ryan's gonna win an
2+2
easy one.
Publishing. But while that book, everything he says in there is completely correct, I think it's a book that misleads a lot of players because tends to talk about things like this discrepancy in tournaments of, how the chips you win are not as valuable as the chips you lose. And that's very, very true. There's a thing called ICM, Independent Chip Model, and it's a method for determining the value of a stack. So if I had these guys' chips counts right now, and I put it into an ICM calculator, and I said, here's the 3 payouts, here's the 3 stack sizes,
Moves over to Doug,
the
who will
calculator
be
would
first
tell me
to act here.
exactly what their stacks are worth, assuming the players are equally skilled. And what's going to happen here is, like, let's say this hand plays out to where, Ryan wins 1,000,000 chips from Colin, or Ryan loses 1,000,000 chips to Colin. Well, if we look at those ICM values, what would happen is the estimate of the value of Ryan's stack
Doug has folded. Action
before
over
the
Ryan
hand
in a small
begins
blind.
is whatever, it's X. Let's just call it 100 for 100%. Well, it'd be like if he
He
wins
lets it
1,000,000
go,
chips,
and Colin's gonna get
the
a
value
roll.
of his stack might go up, to 110. But if he loses 1,000,000 chips, the value of his stack might go down to like 88 or something like that. So in other words, even though it's the same number, 1,000,000 chips up or 1,000,000 chips down, he lost 12% when he lost, but he only won 10% when he won, which means that he needed to be more than a 50% favorite to win that pot, or he shouldn't have gotten involved at all.
Ryan is our button this hand. Will be first to act.
So David Sklansky's Tournament Poker for Advanced Players talks about these things, but it's easy to misinterpret the advice or the information and cause yourself to play too tight, too weak, and just tend to fold, and
He's gonna
avoid
make a
all
raise,
risk entirely.
400,000.
And that strategy isn't going to get the job done. So it's not that the book tells you to
Action
do
over
that,
Colin in our small
but it's
blind.
easy to misinterpret the advice in that book and then end up playing that way. So while I can recommend the book because everything in it is correct, be very careful that you don't misinterpret the information such that it leads to an incorrect strategy when you play. And then finally, even though I have not read them, I've never heard anything bad about the books by Dan Harrington. So he has his Harrington on Hold'em series, and at least one of those books is specifically about tournaments. So given the good reviews I have heard, I can't imagine that book would lead you astray. So hopefully that helps and that some of those books improve your game. Or you can wait. I'm still in the middle of writing my book. I'm sure it'll be several months at best before it's finished and therefore ready for publication. Probably at the end of the year. I mean, what I probably ought to do is try to make sure it's done in time so that people can buy it for Christmas at the end of the year. But hopefully that'd be a
Colin
book that
thinks and
once it's
lets it
done you
go.
would find very,
Over to
very
Doug in the big
helpful.
blind.
Tentatively titled just
And he's going to fold. Ryan's going to win
Tournament,
blinds
or
and
just
antes.
called Tournament Poker Fossil Man Style or something like that. Title not yet fully decided. But, I mean, I'm really happy with most of the content I've written so far, but I'm basically only 2/3 of the way through the first draft of the book, and it'll always require lots of editing because you want to make sure that what you're saying is correct, but not just correct, but that people can read it easily and know what you mean. That's one thing we learned, as a scientist, and I was a lawyer as well, is it's
Colin
not
will be
just
our button here.
necessary when you
Will be
communicate
his action.
that what you say is correct, or that it has the meaning you want it to have, but that people cannot misinterpret it. So there's no doubt as to exactly what you mean. And that's not easy to do. And that's why some of the things I've said here today, it's
He likes to raise it
not
up.
necessarily as perfect as I would like.
360,000.
I can be confusing by accident.
Doug
So we have a
folds
raise
small
here
blind,
by Colin
up
on
to
the
Ryan in
button.
big.
375 or something like that, I heard Dan O'Brien say. So the dynamics here are going to change a lot too, because now Colin really can't afford to play a big pot and lose. If he plays a big pot and loses, he's going to feel the pain. And if he plays an all-in pot, he's going to really feel the pain. So if this became all in and Ryan won, Ryan would have 14 million, Colin would only have 2. And that's always going to hurt. But the fact that Colin had 14 million himself not all that long ago, emotionally it's going to hurt even
And
more.
Ryan eventually lets it go in the big blind. Colin will win another.
So Colin raises and takes that one down. A little drama there while Ryan was thinking it over. And I think Ryan was comfortable with the idea when he came back from that dinner break that, hey, I'm short, I can just shove in. That's it, shove or fold. But I think he's a lot less certain now that he has so many chips. You know, it's like I can't just shove 7 million. Certainly can't open shove 7 million when the blind is 160. That would be, you know, he'd be open shoving like 40 or
Action
50
on Aaron
blinds.
Button, Doug Milner.
And even if someone else opens to 2 or
He
3
lets it
times
go.
the big blind, you know,
Ryan
shoving
White,
45
19
blinds
small
is
blind
too
will also
much.
fold.
You're risking too much compared to what you can win.
And Colin will get a walk.
You know, so I think he is less comfortable now that he knows he has to do post-flop play. He can't just get it all in pre-flop. I mean, 4-betting all in, yeah, that would, you know, be very possible. Someone opens to 350, you know, there's a re-raise to, you know, 800, 900,000. Now shoving 7 million would be quite reasonable. Nothing wrong with that. But, you know, you can't just open shove a huge number of blinds
Action starting with Ryan.
and have that be the best strategy very often. You'd have to have a very particular opponent for that to be the best strategy.
He'll release his button.
Man, I'd love to be in there playing one of these stacks
Over
right
to
now,
Colin
though.
in the small blind.
Man, I just love doing this. I mean, even if I was
Takes
in
their
there,
raise to 360,000.
I mean, like if it was permitted
Now over to Doug in the
and
big.
one of these players wanted to, it'd be like, okay, Greg, you get to play my chips, but I get to keep all the money. I'd be like,
Doug lets it go. And
in a
Colin's gonna win
heartbeat,
this
I'd be
pot.
in there doing it. Because it would just be so much fun. I just love doing it. Plus, if I made money for them, they probably would do something for me. At least treat me to a really nice dinner. Hey, and if anyone out there listening right now knows Ram Vaswani, one of the Hendon Mob guys from England, feel free to remind him that he still owes me a really nice dinner from when I made him about $125,000
Action will
during
start with Colin.
playing his chips in the Chinese poker game at the EPT Grand Finals in Monte Carlo like 9 years
He'll
ago.
raise it from the button.
So he still owes me that meal.
360,000.
I told him I'd play his chips, but that I wasn't taking a piece, that, you know, the win or the
Doug will
loss
fold
was
the
all
small
his.
blinds.
And he was stuck like 60-odd thousand, and I got him ahead 60-odd thousand while I
Over to Ryan in
played
the big.
for him for a couple hours. You know, and I said again
Ryan will
afterwards when
defend.
he came back to play some more
We'll
himself
have
that,
Colin
like, you know,
Ryan
yeah,
going
of
to
course he
flop.
doesn't owe me a penny, but feel free to take me out to a really nice dinner. And he said absolutely.
Let's see it.
So I'm still waiting for that one. So if you know Ram, feel free to give him a little nudge and say, hey, when are you going to take Rammer out for
Flop
that nice
is
dinner?
3 of hearts, 10 of clubs, ace of spades. Ryan will be first act.
Right, so I missed this one. I don't know if Colin must have raised. I don't think Colin limped his button. So Ryan must
checks
have
to Colin.
defended.
Who checks behind?
Flop comes ace 10-3, which immediately makes me
Let's see
think
the
Colin
10.
has a 10. That Colin either has a pair of tens
Turn is an
or
ace of
something
hearts.
better than a pair of tens, but not
Action on Ryan.
a pair of aces or better. He did not have an ace in his
He
hand. I don't
checks.
think he would check behind with an ace. I think he would go for value.
Colin will bet 400,000.
But I don't know. I mean, that was like a... I'm trying to look bluffy. Like, you check twice, I'm going to steal this pot when he just hurled that out. So maybe Colin actually does have a huge hand. Like, maybe he had pocket tens or pocket threes or ace king or something, you know, where he didn't mind giving a free card on the flop. And I think he's trying to look weak now. I think he's trying to sell an image here, and it might work. Ryan definitely looks interested. But he is
Action on
going
Ryan. Who
to
will let it
pass.
go?
I think
Think
that
Colin's
was
gonna win it?
I think that was a good fold. Don't know obviously what Ryan had, but I now have the feeling that Colin had something pretty good on that hand. Don't think he would check behind there with nothing. And it would have been a really bad mistake if he had checked behind with nothing. You know, if he had been sitting there with something like, I mean, it was ace 10-3. Let's say he raised pre-flop with 7-8 suited. I think checking that flop would be a horrible mistake because there's every chance that your opponent's going to fold. But if you check
Action
behind
is
on
now.
that
We'll start
flop,
with Doug.
I mean, even if you hit like your 7 or your 8 to make a pair on the turn, what are you going to do when Ryan bets into you? Obviously, he could have an ace or a 10. So the fact that you just
He'll
made a
fold.
pair doesn't mean
Over
your
to
hand
Ryan
is
in
the
small
best
blind.
hand and that you're not still way, way behind. So I think Colin's good enough to know that he can't check behind unless he has a hand that he's perfectly comfortable giving a
Ryan
free
will
card.
complete from the small blind.
Ryan's going to call from the
Option
small
to
blind.
Colin.
Don't really like that because, I mean,
Who will
again,
check it
Ryan,
back?
you know, is definitely, I mean, and I think Ryan knows that Colin is the more experienced player, the more knowledgeable poker player, and you're giving him a free
And
flop.
these two will see a flop. Ten of diamonds, jack
Excuse
of
me?
hearts, six of clubs. Action
We
Orion.
got 6-10 Jack Rainbow here. And Ryan's betting, and he looks like he has a hand. I don't think that's a bluff.
Ryan leads 225,000.
225,000, and the body language on Ryan does not smell bluffy to me. It looks like he actually has something. Ryan thinks he has the best hand, would be my read. But as we've seen, I've been very, very wrong a couple of times about some of these players.
Colin lets it go, and Ryan's going to take this one down.
And either Ryan had nothing or he had the same read. Of course, you can never tell which it is.
20 best, 20s.
And again, if you have questions you want me to answer, feel free to send out a tweet and put me in it at Fossilman. If you do a tweet that says like at Greg Raymer or something like that, I won't see it. It's got to be exactly at Fossilman. And I will get that and do my best to answer any reasonable question you might like to ask.
Ryan will be first act. Just over 15 minutes left in this level.
I was just looking again at the Hendon Mob stuff. I think I had the wrong information. Apparently, I grabbed the wrong person about Ryan. But still, this is obviously a huge day for him because it looks like his best result before now was on the HPT last year at the River City in St. Louis, Missouri, and he finished 37th for
We
3,200.
have Ryan raising on the button here.
And
to
so again, he's now
360,000.
surpassed that result by
Colin making
30-fold.
the call from the small blind.
Obviously,
over to Doug in the
hard to
big
be
blind.
unhappy after the fact. But there is definitely a word.
And we have a call.
So Ryan is raised and on the
We're
button, and
gonna
both
have all
players
three
have
of these
called.
players going to a flop.
Interesting hand. We'll get back to that other stuff later. I want to see this
Let's see
one.
it.
Ryan looking again. All right,
Seven
we
of
have a
hearts, eight of
completely
diamonds, three of diamonds. Colin will be first act.
flop that looks horrible for Ryan. Now
checks.
here we finally,
Doug.
for the first time I've seen, like we got a raise
Doug
and two
checks.
callers.
Action Orion.
Now, I've been saying like you need to c-bet. You need to make that continuation bet when you're the pre-flop raiser and you have one opponent. But if I have two opponents, my standard line is this. I look at that flop and I say, like, does that look like a flop that people
Ryan
on
will
the
make a
rail
bet,
think
500,000.
was good for me? Or is that the kind of flop that they think was more likely to be good for
Decision
one
on
of
the
my
column?
opponents? In other words, the kind of hands you put Ryan on when he raises pre-flop are like, you know, two big cards, ace high, stuff like that, king queen, pocket pairs, and so on. And so this doesn't look like a good flop for the kinds of hands that Ryan would probably raise with, but it does look like it's more likely to be a good hand for the guys who called, because they could have easily called with, you know, suited connectors and stuff like that have now hit this flop for one pair, two pair, straight draws, flush draws.
Colin will check raise.
You know, so that's why
Going up to
if it looks like
1.2
it's
million.
probably a good flop for me, I bet it, whether I hit it or not.
Action over to Doug
And if
here.
it looks like a bad flop for me, then I check it even if I hit it. And so now we've gotten a
Doug
check
makes the
raise
call,
from
1.2
Ryan
million.
to 1.2 million, and now a call from
Well,
Doug,
action
which
back
is
to Ryan.
very interesting. I mean, Doug easily could have a big draw, but if he has just a flush draw, just a straight draw, I don't think he can afford to call 1.2 million when he has like 5 million. Ryan looks very frustrated. Like, makes me think he has something like really good, like ace king, but he's like, what the heck, man? These guys both have to hit and I have to miss.
And Ryan will let it go.
But that's the reason you
We're gonna
check
go heads up
behind,
to a turn.
because
between Colin
Since
and
I would
Doug.
always check that flop against two opponents, they can't tell the difference between
see it.
ace-king and a set of eights.
Turn is the ace of
Well,
diamonds.
and if Ryan does have ace-king, he might be
Leon
regretting
Collins
it,
act.
or he might be
He
really
checks over to
thrilled.
Doug.
Now, Doug, this is a card you probably are supposed to like bet no matter what.
Doug checks back.
Unless Doug made a flush and is
Let's see a river.
trapping, I don't like that check. I think he needs to have shoved there
River's a nine of
because
spades.
Colin probably
Actually
can't
on
call.
Colin.
Unless Colin
He
was trapping
checks.
with a flush, he
Doug
cannot
checks.
call.
Shows a rivered 9 with 9-10.
Well, that was
And that's
Colin
gonna be
called
good
with
enough to take the
9-10,
pot.
and he did make a pair of nines on the river. And we don't know what Colin
Doug wins
had.
a big pot here. Had a straight draw.
So
at the
I hate
10-9.
Colin's call on the flop.
River to pair, and it was good.
I think that's a really, really bad call that he made. You've got a bet from the button, the raise from Colin. It's too many chips. It'd be one thing, you know, when you're starting this hand with like 5 million chips, it'd be one thing to call, you know, a bet on the flop of like the 400,000 that Ryan bet. You still have lots and lots of chips behind. But now all of a sudden he's calling off like 25, 30% of his remaining stack to see if he can hit a card on the turn. You know, now what does he do on that turn card if Colin bets? If, you know, in other words, if Colin had any clue where Doug was at, he would have bet
We'll have
Doug
Colin
all in
off
on the
first here,
turn.
folding
Doug
nine.
would have had to fold, and Doug wouldn't have hit that pair of nines on the river to win. Once he hit the 9 on the river, I think checking behind is perfect. But,
Action over to Doug. in
you know, the
small
interesting
blind.
question, too, is what would Doug have done if the river card hadn't been a 9? What if it had been a jack
He's going to raise it up.
that did not make his straight, that did
480,000.
not give him a pair? You know, now he's probably only going to win when he can successfully bluff. But would he know that he could get away with a bluff? So I think
Action on
that was a
nine in the big
really,
blinds.
really big mistake for him to call that raise on the flop. So here, Colin's folded his button. Doug's raised from the small. Ryan is talking to him, trying to get some kind of read or something. Now, chips are, again, these guys are pretty even now. I'm counting like 6 million in Doug's stack and possibly more than 6 million for Doug. So Doug, I think, has more than Ryan at this point. So Ryan's down to like 6. Doug has more than 6.
Expresses his displeasure with Doug's raising
And that would
tactics,
probably still
but
leave,
ultimately lets it go, and Doug's
oh,
gonna
you
take
know,
this
9
pot.
or a little less than 9 million for Colin. So Colin's still got the chip lead, but now it's changed. It was like 9 to 7 to 5. Now it's like, you know, 9 to 6.5 to 5.5 or something like that, or 9.5 or whatever. But that's one of the. I mean, I haven't seen Doug's cards very often. You know, he's played the pots he's won, and he's either had like a really good hand, or he's won without a showdown. And that's the first time I've really seen him like
Action will be
turn
on
over
Doug
his
in the button.
cards and have something that I really, really don't like.
He lets it go. Ryan in the small blind now.
Doug folds the button. Ryan's in the small. And you're in that spot again. You know, it's like you have way too many chips to just shove. So he's just limping in, it looks like. And he's
Ryan
not
makes the
looking
call.
comfortable. You know, he's looking unsure of himself. You know, so it's hard to put Ryan on a big hand. Hard to put him on a big hand. I guess he put in too many chips while calling.
And Colin checks his option. We're going to be heads up to
We
a
are going
flop
to see
here.
this flop because Colin
Let's
is
see it.
checked.
King of clubs, king of spades, and 9 of spades.
So king,
Ryan
9.
is first up and checks over to Colin.
And Ryan is checked. Colin, and this is a great flop to bet no matter what.
Colin
Yes,
will bet
you know, you
200,000.
almost certainly didn't hit this
Back to
flop, but
Ryan.
Ryan almost certainly didn't
He'll
hit it
make the
either.
call.
So now Ryan's called here. She should either be trapping with a
Let's see the
king,
turn.
bluff catching with a 9.
7 of clubs.
Maybe he has a good draw, you know, like a spade
Ryan will check.
draw or something
Colin
like
will
that.
check.
And both have checked.
Let's see the river.
And this is a good spot for Ryan to bet the river no matter what.
Queen of clubs on the river.
So
Ryan will have action.
if I'm Ryan, if I have no value, I'm
He
going to
will check
bet.
over to Colin.
If I have a huge hand, I'm going to bet. I'm only going to check if I have a hand that I'm going to call a bluff with. So in other words, if I'm checking in Ryan's shoes here on this scenario, it's only because as soon as Colin bets, I'm just going to say
Colin's
call,
gonna make a bet.
and I'm going to hope that my 9 or my
620,000.
7 or whatever it is good, or even my ace high.
Decision
But I'm never
back to
going to
Ryan.
check with any of those hands and then fold them. If I had a hand that I would fold right now, I probably would have bet out because there's such a good chance that Colin's going to have to fold and can't call that bet. So yeah, there really shouldn't be a hand in Ryan's range that is kind of this agonized call. Colin looks a little jittery. I mean, I'm not sure if he's on your feed right now, but Colin's looking a little jittery. You know, it's like you can tell under the table
Ryan
his
makes the call.
leg is going up and down.
Colin turns over
Colin
a 9
turns over
for
a
pair of
9.
nines.
And
And Ryan has river to queen. With
River
queen
hit a
jack,
queen,
and we'll
so
take this
not sure
pot.
what he was agonizing about. I mean, that's just such an easy call, and that is exactly the kind of hand where I might just check call, but I don't think you need to take the time. You know, at least not as long as he did. Like you might think over it for like 3, 4, 5 seconds, you know, maybe 10 seconds before you call, and see if you induce a tell that makes you think like, oh man, this guy does have 3 kings.
Yeah, it's going to be another hour.
I think Colin is asking Dan about like when the next break is or something. You certainly can see the momentum has shifted. I mean, with that huge double knockout, Colin had all the he had half the chips and all the momentum, and over half the chips and all the momentum. But now, he keeps seeming to lose most of the hands he gets involved
Be
in.
Ryan's action here on the button.
Looks like Colin's below 9 million, like 8.5. Looks like Ryan has 7. Doug has 6.5 or 7. Just trying to eyeball their stacks. So
We'll
Ryan
have
has
a
button
raise here
raised.
from Ryan on the button. 360,000.
360
Colin's
from
able to call
Ryan
the
on the
small blind
button.
over
Colin
Doug.
quickly calls. And Doug calls.
And Doug will make the call.
So we
as
got
we
another
move
three-way
action
pot,
to the
which is
flop.
always very unusual at this stage, that all 3 players have a hand they want to play.
Let's see the flop.
You can see Colin just doesn't look happy. As I see him,
Flop is jack of spades. 10
if
of
I see
clubs,
his
7
face
of
here on the
spades.
feed, it's just, he
Actual
just
beyond
looks very
Colin.
unhappy. I think
He
he
checks.
feels that
Doug
momentum
checks.
shift.
Back to Ryan.
And that's where Ryan, I don't mind that.
Ryan checks.
Yeah, because this looks like a flop that's good for the
Let's
callers.
see a turn.
So he's got the 2 callers again. He's got this very,
There's the
very
4
wet
of
board
spades.
of Jack 10-7
Colin
with
check.
2 spades. And that's just the flop that just looks like it's all over the guys who called. And that it, on
Doug
average,
makes
you
a
don't
bet.
think it hit him. So even if I'm
500,000.
Ryan with 8-9
Ryan
of
folds.
spades for the
And
best
Colin quickly
possible hand
folds.
on the flop,
Doug's going to take
I
the
still
flop.
like that check behind. That's going to be my standard line if I'm in his seat. Now, I guess it can't happen anymore at this stage of the tournament. What if you raise pre-flop and you have 3 or more callers? Then I basically ignore the fact that I'm the pre-flop raiser, and I either check or bet or whatever, based on all the other factors. In other words, if there's 5 guys seeing the flop and I'm the guy who raised, I'm just as likely to bet if it was someone else who raised and I'm the guy who called, or one of the 3 or 4 people that called. So now it's based on, my perceptions of their hand strength and what my cards are. Did I hit that flop or not? All
Fold
those
on the
things.
And Doug folds.
And Ryan gets a walk.
Ryan will get a walk.
Well, these chip counts becoming very even. So someone's tweeted, what are the chop denominations? I guess, do you mean like if they did a deal, how much would they each get? And that's what the ICM calculator would do. Oh, and a shout out
Doug
to
will
Craig
start the
Casino,
action
who
here.
tweeted me here.
Just 2 minutes left on this level.
You know, he's just saying nice job and all that. I appreciate it, Craig, and I look forward to seeing you at the next event. And, of course, I don't have to be doing a lot to stay ahead of you since I've only got
Ryan
a
will
1,000
complete from the small
chip
blind.
lead.
Action
You're
over
not the
Colin
kind of guy
York.
who's going to sit at
He
home and
checks
not
his option.
do really well in all these HPTs, so I know you're going to cash again real soon. But I actually have an app on my phone, so I'll have it with me when I'm in the poker room, called Dealmaker that was free, and
Jack
so
of
I can put in
diamonds,
these stack
jack of
sizes
clubs,
and the
8 of
payouts
spades.
and get the
Ryan's
math done.
action. He checks over to Colin, who checks back.
Let's get into this hand, though.
Let's see the
Jack,
turn.
Jack 8, and looks like
5
Doug
of
was on the
spades on
button,
turn.
so it looks like this was like a limped pot.
Ryan checks.
And it's gone check, check, you know, so call from the small,
Colin
check
would
from the
bet
big, check, check on the
300,000.
flop.
And
Quick call
Ryan
from
makes the
Ryan
call.
here when Colin bets. So, I mean, that's
These two will head to a
sounds
river.
like an 8 for Ryan, and he's just like, hey, I'm not folding, I'm calling you
7 of
down.
hearts on the river.
So
Ryan
it seems
checks.
like that 7 certainly could have changed things. Someone with 9-10 just hit their draw. And of course, when you're playing these
Action
short-handed
over to Colin.
pots, people can have strange things like 6-4, you know, that just hit a runner-runner double gut shot straight and stuff like that. I mean, things like that pop up more often than at a full ring. And it looks like
Colin's gonna
725,000.
make a bet.
That looks like a value bet to me. He's
725.
I bet 300 and you called immediately. I think you're going to call me
Decision
again.
back over to Ryan.
And so I'm betting a little more than I might have because I want to get paid off a little more. And Colin is showing, not Colin, but Ryan is showing that he laid down either a 7 or an 8. I couldn't tell.
Ryan will fold, and Colin will take that pot.
You always got to be careful showing your cards because you're giving your opponents information. So you only want to show your
This will be
cards
the last hand at this level, players.
if you are
We're gonna take a really
confident
quick 5-minute break so you guys can use the restroom.
that they are going to interpret it the right way. In other words, what do you want them to perceive? And are you really sure that that's how they're going to perceive it? You know, otherwise, you really got to be careful with showing cards like that. Now, if he's right, and he read Colin correctly, and let's say, oh, I was going to pay you off, but now I'm convinced
Action
that
will
you
be on
made
Ryan.
3 jacks, and I'm going to fold a hand I should have called with.
He folds
Now
his
that could
button.
put Colin on tilt. That could be upsetting to Colin, and it could be advantageous. But you have to be very sure that
Colin
your read
completes
is
from the
right,
small blind,
and
we'll
that it's going to
the option
have
over to Doug.
the kind of result you want.
He'll check and we'll take
Otherwise,
the
you
flop.
might have just motivated him to try to bluff you more frequently in the future.
Let's see it.
This is the last hand at this level. The players are going to just get a very short break to like use the restroom and stuff, and then
5
move
of
it back.
diamonds,
So
6 of hearts,
we
jack
should
of
only be
diamonds.
not in action for maybe like 5 minutes or
Colin bets
something
250,000.
when this hand is over.
And Doug will let
Colin
it go.
bets, Doug folds. So we're on a very, very short break, and when I get back, I
We'll be
will
back here in
talk
just a
more
couple
about
minutes.
chop denominations and all that kind of stuff.
Heading up to 100, 200,000. Seeing which of these players are going to walk away with $230,000 in cash. the air. We're back here from a short break. Our 3 final players are remaining out of a field of 713. Colin's going to be first act on the button. New level is 30,000 ante, 100,000 small blind, 200,000 big blind. Colin will make the call. Colin's still chip leading with 7.9 million chips coming back from break. Doug in second with 7.3. And Ryan just behind him with 6.3. So just about even for all these players. Anyone's game with $230,000 up top.
Welcome back,
Doug has
everyone.
completed from the small blind,
This is
and
Greg
Ryan will
Fosselman
check his
Raymer. We had a
option.
short break.
So all 3 of these players are going to see a flop.
We got 100, 200,000 blinds with a 30,000 ante and a 3-way pot.
King of hearts, king of clubs, 4 of hearts.
390,000
first
chips in
act.
the pot
He checks
before
over to Ryan.
things even start.
Ryan checks to Colin.
We got a
And
check
Colin
to
will bet
Colin.
350,000.
He bets 350, and I think he should bet this flop 100% no matter what he has. It's really hard for
Doug
anyone
makes
to
the call.
continue unless they have a king.
Action to Ryan.
I mean, if you have a 4 in your hand or a medium pocket pair, you know you might have the best hand, but it can
Ryan
be
will
very
let it go.
daunting for you to do anything but fold.
Doug and Colin are going to see a turn.
Because let's say I have a 4 in my hand.
With Doug acting first, let's see.
Well, if I call this bet on the flop,
Queen of spades.
am I now going to call again if Colin bets the turn? But Doug is looking at his chips.
Doug checks to
That seemed
Colin.
like a tell. I think Doug has something. I think he might have hit the queen. And here he's grabbing for his chips before Colin
will
even
make a
finishes
bet.
betting.
875,000.
So that's a huge tell. And again,
Decision
I'm
back to
looking
Doug.
at a monitor here that has multiple divisions on it. So I'm seeing feeds from all the cameras except for the whole card cameras. So I'm seeing several things at once, and I don't know for sure which one you're seeing. But I was obviously
Doug
wrong
lets it
about
go,
that
Colin's gonna
tell.
win this pot.
Doug did not have a great hand or just hit a great hand. So we're working a little bit on ICM and doing that. So I am going to put the approximate chip, or not chip counts, but right now I'm doing the approximate prize money in this thing. I'm just going to round it off to the nearest 1,000. So I'm rounding these off to 230. I guess I should round that to 231 since it's 230, 580. So 231, 143, and 94 are the prizes. And then what are the stack sizes? Well, coming back from the break at least, Colin had 7.9 million. So type in 79. And then we had 7.3 million for Doug. So I type in 73.
Action starts with Doug. who
And then
lets it go.
6.3 million for Ryan.
Over to Ryan with his 100,000
So I
small
type in
blinds.
63 and
He will
hit the
complete.
calculate button, and
Over
it
to
tells
Colin
me
with
the
big.
average result for each player. And as you can see right now, it's very close, obviously. But the average result is Colin's going to win
He will
161,000,
check his option.
157,000 for Doug, and
These two are going
149,000, almost 150,000 for Ryan. And there's no surprise. Their chip counts are very close. Their theoretical payouts
Ace
are
of
very
clubs,
close.
9 of hearts, 7 of clubs.
But we go back in time a little bit
Ryan's first
when it was
act.
9 million to 7 million to 5 million chips for the 3 players. Then all of a sudden it's almost
Ryan White
170,000
leads out,
for Colin,
275,000 to
157,000 for Ryan, who was in second at that time. And then when Doug
Who
had the
makes the
5
call?
million, he had 141,000. And so let's remember those numbers, 157 and
These two will see the
141.
turn.
Because let's say those guys played a pot and traded a million.
Ace of hearts on the turn.
So now they were even at 6 million each.
Ryan's action.
Well, they went to 149 each.
He checks over to Colin.
So the way what you can do with these kinds of things is
And
you look at
Colin
all these
will check.
numbers, and you can see
We'll see a river.
how these values start changing. And sometimes they're going to change a lot more than you think, but
River, ace of
frequently they're
spades.
not going to change as much as you would expect.
Ryan will bet 500,000. Colin quickly calls. Let's see him.
Nope, Ryan I guess doesn't have anything. He's just saying, nope, I bluffed, I bluffed.
Ryan shows Jack high. Jack of diamonds, 5 of hearts. And Colin will win the pot with 7-4 for a pair of sevens.
Well, I mean, I like the. I wasn't paying enough attention to the hand, I admit, to know how the action proceeded. But on the river, I like Ryan's bet because his hand has no value. He basically really doesn't ever expect to win in a showdown, and so that's the time to bluff.
Aces and sevens, good for nearly
You don't
2 million
want to
for-
bluff
for Colin there.
when you have a medium hand. I mean, in other words, that's where you really got to be careful, is when you have a moderate strength hand. So in other words, if Ryan had the pair of
Increasing his
sevens,
lead.
I wouldn't like
Battle
that
for
bet on the river
$230,000
because
up
it's
top.
unlikely he's going to get called by a worse hand, but it's also unlikely that he's going to get a better hand to fold. So now you've taken a hand that could easily be the best
Ryan
hand and
starts
you've
the
turned it
action
into a
with
pure
fold.
bluff.
Over to Colin in the small blind.
Whereas
who
instead,
competes.
When you bet, you want to have a
Doug will
hand
the
that
option.
is doing one of those two things. It's
And
either
he will
getting
check.
better hands to fold
These two will see a
or it's
flop.
getting called by worse. Well, if you have a great hand, especially if you have the nuts, every time it gets called, it's called by a worse hand. And if you have
Deuce
a
of
really
clubs,
strong
four of
hand,
diamonds, a jack of
almost every
diamonds.
time they call, they
Action
have the
on
worse
Colin York.
hand. And if you have
He leads
a really weak
200,000.
hand, well then yes, they never call with worse.
Doug will make the
But
call.
now you can get them to fold lots of different hands that currently have you beat.
They'll go to a turn.
So when you're betting, you should be much more likely
9 of
to
spades.
be at the top or the bottom of your
Action
range
once again on Colin.
and much less likely to be in the middle.
He'll bet 425,000 over to Doug. Doug will make the call.
So having a little more ICM
And
fun.
these two will see a river.
We had this hypothetical last time where it was 9 million for the chip
Eight of
leader
hearts.
here, three-handed, and 6 million each for the guys behind. Well, let's make that discrepancy
will
even
check.
greater. Let's put, when they did that, the payouts approximately
Action
were
over to Doug.
170,000 for the chip leader on average and
Puts out a bet of
150,000
700,000.
for the average
Colin
other
quickly
guy.
calls. Let's see him. Doug shows pocket kings.
So Doug had pocket kings and just won a
And
nice
Colin
pot
looks and
and
Doug
got
will
called
take
on
this
the
pot.
river. So here, that wasn't a big difference. 150,000 is the average payout for these two guys that have 6 million each, compared to only 20,000 more, 170,000 for the guy that has them 50% more chips than either one of them. So if I just bump that up to like 13 million for the chip leader and 4 million each for the other guys, now that 170 to 150, well, the guy with 170 has moved up to 193. The guys that had 150 each dropped down to 137. But you'll notice they both have 4 million now instead of 6 million. But
Action will start
their
here.
drop-off wasn't,
Colin on the button.
that huge. They're still barely getting worse than second place money each on average. So that's the interesting thing, is that sometimes these things don't change as much as you would think. So even though the guy
Colin
now
will
has 13
call from
million
the button,
and this
200,000.
what looks like this dominant chip lead,
Doug will
the
complete from
positions
small
aren't
blind.
that dramatically different
And
than they
Ryan will
were
have an
before.
option.
And so the great thing about ICM
Ryan
is
checks his
twofold.
option.
The simple way to
These
use
guys see
ICM is just
flop.
when you're making deals. So like I said, I have an app on my phone, so I can plug in the numbers if people want to talk a deal. And I can see what the ICM
10 of
math
spades, deuce of
says my
spades,
stack
queen
is
of spades on the
worth.
flop.
So
Doug
if
will
I'm
have
in that
first
exact
action.
scenario, and I'm the 4 million chip
He
stack,
checks,
and I'm tied with this
Ryan
other
checks.
guy
and Colin quickly
versus the big
checks.
chip leader with 13 million,
Let's see the turn.
since this says my average result's going to be 137,000,
Turn is a king
I'm
of
certainly never going to
diamonds.
accept a deal where I get less than that.
Doug will check.
And if I think I still have a skill advantage over my opponents, I'm going to want maybe noticeably more than that
Ryan checks, and Colin
137,000.
checks.
But that's always going to be my starting
Let's see
point.
a river.
If I'm not going to get at least 137 out of the deal, I'm not going to
River's
make the
nine
deal.
of hearts.
And that's the way I think to approach it.
Action on Doug.
Is when it comes time to make deals, is just what is my average result going to be if I just play it out? And if you're going to give me that number or better,
Doug makes a bet of 400,000.
then maybe I'll make a deal. But if you're going to give me less than that, then heck with it, no thanks, no deal.
Ryan makes the call. Colin folds. Let's see him.
It's like
Doug shows queen jack for a straight.
so Doug made a straight, and
Ryan shows two pair of nines and deuces, but will not be good enough. Doug's going to take this
well, that's an
flop.
unlucky river card for Ryan. He flopped bottom pair. He rivered nines and deuces, but that gave Doug the straight. And certainly you're looking at that and you're like, well, it's 9, 10, queen, king. I mean, come on. There's got to be a good chance someone made a straight. But you're in a three-handed game, you know, so it's just hard to make hands. And it's not like he should have folded there. Maybe he should have, maybe he shouldn't. But it's certainly not automatic. So this hand, Doug will be the button, and things are going well for Doug.
Doug has the button.
He looks like he has a chip lead now. Looks like Doug has like over 8 million. And
He'll be first up here.
I mean, it's actually pretty close. I think
He
it's
raises it up, 400,000 to go.
well, it's pretty close between Doug and Colin. They both have like 8.5 million, and looks like less than 5 million for Ryan.
Ryan folds from the small blind.
But you'll notice, even
Action
though
over
he's
to
now
Colin in the big
a
blind,
serious
he
short
defends.
stack, he
These two will see a flop.
you know, still, if he hits anybody, so to speak, if he doubles through anybody, then they're the extreme
Seven of
short stack
spades,
instead.
7 of hearts, 8 of spades.
And if we just
Colin
assumed
checks over to
that it was
Doug, he
8 million
checks
to 8
behind.
million to 5 million, our ICM
Let's see
says
turn.
that the numbers for a deal would be 163,000
turn.
each for the chip leaders and 141,000 for
Doug will
Ryan.
check.
So, I mean,
Let's
even
see
though
river.
he is noticeably behind in a fair
5 of
deal,
diamonds on the river.
he's only getting paid 22,000 less than the other guys.
Colin will bet 400,000.
And that's part of it. People don't really understand that math always.
Doug makes the call.
And that's why you sometimes see some like
Colin
horrible
shows
deals made where
6-4
people
for a
get
straight.
way less or way more than they really should
And
have.
that's going to be good enough to win it.
And that's one thing you can do is try to talk your opponents into making those really bad deals. And thank you to Patrick, who tweeted again. Says he's loving the broadcast. I appreciate it very much. He says he's going to attend my seminars when I come back to Denver, and I appreciate that as well. We don't have dates set, but check back in a month or two at fossilmanpokertraining.com. And I actually am probably going to be talking to Tony, the poker room manager, when we're all done with this final table, and discuss when we might want to set it up for me to come back and teach a seminar one or two more times this year.
Ryan will be starting
So you
off
can
the
look
action
for
here on the
that
button.
to happen. What you can also look for when you watch this live broadcast or any live broadcast this season on the Heartland Poker Tour is a really cool interview called A Poker Life with Doyle Brunson. And the HPT sat down with Doyle and talked to him about his entire poker career and, you know, the early days, the good old, you know, the road days and all that stuff. And so that's a very interesting segment to watch. There's a little bit of that interview
Ryan will make a raise.
within each episode of the HPT on television,
400,000.
and it's sponsored
Colin
by
folds a small blind.
AcePlayPoker.com.
Over to Doug in the big.
We got a button
Doug will
raise.
defend for
Colin
200,000
folds.
more.
Doug calls from the big
He and
blind to
Ryan will see a
defend.
flop.
So now we're heads up.
Flop is 5 of clubs, 9 of diamonds, 9 of clubs.
Now this is a flop that if
Doug to
Doug
go
checks, Ryan should bet
He
100%.
checks. On to
You made it
Ryan.
400 pre, just bet 400 again. It's very unlikely. I mean, anytime the board is paired, it is that much less likely that your opponent hit any of it. So you bet again because he probably doesn't have anything and he's going to have to
Ryan
fold.
bets 700,000.
But you don't need to bet that much, Ryan.
Decision back to Doug.
And it looks like Doug is going to call.
makes the call.
And obviously, if Ryan has a 9, he's very happy with that call. And if he'd played it my way, he would have gotten
These two
less
will see a
chips
turn.
into the pot.
3 of hearts on
That
the
should
turn.
be a complete brick, the 3. Now, this is where if Doug could have been floating, he might have
Doug
called there on the
checks
flop
over
with
to Ryan.
nothing, because then he's just going to bluff the turn no matter what it is. And this would have been the time to do that, because there is like 2.3, 2.4 million in this pot.
Ryan checks back.
And Ryan's whole stack is
And we'll see a river.
only a little over 3 million. So any bet
4
that's
of
made
hearts on
right
the river.
now probably should just be
Action on Doug.
an all-in. Because even if Doug's doing, he's just putting Ryan all in. But Doug is betting. And Ryan already looks like he's done before the bets.
Doug bets 900,000.
And that's one reason to like start cutting out a bet. Even if you're not even if you're thinking you're probably not going to make the bet, what if you start cutting it out like that? You don't do anything that actually commits you. You don't go over the line with it, so to speak. You don't move the chips forward, but you start counting them out. You might see that opponent go like, oh, man, his shoulders slump. He's like, darn it, I'm going to lose. And so once you see that reaction from him, well, now you can follow through with the bet and let him fold. But Ryan actually has a decision. So I bet Ryan has something like ace high, and he is wondering if it's still good. Like I wouldn't expect Doug to bet anything really here but a bluff or a 9. It looks like he's bluffing. And it's a pair of 4s on the river.
Both players with
Well, they both made a pair of 4s on the river. See, I don't like that bet by Doug.
Ace kicker is going to be good enough to take it down.
I don't like that bet by Doug because I don't think you're ever going to get him to fold a better hand. He's not going to fold a 5. He's not going to fold a pocket pair.
Ryan's ace high, both turned into a pair of 4s.
I guess though he could have gotten called. I mean, I thought maybe that Ryan was thinking of just calling with ace high. So in that sense, there were some hands where he might have been called by worse. But I think Doug would have gotten a lot more value checking the river and then inducing a bluff from Ryan. Because I could certainly see Ryan, if he didn't have a hand with showdown value, if he didn't have ace high, he had worse than that. He had king high, queen high, anything else worse, jack high. Now you might induce a bluff, and then you call with your pair of 4s, and you snap off that bluff. But if you bet that pair of 4s on the river, Ryan's never going to call you with jack high and queen high and king high. So you get no value when Ryan has any of those hands. You might get value from the ace high that might call you. You might get called by the pair of 2s or the pair of 3s.
Ryan's going to let it go, and Colin's going to win this one.
But overall, I think that's a bet that's not going to make you anywhere. It's not going to do as good for you as checking and calling. And that was actually the perfect example of what I mentioned before, of he was betting a medium hand. He took a hand that was right in the middle. It wasn't strong, it wasn't weak, and he bet it. And so essentially he kind of turned it into a bluff. It was just hard for him to get value out of that hand. But those medium hands can often be good for calling bluffs. And that's how you can make your money with them, is you induce the opponent to make the bluff, you pick it off, and then he's like, you got me, I got king high. Or something like that.
They'll raise it up, 500,000 from the button. Over to Ryan in the small blind.
It's actually been one of the latest things I've been going on about a lot when I've taught my seminars, is this, idea of don't bet those middle hands, at least most of the time.
Doug's raise is going to take it down.
I mean, when a great player bets a hand like that, it's because he has got a great read on his opponent. Like, let's say that when that 3 hit the turn, I saw the tail on my opponent, and I really felt confident. He hit the 3, made a pair of 3s. Now I can bet my pair of 4s on the river because I feel like there's a very good chance that I'm going to get paid off by that slightly worse hand. But as you can see, for you to do that correctly, you need to have just a razor-sharp read on your opponent, and that's not easy to do. So most of us, most of the time, we just don't want to make those bets, because if we do, we're just making a mistake.
Ryan will start the action.
Ryan on the button and under the gun. So they're getting a little drink. And he just calls. Don't like it.
Will complete from the small blind.
Got to raise there, put pressure on your opponents.
To Doug, who decides to check.
So now we got a 3-way flop. With that win, Ryan's back up over 6 million chips.
8 of clubs, ace of spades, 6 of diamonds. Colin checks, Doug checks. Over to Ryan.
Looks like maybe Colin's back up to 9 million.
Ryan will bet 600,000.
Ryan's up to 6.5.
Colin both quickly release, and Ryan's going to win the pot.
So that would leave, it looks like more than 5.5 in Doug's stack, so hard to tell. Sometimes the stacks aren't exactly 20 tall.
Action will start with Colin.
Colin's first on the button. Comes in for
He's gonna
400, it
raise
looks
up
like.
to 400,000.
I like that play. If you're going to raise, you don't really need to raise any more than that. They're going to fold for that number as often as they're going to fold
Doug
for
lets it go
5.
from the small blind, and Ryan's going to defend his big blind. Ryan and Colin will see a flop. Six of spades, deuce of spades, 5 of hearts on the flop. Ryan will act first.
So this looks like a horrible flop for the guy who raised, but he's only got one
He'll
opponent.
check over to Colin.
So this is where Colin should bet another 400.
And Colin will bet 400,000.
Because again, what's Ryan going to do? He didn't hit this flop. He has to fold or bluff. Now Ryan doesn't look strong, but he looks like he doesn't believe Colin. Now he really looks weak now, double checking his cards. And he's giving it up.
And after some thought, Ryan will let it go. Colin's going to take this one down.
And the fact that Ryan had a hand that he could even think about, it makes you wonder, did he have the best hand? Because if he had a hand that he maybe could call with, then that makes me think that his hand is stronger than Colin's range. Because Colin's entire range there was,
chips.
Almost anything.
That's
He
now the
button
ante every
raised
single hand.
and he c-bet. He might have almost anything. He slowed down with his button raises
They've managed to
after he
accumulate
got
all the
3-bet
chips from
by
over
Ryan
710
quite a while ago.
entrants.
But that's been quite a while. And he could be creeping back up to the point where maybe he's like, okay, I've reestablished an image that I don't just automatically raise my button.
Doug will start off the
So
action
maybe
here
I
by
can start
folding his
raising
button.
every button again.
And Ryan will release, and Colin will get a walk.
Colin gets a walk. Seen quite a few of those here today. Like I said, the play seems, like much more conservative, much tighter. People aren't being as aggressive. And that's good and bad. Being frequently aggressive forces your opponent to make a lot of tough decisions. And since it is so hard for them to pick up a big hand, you certainly can just pressure them into folding, if you're not overdoing it. And so I know my level of aggression here at this point in time would be much higher, I think, than what I'm seeing from any of these players. But that also means I'm taking a greater
Ryan's
risk
action
of
on the button.
flaming out, so to speak, of putting my money in bad and getting caught. So it does cut both
He
ways.
will raise it up, 600,000.
We got a
Colin raises the
600,000
small
here
blind.
from Ryan.
Over to Doug in the big.
Colin folds the small. Doug is thinking.
He will defend.
Now Doug seems to be
Doug and
becoming,
Ryan are going to see a flop.
Doug seemed to be like tight and aggressive through most of the final table, but now he seems like he's become much more
8 of
passive.
spades, 6 of hearts.
He's
queen of
doing a lot
hearts.
more checking and
Doug
calling
will act first.
and less betting and raising than he was before. So that's a bad sign for him. Now he's going to do the weak lead, it looks like. It's like you've been raised pre-flop, and now you're
Doug's
just
gonna make a bet
leading
of 800,000.
right into your opponent. And certainly,
Over to
if
Ryan.
Ryan just has nothing, he probably has to fold here. But the problem is that a lot of those weak leads are nothing, or they're draws. So this would be a spot where, depending upon my read of the opponent, I might raise with my nothing. Doug's giving him a look and a smile now. We're getting a little interaction, and that's always a good thing. I mean, if you can get your opponent reacting, talking, moving, doing things, he might give something away. So I think Ryan, is probably going to fold, but he just doesn't believe Doug. He's just like, oh man, you have you have like Jack 10, so you're like, well, hell, I have a gut shot draw. Let's see if I can get Ryan to just fold, so I don't have to make my hand.
Doug's lead is going to take it down.
But yeah, I mean, certainly sometimes the weak lead is a big hand, but in many
There Doug goes
cases,
again.
it
Crowd
is a
favorite.
very marginal hand or a draw. So we had the 6-8 queen with 2 hearts. You know, so frequently that is, you know, something,
Each big blind of 200,000.
you know, like a flush
is worth
draw,
about 10,000
straight
real
draw,
dollars in entries.
maybe a 6, maybe an 8.
So these players are literally deciding
And he's like, I don't want to check raise with
for
this
tens
hand,
of thousands of dollars.
and I don't want to check call and give you a
even
free
when they're
turn
just a raise
card.
and take it. Any big pot is
So
worth
I'm going to
well
bet
over
out
100,000.
because it's so much cheaper to bet out than it is to check raise. And so a lot of these, I mean, not just these decisions like the weak lead or the donk bet there that Doug did, but a lot of times you'll see your opponents at the table, and fear drives a lot of their decisions. Like
Colin
the most
starts off with a
common
raise here from the button of
weak
400,000.
opponent, the most common opponent that you love to see at the
Action on
table
Doug.
because, you know, they're losing players is the calling
Colorado from
station,
Small blind.
the person who just calls frequently. Well, a
Ryan
lot
with
of
the fans
times,
in big blind.
you know, if they're inexperienced, they just don't really know what to
We're gonna
do.
have heads up action here.
So that's why they're calling. But if you see the experienced
flop.
player who's still a calling station after years and years of poker, frequently it's fear.
Nine of
They
hearts, seven of
are
spades,
afraid
three
to
of
fold
clubs.
the winner, so they don't want to fold.
Ryan
But they're
checks.
afraid to lose more chips, so they don't bet and raise.
Colin checks
And so what,
behind.
of course, that means is that they just call
Let's see
all
a
the
turn.
time, unless they have really no hand at all. And as we all
King of
know,
hearts on the
that
turn.
is the most desirable opponent you can have. So obviously not a good strategy. But what happens is they feel like, well, you know, I'm not
Ryan
taking
leads
one extreme or
with
the
about
other.
400,000.
I'm doing this safe middle
Colin lets it
ground.
go.
Oh, I'm really
Ryan's gonna take
surprised
down this pot.
the way Colin played that hand. He raises pre-flop, gets called, and then he checks behind and folds the turn. That's going to be a really big mistake by him unless he spotted a tell from Ryan and knew that Ryan hit that flop. So if you got the tell that was reliable enough, well, then it might be correct to play the hand that way. You know, but the tell better be quite reliable. Otherwise, you have, instead of
we'll
like
get us
following the
started here.
tell, you have put yourself in the position of playing the hand like the worst way possible. You know, showing weakness when you have a weak hand and then just folding. But doing it in a spot like that where you obviously must have had a reasonable chance of getting your opponent to fold on the flop is pretty bad.
He'll open the
So
pot to
if Colin spotted a
400,000.
tell, then great read.
Over
If he
to
didn't
Ryan in
spot
the
a
small
tell,
blind.
then I think he
He'll
needs
let
to
it
ramp
go.
up the aggression.
Now Colin in the big.
Doug raises the button to
He rolled the fold.
400. Ryan folds. Colin calls.
And once again, we'll have heads up action. Let's see it.
5-5-6.
Flop is
Definitely a
five of
flop
spades,
Doug
five of
should
diamonds,
bet.
6 of clubs.
Doug should
Colin
bet,
checks.
but no, he doesn't.
Doug checks behind. Let's see a turn. Deuce of spades on the turn.
Colin comes out
Colin
betting
bets,
quickly with that deuce,
350,000.
which shouldn't change anything really. I mean, someone could have 3-4, someone could have a deuce, but
Action over to Doug.
most of the time that didn't change anything. And Doug
He's gonna
quickly
make the call.
calls. So Doug might have checked the flop for the only good reason, which is
These two players
I
will
don't
see
have a
over
great hand, but I have a pretty good hand, and I would
Queen of
rather
hearts.
induce bluffs and call you down.
Action on Colin. He checks.
Colin's going to check. Doug's going to show his hand.
Doug checks down.
Ace
shows
king.
Ace king high.
And that's
when we
fine.
get
If
to take
that's
down
if
this
that was
pot.
Doug's plan all along, is I'm going to check behind on the flop, and then I'm going to call no matter what. If you bet the turn and or the river, then there's nothing wrong with that check on the flop.
Gonna have a dealer change here.
But the truth is, on that
Daniel
flop of
coming out, Chantal
5-5-6,
coming in.
if I had bet out and Colin had raised me, I still would have called. In other words, I think his check raise, you know, bluff is going to happen just as often, you know, or almost as often, as if I check behind and induce the bluff. And that would have been a good flop for him to check raise because it's just highly unlikely that it hit Doug. I mean, it's highly unlikely it hit anybody. So if there's a good chance your opponent has nothing,
Ryan will start us off here.
then it must be a good time to bluff if you don't have much either.
200,000 to go. He's
So
gonna raise it up on the button.
Ryan's making it
to
600,000. He's starting this pot with 6.5
Over to Colin
million
in the small
chips.
blind.
Colin might be the short stack now. I can't tell if Colin has 2 or 3 stacks of yellow there. Those stacks are 2 million each. The greens are 500,000 each. if he only has 2 stacks of yellow, then he's down to like 6 million and change. 6.5 million, which I think would make him the shortest of the 3 right now. But things, ever since that double knockout, things for the most part just have not gone his way. So Ryan has opened the button, and Colin is
Colin's
3
gonna
betting
raise.
to something like 1.8 million, give or take, somewhere in that neighborhood.
1.4 million. Action to Doug in the big blind. Doug folds. Decision back to Ryan.
Yeah, I think it's like 6.5 million each to start this hand for Ryan and Colin, and then like 8 million for Doug, approximately. So I think Doug's the chip leader, and these guys are kind of tied for second. Now, this is a tough spot. I mean, basically, you know, it's hard for Ryan to call here because you're committing just so much. I mean, you got 6.5 million. You know, you're really going to commit 30% to see the flop. But if you re-raise right now, it's like you don't really expect Colin to fold.
Ryan counts out chips, but eventually makes the fold.
I mean, you know, 1.8 million, that's like,
Colin's
you
going to
know,
win this pot with a 3 bet.
30% of the stacks that each of them started this hand with. So, you know, it's just, and that's why it's such a great 3-bet. Again, that is a spot where, because of the numbers, Colin can be 3-betting there with almost anything because he knows that he has put Doug in this ridiculously difficult spot. That
Colin will
if
start
Doug
the
wants
action.
to bluff with a hand that he doesn't think is the best, he can't expect it to work. Excuse me. Because once you put in 30%, you really can't expect Colin to fold. I mean, if you
Colin
go all
raises
in for
400,000.
100%, Colin's already put in 30,
Doug folds
and there's
in
some
the small
dead
blind.
money. He's getting 2 to 1 on the
Ryan in
call
big.
for those last 70%. So you're really not expecting him to fold in that spot.
And
But,
he will defend.
you know, it's too much for you to call as well.
These
Now,
two are
the
gonna see a
interesting
flop.
thing there, you know, if if Ryan had been first to act,
Queen of clubs,
it would have been a
4 of
great spot
diamonds,
for the
5
stop
of
and go
hearts on the
play.
flop.
He could have called that
Action will be
3-bet
on Ryan.
and then gone all in on the flop, even if he missed it.
He checks.
And then he would have put Colin in this
Colin
really, really
also
tough
checks.
spot of not knowing what to do.
Let's see a turn. 3 of clubs on the turn.
So we get another check here.
Ryan will act first.
So Colin checked behind again. And now Ryan's leading on the
He makes a
turn.
bet, 550,000 over to Colin.
Looks like, okay, so Colin might
Colin
be doing the
makes the
same thing
call.
Doug did. We saw Doug check behind with that ace-king, and then he called
Let's
the
see
bet
over.
on the turn. And that might be exactly
10 of
what
hearts on the river.
Colin is doing here. He
Ryan
checked
will once
behind
again
to
act
kind of
first.
like induce the bluff, pot control. You know, he might have had a good hand like a big ace, ace-king, ace-jack. He might have
He's going to
a
make
small
a bet,
pair.
600,000.
And now it's 600, just a little
Decision
bit
over
more than he
Colin.
bet on the turn here from Ryan. So it smells value-y. It smells like he's trying to get value, that he wants to get called. You know, I would have expected his bet here typically to be like more like 1 million instead of 600,000. But maybe he's thinking, if I bet 1 million, Colin might fold. But if I bet 600, I think he's going to always call me. So that's why all this bet sizing stuff can be so important, because, you know, what message, you know, stuff like that, what do you do? And it puts Colin in a, excuse me, puts Colin in an awkward spot. If Colin's going to raise here, he effectively has to,
Colin will raise
oh,
1.5
let me
million.
change that. He raised to
And that's good enough to take
1.5,
it down.
and
As
Ryan
Ryan lets it
quickly
go for
folded.
900,000 more.
And now it looks like Colin would be back in the chip lead, quite possibly. He has 8 million before he stacks that pot, so 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, he's got to have like 10 million again. it looks like it is like less than 4 million maybe for Ryan now. And so we're in that ballpark of like maybe a little less than 10 million for Colin, a little less than 4 million for
24
Ryan,
minutes left in this level.
and maybe like 7.5 million
Which
for
means
Doug.
24 minutes left of the lovely Chantel dealing for us. I think we have a new crowd favorite. It's Chantel. Action will start with Doug.
Doug is first here. Got an interesting question on Twitter. Guy wants, in a few words, talk about Dramaha strategy. And I'm sure most people
He's going to raise it
who are
up.
listening don't know what
400,000 to go.
that question means at all.
Ryan
Because
folds a
very
small
few people
blind.
have ever heard of Dramaha.
Colin
It's a
with the
game I
blind.
picked up in a dealer's choice game in
He'll
Florida
pay 200,000
from a
more to see
guy
a flop.
from Sweden who says they played it, in his game back in Sweden. It's a combination of pot limit Omaha and 5-card draw.
Flop is
So-
deuce of spades, 3 of hearts, queen of diamonds.
Do you remember, like, if you watch like an old West movie when they're
Colin
playing
checks.
5-card draw, like get dealt 5 cards, bet, draw, 0 to 5 cards, can be exchanged
bets,
from your hand for new
400,000.
ones from the dealer,
And Colin lets it
and then
go.
after the draw, you bet
Doug's
again,
gonna
and
win
that's
this
it
one.
for that game. And you really don't see that game spread anymore in that form, where it's just one draw, whoever makes the highest hand wins. It's kind of gone out of fashion. But Dramaha kind of brings it back a little bit. So it's 5-card pot limit Omaha at the same time. So normal pot limit Omaha, except instead of 4, you get 5 cards in your hand. You do the normal game of pot limit Omaha before the flop. So button, blinds, pot limit betting. If there are 2 or more players still in the hand, you
Ryan will start
deal
us
the
off
flop.
here.
You do a round of pot limit betting. And then before the dealer does anything
Calls
else,
200,000.
the players all get a chance to draw. So now everyone still in the hand can
Colin will
draw
complete the
anywhere
small
from 0
blind.
to 5 cards. The dealer gives you your new
Doug has
cards
an option.
and then puts
we'll
over the
check
turn
it.
card on the table. You do the 3rd round of betting.
We're gonna
On
have
the
3
river,
actions
you do
this
the
flop.
4th round of betting. And at Showdown, half the pot is going to go to the best pot limit Omaha
6
hand,
of clubs, jack
where
of
you use
spades,
2 of the
7
cards
clubs on
that
the
you're
flop.
holding and 3 on the board.
Colin
So
checks,
normal pot
Doug
limit Omaha
checks.
rules.
Action
And
to
half the
Ryan.
pot goes to the best 5-card draw hand, whoever has the highest hand using all 5 of the cards that they're holding. So it's a split
Ryan's
pot
gonna bet
game, but it's not
400,000.
high-low. Excuse me, it's not high-low,
Decision
it's
over
high-high. So the highest hand for PLO wins half, and the highest hand for 5-card draw wins half.
Colin makes the call. On
So
to
here
Doug.
Ryan limped the button, and we had a 3-way flop. And they
And
checked to
Doug will make the
Ryan, who
call.
has bet this 6-7 jack
There's still gonna
flop,
be 3 ways here.
and he bet 500,000
turn.
and got called by both players.
10
So
of spades on the turn.
everyone seems to have something.
Colin will once again act
And
first.
one of the straight draws came in.
He checks.
8-9 just made the nut straight.
Doug checks.
The flush draws have missed, but there's a new flush draw now. So 2 clubs on the flop, but now there's 2 spades on
Ryan
the
will
turn.
check.
And Ryan is checked. Might have been a
Let's
good
see
spot
river.
to shove there, Ryan.
River is the 10 of hearts.
Colin
checks.
quickly checks, and he looks like he's done with the hand.
Action on Doug.
If Doug checks, it's a perfect spot for Ryan to shove with absolutely nothing. But Doug is
Doug's going to
betting.
bet 800,000.
Could be a bluff, but I don't think so. Either Doug got lucky and made 3 10s, or he made the straight on the turn, or he's just value betting a jack. Now, if he's betting a 6 or a 7, I hate it. I think that'd be a horrible
Ryan lets
bet.
it go.
No, but Colin is going to
Colin
quickly
makes the
call,
call.
so Colin must have like the jack.
Doug shows a 7 for 2 pair 10s and 7s.
So Doug bet
Colin
a
has
7.
jack and will win with 2 pair jacks
Colin
and 10s.
did hit the jack, and that's the mistake. Doug, again, he value bet a hand that's just not good enough. He wasn't going to get called, probably, by someone with just a 6 or an ace high or anything like that. And he probably wasn't going to get any better hand to fold. I mean, someone with a 10 just made trips. They're not folding. As we saw, Colin did not fold a jack, and I don't think Ryan would have folded a jack either. So, big mistake by Doug with that bet, because he's pretty much guaranteeing that he's only going to lose. In other words, if his pair of sevens is the best hand, almost always
Action
both
will
of
be
the
on
other
Colin here to
players are
start
going to
us off.
fold, and he's going to win the same pot he would have won checking.
He's going to make it
But if he's
400,000
beat,
on the button.
now he could have checked.
Over to Doug in the
Unless
small blind.
Ryan bluffed, Doug was going
He's going to make the
to,
call.
lose the pot to the jack, but he was still going to lose. He wasn't going to
And
lose that
Ryan's gonna call, so
800,000
we have more
chips.
three-way action.
So we're seeing a real fundamental mistake there. And I see that a lot where the less experienced player,
Let's see the flop.
their decision process kind of tends to come down to this. Do I think I have the best hand?
Ace of
Okay,
clubs,
yes,
10
then I
of
bet.
hearts, 7 of clubs
If I
on the
don't think I
flop.
have the best
Doug
hand,
will start us off.
I either give up or bluff. But it's not just do you have
He
the best
checks.
hand. You might be 90% sure
Ryan
you have the
checks.
best hand.
Over to Colin.
But if you also think about it, you might be in a situation where the 90% of the time that you're right, they're just going to fold anyways. And the 10% of the time
Colin's
that
gonna
you're
make a bet.
wrong, they're never going to fold.
700,000.
It looks like Fred Bevel's here handing out drinks to people in the audience and at the final table. Don't know what that drink is. Could be a
Doug
soft
will
drink
make
or
the
a hard
call.
drink, no idea.
Action over to Ryan.
So I explained what Dramaha is,
Ryan announces all in.
but to quickly describe in a few words the strategy, the best thing I can say for you is it's a split pot game. So you should be playing hands that have a chance to win both ways.
And Doug will
So
let it go.
Ryan shoved, Colin
Colin shows
called,
a set of sevens.
Doug gave up, and Colin has
And Ryan has
got
ace
a
five
set
from
of
top pair of
sevens.
aces. Going
Well, it
to
looks
need a
like this
lot of
is it
help
for
here to
Ryan.
survive.
Because Ryan has the ace. I mean, basically Ryan was trapped here. He was just
Seven of
cold
diamonds,
decked.
7 of hearts for
He's in a
Colin.
three-handed game. He
Ace
has
of
an
diamonds,
ace and he
5 of
flopped an
hearts for
ace.
Ryan.
He's really,
Only a running
and he doesn't have
full
enough
house.
chips to ever get away from it. So
We'll keep
this was
Colin-
just a
we'll keep
cold
Ryan
deck.
with us today.
He's supposed
Let's
to
see
get it
the
all
turn.
in with top pair if he can. But Colin flopped
Turn is a
sevens,
jack, and that's
three
gonna wrap it
sevens,
up. Gonna deal
and
the river.
that's going to be it. He can't win
Ryan's
now.
going to be our third place finisher.
So that was just unfortunate. There were some hands that he could have played a little differently and probably either saved some chips or won some chips in earlier pots. But overall,
Let's
he
give
played
Ryan
pretty
a big
well,
round of applause.
and he just made himself $93,806.
$94,000.
Considering that his best cash to date, if I had the right Ryan White on Hendon Mob, was only
Great effort from Ryan. We're
$3,000.
going to get a couple words with
That's
him.
a pretty darn good weekend, and I'm sure he's very happy and proud, and hopefully he is because he deserves to be. But now we are heads up, and we got Doug, who, again, if it's the right Doug Milner that I was looking at, his biggest cash to date was only like about $900, and he's going to win at least $142,857. And if he can come back from a chip deficit here to win this thing, he's going to go home with over $230,000. And Colin York, who clearly is a very good, very experienced player, but his biggest tournament cash to date is only about $9,400, and that was just a couple weeks ago. And he's also going to get at least $143,000 and maybe $230,000. So with the Dramaha thing again, it's a split pot game. Most of the time, your starting hands need to be hands that have a shot at winning both directions. A good chance. If you have a hand that can't win one way,
We're here
it
with
needs to be
Ryan
the
White, our
nuts.
third place finisher. Ryan, there were 713 entrants in this event. Did you ever see yourself coming in third?
Yes, I did actually. But I thought I played pretty well until today, and then I didn't play very well today.
What about the final table was different than you expected?
It was a little nerve-wracking, a little intimidating. My first final table, I made a lot of mistakes early. I thought there for a while I played pretty well, and then I made a couple mistakes here in the last few orbits. So.
Well, it's always great to be honest with yourself and honest with your play, and it seems like you're going to be able to think back on this and learn from your mistakes. What are you going to do with the 93,000?
Well, I'm very, very excited to get third, so I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. So we'll see.
All right, if you need any ideas, you come to me. Thanks a lot, bud. Yeah, we appreciate you playing, and we're going back to Freddie and Maria. Thanks, bud.
Let's get your microphone, guy. Well, when we started three-handed play, Colin had over half the chips, and he was just in a great position to do really, really well.
Here we're
And
going to
then-
reset for heads-up action.
Until very recently,
Come
he
on
was
back and watch
not
him play for all the cash.
looking, things were not going his way anymore. And now he's just won a bunch of hands in a row, including knocking out Ryan in third. We're going to get a chip count for you. There's going to be a small break here, and we'll play heads up. See you back in a couple minutes.
back here at the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor in Blackhawk, Colorado for the conclusion of our Heartland Poker Tour main event here. We have Colin York and Doug Milner. Colin has just about 16 million chips, which he's amassed by eliminating 6 of our 7 eliminations today, which is pretty astounding. And Doug, the gentleman that he is, hasn't eliminated anyone just yet, but he's going to be trying to eliminate Colin here with 6 million chips and just under a 3-to-1 chip disadvantage. We've got some exciting action so far, and I think it's going to continue. The lines are going to be 100,000 and 200,000.
I have no audio back here if that matters.
Good luck, boys.
Hello, hope you can hear me. This is Greg Raymer coming back to you after that break. A little more than we thought it would be, but we are now heads up. And it's been a great turnaround for Colin. I mean, he was in fantastic shape when he had that double knockout and was cruising along there for a little bit. But then Doug and Ryan decided they're not going to put up with that. They weren't going to be bullied, and they came pounding back at him. And at one point, he was even the shortest of the 3 stacks, I'm pretty sure. But now he's won several pots, including that knockout of Ryan. And so Colin, coming into heads-up play, has 16.2 million, and Doug has 6.3 million, were the numbers I were given. I'm not sure that's correct. I don't think Doug has 6.3. I think he has 5.3. That might have been a typo. Plus, that's too many chips. So I think we got 5.3 for Doug.
Colin has called from the big blind. Let's see a flop.
We have a a trip disparity here of like 3-to-1. So heads up, the small blind is on the button. The big blind
Flop is deuce of diamonds, queen of hearts, queen of
is not
clubs.
the button, and Doug is first pre-flop with the small blind. But now Colin will be
checks,
first
and Doug checks.
on every other street.
Let's see a turn.
Doug raised the button. Colin called. They both checked the flop
Ace of
of queen,
diamonds on
queen,
the turn.
deuce.
Colin checks.
And now with an ace on the turn, Doug is going to put out a bet.
Doug will bet
Colin's going to
600,000.
quickly fold.
And Colin lets it go. Doug's going to win our first pot of heads-up play.
So Mick Ivey has tweeted a couple of questions. He wanted to know how many bullets I've fired and if deals are ever made.
Both
If
of these
deals are ever
players
made on the HPT,
are guaranteed
then
142,000.
they are very private deals
But
because
still just about
you are not
90,000 up for
allowed
grabs here.
to make
With
deals
first place taking just over
on the
$230,000.
HPT. You can make deals at lots of venues around the country, including some televised events and all that, but you cannot make deals on the HPT, which other tournament series, there are many that prohibit it and some that permit it. So you see both sides of that. So certainly, if you're at the HPT, you're not
Colin
allowed
will
to make a
start the
deal.
action here on
But
the
if
button,
you're anywhere else, you
raising to
certainly want to
400,000.
ask, because you don't want to make a deal
Doug
and
will
then
make the call
have
from
some
the big
tournament
blind.
director penalize you or
And
kick you
both will
out or
see a flop.
something because you're not allowed to do that. So just ask them first. And then he wanted to know, I fired 4 bullets here this time.
6 of spades, ace of diamonds, 5
Felt
of
like
diamonds.
I was pretty unfortunate for most of those. There was one decision that was,
checks.
my own fault, so to speak. I
Colin bets
called a guy
400,000.
down in a spot where I thought that he was semi-bluffing a flush draw,
And Doug
I
will
was
make the call.
mistaken. And so that was a spot where I put my chips in quite badly. But got unlucky on the others, but that's the way it goes.
9 of hearts on the turn.
And did take the 4th bullet into day
Doug
2
checks.
and make it to the money.
Colin will check.
But couldn't get beyond that
Let's see the
after
river.
Keith Love, our final table
Queen of
player
hearts on the river.
and 7th place finisher,
Over to Doug.
caught that jack on the river to beat
He
my
checks.
pocket
Colin
tens.
checks behind. Doug shows 10-6 for a pair of 6s. That's going to be good enough to win this pot.
So 10-6 for Doug that made a pair. And as you can see, 10-6 offsuit, man, that is a really bad hand. But, you're heads up. And there are many world-class heads-up players who never fold pre-flop. Not to a single raise at least. Not unless you're going to make a huge oversized raise. So if you just do a normal-sized raise, they just don't fold. And I don't agree with that strategy, but I do agree that you
Doug's
should
going to be on the button here in first act.
playing your
Heads up
hand,
play.
seeing the flop, the
The dealer is the
significant
button and
majority
the
of the
small
time,
blind.
like
And acts
80 or
first pre-flop
90% of the
and
time
last
or
on
more.
subsequent streets.
So
And
playing
Colin's
most
gonna
of
let this
your
go, and
hands
Doug's
is
gonna go
very
ahead and win with
correct.
that raise to 400,000.
like I said, some great players will play every hand, but I think that's taking it a little too far. So Doug's won our first couple pots here, and now he certainly has over 6 million. Now he has, really more like closer to 7 million. Looks like 3 full stacks of yellow for Doug, plus a couple more yellow, and
Colin
then
first up.
more than
Calls
1.5
the
stacks of
200,000 from
green.
the button.
So
Doug
if
will
those
check.
those look like they're 20
And we'll
tall.
see a flop.
20 yellow chips is going to be 2 million. 20 green chips is going to be 500,000.
9 of hearts, 6 of diamonds, 5 of spades.
So we had a limp from Colin.
Doug bets. He goes to lead for 20, but has to make it 200, and does. Colin
Doug
calls
throws in the wrong
200,000.
chips, but that indicates a bet, so he had to do the min bet at 2 million, which I think
We'll
is
see
what
a
he tried
turn.
to do anyways. Colin calls.
8 of spades.
8. Huge card, because now any 7 makes a straight.
Doug
And
checks.
the kind of cards you might have played that only had a pair on the flop, like, 9-8, 6-8. You just made
Colin
2
bets
pair.
400,000.
So the 8 definitely could change things up. So Doug check calls 400,000.
Doug makes the call. And we'll see the river.
I think Doug's still a little embarrassed by his mistaken
7
bet.
of hearts.
7 of hearts on the river. Now this is always a very interesting
Action
when
on
the
Doug.
straight comes on the board like this. Because obviously, if no one has
Doug
a
will
10,
check.
it's going to be a chop. But I think Colin
Over to
is
Colin, who bets
convinced
2 million.
that Doug doesn't have anything. So now Colin makes this much bigger than average bet. They've put 800,000 each in the pot. So he's betting 2 million, but if Doug doesn't have a 10, if he's calling to chop,
And Doug's going to lay down 2 pair.
Doug folds 2 pair, and Colin has a
And
big
Colin's
smile on
gonna
his
win this
face.
pot
I
with
think
a big
Doug
bet on
made
the
a
river.
joke. But I mean, that's the thing. If Doug has a 10, or especially a 10 jack, he's going to check raise you. And now you're like, why did I bet 2 million? I just blew 2 million chips. But if you bet, a more normal bet there, like 700,000-800,000, you're making it easy for Doug to call and get his half of the pot. So it's very common in that scenario like that, where there's the 5 card straight on the board. For if someone bets, they make a
Action
big
will
bet
start here with Doug
because
on the
they're
button.
trying to price you out
Also
of
the small
calling
blind.
so that you don't get that chop. I mean, everyone knows that there's a good
And he'll
chance
fold.
that Colin did
Colin
not
will
have a
take
10,
a walk.
that Colin was playing the board, but he just stole the pot by overbetting it. And if he bets anything less, he's just probably not going to get away with the steal. And so he bets that big whether he has it or not. If he has it, then he gets you to pay him off. And gets you to pay him off big. If he doesn't have it, he's hoping it's going to get you to fold so you
Colin
don't get
will
the
act
chop.
first.
So you can see how that goes either way. But if you bet small, you're always going to get called. If you bet
He'll
big,
raise
you
to
may or may not.
400,000.
Depends on the opponent.
Doug will make the call. We'll go heads up to the flop.
So we got a raise and a call.
Queen of diamonds, 10 of hearts, king of spades on the flop.
So Doug was the
Doug
big
will
blind.
check
He's
over
now
to Colin.
first to act. Colin checks behind on
Colin
this
York
king,
checks
queen,
back.
10.
Let's see the turn.
It's a very scary board,
9
and
of
the 9
spades.
even more. And that would be a reason not to check back, even with a big hand like kings and queens, is that if the ace or the 9 hits the turn, now if your opponent has a
Doug
jack,
leads
he has you beat.
400,000. Action to Colin.
So if Colin folds here, then I
Colin
don't like
lets it
his
go,
check
and
on the
Doug will win
flop.
this pot.
Yeah, it was very much like a hand we had quite a while ago where I said I hated Colin's fold unless he had a tell. So if he saw something about Doug and he's like, okay, this board completely missed me, and Doug just showed a tell that makes me think that he hit the board and likes his hand, now it's perfectly fine to give it up, to just say I'm checking behind, I'm folding to the turn bet. It looks like it's just a weak, hopeless play, but because of the tell I spotted, I know it's actually correct. Otherwise, if you
Doug
didn't
is
spot a good
first to
tell,
act.
then it's probably just a bad play.
He's going to raise it up. 400,000 to go. Colin's going to lay down.
So we
And
got
Doug will take this pot.
Doug does the min raise, and they're both, when they're raising, they're doing the min raise, which I agree with completely. I don't think you need to bet anymore. The thing about this with heads up, not only is your opponent the big blind, but he's out of position. I mean, he gets to go second here before the flop. You have to make the first decision, but he knows that after the flop, he's first every time, out of position. So you really don't want to defend your big blind with really weak hands. You got to have something pretty decent. Oh, Dan just saved us a little misdeal there. And this is, again, like dealers you see this a lot because, you just don't get a lot of heads up as a player or a dealer. And so the dealers are used to the idea of, like, I'm going to deal the first card to the small blind. But the other thing is you always deal the last card to the button. And so in this
Action on
case,
Colin.
the correct procedure is you deal the last card to the button.
He shows deuce 7, deuce 6. Even
Colin
worse.
open folds
Lets
the
it
deuce
go.
6 on the button.
Doug's gonna get
And
a
I
walk.
agree. I don't think you should play every single hand on the button. And I don't want to call with hands like deuce 6 and stuff. I don't want to give my opponent a free flop. I don't want to call and then he raises and I have to fold. So I like just open folding, the worst 10 to 20% of my hands. And how many I fold just depends upon my opponent and, to what extent he's playing back at me and things of that sort. But I'm going to take those very worst hands, those
Action on
least
Doug here.
playable hands. And
He's
so
gonna raise
I'll
it
still
up,
be playing hands like
400,000 to go.
3-4, but I'm not going to be playing hands like 3-jack.
Colin will defend his big
'Cause
blind.
I think the 3-4 plays so much better
We'll
than
have
the
both
jack
these
3
players see a
does.
flop.
So, but I'm going to fold what I consider the least playable 10 to 20%.
Queen of spades, 8 of diamonds, 8 of spades.
And when my opponent
Colin's
raises my
first
big
act.
blind, I'm probably folding even a little bit more than that. Probably
He'll
even more
bet
than 20%.
400,000.
So it's going to average out to me folding like 15% to 20% of my hands.
And Doug's going to make the call. Let's see one more.
But that still means, of course, you're playing like 80%
9 of clubs
your
on the turn.
hands. And you're still playing lots of hands that are normally considered very, very weak.
Colin's going to bet 600,000 over to Doug.
So I got a
Doug
very
calls
wet board here.
600,000.
8-8-9 queen.
Let's see the last card.
Colin has bet that turn card of 9, and it's the
Jack of
jack,
spades
a
on the
very
river.
wet card. Makes the flush,
Colin checks.
and it makes a one-card straight possible.
And Doug checks,
And both
shows a
players
queen.
check.
King,
Doug
queen
shows a
for
queen.
top pair queens.
He
and he'll
flopped
win the
top
pot.
pair, and he's going to take it down. And Colin looks a bit frustrated. But this is going to happen. I mean, when you look at things like people who are heads-up specialists online, and they play all the time, and there's a lot of what is called bum hunting online. In other words, not only are the best players really good at playing heads-up, but they won't play other good players. So even if someone thinks that he's better than you, if
Colin
he
will be
thinks
first
you're
up here.
a good player,
Makes the call from the button.
he might
Just 4
choose
minutes
to
left
not.
in this
You
level.
sit down at his table and he sits out and won't play with you. They only want to play what they call bums. In
Doug
other words,
checks his
and
option,
that's a
and we'll
very
go heads up
derogatory
to the
term,
flop.
but they mean I don't want to play unless I think you're a really weak player, someone who doesn't play very well.
5 of hearts, 4 of hearts, 4 of clubs. Action on Doug. He checks over to Colin, who makes a bet of
But
300,000.
even those players that are the very best
That's
in the
gonna be good
world
enough to
and
take
that
it
only
down.
will play if their opponent is someone they consider to be quite weak, they still have tons of losing sessions. It's not like you're going to win, almost every time or anything of that sort. You are going to have, the swings heads up are huge. You're just going to have so many times where your opponent just seems to get lucky and get lucky and get lucky. And that's because these heads-up matches are super aggressive and people are playing really bad
Just
hands.
3 more minutes at this level.
So when you flop a pair,
We're
even
going up
bottom
to
pair, it's often a
40,000
hand
ante,
you're really not going
150,000
to
small
fold.
blind, 300 big blind.
And since it's a hand you really don't want to fold, that means you're
Doug
putting a lot of
completes
chips in the
from the
pot with a
button.
very weak hand.
And Colin's going to raise it up 400,000 more to a total of 600,000.
So here we had Doug limp the button for 100,000 more. Colin
Doug lets it go.
raises 400,000 more.
Colin's going to take this
And
one
that
down.
is the end of the level. They're going to now move up to 150 and 300,000 blinds. 300,000. So there's only 70 blinds on the table now, a little, 71. So the average stack is only like 35 blinds. And it looks like Doug has, 7 million or more. And so Doug only has 25 blinds right now. And Colin has more than that. So effectively, they're both playing just
Colin
like
starting
20
the action
blinds.
here. Completes the blind.
I thought the blinds went
Doug
up, but it
checks
doesn't
his
look
option.
like it.
And we'll have a
There
flop.
must have been a little more time on the clock since that other hand went so quick. So this hand is still 100, 200.
3 of hearts, 8 of hearts, 10 of clubs.
Or they forgot.
Doug
I heard
checks
Dan
over to
O'Brien,
Colin,
who's the table
who
side
bets
announcer,
300,000.
say it was going up, so That's what I was repeating to you.
Doug makes the call.
So here we have just a
Let's see a
limp
turn.
pre-flop. Colin bets
6 of clubs.
300,000 on this flop of 3, 8,
Doug
10.
first act.
Doug checked the
He'll
flop and
check over
called. He's
Colin.
checking the turn, and Colin's betting again.
Colin bets
Colin could be
800,000.
like just barreling off here as a bluff, but he probably hit the flop. He probably is looking to get paid off.
Doug's going to make this call.
And it's another call. And is that like 600,000 each, I believe?
And we're going to go to the river.
So that's 1.1 million each in the pot so far.
5
and
of
a very
clubs.
wet 5 of clubs. It makes straights
Action on
possible.
Doug.
It makes that runner flush possible. Doug checks again.
checks.
Is Colin
Colin
bluffing
bets
a third
1.2
time,
million
or
chips.
is he value betting a third time? That is the
Decision
question.
back over to Doug.
I mean, if Doug was just calling with a draw, it's really hard for him to do anything. If he raises, it just doesn't look believable. And he's got that look on his face like, I got to give it up. So he
And
might
Doug
have
will let it
flopped a
go to the
3 or
third
an
barrel
8.
of Colin York. He's going to take down a
And
nice
he's
pop.
just, he paid him off twice, and now he's decided that Colin wouldn't triple barrel bluff me. So I have to fold my less than top pair.
This is going to be our final hand at this level.
All right, now he's saying final hand, so I guess we are now up. And, so Colin either pulled off a great bluff or Doug got away,
We'll have
from a
Doug
medium
starting us
hand.
off here.
I guess this is the final hand, so I still see the 200,000 on the table, it looks like. And
He'll
Doug
make
calls,
the call from the button.
and
Colin will check his option.
Colin checks.
Let's go ahead and see a flop.
And that's something if the button is limping, I'm very seldom going to raise. Because I want to promote the idea in his
6 of
mind that he
diamonds,
should be limping
Queen
all
of
the time.
diamonds, 4 of hearts.
Because I want him to give me
Action
the
on
free
Colin.
flops. I don't want him to raise
Makes
me
a bet,
the
300,000.
majority of the time. I don't have a hand that wants
Doug
him to
will make the
raise
call.
more often than not. So I want to promote, I don't want to punish him for limping, so to speak, because
We'll
I
see a
want him
turn.
to keep doing it.
10 of hearts.
So we had a bet and a call. Colin bet out. Doug called.
Colin will bet 800,000.
And Colin's betting again, 800. So again, is he barreling off as a bluff?
And Doug will make the
or
call.
is he value betting again because he hit this?
Let's
To
see
be
our
honest,
river.
I kind of expect Colin to bet the river no matter what,
8 of spades.
because it's like, well, if I
Action
was
again on
bluffing, the
Colin.
bluff worked last time when I 3-barreled him. And if I'm value betting, it's like, well, that's my best chance of getting more money in the pot is to bet again. You got to figure that if Colin doesn't bet here and Doug does, then more often than not, Doug is bluffing. Like
He's
if
gonna
Doug
check
bets
over
right
Doug.
now, I would expect that to be a busted flush draw pretty often.
Doug puts out a bet of 2
Doug
million.
might have flopped a queen and was just calling him down. But this smells bluffy.
Decision back to Colin.
This smells bluffy. The problem for Colin might be that
Colin makes a call.
if he was bluffing,
Let's
he
see what he's
can't even
got.
beat a bluff.
Doug shows queen 8
Queen 8.
for
wow.
a river 2 pair.
So
Queens
Doug
and
was
eights.
trapping.
And that's going to be good enough to take it down.
I don't think Doug just called on the flop and just called on the turn because he thought, I got a queen, but my kicker's bad. He had queen 8. I suspect more of he was chapping. He was like, hey, this is, I'm playing against a young, aggressive guy.
We're going to be at a new level
I'm going
now,
to give him some
gentlemen.
rope. I'm going to give him a chance to
40,000
hang
on the
himself.
ante.
And that's a
150,
very good
300,000
way
in
to
the
play the
blinds.
hand. I mean, the downside is that by not raising the guy and getting him to fold, there's a chance that he has outs, that he might have 1 or 10 or whatever number of cards that will give him the better hand. And by not raising him off of his hand, you're letting him get there potentially. And you have to balance that risk with the reward of if
We'll
he's
have Colin starting
bluffing,
us off here.
that maybe he will continue to bluff and continue to bluff. And so you got to
He
guesstimate,
completes from the button.
on average, which
Action over to
path is
Doug.
going to get me the most money,
He checks his option.
taking into account that, there's risks of losing in
Both
either
these
path.
players will see 3.
It's not a straightforward thing to figure out. It's not something you're ever going to get right every time. But, now that I see Doug's hand, I'm
Deuce
like,
of clubs.
yeah, that's a
10
good way.
of hearts.
At
9
least
of
some of the
spades.
time, he
Action on
wants to
Doug.
play it like that. He can't just call and trap
checks
every
over
time he has
Colin.
top pair or better.
Colin's going to make a bet,
That'll
400,000.
become a little too transparent, maybe. Excuse me, that'll maybe become a little too transparent.
And Doug makes the call.
But that's certainly the one way to mix it up.
Let's see one more. 8 of clubs on the turn.
So we had a check call from Doug.
Action once again on Doug. He checks
Doug
over
is
to Colin.
up to like 8 million chips.
He's going to put out a bet of
Not counting what's in the
1.1 million.
pot. Now the board is 7, 9, 10, 2 with a couple
Doug
of
announces
clubs.
all in.
Doug says all
And
in after
Colin
Colin's
folds.
bet. And boom.
Doug's going to take down a pot.
And that's like that. I think they're probably pretty close to even. I think Doug must have almost half the chips now. So they started, Colin was about a 3-1 favorite on the chip count, and now it's Colin with just a slim lead. I mean, that's 8 million in yellow right there, 500,000 in green. The chips he hasn't stacked, he's at like 10.5 million, and there's just a little over 21 million in play. So it's, I mean, if this becomes an all-in pot, we're going to have to do a very close count to see whether the game's over or not, whichever player wins.
Doug will start us off here on the button.
And I just got a message on Skype from Merch Dog, Michael Reed here, works for the HPT, and he said Milner is the chip leader, so he's apparently
Doug
got a better
completes from the
count,
button,
and he's saying that it's
and
not.
Colin checks his
it's
option.
close, but Doug is in the
We're going
lead.
to have heads-up action to the
So
flop.
if they get it all in on this hand, it's either going to be Doug with almost nothing left, or Doug is the champ.
7 of spades, 8 of spades, 4 of diamonds. Colin checks over to Doug. Doug will bet 400,000 and take it down.
Doug wins again, definitely the chip leader now. And here's some more questions from Twitter from you guys. I'm asked here by E.D. Healy, and thanks again for the compliment. But he asks, will the HPT be increasing the number of events on the West Coast? Hard to say. What the HPT does is they offer their services to the casino. I really don't have any idea what the financial terms are, whether there's fees or percentages of the rake or whatever. But obviously money is paid by the casino to the Heartland Poker Tour, who brings in their final
Action will
table
start with
setup
Colin.
and their crew and everything else. There's a lot of cost to doing
He'll
that.
complete from the button.
And the HPT then films the event and puts it on TV so that the
And
venue is
Doug will
getting all
check
that
his
free
option.
advertising of,
we'll
their
see a flop.
casino, their poker room getting mentioned on national television. And it's really just a question of whether there's more West Coast
5 of clubs,
poker
Jack of
rooms and
hearts, 8
casinos
of diamonds on the flop.
that want the HPT.
Doug checks
and
over to
will
Colin,
make that,
who bets 300,000.
sign that contract
Doug
and do
folds
business.
and Colin takes it down.
So I would say if you want it, E.D. Healy, if you want it in your local poker room, go to them and tell them that's what you want, and tell them to contact the HPT and that you would like to see an event like this at your local room. And it's not like you have to be a huge place. Golden Gates here has 17 tables, and they cannot expand, so to speak, because of Colorado regulations. They can't do like some venues.
Doug is our button in small blind.
You go to a lot
He'll
of
start us
locations,
off.
and the poker room itself might not be that big, but they're allowed to take tables and have temporary poker tables, like in a meeting room, a convention space, kind of a place that's
They'll complete 300,000.
there at the casino. But they're not allowed to
Colin
do
will
that
check.
here in Colorado. It has to be
And we'll see a
gaming
flop.
floor, and so they can't do that expansion here. And so even this final table,
8 of
half
spades,
of the
4 of spades,
poker room
ace
is
of clubs.
now completely
Colin
shielded
first act,
away,
that's
and this
300,000.
set that you see the players on has been put up. And so
Doug makes the call.
today, the Golden Gates poker room is not 17 tables.
these
it's
players
like
will see a turn.
12. No, it wasn't even 12 tables. Like 10 tables.
Deuce of spades
or
on the
something
turn.
like that. Or less than that maybe. It might have only been 7. But in any event,
Colin checks over to Doug, who checks behind.
that's the answer to that question.
we'll see
It's
a river.
just it's up to your local poker room whether they want to make the deal. And I know the HPT
9 of hearts.
contacts poker rooms all over the country to talk to them about doing business. So
Action on Colin.
can't say for sure if they've
He
been in touch
checks.
with your place. And now here's a question from Scott Doherty. He says, please give your best advice to a non-professional
Doug will
player
check and
who
announces
finds
7
themselves
high.
at a final table.
Going to be tough to win with that hand, and Colin's jack high is going to take it.
All right, Colin takes it down with jack high against 7 high. And as you can see, these are not, strong starting hands at all. These are very mediocre hands at best. And that's the thing, though. If you're just waiting for good hands, like top 20% hands, I know if I'm playing against you, I'm going to realize that you're folding that often, and I'm just going to start min-raising my button over and over and over again and letting you fold most of the time, and I'll steal your big blind. And then that also means you're giving me a walk when I'm in the big blind frequently. And so it's like I'm never going to take any risks. I'm never going to play a big pot with you unless I have like practically the
Action
nuts.
on Colin York, our button.
Because why would I want to take a risk when
Raises
I
to
can just slowly
600,000.
grind you down with basically 100% certainty? So you have to play more hands, heads up. Or if your opponent has any knowledge, they're just going to grind
Doug
you
Miller will
down,
defend,
guaranteed.
and we'll have heads-up action to the
So
flop.
back to Scott's question about a non-professional player. Well, you've made the final table.
10 of hearts,
So
2 of clubs, 8 of hearts on the flop.
obviously you've run good. Everyone who
move
makes the
first
final
up.
table in a big
He
field
checks
event
over
has
to
run
Colin.
good, no matter how good they are.
Colin checks,
But
and both these players will
it's
see a
not
turn.
that often that just a really bad player, someone who has
Deuce
almost
of
no
clubs on the
experience,
turn.
who has very little
Action still
skill,
on Doug.
those players don't make final tables very
checks.
often, at least not in these big fields. And not
Colin
when it's
will
this
bet
long of a structure
600,000.
where it takes 3 days. So
Doug's going to fold, and Colin's
if you've
gonna
made
take
the
pot.
final table like this, you probably, have at least some decent knowledge of how to play poker well. And I would say the best advice to you is to take your time on your decisions. I don't mean tank for a minute. I mean take at least 5 seconds when it's your turn before you fold or raise or whatever you're deciding to do. Give yourself just a few seconds to reevaluate and reconsider before you commit the chips or muck your hand. But other than that, just have fun. In other words, so take a little extra time, make sure you're happy with the decision, and then just try to have fun. Enjoy yourself.
Colin is our
And
big
that will
blind
help
here.
you stay
Action will be
loose.
on Doug.
That'll help you stay non-emotional. And that will help you continue to make the best decisions that you're capable of at your current skill level.
He completes the bet to 300, and Colin will check his option.
The other advice that might be helpful for the non-professional,
Let's
if
see the
you're
flop.
at the final table and you know that you are overmatched, that,
Deuce of spades,
some or
7
all of the
hearts,
players at this
7 of
final
clubs.
table are much more skillful than you,
Colin's up first.
you're going to want to play big ball
He'll bet
poker. You may
350,000.
have heard of small ball
Over to
poker,
Doug.
where people make small bets, small raises, and all that kind of stuff. But big
Doug will
ball is the
make his
exact
call.
opposite. So you're going to tend to try to play big pots early.
Both players will see a
So
turn.
instead of having to make multiple decisions here, instead of a small raise
Deuce of
pre-flop,
clubs on the turn.
and then maybe a bet on the flop, and maybe instead of
Colin
having,
checks over to Doug.
several decisions from the beginning to
Doug
the end
will
of
check.
the hand, you want
And we'll see a river.
to either fold or make a significant raise
Jack of hearts.
so that your opponents either basically have to risk a lot of chips
Colin will check.
or they have to fold. And you might trap yourself. You might, run a big bluff,
Doug's going to
or whatever. Or you might bet a medium
Colin
hand
folds
and
before
run
he
into
hits
the
the felt.
nuts, and things like that can happen.
Doug takes
But
down
by
the pot.
playing those bigger bets, bigger decisions, fold or raise mentality, you are not letting the more experienced player outplay you as much. So in other words, if you have a hand that you think, the pro raised my blind, and this is a pretty good starting hand, I don't think I'm supposed to fold. Well, instead of calling to see the flop, re-raise and put the pro to the decision. What's he going to do now that you've made
Colin
it
on the button will
expensive to
act
see
first.
the flop?
He'll raise it up.
If his hand isn't
600,000.
strong enough, he'll fold. And so that would be one of the best pieces of advice. If you know the other player is better than you,
Doug lets it go.
you don't want to play pots, where there's 8 decisions between the,
And Colin will take
pre-flop
down
to
the
the
spot.
river. You want to play the hand where there's only like 2 decisions. And that way your opponent, because that is the difference. The difference between the better player and the worse player is that the better player makes better decisions on average. And so if your opponent makes better decisions than you, that's his advantage. And so you would rather play in a style where he doesn't get to make as many decisions. And that way his advantage is lessened. All right, so we're still at 150-300.
Action on Doug, and he'll fold his button.
Probably a 50 ante.
Colin
I'm really
takes
not
a walk.
sure. I haven't noticed. I should have paid more attention.
Much to the delight of his girlfriend Mo.
It should be either a 40 or 50 ante. So we have something like 530 or 550,000. I mean, we have over 500,000 chips in the pot before the cards are dealt. And, you know, we all started this tournament with 30,000 chips each. So now there are something like 17 buy-ins just in the blinds and antes.
Colin will be up
So
first
we're
here.
talking there's like $25,000 worth of chips before these cards are dealt, given what the players paid for these chips to enter the tournament.
He completes the bet.
So we got Colin limping on the
Option over to
button,
Doug.
which I've said I'm not a fan of. I think Doug is tricky enough that I don't think Colin should like be limping in, you know,
Doug
like
will
the trap and
exercise his
stuff.
option with a raise to 800,000.
I think he should be raising and letting Doug fold his
And
worst
Colin will
hands.
release. Doug wins a pot.
You know, but Doug is showing himself to be, you know, a pretty good player. He's obviously, you know, not like a working pro in the sense of, you know, he's playing poker full time and he's averaging 50,000 a year or more. I don't think he's falling in that category. But for someone who's not a full-time working pro, he is, you know, at the very top of that field. So once we take all the poker players and we remove the working pros from that group and we look at the skill of everyone left, Doug is clearly, you know, at or near the top of
Doug's
that
first
group.
up and will raise to 600,000.
So he's made a few
Colin
mistakes
will
here and
defend
there,
for
but we all do
300,000
that.
more.
I know I've never played a final table without
And
making
these two guys will see a flop.
some mistakes. The real question is,
Jack of diamonds.
how often do you
three
make
of
a mistake,
diamonds,
and
four of
how
diamonds.
bad of a mistake was it?
Colin checks over to Doug.
So we
He'll
got a
check back.
Check here.
Let's
Doug
see the
raised
turn.
pre-flop. Colin defended. They both checked
Six
this
of hearts on the
all-diamond
turn.
flop, which, again, I'm not a fan of that check
Colin
by
will act
Doug.
first.
I mean, if Doug had bet that flop,
He'll bet
Colin would have
700,000.
to fold the majority of his hands. I mean, he doesn't know that Doug didn't flop a flush.
Decision over to Doug.
And, you know, what does he want to do?
And he'll release his hand.
You know, like,
Colin
let's
will win
say
this pot.
you're in Colin's shoes. You've defended with, like, a bad king, like king 7 or king deuce. And now the flop comes jack 3, 4, all diamonds. And you've got king deuce and you don't have a diamond. You're usually going to fold to that continuation bet from Doug. And if you don't, you're probably going to, like, check raise bluff. Because you're really not going to think, you know, that you're check raising like I'm check raising the best hand or anything of that sort. So
Pick that up.
it's just one of those things that, given that flop, Colin's going to have to fold
Queen of diamonds will
way
be our
over
burn
half the
card.
time. So if you raised pre-flop, you know, if you doubled the blinds here and you made it 600,
Colin completes.
then there's that
300,000.
1.2
Option
million
Doug.
plus the antes out there. You can c-bet 600. You're betting 600 to win 1.3.
Doug will raise 3 to 800,000.
And Colin's probably folding over half the time. So
And
it's
Colin
a
will not
profitable
call
bet.
500 more. Doug's going to take down this pot.
And then Doug folds on the turn. So obviously it had to be preferable for him to bet and win half the time, where he was winning 3 times what he was risking. So think about those things, you know, when you're looking at your strategy. Don't just think about, like, what are my cards right now? But I want you to think about, what are the likely outcomes of each decision I might make? And then, given that, in other words, because your opponent doesn't get to see your cards until showdown. So look at how you think it's
Doug
going
is first
to
up.
tend to play out on average for the different decisions you make. And then the ones where your opponent doesn't fold, where that's
Will
not the
raise
outcome, well, then look at, like,
600,000.
how many chips you've won or lost.
Over to Colin
You know,
in
with
the big
those
blind.
plays. And that's why you'll often see things like this, where it's like, Doug was just supposed to c-bet there
He's gonna make the
every
call.
time, no matter what, because it was going to be profitable. Colin was
these
certainly
players
going
will
to
take a
fold a
flop.
lot more than 25% of the time. And if you get check raised and you fold,
Jack of clubs.
Fine,
Deuce of
it was
hearts,
still a good
Queen of
bet.
spades.
you know,
Colin
if he
checks
was
over
going to
Doug.
fold half the time and check raise the other half, you still won 1.2 million
Doug will bet 600,000.
half the time, and you lost another 600,000 half the time. And that's obviously a perfectly acceptable ratio. I mean, if I could make a bet where I knew I was going to win, you know, 1 million half the time and lose 500,000 half the time, I'd be doing that as often as I could all day long.
Colin folds and Doug takes that pot.
Well, we do not seem to have that aggressive of a table going on here, because I've seen a couple of times where someone has limped and then their opponent is raised. But I have yet to see a 3-bet pre-flop, I don't think. If it happened, I guess I wasn't paying good enough attention.
Colin will start the action here.
Which is often the case, like if I'm reading
And he'll
tweets
release.
and stuff like that, I might miss something.
Doug
But-
will get a walk.
So we've seen, you know, a couple of folds like this pre-flop. We've seen several limps, lots of limps pre-flop. We've seen raises pre-flop. And those raises have resulted in either folds or calls. But 3-betting definitely needs to be a significant part of your strategy for heads up. Because if your opponent is sitting there on the button and he's raising, you know, or calling
Action on Doug on
80%
the
of the
button.
time,
Once again, these players playing for
lot
just
of those
under
hands
$90,000 in cash.
are not that good. You know, we've seen all these bad hands,
Each
Jack 6 and
guaranteed
10
over
6
140,
and,
playing
you
for
know,
90,000
Queen 7
more
and,
for a first
you know,
price of
6 high
$230,000.
and so on.
And Doug will
So
raise the button
people
to
are playing
$600,000.
lots of these
Colin
bad
will
hands.
defend.
And so, I mean, I'm not saying that Colin should have raised on this occasion, but
So we'll see
certainly
flop.
some of the time, if you raise, Doug's going to fold. And until you start trying it, you won't know.
Queen of hearts, deuce of hearts, 3 of hearts.
Well, this is almost exactly
Colin
like
will
that
check.
previous
Over
hand.
to Doug. Doug
Doug
will check.
Checks again.
Let's see the turn.
So we mentioned before when that was Jack 3-4 all diamonds.
8 of
Doug
spades.
had to c-bet, and he didn't. But here
Action
was a
to
lot more
Colin.
animated. He like made a show of looking at his cards and everything. So it certainly makes me suspicious. Like, what's going
Colin's
on?
gonna
Why did
bet
he like do that so
750,000.
differently? Why was he kind of so dramatic the way he looked at the cards?
Action over to Doug.
I think Doug.
He's going to fold, showing ace jack high, no heart.
Oh, horrible fold. I
And
mean, not horrible,
Colin's
but
bet is
horrible
gonna take
show.
down this pot.
I mean, folding is okay. It's like if you even paired the deuce, you're way behind. But how can you show that huge laydown? It's like you had ace-jack pre-flop. You raised. Perfect. You missed the flop completely. You still probably have the best hand. What are the chances that Colin has a deuce, a 3, or a queen? Or that he has 2 hearts? Not very good. I mean, think about that. It's just very unlikely he has any of those. Now, he certainly has a pretty good chance of having 1 heart in his hand.
Action's going to be
But
on
is he
Colin
going to
here.
call there because he's drawing to like the 5 of hearts, and that he's going to try to make a flush with just the single 5
He'll
of
complete the
hearts?
bet to 300.
You know, he's going to fold a lot of those hands too.
Option to Doug, who will
So
check.
if Doug had c-bet, again, I'm sure he was
These
getting
two
Colin
will
to
see another
fold
flop.
more than half the time. Instead, he just lost with what was probably the best hand.
5 of hearts, 8 of hearts, 8 of diamonds. Doug checks over to Colin, who bets 300,000. And
And
Doug lets it go.
here's another
Colin's gonna
example of a
take this one
great
down.
flop your opponent has probably missed. Anytime the board is paired, the chances that your opponent missed go up dramatically. I mean, just imagine any board that has 3 different cards. You know, 2, 8, jack, whatever, as long as they're all different. Well, that means there would be 3 deuces, 3 eights, and 3 jacks. There's 9 cards that your opponent could be holding that would have hit the flop. But when the flop is like this, 5, 8, 8, well, that leaves 2 eights and 3 5s. So there's only 5 cards in the deck that your opponent might be holding where he hit that flop. So it's almost twice as likely,
Doug's going to start us off here,
you know,
completing the
that
bet
he
to
doesn't have
300,000.
anything. There's 9
Option over
outs
to
instead
Colin.
of 5 outs. So he's way more likely to have
He's
hit.
going to exercise
the
that
board.
option. The raise to 950,000. Doug will not call 650 more.
So
and Colin
Doug
will net
limped
pot.
and Colin raised, but we still don't have a 3-bet. But the truth is, no matter what the flop is, there's an excellent chance your opponent has missed. And this is even more true heads up, because when you're at a full table and your opponent raises, and let's say you defend your big blind, there's an excellent
Colin's
chance
gonna
the
start off
flop
the
did
action
not
here,
help his
completing
hand.
the bet.
But because you're at a full table,
Option over to Doug.
the
who will
average
check.
quality of people's starting hands is much
And
higher,
these two will see 3
which means more of their starting hands are pocket pairs, including big pocket pairs. So, I mean, if you have pocket aces, you
8
don't
of
need
hearts,
to hit the flop.
Queen of spades,
You
10
still
of
have
spades on
top
the
pair.
flop. Action on Doug.
So your opponent has a hand that's of significant value even less often heads up, because
He'll
the
lead
starting hand
300,000.
range is
That'll be
so
enough to take
much
it down.
worse that very rarely do they have big pairs, which means if they didn't improve on the flop, they don't have that good of a hand. Even that ace-jack was not that good of a hand because it didn't improve. The other thing, though, is that by showing, I mean, if he had just folded the ace-jack, I would have said folding the turn is fine, but you should have bet the flop. But when he showed it, it's like you're just telling Colin, please run me over, that I will check and fold when I miss, even with really strong hands. I mean, ace-jack is
Action will start with
huge in a
Doug here on the
heads-up
button.
match. To be honest, if Doug had raised that hand
He's
pre-flop
going to raise it up, 600,000.
and Colin had gone all in, and I would have told Doug to call with the ace-jack.
Colin will let it go. And Doug will take this one down.
And actually, the only reason I might not is because since we haven't seen a 3-bet, it would make me think that Colin is only going to 3-bet with a monster. But if this was a more aggressive match, if these guys were doing a lot more raising and
35
3-betting
minutes left in this
pre-flop, then given the size of the blinds and the stack sizes, you know, for
Just
like
5 more minutes of Jason.
20, 25 blinds, I'd be like,
Whom we hate to lose, even
you
for
know,
just an hour
happy
at a
to
time.
call. Happy to call with ace-jack, you know, when I only got 20 blinds in a heads-up match. If my opponent has
Action
better
on
than
Colin.
that, it's just unlucky for me. Colin comes out with a raise.
He'll raise it up to 600,000.
Doug
And Doug will
calls.
make the call.
But just the way Doug looked at his cards and then called, I don't think Doug has a premium starting hand. So you're always looking for those little tells.
Let's see a flop.
I mean, that doesn't mean Doug doesn't have a decent hand, but, you know, I don't think he was trapping. He didn't, like, just call with, like, pocket kings
10
that
of
flop the
spades,
nuts or
King of
anything
diamonds,
like that.
4 of spades. Action on Doug.
Doug is leading out with the donk bet or the weak lead.
Bet of 600,000 from Doug.
And Colin just calls. I think
Colin
Colin
will
is
make the call.
trapping. I think Colin has a pretty good hand right
And
now.
we'll go to a turn.
Either he's trapping or he has, like, a big draw.
6 of clubs on the turn.
So these guys have like 2.5 million chips in this pot. Doug has 8 million, 9 million behind.
Doug will make a bet.
Doug bets $1 million.
1 million.
Colin quickly
And Colin
calls.
makes the
So
call.
Colin, at this point, I'm pretty convinced that Colin is trapping. That, you know, he's decided like his king little or
Let's
10.
see the river.
You know, he paired the 10 or he has king with a bad kicker.
9 of spades on the river.
Now it's a flush came home.
Action
if
on
anyone
Doug.
had a flush draw, they got it. The straight draw got there too. Queen jack straight draw made it. I don't think Colin has either of those. If Colin has that, then he has like the king X of spades, like king
Doug will
3 of
check over to
spades.
Colin.
And Doug doesn't fire again, so I don't think Doug's bluffing. Well, if Doug was bluffing this whole time, he shouldn't have given up. That was a great card to keep bluffing at. That's the card that you could
Colin's
get
going
Colin
to
to
bet
fold a 10.
1.4 million.
Maybe you couldn't get him to fold a king with that river card, but you could get him to fold a
Decision
10.
back to Doug.
So now I'm thinking Doug has something himself. He might have the weak king or the 10. And we'll never know. He laid it down.
Doug lays it down.
Colin doesn't look too
And
pleased.
Colin's going to take down one of the
So-
biggest hands and heads up play.
So I think Colin kind of wanted a call there. I wouldn't have known that before the fold, but after the fold, it seemed like Colin was a little disappointed. But until we watch the TV show with the whole card camera information, we just will not know whether that was like a great bluff by Colin or a good fold by Doug or something else.
Action on Doug.
Doug is first, and he seems like he might feel a little defeated now. Like
He'll complete from
I
the
think
button.
that hand hurt him mentally a little bit. And I try to really monitor this
Colin will
stuff
check,
at the final table.
and we'll have a
You
flop.
know, I really try to pay attention to the mood of all the players, and especially heads up.
5 of spades, 7 of clubs, 10
I
of
mean,
diamonds on
at
the
the
flop.
final table, that's where you're really playing
Colin
tournament
leads
poker.
300,000.
You know, day one
Doug lets it go.
of
and
these
Colin's going to
tournaments,
take down this pot.
you're playing poker, but you're not really playing tournament poker. You know, you're trying to win chips. You're trying to not lose chips. You know, to build a stack and to do so with the least risk possible, and all that. But to me, it's the same mindset as a cash game. So I'm trying to win the most and lose the least, but I'm definitely making the decisions that I think maximize my equity on this hand. And I do that for much of the tournament. But when you get to the final table, now this is where you finally can play real tournament poker, where there'll be times that, like an opponent shoves and you feel like, doing the chip count math, it's correct to call, but you're correct to fold because of the tournament
Colin
situation.
calls from the button.
And that's actually what happened with the hand where James Richards got
Doug will
crippled,
exercise his option, make
where
it
he called off
600,000.
almost all of his chips with pocket threes.
And Colin
It
makes
turned
the call.
out he was way behind. I think it was pocket jacks.
Let's see a flop.
And he didn't get lucky. But even if he'd been against, Jack 10, he still would have only
6 of
won
diamonds, 6
just
of
over
clubs,
half the time.
King of diamonds.
In fact, if it had been Jack 10 suited, he'd have still been behind. He would
Action
have
on
had
Doug.
less than 50%. And, of course, in a cash game, it might be a good call if you think it's 50-50.
Doug's
Like, I'm going to
gonna
win
bet.
half the time I call, but there's already money out
700,000.
there. So I'm getting paid more than even money. So if I'm going to pay you 11 to
Colin
10 on a
folds,
coin
remarks
flip,
nice hand, and Doug's going to
you
take
would
it
take
down.
it because that's profitable. But here in a tournament, now what's going to happen is you use ICM and you calculate values. And that's really where ICM can help you a lot, is in that exact scenario. Because we can create situations that are quite realistic, where in the tournament, sorry, I need to, that are quite realistic where, if you're exactly 50-50 to win and there's already
Action
dead
on
money
Doug.
in the pot, it is still a big, big loss if you make that play. You're going to lose money,
Doug's
even
gonna raise
though
it up
on
to
average you're going to
600,000,
win chips.
And Colin will fold.
And that
Doug
may
will take this one
not
down.
seem very sensible to you. I want to get some numbers off of a slide here. There we go. That's what I want. There's some stuff I'm going to pull up on my laptop for you and get some more exact
Thank
numbers.
you, Jason. We have Daniel coming into the box now.
And some hypotheticals.
Deal our last half hour at 150, 300,000 blinds.
Now this one's a little bit extreme because it's a hypothetical from a sit and go. And if you've played online poker, you've probably seen some sit and goes where they're very common, and where the stuff pays like 50, 30, 20. The winner gets half the
Collins
money,
on the button
and
will be
second
first
and
up here
third get
pre-flop.
30 and 20% each.
He'll complete to 300,000.
Oh, and I pulled up the
Doug
wrong.
has the option. He will check it.
Pulled up the wrong one. Didn't have the. So I
And
wanted
we'll
to make
see
sure
a
I
flop.
used the right numbers for you.
Jack of diamonds, Jack of spades, Queen of spades on the flop. Doug checks over to Colin. He's going to put out a bet of 350,000. Doug will make the call.
I still can't find the right one. Pretty pathetic.
And both these
But-
gentlemen will see a turn.
The thing is, it's not that hard to come up with scenarios
10
where
of hearts. Action
in a
on
cash
Doug.
game, given the chip counts, it would be like a snap call. Like
He
it's
checks
not
it over to
even
Colin.
close.
Colin makes a bet of 800,000.
I'm horrible. I still am pulling up the wrong stuff.
Doug will check raise to 2 million. And Colin makes the call.
Nope. Well, I better worry about that later because we got a big pot going on. I just heard check raise to $2 million from Dan O'Brien.
That bet was to 2.1 million, excuse me. Colin still makes the call.
Yeah, I finally found it. So if this hand
We
isn't
have
the
our
last
biggest
one, we'll
pot of
get
heads
into
up
it.
play.
So Jack, Jack,
Let's see the
Queen,
river.
10. And we've got a pot with I don't even know how much, but many millions. And wow,
Ace of
that's
clubs on the river.
a potential game changer there.
Doug moves all in.
Doug shoves and Colin folds
And Colin quickly
bam.
folds.
And just like that, Doug, I think, is the chip leader.
Doug's going to take down a huge pot and regain the chip lead.
Wow. Well, that's again, we don't get to see the cards, so we have no idea. Like, was that super unlucky, or did that card save Colin? And like, if I'm in Colin's shoes right now, like, let's say I was really convinced I had the best hand. I had like trips, and now I had to fold on that card. I know that I probably had the best hand till the river card was dealt. However, what I'm going to tell myself is that thank God that ace came on the river. It allowed me to fold, because I'm just going to presume that Doug already had a full house and that I was beat.
Action's going to start with
And
Doug
that
here.
card saved me from losing more chips. Now, I know in my heart that's not the truth. But in terms of emotions, that's what I'm going to tell myself
He completes from the button.
just for the duration of this final
300,000.
table,
Colin checks his options.
because I'm going to feel better thinking that that
we'll see
card
a flop.
saved me from paying off rather than thinking that that card beat me.
5 of diamonds, queen of spades, 3 of hearts.
So we have a limped pot here. Doug limped the button.
Both players check.
Both players check this flop.
And we'll see a turn.
3-5 queen.
King
King
of spades on the
comes.
turn.
That certainly could
Colin
change things.
checks. Over to
Colin
Doug.
checks. Doug should bet,
He also
because
checks.
Colin just
And both players
hasn't
will
bet
see a
it,
river.
hasn't shown any aggression. So I mean, he's probably going to fold.
3 of spades. Action on Colin. It's gonna
So
leave it
Colin
about
was either just
400,000.
checking because he was going to call down with a 3, and now he made trips, or he's bluffing. So I don't think.
Doug opts to let it go. And
No,
Colin
I
wins
think
the
Colin
pot.
was bluffing. So here's the from my slide from one of my seminar presentations. So imagine you're in this sit and go, and 3 people get paid, and the prizes are 50, 30, and 20. And there's 4 of you left, and you are tied for the chip lead. You have 4,500 chips. The other guy has 4,500. And the other 2 guys are tied for third. They have 3,000 chips each. So in this hand, the short stacks have each folded. And you and I are playing. We're the 2 chip leaders. And you and I each get 1,500 in the
Colin will
pot.
act first here, and this
And then
grueling
you
heads-up
shove
match.
all in. Now, it doesn't matter
Both players
whether this
battling
is
it out
pre-flop
for an additional
or the
90,000.
flop, the turn, the river. It doesn't matter
Already having
when
locked
it
up
takes place
140.
for this, because I don't know what you're holding.
Colin has raised the button to 600,000.
So I'm going to put you on a range of hands, and
Doug
I'm
will
going to
defend.
estimate how often am I going to win. And that includes on the river, too.
And these players will
It's
see
kind of like,
another
what do
flop.
I think you have? Do I think I'm going to win if I call or not? Well, we each put 1,500, so there's
5 of
3,000 in
spades,
the
3
pot.
of hearts, 5
And
of
you've gone
hearts.
all in for 3,000 more.
Action will be on Doug.
So it's
He
going to
checks
cost me
over to Colin.
3,000 to win 6,000 chips. Now, in cash game math, it's really easy.
Colin puts out a bet, 700,000.
If I think I'm going to win a third of
Over
the
to Doug.
time or more, I call. If I
Doug
think I'm
lets
going
it
to win
go,
less than that, I
and Colin will
fold.
take down this pot.
So that's why it doesn't matter whether this has taken place pre-flop or on the river or anywhere in between, because I'm just estimating my chances of winning. If I think I'm going to win more than a third of the time in a cash game, I obviously call. But now here's the funny thing. Let's look at the numbers a little bit more closely. If I fold, I have 3,000 chips. I'm tied with the 2 other guys, and you have 6,000 chips. My equity, if we use ICM math, use one of those ICM calculators, we'll see that my 3,000 chip stack
Doug will start us
that's
off
tied
here
for
on the
second
button.
is worth
And he'll also
$22
finish this off
in
with
this
a fold.
thing,
Colin will take down the pot.
in this sit and go that pays 50, 30, and 20. Which means the other 2 guys with 3,000 chips also have an equity of 22. Which means now when I fold, you have an equity of the other $34. Now what if I call and lose? Well, that's easy too. I'm eliminated. I'm out. 4th place, no money. So if I call and lose, it's worth $0. But what if I call and win? Okay. Well, now I'm going to have 9,000 chips. I'm going to be playing against 2 guys that have 3,000 each. And I'm going to get at least 3rd place money,
Colin on the button
because
will
there's
act
only 3
first.
of us left. And if we use ICM,
He's gonna
the
make the
value
raise,
of my stack is
600,000.
$41. So if I call, my stack is going to be worth either 41 or 0. If I fold, my
lets it
stack
go.
is worth
Colin takes down the
22.
blinds and antes.
Well, what's half of 41? $20.50. So if I'm winning exactly half the time, calling is worth an average of $20.50, but folding is worth 22. So that means I actually have to win more than half the time. So I have to win like 54% of the time for this call to be correct. And that's in a spot where I'm getting paid 2 to 1 on the chip count. Now, I said this situation is a little extreme because it's a sit and go like this. And there's this huge pay jump
Action
from
here on
0 to
Doug.
20 when you go from 4th to 3rd. And then
He's
it's
gonna
only
complete
10
from the
more
button.
to move
Makes
up
it
to 2nd.
300,000.
And then it's
Option
again
over
only
Colin.
20 more to move up to first.
He will check,
So the bubble situation is very extreme.
and we'll see a flop.
But it still shows you that the money decision can be
Deuce of
very,
hearts,
very
10 of
different
hearts, 5 of
than the
hearts.
chip count
Action on
decision.
Colin.
In a cash game, the money decision and the chip count decision are always the same, exactly the same.
Both players check.
You know, there's just no way
We'll
they
see a turn.
can not be the same every time.
9
But
of
when you
clubs on
get
the
deep
turn.
enough in a
Action
tournament,
on Colin.
the chip count decision and the money
He'll
decision
make a bet of
are
400,000.
not always the same. Frequently, they're not the same.
And Doug will call.
Now, sometimes the discrepancy between the two is very small.
Both these players will go to the
Sometimes the
river.
discrepancy is very big. And
5
so,
of spades.
if you like work with ICM and
Action
study and
Colin.
understand it, that's going to help you make some of these
He's gonna
decisions.
bet 800,000.
So again, I was talking with James
Action
Richards
over to
after
Doug.
he lost that huge pot. You know, and he said, "Oh, don't tell me, Greg. Don't tell me. You're going to tell me I should have folded."
Doug's going to make a raise to 2 million.
And I'm like, I'm not going to tell you anything unless
And
you
Colin
ask
lays
for
it down.
my,
Doug's going to win this
you
pot.
know, advice. You know, if you ask me to critique the decision, otherwise I'm not going to say a thing. And he's like, well, okay, what, you know? And I said, yeah, you should have folded. And he's like, well, but you know, and he pointed out about the dead money. He was in this scenario where doing the chip count math, 100% correct for him to call. It was close, but it was correct. It wasn't like correct by a huge margin, but it was correct for him to call, I think. But if we changed it to ICM and figured out not just the tournament chip count math, but the money math, that's when it would have been very correct for him to fold. So I think in a
Colin York on the button.
cash game math scenario,
We'll start us
his
off
call
here. The
was
raise to
slightly
600,000.
but in this tournament situation at the final table, I think now that when we do the money math,
Doug
you know,
will
the
make
complicated
the call.
ICM math, that it turns out that his decision was a significant
We'll have a
mistake.
flop.
You know, he's probably like 10%, maybe even 20% better for him to fold.
Deuce of spades, jack of diamonds, queen of clubs. Doug checks over to Colin. Colin's going to make a bet of 600,000. That's going to be good enough to take it down.
So we have no big pot since that one huge one where the ace came on the river. But we can see at least 11 million in front of Doug, which would put about 10 million in Colin's stack, which is about right. So, I mean, they're pretty close now. Colin's caught up a little bit, but Doug definitely has the chip lead for the moment. And he is going to be the winner if this is the last
Doug takes the
hand.
button this hand.
Not that it's very
Action
likely
will
this
be
will be
on
the
him.
last hand. So Doug looks like he's just grabbing a call.
He'll complete to 300,000. Option over to Colin.
Colin looks like he's going to raise this
He's going
time.
to put in a raise.
Is that like 500 or 600 more?
875,000 total.
575,000 more.
That'll be 575. Back over to Doug.
Doug's confirming that amount. Looks like he wants to call and see a flop. So when your opponent does this, it's like, well, it's really hard to put him on a huge hand. Like, you're not expecting him to like just limp in with like aces
Doug's
or
gonna make the
kings or
call.
anything like that. And then when you oblige him by raising, he just calls again.
So we'll have both these players take
you
a
don't
flop.
think he's going to have a huge hand at all. But you don't think he's going to have a good hand like
Colin
an ace
will be
jack.
first act
Because
on
like
the
why
flop of
limp in
9
with
of
ace
spades,
jack
8
and
of spades,
potentially give
deuce of
Colin a
clubs.
free flop? So what you tend to put your opponent on, Doug in this case on, is a drawing type hand, you know, like suited connector type thing. So this could be an awesome
Colin's
flop
gonna
for
lead
him.
out with a bet of
He could have
900,000.
9-10 for two pair. He could have like 8-9 or jack-10 for a pair. He could have 7-8 for a straight draw. And Colin puts out a bet.
Doug raises and Colin lets
Doug
it go.
puts out a raise, and Colin immediately
Doug's going to take this
folds.
one down. The raise on the flop.
So Colin actually could have had a pretty good hand there. I mean, he might have had something like a big ace, you know, like an ace-jack. But he just knows that that flop is all over Doug. I mean, Doug could have been bluffing. He might have had 5-6 suited, and so he really didn't hit that flop at all. But Colin knows that that flop really hit Doug's range. And yet, I still think he was correct to make that C-bet. He wants to bet again after the flop so that when it is the 5-6 or anything like that, that he's not giving a free card to him.
Action on Colin. He's going to complete the bet to 300,000.
So Colin just calls, and he looks very, very frustrated.
Over to Doug for his option. He's going to check.
And that's not really that surprising. I mean, there really is little doubt that Colin is the more
Let's see flop.
knowledgeable, experienced poker player. You know, so Doug is not at all, it's not like Doug's a slouch. I'm not putting Doug down. But it seems pretty clear to me that Colin has a
Nine of
much better
spades,
understanding
deuce of diamonds,
of the
nine of
math and the
clubs.
theory,
Doug checks the Colin. He
of
bets
the game.
300,000.
and that so it's really
Doug lets it
frustrating
go.
when you
Colin
it's
takes it down.
twice now he had a huge chip lead, and twice that he's fallen back, and I think it's frustrating
Just over 15
him
minutes remaining at
to
this
have
level.
these results. That it's like, why am I not just easily beating this guy? I think it's clear I'm better than him. But I mean, that's like a huge difference between a game like poker and a game like chess. Let's say I'm a quite good player. Like let's say I have a rating of 2100, which makes me exceptionally good. Well, if I play someone that has a rating of 2400,
Doug with a small chip
there's
lead
almost no
here
chance I'm going to beat them. If we play
over
one
Colin
game,
York, but still
they're a
anyone's
huge
game.
favorite. But if we do the same thing in the poker world, if we take someone like Doug, who's a proficient amateur, and we put him against someone like Colin, who's
Doug
a good
completes
pro,
at 300,000, and Colin quickly checks.
Doug is going to win a
see a
significant
flop.
portion of the time. If these guys could play this heads-up match over and over again,
Ace of spades,
where they both
ace of
started
clubs,
with the
jack
same number of
clubs.
chips,
Both
if
players
Colin is
check.
a significantly better player,
And we'll
it's
see
not
a
like
turn.
he's going to win every time, or 80% of the time.
Seven of spades.
He might only win
Colin
60% of
checks
the
over to
time,
Doug.
even if he's significantly better.
Doug bets 500,000, and Colin lets it go.
So you can see the frustration there as Colin folded. It's like, okay, there's no doubt in his mind. He knows he has to fold. But, he's flicking the cards in, in such a way that one of them turns over and he reveals the deuce. The frustration very, very apparent. And this is, if poker was a game that allowed timeouts, this would be the spot for Colin to call the timeout and go over and talk to his buddies, his girlfriend on the rail, and get his composure back so that he is not emotional.
Action on Colin.
Emotional thinking leads to lots of big mistakes at the poker table. Colin open folds his button, which I like, actually, because, he's clearly frustrated. But it's a good sign that frustration is not making him press. I mean, that's, again, a common mistake. People lose some hands, they get frustrated, and they get this emotional attitude that I have to win it back immediately. And so then they come in raising and re-raising with substandard hands and trying to force it so that they can force themselves a win in their favor. So the fact that he's folding his button there instead of raising, 100% of the time
Doug's action.
is a very good indicator that, he's recovering his composure and
He's
isn't
going to
going
raise it
to
up to
make an
600,000 from the
emotional
button.
decision.
And Colin's going to let it go. Doug's going to take down the blinds
So
and antes.
Doug opens from the button, and Colin folds. That's the thing, too, about heads up, man. It's just like we're sitting here. I know the production staff for the HPT, they always, it's a long day for them, always. They were up late last night putting this whole set together and, checking cameras and making sure all those hole card cameras were working properly and everything's perfect and in place, because tearing this down and setting it up and, it's in the truck driving across the country in between events.
Colin York has the button
Things
to stand.
can, shake loose and not work right. So
He'll
they spend a
complete
ton of time. Then they have
for
to get up early
300,000.
the next morning
Doug will have the option.
to, again, double check everything and get everything in place for when play starts. Plus, they have to film the interviews that these players were giving for 2 or 3 hours before play started. So it's always a long day. And what I'm getting at is that heads up
He'll make a raise.
can be done in one
to
hand,
900,000.
or it can go on for hours and hours.
Good enough to take it down as
And you just
Colin
never
folds,
know.
And Doug
I
is
mean,
awarded the pot.
Obviously, this could be the last hand and Doug's the champ. Or Colin could win this hand and then win the next one and he could be the champ. So either player could win in just one or a couple of hands. But it could also just go on like this forever.
Action on our button this hand. Doug Milner.
So there's Doug with 6 stacks of yellow, so that's
He'll
12
make the
million.
Over to Colin,
13. He's got like
who will check his
13.5
option.
now.
And
So
we'll
that's
see a flop.
13.5 out of like a little over 21. So he's got like better than a 3-2 chip lead right now on
Queen
Colin.
of diamonds, jack of hearts, 3 of hearts. Colin
So we
checks
have a
over to Doug,
limped pot.
who checks
Both
behind.
players check this very wet board.
Let's see a turn.
Queen Jack 3 with 2 hearts,
4 of clubs on the turn.
4 of clubs, and Colin checks again,
Colin checks again.
as does
Doug
Doug.
also checks. Let's see a river.
And a 6.
6 of diamonds on the river.
So Colin has not bet any
Both
time, so he's
players
not
check.
bluffing. Colin has a hand that he thinks can win
Colin
a
shows
showdown.
king 9 for king high.
Yep. So Colin had a
And
hand
that's
where
gonna
he's
be enough
like,
to
I
win
don't
this
want to
pot."
turn this into a bluff. Because that's what would happen. If Colin had bet that hand on any street, if he had been raised, he would have to fold. The tough part with that hand, though, is if Doug were a more aggressive opponent, you know, he might be betting just because you check to him. And if he bets twice, you're probably going to have to throw the king 9 away. So it's not like you could call him down to the end with a hand like king 9. That would be a pretty risky move. But, you know, neither player has shown tendencies of being
10 minutes left
like
in this
relentlessly
150,
aggressive.
300,000 blind level. After that, we'll be taking a quick 10-minute break.
So Dan O'Brien has just announced that we have 10 minutes left in the level, which will be followed by a 10-minute break. So if we don't have a winner in the
Colin
next
opens
10
a pot
minutes,
with a raise to 600,000 from the
then
button.
the players
Doug
and the
lets it go.
staff and
Colin's gonna take
myself
this one down.
will be away for about 10 minutes. So yeah, that's less than 8 million in Colin's stack. So Doug's definitely got the lead. Colin seems like I think he's fully settled down now. Doug has been very calm and cool the whole time, winning or losing, which is, you know,
Action
exactly
on
what you
Doug.
want. Doug looks like he put in a
Red button
raise.
this hand. Opens it up for 600,000.
He min raises to 600.
Over to Colin in the big
It's
blind, who will
absolutely
defend
perfect.
300,000 more.
Colin calls.
And we'll see a flop. Three of hearts, 3 of spades, 8 of clubs. Action on Colin, who
That's
checks
about as
over
dry
to
as
Doug.
it gets. 3-3-8 rainbow. So Colin has checked. Doug should bet here 100% of the time. There's almost no chance that Colin has hit this flop.
Doug bets
And Colin immediately
700,000.
gives it up.
Colin lets it go.
I mean, we
Doug's gonna
just
win this
haven't
pot.
seen like much just bluffing. And that's also a great spot. I mean, Doug is supposed to bet that flop every time. And so that means he doesn't have to have improved. And he raised pre-flop, but it's not like he's only raising a small percentage. You know, Doug is open raising his button often enough that many of his hands must be things, you know, like Queen 9 and, you know, some hands that aren't all that special. So if Colin had check raised that flop, what is Doug going to do with all of those Jack high, Queen high, King high hands? He's
Colin will be
probably
our
going to have
button,
to fold.
Starting us off here.
If he has ace high, he certainly will suspect that he has the best hand. But is he really going to want to continue,
Colin completes
you know, with like ace 7
From the
on a
button
3-3-8
on our 200th hand of play today.
Colin limps there. Doug raises. Colin
Doug will
folds.
put in a raise to 800,000, and that's going to be good enough to win.
So again, when I've
Colin
talked
lets it go.
before
Doug
about
takes
a
down the
lot of the
200 hand.
decisions you make really don't involve your cards, that's exactly the scenario I was thinking of, was something like that 3-3-8 flop, where it makes sense for the players to become aggressive, either or both of them to get aggressive, because there's just such a good chance that the other guy didn't hit, and he probably didn't start with an overpair. You know, he probably didn't come in with 9s, 10s, jacks, etc. You know, so even if Doug button raised there with pocket 6s or 7s, the 3-3-8 flop probably is good.
Action
But if
on
he
Doug.
gets raised or 3-bet or something like that from Colin, he's got to be
He's
worried
going to call
that Colin has an
150,000
8
more.
or a 3,
Colin checks.
and that Colin has him beat. And he could
Both these
easily
guys are gonna
fold
take a
the
flop.
best hand. So it's a great spot to bluff. So if you're going to bluff, bluff when it's a good
8 of
time.
hearts, 5 of
Don't
clubs,
just bluff at
9
a
of
random
clubs.
time because, like, oh, what
Colin
the
checks
heck, I
over to
haven't bluffed
Doug.
in a while.
Doug reaches for chips. Colin lets it go.
Colin has to fold again. I think Colin's going to have to... I think Colin's strategy has been to, like, make hands and get paid off, and that just hasn't happened. Doug has either just done a great job of sniffing out when he's beat and not paying off, or it's just been lucky timing that, you know, when Colin has had a pretty good hand, that Doug's had nothing and couldn't pay him off.
Action to our button, Colin York.
You know, if you're not going to get paid off on your good hands, you're going to have to win some hands where you
He'll let
don't
it go.
have anything good.
Doug will get a walk.
So that's now 6 to 6.5 million for Colin. And they're getting to the point now where they've almost traded places. I mean, heads up, it started 3-1 in Colin's favor. Now it's like 2-1 in Doug's favor. A little better than 2-1, I think. 1 or 2 more small pots, and Doug will have that 3-1 advantage that Colin started with. And Doug just isn't showing any back down. I mean, he's, you know, he's not the young pro, you know, who knows the math necessarily. I mean, he might
Action
know a
over
lot
to our
more than
chip
I'm
leader,
giving him
Doug
credit
Milner.
for. Because, I mean, he's
On the
played
button, we'll make
well
the
for the
call.
most part. He's made a couple of, you know, big
Option to Colin
mistakes.
York.
But,
He checks and we'll take a flop.
you know, compared to the average player, you know, in these tournament fields, you know,
Queen
Doug
of
is
clubs,
way
9 of
better
hearts, Queen of
than,
spades.
than most of those
Colin checks over
most
to
of those
Doug.
players.
He'll check, and we'll see a turn.
So we got the limp here and the check, though.
Queen of diamonds on the turn.
Colin puts out a bet.
Colin bets 400,000.
That was a really good
Doug makes the
flop
call.
to bluff at for either player, but the turn card makes
Let's
it
see the
tougher
river.
because now your opponent just says, you can never have a queen.
6 of clubs.
And just, how do I give you credit for holding a queen when 3 of them are out there?
Colin will check.
Doug's going to probably turn over ace high, maybe king high.
Doug checks. Shows jack high.
Jack high? That's horrible. How can that? Oh, that was a horrible call. It's good. He won.
And it's good enough to win. Colin mucks.
I mean, that's just, there's too many hands that, you know, you can't beat. You can't call there with jack high. I mean, maybe he's that good, and I'm
Just under
And
4
I'm
minutes
wrong.
left in this level.
I mean, that's just, you know, if he called there because
Taking
he
a
knew
10-minute
jack high
break
was the
before
best
going
hand
up
most
to
more often than
200 and
not,
400,000 blinds.
then that's amazing. If he called there for some other reason, then it's a horrible call. So we got just a few more minutes at this level, and Colin, you can see, Colin wants out. I'm done with this 150-300 crap. Let's
Colin
move on
York
to
will
the
be
next
up
level
first.
where hopefully my
He'll
luck will
complete.
change. So Colin limps, and Doug checks.
Doug Milner checks his option.
And there's no doubt Doug is
We'll
holding
have a
over.
flop.
I mean, he is just, Doug is making the best hand most of the time.
Deuce of spades.
Even when it
deuce
was
of
only
hearts,
jack high.
10 of hearts. Doug checks. Colin bets 400,000.
Deuce, deuce, 10.
Doug will make the call.
So I don't know what either player has. I'm very clueless right now
And the
as to the
turn?
ranges. I mean, the limping and stuff really
Queen of clubs.
puts things wide open. So Doug is check
Doug will
called,
check.
though. Colin
Colin
checks
will
behind
check.
on the queen.
Both players will see a river.
And another 10.
10 of diamonds on the river.
Certainly that's something either player might have been holding. And now here comes the bet,
Doug
and
bets
Colin has to
700,000.
fold. And so
Colin
Colin
lets it
probably
go.
had nothing.
Doug's going to win. Shows queen deuce for deuces full of queens.
Well, Doug hit the 3 deuces, and he turned deuces full. It's actually a bad card for Doug on the river, since now if Colin had somehow had a 10, he just got there and beat him. But, I mean, that's an example, too, of Colin limped in. I suspect Doug wouldn't have folded the queen high, even with the deuce kicker. He would have called a pre-flop raise, but maybe he folds because it's a deuce in his hand. You know, that's the kind of card you don't like to play. So he might have folded, and then Colin wins up 1 big blind instead of losing, 3 big blinds. And the number of big blinds on
Doug's
the table
action
is
here on the
not that
button.
high anymore. So, I mean, that 4 blind swing is significant.
He'll complete the bet to 300,000.
Doug limps in. Colin looks
Option
like
to Colin.
he didn't check immediately, so he's thinking of raising this one. And he is putting together 800 more, looks like. Big raise. No, maybe less. I don't know. 650 more or
Colin's
750
going
more.
to raise
Something like that. Doug quickly folds.
to 1,050,000.
Yeah, 750
Doug
more.
lets it go.
Big raise.
Colin's going to win the spot.
I think there he's playing stack sizes. He's like, I'm raising enough that if you're going to re-raise me, you're going to put me all in. You know, whereas if I just raise like 300 or 400 more and you want to raise me, you know, so that could easily be a hand where Colin wanted a shove. He wanted Doug to shove it all in and he was going to snap him off instantly. And that's certainly one valid reason to vary your bet size, is that you're trying to achieve
Action
a
on
certain
Colin on the
result.
button.
I mean, a lot of the advice I give is like generic. You know, in other words, I mean, it's advice I think is technically correct, but we're not taking into account who is the specific opponent in the moment. But once you know who the opponent is and you know something about that person and how they play,
He's going to complete the bet.
it might be correct to do
300,000.
something different. To change the size of the bet, to bet instead of check, or to raise instead
Doug
of
will check
fold,
his
or
option.
whatever. So I
And
think
we'll
he
see
might
the
have been
last flop
changing
of
his
this
bet
level.
size up, trying to induce a shove. And if that's the case,
Deuce of spades,
unfortunate
8
it
of
didn't
hearts,
work.
queen of hearts.
I heard a beep. I think this must be the last hand of the level.
Both players check.
I'm going to clear my throat there.
Let's see a turn.
So we got check, check here.
6 of diamonds.
6 of diamonds. Then we got 2 hearts there.
Action on
Deuce,
Doug.
8, queen with 2 hearts. And now the
He
6 of
checks.
diamonds, and everyone checks.
Colin will check behind. And the river. 5 of hearts.
5 of hearts on the river. Puts a possible straight and a possible flush. But it probably didn't improve either player's hand. But
Doug will check.
Doug is looking at his, and now Colin's coming
gonna
out with a bet.
400,000.
Well, that smells like a bluff. It may be that he has a 5 and he's looking to get paid off.
Doug's going to make a raise.
And it was a bluff. Doug
It's around
raises and
1.8
Colin
million.
instantly
And
folds.
that's going to be enough to take it down. Colin folds, and Doug wins the last pot of this level. We're going to be going on a 10-minute break.
We got a
Coming
10-minute
back
break, and then we'll have a
to this
chip
heads-up
count, but it's
action,
very clear
50,000
that
ante,
Doug is
200,
now
400,000 blinds.
way ahead. Colin might be down under 5 million. It's 5 million give or take for Colin, which leaves like 16 million for Doug. So they've switched places from where they started. Heads up. 10-minute break. We'll see you after that.
All right, guys, we're going to be starting our 35th level for the first time in HPT history. Very exciting. 200 and 400,000 blinds, 50,000 ante. Go ahead and shuffle up and deal.
All right, we are back. And Dan O'Brien had just informed us that this is a first on the HPT.
We'll have Doug on our
Playing
button
the
here.
200, 400,000 blind level with a 50,000 ante. I'm pretty sure I
He'll make a raise to
might have won some of
800,000.
those tournaments in 2012 on the HPT where we didn't even get to a 50,000 big blind.
Action
I
over
can't
to Colin, the big
swear
blind.
to that fact because my memory just isn't good enough. But that might be the case. I'm not sure. I remember watching the live stream just like this
Colin
from
lets it go.
like a year
Doug's
and a
on the
half
first pot
ago
at this
when
level.
Teresa won this tournament. And I remember they were three-handed playing 50 and 100,000. And that was, you know, a similar number of players, I think, who entered the tournament because it was $1 million prize pool like this one. So as you can see, play has been either a lot more cautious or these players have just, you know, the short stacks have won
Colin on the button. We'll
more
act
often
first.
than not to make comebacks. Let me,
Colin announces all in from the button.
Colin has just
Action
gone
over to
all
Doug
in.
the big blind.
This could be it if we get a call and Doug wins this pot, but nope.
He'll let it go, and Colin will take this hand down.
So I count close to 17 million. That must have been over 17 million in Doug's stack at the beginning of this level. And yeah, that's like less than 5 million in Colin's stack. So more than 16 million in Doug's stack. So we had definitely reversed from where we started, heads up play. But now, of course, the blinds are much, much bigger. And so with, you know, only a little over 5 million chips,
Doug on the button.
Colin
No
only
complete, the
has
400,000.
like 12,
Option
13
to
blinds, give or
Colin.
take. And I wouldn't be surprised to see Colin shove here. If he's not going to check and try to just see a free flop, I think he's going to shove.
Colin announces a raise to 1.4 million. That'll be 1 million more to Doug,
Nope, Doug throws
which
it
is
away.
too much as he lets it go, and Colin wins this pop.
So that actually tends to scream strength more than weakness for him to raise, you know, less than all in.
Each 400,000 chip big blind representing nearly $20,000 in entry fees. These players playing heads up for big money. And about a $90,000 difference between first and second.
So Colin has
Colin
limped
completes from the
in.
button. Action over to Doug. He'll check his option.
Yeah, things are so much more limited for Colin now. It's like if he just, you know, if he
We'll see a flop.
raises, min raises to 800,000, if Doug is going to re-raise, Doug's going to put them all in. And so it becomes much, much
King of
tougher
spades,
to open
queen of
raise
spades, 4 of clubs on the flop.
in Colin's seat
Doug
if
will
you don't
check.
have a hand that's going to call the shove.
Over to Colin.
So it makes you inclined to limp like this. But now the problem, of course, is that,
Colin will check.
you know, you could have had a pretty
Chantel,
decent
it's your
hand
turn.
here, like,
Deuce of diamonds.
like
Action to Doug.
an ace 5 or something. But now you've just let Doug hit a pair on the flop.
He'll bet 400,000.
So Doug
that's
bets
enough.
the
Colin
turn
lets it
and
go.
Colin folds. But, you know, sometimes you just got to go for broke. Sometimes the risky, what seems like the risky route, the route that if it goes bad, you're done now. You're out. You've lost all your chips. But sometimes that is actually the safer play. Because it doesn't give your opponent a chance. It's like when it works, he doesn't get a chance to see the flop. He doesn't get a chance to outflop you and to hit something. So if he has a hand that he was going to fold, and
Doug has the button and will act first.
instead you let him see the flop and
He'll
he
let
hits
it go.
something,
Colin will take a walk.
now you might have just lost several blinds instead of winning one. And that's the thing, if you're on the button here, so like Colin's on the button this hand, if he limps in instead of raising, then that might be a situation where even if he's able to get away from it and not lose everything after Doug hits, now he might have lost 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 big blinds, whereas if he had just raised right now and Doug had folded, he would have won 1 big blind. And so losing
Colin's
3
first
instead
up
of winning
on the
1,
button.
when
And
you're
a
starting the
200,000
hand
chip
with
small blind.
10 or 15 blinds, that's huge.
He
That's
will
a huge,
complete the
huge
bet,
difference.
calling the extra 200,000.
So he's limped in
Option to
again.
Doug checks.
And again, I don't think
And
that's
we'll
going to be
see
the
a
best
flop.
play here, even though Colin thinks he's the better player and he wants to have more decisions.
5 of clubs.
the hand.
5 of spades. Ace of clubs.
Like what is he going to
Doug
do if he
checks
limped
over
with a
to
pretty
Colin.
good hand like Queen 10 and
Colin
he just let
checks.
Doug hit a 5?
We'll go to a turn.
Now he'd be drawn basically dead.
10 of
And
spades on the turn.
I didn't know this would be horrible for
checks
him.
over to
He
Colin.
has Queen 10 and Doug is trapping with 5, 6.
Colin will bet 400,000.
He
and Doug will
might
let it go. Colin
lose
was
a
on the
lot of
top.
chips or even go broke. In a hand where if he had just raised pre-flop, Doug might have folded. So I know it appears frequently when you're in this scenario, when you're the player, that it just feels like it's too much risk. But again, sometimes that risky move is actually the less risky move. Because if your opponent's going to fold pretty often, then that means the hand's over and there's no more risk happening. So it doesn't feel that way when you're there in the moment,
Doug's on
maybe.
the button here and will act first.
But that's why you want to do the math. You sit back, you look at the math, you consider how is my opponent going to play all these
He'll
different
make the
hands.
call.
And you can often see that
Colin will have the option.
he's folding pretty often in some of these scenarios.
He will check his option.
And that means it's not only more profitable, but it's actually
Both
safer
players will see a flop.
for you to play the hand that way. So if you still have any questions before we
On
run
the
out of
flop,
time,
have
before
4
we
of
have a
spades,
winner
Ace of
in
diamonds,
this show,
Jack of hearts.
you can send
Colin
a
checks
tweet
over to Doug.
with
Doug
@FossilMan
also checks.
in your tweet.
Let's
I
see a
will
turn.
see it, and I maybe will answer it.
6
And
of
thank
hearts
you,
on the
Kevin
turn.
Brown, who had tweeted that I'm one
Action to
of
Colin.
5 different poker players that are his favorite.
Colin bets
Appreciate it
400,000.
very much.
Doug makes the call,
Colin bets 4, Doug
and
calls
we'll go to the river.
on this turn card of 4 ace queen 6,
6 of
and now
clubs on the
another
river.
6 on the river. Well, obviously someone could have trip 6s here.
Colin bets.
Colin's putting out a
Looks
pretty
like
big bet,
1.2 million.
bigger than I would have normally expected, so it feels
Doug
like
announces all in.
Doug
Colin
says all in and
calls.
Colin
Let's see
calls. I
him.
think Colin has a 6.
Doug shows a 6 with a 10 kicker. Colin has 6 with a deuce kicker. It will be a
Holy
chop.
cow.
Each player has 3 6s.
They both
ace,
hit
jack,
trip
kicker.
6s. Wow. They both made 3 6s on the river. They both flopped nothing. And then they both turned 1 pair and rivered trips, but it's 3 6s with an ace and a jack on the board. So even though Doug had the higher kicker with the 10, it's not going to play. But again, that just shows if either one of them had been aggressive on the flop, the other guy would have folded. The flop is ace jack 4. And both of them had horrible hands, especially for that flop. So let's give the other guy a chance to fold. I mean, if you have the 10 high of Doug, bet in case
Both
Colin
players
has
winning
jack high,
their own
queen
money
high,
back.
king high, and you can maybe get him to lay it down.
We'll have Colin acting first here on the button.
And Colin had 6 high, so he knows he doesn't have the best hand basically ever. So he should have bluffed.
He'll make the call.
I mean,
Option
it's
over
hard to
Doug.
pull the trigger and make that bluff
Doug will
bet.
check.
Or did I miss something? Was there a bet on the flop? If there was a
And we'll
bet
see
in the
a
call
flop.
on the flop, then whoever called, that's horrible. I don't think there was, though.
4 of spades, 8 of clubs, 6 of clubs on the flop.
So we got another
Action to
limp
Doug.
pot. Doug is first.
He'll
He
bet
bets on the
400,000,
8-6-4
and Colin
with 2
lets it go.
clubs,
Doug's
and
gonna win
Colin
the
lets
pot.
it go. Yeah, I really think both players here would be doing better if they were more aggressive. I mean, you can't say Doug could be doing better. I mean, he went from a 3-1 underdog to a 3-1 favorite in the chip count. But if he'd been more aggressive, Instead of just getting the lead right now, he probably would have won this whole thing. And, of course, as long as your opponent has a chip, there's a chance he's going to come back and beat you.
Doug is our button this hand and will act first. He's going to make the call, 400,000.
Man, I think every hand since we've come back from the break has been a limp pre-flop.
Action over to Colin for his option.
I think it's been a low open limp every time.
He will check his option.
Colin was acting like
We'll
he
see
might put
flop.
out a raise, but he checked. Which makes me think he has a pretty bad hand, but he's trying to make it look like he has a good hand.
King of spades, king of diamonds, jack of clubs on the flop. Colin checks over to Doug.
And that's a flop that would have hit that
Doug
hand.
will check back.
Like you have a hand like
Let's
King
see a turn.
Queen, where it's like maybe I should raise, but maybe I shouldn't. And
Six
now
of
I just hit a
hearts.
huge flop.
Colin will check.
Now if Colin has nothing, that was a good spot to bluff.
Doug with a bet of 500,000.
Colin
We'll
just
take
throws it
down this
away.
pot.
I don't like that play unless Colin saw a tell and he was sure that Doug liked his hand, that Doug hit that flop. I think Colin needed to bluff that turn card because the 6, highly unlikely that hit Doug, and Doug hasn't bet or anything, so he probably doesn't have a king or a jack, and he's probably not going to call. So that's just a great spot to bluff, generically speaking, a great spot to bluff. And since he folded to the turn bet, that means he had a hand that
Colin York is
he
on
could
the
only
button.
bluff with. He wasn't
Will
ever
be
going to
first
value
up.
bet whatever he had because he wouldn't have folded.
Announces all in.
He opens all in,
Action on Doug.
and he has like 12 big blinds. He
Doug
opens
looks fine at
shoves.
8-3 offsuit.
And
Elects
that
not to make the
works.
call. Colin's going to win this pot.
So Colin has 5.5 million, give or take. Doug has 16 million or so.
Button moves over to Doug. Here will be first up.
So again, Colin only has like 12 or 13 blinds. It's like, again, if Doug wanted to raise here, all in would be fine. But he just calls.
He's going to make the call.
Looked very tentative about
Over
it,
to Colin
too.
for his option. Colin announces all in.
Colin goes all in. Doug
Doug
gives
will
it up.
fold.
And Doug looked like he was
And
going to give
Colin
it
with
up.
another all in will take down another pot.
So again, if I'm at the table, I'm in Colin's spot, and I have a bad hand, I'm going to want to go with that read, and I'm going to want to make that raise against Doug just because Doug smelled weak. His body language made me think he was weak. And if he did a good job of acting and he really had a good hand, then congratulations to him. He fooled me. What are you going to do?
Colin has the button in his hand and will be first up. Completes the bet to 400,000. Doug for his option. Doug checks. And we'll see a flop.
Man, another limp pot.
Queen of clubs.
I mean,
four
we've
of
had at least a
clubs,
couple
nine
of
of
pots
spades
where
on
the
flop.
first bet wasn't a call pre-flop. But Colin limped this one,
Both
and it was
players
check,
check.
check, Queen 4-9.
We'll see a turn.
Deuce
Deuce of
shouldn't
diamonds.
change anything. Whoever was ahead before, almost certainly still ahead.
Doug
Doug
bets
comes out with a bet, and
400,000.
Colin quickly folds.
Colin lets it go, and Doug wins this pot.
Well, I think what we have going on here is, Colin is definitely a very good player, but I think he's primarily a cash game player. And as such, that means he's not going to spend very much time playing heads up or shorthanded. And so even though he's, good and knowledgeable and is able to make a lot of these really good plays, I think he doesn't understand the heads up strategy as well. And that's why he's not being more aggressive. I mean, it's not so much that Doug's just
Doug will
going
be
to,
first up here.
roll on his back
Makes a
and
call.
let Colin run him over. But I don't think Doug's going to call and re-raise often enough for heads-up play.
Colin announces a raise to 1.6 million.
So Colin puts in a
Action
big
back to
raise.
Doug.
Doug
Who
folds.
lets it go? Colin's going to win this pot.
And that probably gets him up over 5 million. Oh yeah, his yellows are 4, 5.5. He's got a little over 5.5 million now. So he's slowly grinding his way up. He's winning, not like he's winning 2 out of 3 hands or anything like that, but he's,
Colin now
winning
on the
like,
button.
11 out of 20 is the kind of pace he's on here, where he's going to slowly
200,000
grind his
to
way
go.
back if it continues with this, the current method of back and forth.
He'll make the call. Over to Doug, who will check his option.
And we got another limp pot.
And once again, we'll see a flop.
My heads-up strategy, depending upon my opponent, I'm folding my
9 of
button
spades, 4
probably
of
about,
diamonds, 9 of diamonds on the flop.
5 to
Doug
20%
checks
of
the
the
column.
time, something
Who
like
will
that.
also
But
check.
every time I don't fold my
Both
button, I
players to the
raise.
turn.
I mean, I never limp the button in heads-up.
Turn is the 5 of diamonds.
I think you just have too much equity from raising.
Action still on Doug.
And the only reason not to raise
He
every
checks.
hand is then it's obvious that your range is any 2 cards.
Colin will bet 500,000.
So you have to have a little bit of selection, fold
Doug
some
will make
hands
the
so your
call.
opponent will tend to give up
Let's see a
a
river.
little more often.
Ace of hearts on the river.
So the pot's not very big, but it's 9-4-9,
Doug checks.
5 ace with
Colin
3
checks.
diamonds. Both players
Let's see
check.
a winner.
Doug shows a 4.
Doug shows a pair of 4s. Colin shows a pair of 5s.
So we
and
have
we'll
queen
take this
4, but Colin got there with 8-5. He had 6 outs on the flop. He hit the turn. I don't think there was a bet on the flop, so that's like making a pair is hard. Players don't seem to get that. It's hard to make a pair. When you do, you need to bet it almost every time because you need to get paid off when your opponent is still drawing to beat you, and you need to get him a chance to fold so he doesn't beat you. But if you check,
Action
you're getting
here on
neither of
Doug.
those. He's not paying you off, and you're letting him get there for free. So the only reason that you're
He's
checking
going to
the
raise
best
his button up
hand
to 800,000.
is because it's a horrible play, or because your hand is
Action
strong
over
enough that you're
Colin.
trapping, and you're giving him a free card on purpose.
Colin announces all in.
So here we go. Doug open raises
Action
the
back
button
to
instead of
Doug.
limping, and Colin shoves. And Doug is thinking. So this is definitely a thinker. I mean, we're talking almost 6 million chips here. I think Doug made it either 800,000 or $1 million to go, and Colin shoved for about 6 million. If he calls and loses here, it's going to be evenly stacked.
And Doug's going to let it go. Colin's going
Doug
to take
does
down
fold.
this pot.
So now Colin's up like over 7 million chips. Let's see, right now he has 5.5 to 6 million in his stack, plus that.
Good job, Chantel.
So yeah, that's going to be close to 7 million chips now for Colin, which leaves him at about a 2-to-1 disadvantage because there's a little over 21 million in play. So Doug must have about 14 if Colin has about 7.
Action
It gives
on our
Colin a
button.
lot more
Colin
room
York
too. Now he has, like 17 or 18
completes
big
for
blinds.
200,000 more.
You gotta raise, guys.
Doug checks his
you gotta
option.
raise the button. If you have a hand worth
we'll see a
playing,
flop.
raise.
Queen of hearts, king of diamonds, ace of clubs.
Ace, king, queen, rainbow.
Doug checks to Colin.
It's definitely the flop that's supposed to be hitting
Who bets
players.
400,000. And Doug releases.
And Colin wins
Colin
with
takes
a
the
min
pot.
bet. See, that's a spot where, he could easily have been bluffing in his mind, but, bluffing with the best hand. So Colin might have had something like 9 high or 10 high, and he's like, well, I better fire a bet here, give him a chance to fold. And it's like, oh, yep, 9 high got 7 high to fold or something like that. So let's see. I mean, Doug raised once and he got re-raised all
Action
in.
on Doug.
So the nice thing, too, about that re-raise is not only is there a good chance the guy's going to fold and you're going to take those chips
Makes
from
the
him,
call.
but you kind of spanked him. It's like, hey, you raised me, and I punished you for it. I'm trying to teach you that lesson of don't raise me. So it has like metagame value of not just whatever value it has on the current hand, but what effect does it have on future hands, and how
Colin will
I mean,
exercise
if you
his
can do
option
something that gets your opponent to
with
like
a raise
be
to
more passive,
1.4
then that's
million.
a great thing to do. Colin raises $1 million more, so more than a pot-sized raise. Doug's gonna fold.
Doug
so
lets it go, and Colin wins the pot.
now finally Colin is grinding him down. He's raising, he's re-raising. He's winning 1 blind here and 2 or 3 blinds there. And that's really what you have to do. You need to grind your opponent down, because if you can start doing that, if you can grind him down, well, then when he plays back at you and you don't have anything that's really that strong, you can give it up, because you know that if you just keep grinding, eventually you'll have all of it. So whenever opponent permits it, you grind. And you avoid big pots if he's going to let you.
Colin on the button, starts it off with a call. Doug checks his option.
Colin limps
And both
again.
will see a flop.
And ace jack 6 with 2
Six
hearts.
of hearts, jack of hearts, ace of diamonds.
So that's
Action to Doug.
got potential fireworks on it. You could have like pairs against flush draws. But neither of these guys are playing aggressively at
checks.
all.
Colin bets 400,000. That's good enough to take it.
I think Colin, though, is maybe finally waking up. But I'm still not sure I agree with all the limping. But the truth is, if Doug's going to keep folding when you bet the flop, bet the turn every time he missed, then it might not be a bad idea to limp frequently and reduce your risk a little bit. But the thing is, we haven't really seen what happens when you just raise. If Colin just raises, what happens? If Doug raises, what happens? We've seen it so rarely that neither
Doug
one of
Miller
them
on the
can
button.
say.
Makes the
Because,
call.
Calling and then betting the
Option to
flop,
Colin.
and your
He will
opponent's going to
check.
fold if he has nothing. That's
we'll go to the
great.
flop.
But what if you raised pre-flop and he folded every time he had a bad hand? If he's folding half the
3
time.
of clubs,
Well,
ace
that
of
means you
spades,
didn't give him
9
a
of hearts.
chance to hit 2 pair with
Colin
his
checks over to
9-3
Doug,
offsuit on this flop.
Who also checks.
You've
Let's
denied
see
him
the
that
turn.
opportunity to get lucky, so to speak.
10 of diamonds on the turn.
So both players have checked in this limped
Colin
pot.
checks. Doug also checks.
And they've checked again
And
on the
the river.
turn.
4 of diamonds. Action on Colin.
And
He'll
again.
check. Doug checks, shows 8 high, but Colin's queen high is good enough to take down this
Oh,
small
I'm
pot.
shuddering. It's like you limped the button with 8 high and you never ever made a bet. It's like, so you're just rolling over. This is like, the story about the possum playing possum, that, they're just going to play dead when they feel threatened even the slightest. And that's just not going to get the job done. The possum's just trying to stay alive. It's not trying to win anything. It's not trying to make you do anything. It's just trying to look dead so you leave it alone. But looking dead and being left alone is not going to win you the tournament. You need to take some risks. And that's the time to bluff, when your hand has no value. So
Action
bet
over
that
to
8
button,
high
Colin.
on the flop, or bet it on the turn. Give Colin a chance to fold. What was
He
just
lets it
queen
go.
high?
Doug's going to get a walk.
If Doug had bet that ace high flop, Colin probably folds. So if you listen to some of my other commentaries here on the HPT live streams, it's like I feel like a guy beating the dead horse analogy here, that because I seem to do a lot of this, of just telling these players be more aggressive, do more betting and raising, quit limping and calling and stuff. Here,
Action
fold
starts
the
with
button,
Doug,
fine.
who will fold
You
his
have
button.
8-3 offsuit.
And this time,
Feel
Colin will
free
get
to
the
just
walk.
fold your button and give it up and move on to the next hand. If you're folding 10 or 20% of your buttons and then raising the others, your opponent knows that you have at least a little something. You don't, since you're laying down the worst hands, they know you never have that. And so when they have a not very good hand, I've played opponents heads up where, I'm open raising the button 80 or 90%, and they're folding
on the button,
like
Doug in the big
50% or
blind.
more when I raise.
Colin will make the call.
So they're just giving me money, basically, with that strategy.
Doug will exercise his option with a
Like
raise
I probably
to
faced opponents
800,000.
where they're probably
And
folding
Colin
like
declares all in.
70% of the time. Well, we got an all again. Again, Colin went all in. Doug does not look happy. I don't think he's going to call. But Doug did come in for a raise, it looks like. It looks like he made a min raise to 800. And now this all in is for more like 7 or
Doug
8.
lets it go. And Colin takes down another pot.
See, Colin has enough chips now. I don't think he has to shove for that 800. I mean, he was shoving there for like 8.5 million. Don't think he has to do that. If he has a really, really good hand, and then do a smaller raise to try to extract value. If you have a not so good hand, you might be risking more than it's worth. I mean, Doug has raised his button, as far as I remember, twice, and Colin has shoved both times.
Action on Doug, who calls from the button.
The best reason for Colin to have shoved there for this many chips is,
Option over to Colin,
again,
who
that
decides to
metagame
check.
that I am trying to
And these
like
two will take a
condition
flop.
my opponent. Don't raise. Just limp pre-flop. Don't raise. When you
3 of
raise, it
spades,
doesn't
10
work
of
out.
diamonds,
You
ace of
don't
hearts.
like raising, so it's like
Colin
operant
checks over to
conditioning
Doug,
or
who
something like
checks
that.
behind.
I may have
Let's
just
see a turn.
misused that term. I'm not sure, but
4 of spades.
yeah, you certainly conditioning is the right word. It's like what they do to lab
Colin
rats and
bets
stuff.
800,000.
They train them to behave in certain ways under certain circumstances,
Doug makes the call.
and that's one
We'll
reason
see a
to
river.
make those raises. Is that he's not
6 of clubs
button
on the
raising
river.
very often, so when he does, you want to punish him for it and try to stop him from wanting to ever do it again. Problem is, he's doing it so rarely, he presumably has a pretty strong hand when he does it. So one of those times you're going to like run into his pocket aces or pocket kings and be in a world of hurt.
Colin
There's
will
a
bet
potentially huge
1.5
tell.
million.
Colin was grabbing chips,
Over to
to
Doug,
put out
who
a
lets
bet.
it go.
and as he was doing so, Doug
Colin
started
wins the
reaching for
pot.
his chips. And obviously that was not the tell I was thinking of on this situation, because Doug quickly folded. But often, if you're grabbing at your chips and your opponent starts grabbing at his chips, if he's doing it subconsciously, if he's not really consciously thinking about what he's doing, then that's an indication that he ain't going to fold. If he is perfectly aware, if he knows what he's doing, then that might be I'm attempting to, like it's a reverse tell.
Action over to Colin,
I'm pretending like I intend to call or raise when you bet,
who will make the
and
call.
that's why I'm grabbing these chips. So there, the question in your mind has got to be, was Doug grabbing at his chips
Doug checks his
consciously,
option,
or was he
and we'll
grabbing
see a
at them
flop.
without thinking about it? It was kind of a subconscious thing.
4 of diamonds, 8 of clubs, king of hearts. Doug checks. Colin bets 400,000 and Doug calls.
Doug check call. It was another limped flop, pre-flop. Another limp, and it was a check call
Let's
on
see
the
a
flop.
turn.
It's 4-8 king rainbow.
6 of hearts on the turn.
6
Action
of
to
hearts
Doug.
puts 2 hearts out
He
there.
checks over to Colin.
Doug has checked again.
Colin bets 800,000.
And it's a quick call
Doug
after
makes the call.
Colin bets 800.
Let's see a river.
And 7 of hearts fills
7 of
all
hearts.
kinds of things in.
Doug checks
Could
over to
make a
Colin.
pair, could make 2 pair, could make a straight.
Colin checks it
Both
down.
players check.
Doug shows a pair of deuces.
Doug shows pocket
Alan
deuces.
shows 7-10 for a pair of sevens.
And the
we'll take down
7-10
his
was
pot.
bluffing and caught a 7 on the river to win that nice pot. That he made about 1.6 million there. And Doug's play of just calling down with the deuces, marginal. It's like, yes, you're inducing bluffs, and it worked all the way. The funny thing is, you got him to bluff twice, and then when he finally made the best hand, he didn't bluff. But that was the thing.
We'll have
It's like
Jason come in and deal
Colin
for us,
knew he
which
didn't
is
have the
30
best
minutes
hand.
left in this
There was like
level.
almost no chance that 10 high was the best hand. So he was aware that he was bluffing on the flop, and he was aware that he was bluffing on the turn. But then when he finally made a pair on the river, it's like, well, wait, I don't need to bluff anymore.
That last pot, Colin
This
is
isn't a
regaining the
strong
chip
enough
lead.
hand to bet for value, because I might not get called by a worse hand. I might not get a better hand to fold. So, I mean, I actually like the way
One of
Colin
the more
played
epic
that
battles
hand.
we've seen here on the HPT tour.
Even though, again, inexperienced players will be like, wait, the guy bet with nothing, and he bet with nothing, and then he finally hit one of his outs and checked.
Doug has called
They think
from the
that's
button.
horrible, but
Option over
actually,
Colin.
they're absolutely, it's backwards, and it's actually correct. He bluffed with nothing, he
He's
bluffed
gonna
with
raise
nothing, and then
1 million more
he checked
to
when he had a hand that could
1.4
win at
million
showdown.
total. Doug lets it go, and Colin wins the pot.
Well, now Colin's on a big upward tick now, and I think he might have regained the chip lead. Significantly, actually. I think Doug might be down to like 8 million, or a little more than 8 million, and Colin has it's like 12.5 to 8.5 or something like that now. So Colin now has like a 3-2 chip lead. So he was way behind, and he's just, I mean, there was not like a double up there. There was no like all in, and I won at the river
Colin
or any
will
of
be
that.
outbutting this hand.
Colin has just been grinding him
Start
down.
off the action.
Yeah, and obviously getting lucky there, like to catch that river card. Yeah, but the interesting thing is, if he had missed the river, he might have fired again, and could Doug have
He'll make
called,
the call. Option over to Doug.
2 million or something.
He'll raise it up 400,000 more, a total of 800,000.
Well, here's something new from Doug. Colin limped in, and Doug did a min raise, 400 more. Now, I like the fact that he's raising.
Colin will fold.
In my statement, I was about to say I
Doug
wish
wins
he'd
the
raised
pot.
a little more, but obviously that was enough, so that was a good amount. But frequently, if your opponent had a good enough hand that he would limp in, he also has a good enough hand that he's going to call that min raise, especially here, because heads up, he's got the button, he's got position. So not only, is he getting over 3-1 on the call to see a flop, but he gets position for the rest of the hand. So normally, if you're going to raise from the big blind position heads up, your raises
Doug will
might
have
need
the
to
button
be
this
a little
hand.
bit bigger than when you're raising from the button heads up,
And be first up, 200,000 more
or
to
at
him.
least for the pre-flop raise.
He'll make the call.
Doug calls, and
Over to Colin for his option.
statistically speaking, Colin's going to check,
He
and he
will
did,
check.
since he's checked the large majority
These
of
players will see
these
3
limped
more.
pots. And it comes a 6-queen
Ace of
rainbow.
diamonds, 6 of spades, queen of hearts. Colin checks over to Doug.
Colin
Doug
checks,
will bet
Doug bets.
400,000.
Now we notice Colin's different. I mean, he's a little, as you see him playing with the chips there while he's waiting. He seems a little more, like slightly agitated. Like, his face and everything, his body for the most part seems very
Colin
calm.
lets it go, and
but
Doug wins this pot.
he's showing, some small little ticks there of, it's like he had that big chip lead, and I think now it's, bothered him that he's lost it back and now he's behind. And that's 8.5 million chips, which means it is still about 12.5 million for Colin. But I think either player, like if they started
Colin
getting a
will
lot
start
more
us off here
aggressive
on the
right
button.
now, I think that person would be the favorite. So even if Doug, that he's behind in the chip count, I think if he becomes more aggressive, I think he's going to run Colin over for several hands until he's the chip lead.
Completes the bet. 400,000. Doug
Got
checks
another
his
limp
option.
pot.
We will see a flop. Queen of spades, ace of diamonds, 9 of hearts. Doug checks. Over to Colin. Colin checks back. Let's see a turn.
And we got check, check
9 of
after that
spades.
limped pot.
Action of Doug, who
And
checks.
that's a very, how can your opponent continue? If he doesn't
Colin
hit some
checks.
of that. Ace, queen, 9.
To the river.
I mean, these players really shouldn't be checking twice unless they had something
King of spades.
that had showdown value. Like a king high or
Doug
a small
checks.
pair.
Colin will bet 400,000, and Doug will let it go.
So Colin does finally bet the river, and Doug folds, and Doug obviously had nothing. But if you have nothing, why not bet? Colin might not have hit the flop, or he might not have hit it enough that he wants to play. So why not give him a chance to fold when you have nothing? And again, those are the times to bluff, when you have nothing. You don't bluff when you have, a decent hand. So if Colin had played all the way to the river with king high and then made a pair of kings, I like everything about his play. But Doug folded so quickly, he obviously had something really horrible like 7 high, 6 high, some hand like that, which in my mind means he should have bluffed at some point. Another limp pot. Colin looks like he's getting ready to put in a raise, but he checks. So apparently he's trying to sell the image that he was thinking of raising. And king 9. So I would expect Colin to check here, and when Doug checks now, I expect Colin to bet the turn. That's the way it ought to go. It's like, okay, Colin, I've acted like, I'm okay, Doug, I acted like I might have almost raised you pre-flop, and that's a great flop for me in that case. I might have a king, and so how can you possibly call when I bet the turn? But even without like the little acting performance of I'm thinking of raising and I didn't, I still think it's a spot where how is Doug going to proceed if he doesn't have anything? Even ace high is kind of like, do I really want to call like 2 bets or 3 bets? So, and we haven't really seen that either. So it's not like people have called down we saw the one hero call with the jack high, but he didn't have to call except for the 1 bet on the river.
He'll make the
Another
call.
limp.
Doug checks his option, and we'll see a flop. Eight of spades, 3 of diamonds, 10 of hearts.
Well, my belief is that both players feel like they're trying to play it careful. They're trying to minimize their risk.
Doug leads 400,000.
But I think they're minimizing their risk, but I think they're also minimizing their chances to win in this scenario. There certainly are players that are much, much, much too aggressive out there. But it's hard to be too aggressive heads up. I very seldom heard that about a player where people are saying like, oh yeah, for heads up, he's just way too aggressive. Think about it. That's just not a description you ever hear, because it really is almost impossible to be too aggressive heads up. If the stacks were super deep, heads up cash game, where people have 100 or 200 or more blinds in their stack,
after some thought, Colin lets it go.
then certainly you might be playing much too aggressively. But here when 8 million chips is 20 blinds, and so the short stack has 20 blinds, and the big stack only has 30. I really don't think you can be too aggressive. Give your opponent a chance to fold. And at this point, both of these guys have such tight images, so to speak. They've both played so passively till now. If one of them finally opens up and starts betting and raising frequently, I think he's going to run his opponent over for a significant number of hands.
With 200,000 on the button.
Before the other guy decides
It'll be Doug's action. He'll
that,
make the
like,
call.
hey, maybe all these bets and raises aren't just because he hit hands. Maybe it's because he's bluffing me now.
Colin checks his option, and we'll see a flop. 7 of hearts, 8 of clubs, 3 of clubs on the flop.
So that's a pretty wet board. We got flush draws and
Action on
straight draws
Colin.
possible.
Who checks
And
over
these
to
guys
Doug.
they're playing for a lot of money, admittedly. They're
Doug will bet
playing
400,000.
for over $87,000. And that's a lot of money. I don't sniff at $87,000 ever.
Colin lets it go. Doug will win this pot.
Doug bet that flop and got a fold.
Just over 20 minutes left in this level.
Well, I have little doubt. When I look back on the final table, I actually have little doubt right now that, like if Keith, who was so aggressive, had made made it to this point, that he would be a prohibitive favorite. And the only real difference, of course, is that his image was so aggressive that
Action
players
on
would
Colin on the
not back
button.
down as much. They'd be more likely to play back. When they perceive you as loose and aggressive, they play back
He'll
a lot
make a
more often.
raise.
So
800,000.
Colin does the min raise to 800. Doug calls.
Doug will make the call for 400 more. And both these players will see a flop.
We
Jack
got
of hearts,
one of
king
our
of
first
diamonds,
raised
9 of
pots.
clubs.
King Jack 9,
Action on
rainbow.
Doug. Checks
That's
over to Colin.
Got to c-bet
He'll
that
bet
one.
400,000.
And he bets 400.
Doug
and
will make the call.
now, you might think, why is he betting so little? But the truth is that's such a coordinated board of
Jason,
high
give us a turn.
cards that you don't need to
Deuce
bet
of hearts on the turn.
very much because your opponent,
Doug will check.
if Doug's missed that flop, he's going to
Colin
fold
checks
for
back.
400,000. He's going to fold for
Let's see a river.
800,000. So you don't really have to bet more.
Deuce of clubs on the river.
And now it looks
Action
like
on
Doug is
Doug.
going to bet. Not very big.
He's going to bet 600,000.
And that's
And
enough
that's
to
enough.
get
As
Colin
Colin
to
lays it
fold.
down, Doug will take down this pot.
And that means Colin just missed. He might have had ace high or something, but it may be that someone who's more new school, they know, I can't call 400 any more often than I can call 800. So they're just as likely to fold for that 400 bet, that min bet of a quarter of the pot on the flop. But someone who's more old school might look at it other ways. They might think, oh, he's betting small. It must mean he's scared. Maybe I'll call now and then bluff him later. So you got to keep that in mind of, who is my opponent and how is he going to react to these things. And they're pretty close to even now. Doug
Doug will
has,
fold his button,
looks like over 10 million.
and Colin gets a walk.
Or, well, yeah, he has 10 million counting his blind, which means that, but Colin looks like he has more than that, so I must be miscounting some of these stacks. Because if Doug has 10 million, then Colin should have 11. Oh, no, that's actually about right. I'm sorry. It's 10 million, a little less than 10 million,
Action
and a
on
little more
Colin.
than 11 million for Colin.
He'll
There's
call 200,000 more.
21.5 million in play, approximately.
Doug will check his option, and we'll see a flop. Flop is 6 of spades,
Oh,
8 of
that's-
spades, 5 of spades.
That swimming pool wet,
Action on
5, 6,
Doug.
8, all
Checks over to
spades.
Colin, who bets
Flushes are
500,000.
possible, straights are possible, let alone the flush and straight draws. And since we're heads up, those middle cards get hit a lot more often. You raise at a full table and someone calls
Doug will
you.
make the call.
They, you and they are both more likely to have big cards. But heads up,
We'll see a turn.
people don't fold those middling cards. So someone could easily have 7,
5 of
9, or
clubs on the
3,
turn.
or or
Doug checks
7,
over
4
to
to
Colin.
flop a straight. They can have 2 spades. They can have 2 pair, all that stuff. And Colin has bet this flop and gotten called by Doug. And looks like Colin is going to bet again.
Colin will bet 1.3 million.
He bets again, and it looks
Doug
like
announces all
Doug
in.
says all in. I thought Doug was folding. I thought
Action
he
back
said
to
good bet or
Colin.
something. Well, if he calls here, that's going to be most of the chips. And he's asking for a count.
Jason's going to bring in 1.3 million from both players. See how
Alright.
much
So
Doug's all
1.3
in
million is brought in.
will cost
There
Colin.
is 3.5 or 4 million in the pot, and the all-in is almost 8 million more. So it's 8 million to win 12 million here on the call. So we got the 5, 6, 8 of spades, and then the 5 of clubs. So the board is paired. Doug could have lots of things, but I doubt he's just bluffing with air. He could have the full house. He could have the flush. He could have the straight. And if I had any of those hands, I would think I had the best hand
Doug's all
still.
in is for 7.7 million on top.
So it was 7.7
of
million
Colin's
more.
raise.
And Colin has 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 and change. 9 million and change. So he's going to have only $1.5 million left if he calls and loses. So he will be totally crippled if he calls and does not win this pot. But if he calls and has the best hand and it holds up, or if he calls and gets there, then he is going to be the champion. So huge decision, pot of the night. Even if he folds, it's a big pot with $4 million in it. And Doug doesn't look strong or weak to me. I mean, I really, I don't have any sense that that Doug is bluffing or that Doug has it. Like someone asked him a question, he kind of gave a little shrug, like, and that's something that's perfectly fine to do. If you're in Colin's shoes, you could say to Doug, so, I guess you made a big hand, huh? You want me to pay you off? You want me to fold? There's some problem doing that early in the tournament because, what you do affects the equity of every other player in the field. But now that your head's up, there's absolutely nothing wrong with asking your opponent, what do you have? Or saying to your opponent, like, wow, how could you go all in there? I have at least a straight, judge his reaction. And Doug could easily have just, like, made 3 5s, and it's like the fact that there's straights and flushes possible. He decided, I'm still going to go with my trip 5s. And if you have a flush or a straight, well, then I hope that I make a full house on the river. And I'm really not sure what Colin has that he's thinking this long. I mean, I think if he had a straight or a flush, I think he would have called already. If he has 3 5s with a bad kicker, he might be laying it down. But that's definitely a hand that I can't
Colin
imagine
eventually lets it go,
that one is not going to make the TV show.
and Doug will win the pot.
And so we will find out eventually what they each had. But Colin certainly wasn't like sitting there with, like, ace of spades, 10 of hearts for the flush draw and thinking of calling. Because, the flush draw, 9 outs. And he's probably can't imagine that he's going to win with anything else less than a flush. So it's not like he's going to be sitting there thinking that, like, well, 9 spades, 3 10s, and 3 aces, and they're all good. I got 12 outs. I don't think he's thinking that. And even if he did, 12 outs isn't enough. So he had to be considering, like, I think I might have the best hand, but I'm not sure. How often am I going to end up having the best hand right now
Action on Doug
if I
on the
call?
button. He makes the call. Option.
Doug
over
limps,
Colin.
and Colin raises
Gonna put in
again.
a raise.
So he raises
To
800,000
$1.2 million total. 800,000 back to Doug.
more, and Doug
He
gives
lets
it
it
up.
go. Colin's going to take this one down.
So it's about 10 million now for Colin, and that leaves 11 or so for Doug. Maybe a little less than 10 million for Colin.
Both players nearly deadlocked here after a few hours of heads-up play. Just a slight lead for Doug Milner. Will be Colin's action. And he'll make the call from the button. Doug will check his option. Find out he's 100,000 chips richer, and we'll see a flop.
Another limp pot here.
Ace of clubs, queen of hearts, 5 of diamonds.
Colin has called on the button.
Doug bets 400,000.
Doug bets the flop, and
Colin
Colin
lets it go.
folds.
And Doug will win this hand.
Ooh, I thought I caught a flash. I think Doug had a paint when he folded. He tilted his cards a little bit. Don't know if it was a queen, but it looked like a paint card. That's another thing to consider. I mean, stuff like that. I mean, even though the hand's over and you've won it no matter what, unless you want your opponent to see what you're folding, be careful so that you don't flash it. I mean, you're not going to get a penalty or anything like that. The hand's over. But that certainly may be information you don't want him to have. So
Action on Doug.
another limp pot. I feel like I've said that about 100 times. And check.
Colin checks his option. We'll see a flop.
Heads up, no raises. 8, 8, 6,
8
2
of
hearts.
8 of spades, 6 of hearts. Action on Colin. He'll check over to Doug, who will check behind.
Check,
Let's see
check.
the turn.
Good flop to bluff at. There's a pair on board. Your opponent
Deuce
probably
of
doesn't have
diamonds.
anything.
Colin checks. Doug will bet 400,000 and take down this pot. There's 10 more minutes left in this level. This is the last level listed on the sheet, but the show will go on. Next level will be 250,000, 500,000 for the 50,000 chip ante. You guys can tie for the gold medal. Colin lets his button go. Doug will get a walk.
All right. An open fold. Haven't seen a lot of that. You know, so instead of like folding, you know, 10%, 15% or whatever of their hands and raising the rest, they're limping like 95 or 90 to 98% and folding the rest. Well, there's a couple of raises in there, so.
Doug Milner is our button. We'll act first and make the call. Colin checks his option,
Oh, hey, guess what? Another limped in from the button pot with no raise.
and we'll see a flop. Ten of hearts, 8 of diamonds, 9 of clubs.
So we've got 10, 9, 8 rainbow.
Colin checks over
All
to Doug,
kinds of
who also
possibilities.
checks. We'll see a
And
turn.
another check, check. All right, Colin. Bet the turn, Colin. Come on. Bet it.
10 of diamonds
Bet
on the
it.
turn.
All right, that's the man.
Colin leads 500,000. Doug will make the call,
Doug immediately calls. Smells like a draw
and we'll go
or
to
an
the river.
8. Like he might have flopped a draw with
6
like
of
a
hearts.
7 or a jack. So he might have just made
Action
the straight.
on Colin.
Now this is if I'm calling with
checks
if
over
I
to
have a
Doug.
pair, I check. But if I have nothing, I'm going to bluff that card.
Doug will bet.
Doug bets. Colin quickly folds. So
700,000.
Colin has better than
Colin
a
makes the call. Doug shows 8-4 for 10s and 8s. Colin has 9-5 for 10s and 9s, and Colin will win this pot.
All right, so Colin did have second pair, and he checked as a trap on the flop. He bet for value on the turn, and then with that scary river card, he decided to check and induce a bluff. And Doug, unfortunately, made the same mistake we've talked about several times. On that river, a pair of 8s just isn't that good of a hand. So when he bets that pair of 8s, he's essentially turning it into a bluff. As we can see, he didn't get Colin to fold a 9. So he wasn't getting Colin to fold anything that was better than a pair of 8s. And so the only question is, what hands of any would Colin have called with that were worse than a pair of 8s?
Colin calls from the button.
I don't think Colin would have called if he just paired the 6
Doug
on the
checks his
river.
option, and we'll see
I
a
think
flop.
he would have folded that. So what happened there is that Doug had a hand that was frequently going to be the best
Queen of
hand,
diamonds, king of clubs,
but
7 of
he
clubs.
was never going to get any value by
Doug
betting the
checks.
river. And Colin induced
Colin
that
bets
bad
400,000,
bet
and Doug
by
lets
checking.
it go. Colin's going to win this pot.
I don't think Doug thought he was bluffing either. I think Doug thought that I have the best hand. You know, you tried to bluff on the turn, and now you gave up and checked the river. I think my pair of 8s is the best hand. I'm going to bet it. I think that's what was going through Doug's mind. Now, if Doug knew he was bluffing, if he thought Colin has a 9, and I think I can get Colin to fold a 9, then I don't mind the bet at all. It might even be a really good bet. So we're doing a little counting here. And they're pretty close to tied. I mean, that's like between 10.5 and 11 in Doug's stack, which means Colin has 10.5 or 11 in his stack. So they're really close right now. If they play an all-in pot this hand, you know, whoever loses, if he's not knocked out, he's only going to have maybe 1 or
Players in a dead
200,000.
heat here.
Yeah, he's going to have like less than a blind. And even with that walk,
And
it
with
picks
that
up
walk,
200,000.
Colin will retake the chip lead.
Oh, Dan O'Brien says Colin now has the chip lead, but obviously, since he didn't have the chip lead before he won 250,000, they're obviously darn close. So if they play all in, the winner of that hand is the champ, or, you know, he's 99% of the champ. Though I have seen comebacks like that. Things
Over
like
to Colin
NBC
on the
Heads
button in his
Up
hand.
or like the Heads Up tournament at the World Series of Poker. I mean, I've seen players who, you know, lose a huge pot and they only have like, you know, one big blind or something like that. Come back and beat their opponent heads up.
Will make the call.
So it's
Over to
certainly
Doug for his
possible.
option.
It's obviously just very, very, very unlikely.
Doug checks, and we'll see a flop.
Another limped pot. Shocker.
7 of hearts, king of spades, 4 of hearts on the flop.
King 7-4 with 2 hearts. Doug is going to lead for 600 maybe?
Doug bets 600,000, excuse me. Colin lets
600
it go,
bet. Colin
and Doug will win
folds.
this spot.
And see, now you got to take the lesson right now. It's like, you know, I imagine Doug had something. You know, he flopped a pair or a good draw. But step back and say to yourself, wait, Colin just folded immediately. It's like, so I didn't have to have anything to make that bet, and I still would have won the pot. So maybe I need to bet more often on some of these other hands when I don't have anything and give him a chance to fold just like that so that my 8 high can win instead
Doug
of
on the button will
lose.
be first up,
So that's the thing you got to keep in
and
mind.
will make the call.
But if you
completing
focus
the
too much on
400,000
your
chip blind.
cards, those lessons are going to go right over your
Over to
head.
Colin.
You are not going to figure those things out.
Colin checks his option.
So Colin lost that one, and so
These two will see a flop.
Doug might be the chip leader again.
Queen of diamonds, deuce of hearts, 5 of spades.
2-5 queen rainbow.
Colin checks over to Doug.
And we have a bet from Doug.
Doug will make a bet. 500,000 back to Colin,
It's a 500,000 bet that
who
gets
will make
called.
the call.
All right. So now that could be lots of things. Colin
These
could
two will
have
see a
a
turn.
hand. He could have a draw. He could be floating.
4 of spades on the turn.
Now, if he's floating, that's a great bluffing card.
Colin checks.
Makes some of the straights
Doug will
possible.
check behind.
You know, you might have just called, check
we'll
called with a
see
pair
the
of
river.
5s, and you just made 2 pair. But we get the check,
6 of
check.
diamonds on the river.
And now anyone with a 3 just made a straight. The 7-8 made a straight. Great card to bluff with.
Colin bets 1.2 million chips.
So we have 1,200,000. Doug, I think, just said all in.
Doug announces all in.
He did. Doug went all in. Probably. So he should have a 3. He should have better than that, or he should be bluffing. But I don't think he needed to go all in. If he's, that's really kind of a huge bet. I mean, they're about tied to begin this hand, as you can see. Colin bet 1.3, and he has like 8 million and change left.
Action back to Colin, faced with an all-in
So
bet
an
here
all-in
from
isn't-
Doug Milner.
A disproportional bet, but it's bigger than it needs to be, which makes it smell a little more bluffy. But you can see, again, Doug looks very calm. You know, there's nothing about him that particularly says I'm bluffing or says I'm strong. You know, he's moving his lips there a little bit. All right, now he's looking around, turning his head. I think your camera's on Colin, who's staring at Doug, but I can see both of them. And Doug isn't really giving anything away. Now he's moving a little bit, like reaching for something. The fact that he's moving at all makes me think he wants to get a call. People seem more likely to kind of freeze when they're bluffing. And, you know, kind of like a deer in the headlights thing. And when here, Doug is moving around a little bit. So I think Doug thinks he has the best hand. Yeah, I wonder if Doug just like rivered 2 pair though. And he might think he has the best hand, but he might actually be bluffing. You know, possible Colin did something like has queens up. Might have flopped 2 pair with, you know, queen 5 or something like that. You know, and it's possible Doug did something like rivered 2 pair, like he had 5-6 and he just rivered 2 pair. And he shoved thinking he has the best hand and he does not. Or it's possible he has the nuts. He could have 7-8, even though I don't think he'd call a bet on the flop with 7-8. So I think Doug's range is primarily going to be like something like 3-5, 3-4, where he just rivered a straight, or he's bluffing. But I think I'm still feel like Doug thinks he has the best hand. So if he doesn't have that straight, then he has something else that he mistakenly thinks is so strong that it's, you know, he wants to shove it all in and get called. But I don't think Colin is going to think this long with like just a queen, you know, or any one pair hand. So I don't think Colin has, you know, he doesn't have a queen, he doesn't have like pocket aces or something that he's played this way. I think he's got to have like at least 2 pair, and probably 2, you know, like queens up to think this long. If he had the straight, he'd have called by now for sure. I don't think he would ever sit here and like fold a 3 because he thinks that Doug has 7-3 or 7-8 for a higher straight. But man, sometimes you just never know. I mean, the way you think about these things when you're not involved, you know, and the tells you can pick up when you're not in the hand, it's amazing how much clearer you can analyze the situation when it's not your chips and your money on the line. Colin's still thinking, and he's mostly staring at Doug, which is good. You should be looking at your opponent. You should be staring at him trying to get the tell. You know, is he going to give me something? If I give him enough time, is he going to get uncomfortable? Is he going to give something up? And I'm looking at the tweets here again. There have been a couple of new ones. So someone said they think Doug's the perfect opponent to button limp all the time. Well, Colin folded, and I saw a smallish card in his hand.
And with a big all-in, Doug will take down this pot.
So he had some, like he had like something that was like a, you know, a medium small card, like the 4 or 5 or something. So he had, you know, at least one of those pairs,
at that level.
And probably a lot better than that.
250,000, 500,000.
But
still with a 50,000
so
chip ante.
Chase here on Twitter says that, you know, Doug is the ideal opponent type to execute a button limping strategy against. Seems apparent Colin is picking up easy chips. I can't agree with the last statement. Colin isn't betting after the flop and stuff often enough. I don't think he's picking up easy chips at all because he's not betting enough to do so. So you may be right. Against some opponents, maybe limp your button, but that's because you're going to then bet almost every time that opponent checks to you because you know he's going to fold every time he missed. And I don't see that happening. I see lots of, you know, checking through the flop, checking through the turn.
250,000 on the
And then we
button.
got Steve
500,000
on Twitter
the big
saying
blind.
that he's watching and listening. He says it's like watching paint dry, but thank you, Steve, because he says, Greg, you're saving the live stream. Your tips are great. I wish the players would take them to heart, and maybe this would be over by now.
Action on
And I
Doug.
got to agree. I mean,
Will
for good or
complete from
bad,
the button.
the aggressive
Colin
play
checks his option.
is going to get things over with. I
Unless
certainly
you
know
foul.
none of my final tables lasted anywhere near this long because I'm just not going to give my
Nine
opponents
of
that many
clubs, 5 of
opportunities. I'm
spades,
going to
deuce
want to
of clubs.
put the pressure on them, keep the pressure on them. And the fact that it's getting over with quicker is not the goal. But I think I'm
Colin checks
increasing
over
my
Doug. He
chances
bets
of winning.
500,000.
So it'd be one thing if
Colin
I have an
folds.
opponent who I think I can grind down
Doug takes the pot.
slowly. And yeah, it's going to take hours to do it, but I think my chances of success are high, then I will execute a strategy like that. But if I think I can be more aggressive, you know, and increase my chances of winning this heads-up battle, then I'm going to be more aggressive and do that. So whether I'm right or wrong, I am always going to pick the strategy that I think gives me the highest chance of winning once I get to this heads-up. And that is the new level. 200, 400 was a record on the HPT. The structure sheet that was printed does not go beyond that level. And so now we are playing 250 and 500,000 blinds. I think it's still a 50 ante. I'm sure it's either 50 or 75. So now, you know, again, if you were the average stack right now, you would only have like 10 and a half, 11 million chips. And you would only have like just over 20 blinds. And so
We have a
Doug
call from
has
Colin, and Doug checks his option.
over 13 million chips, which means that Colin starts his hand with like 8 million chips. So that's only 16 blinds. And that means we ought to have an all-in and a call pretty soon here. I mean, these just aren't enough chips, you know, to keep trying to win one blind at a time from your opponent. You know, you're going to get to the point where if someone like makes a bet or makes a raise pre-flop, the other guy probably wants to make it an all-in, at least reasonably often.
All right, let's see the flop.
So we have another limped pot. Colin has limped in, and in the flop comes ace king 3. So now we'll see if Chase is right. Because see if
Flop
Chase is
king of
right,
clubs, ace of
Colin should be
diamonds, three
betting
of
that
clubs.
flop.
Both
you know.
players check.
There's no reason to think that Doug
Let's
hit
see the
that
turn.
flop. So the only reason Colin should be checking that flop is that he hit it and
Three
hit
of
it good
hearts on the
enough
turn.
that he's trying to induce bluffs.
Doug checks over to
So
Colin.
Doug checks again. Colin grabs
Colin
for
bets
chips.
500,000, and Doug's going to let it go. Colin's going to win this pot.
And you notice as soon as, well, again, I don't know if you saw both screens, but as soon as Colin was reaching for chips, Doug was reaching for his cards in the way that he folds them. And that's one reason to, like, reach for your chips. So even if you're thinking, my plan in the absence of all tells is to check, well, let's reach for my chips. And then if I see Doug reaching for his cards like he's going to fold, well, then I know, wait, I'm not going to check anymore. I'm going to bet and let him fold. And the
Doug
only
will be
reason
on the
you would
button.
still check is if you are trapping with a big
Acting
hand.
first.
And you don't want your opponent to get away. And you're willing to give him another free card. Action here on Doug on the button, and he puts out a raise.
He'll make a raise
And Colin quickly
up
folds.
to 1 million chips. And Colin will let it go. Doug's going to take this pot.
So that is one of the very few times we've seen an open raise from the button today. Both these players have been very happy to limp. And then we've seen a handful of times where the big blind has raised. But, I mean, it seems like the first decision has been limp way over 80% of the time, maybe even 90% of the time. The first action from either
Colin
player
has
has
the
been to
button locked
call
first.
from the button.
Makes
And
the
Colin
call.
is calling again.
Over to Doug for his option. He will check.
I mean, it may be that, you know, you're better off limping
Both
against
players will see a
one
flop.
player or the other. You know, if I was inhabiting the body of one of these guys and playing for them,
Jack
it
of
may
diamonds,
be that
king of spades,
limping the
3 of
button
diamonds.
might be correct pretty often against the other guy. But I wouldn't be able
Doug
to tell
checks
that
over to
yet
Colin, who
because I
checks.
haven't seen either of
We'll
them
see a
really
turn.
raising from the button. So we don't know how the opponent is going to react to
10
that.
of clubs on the turn. Action to Doug.
Against most opponents, you're better
He'll
off
check.
raising the button rather than limping. And so it's kind of hard to know the difference for this guy,
Action is
If
on
you're not
Colin. He
testing
bets
him-
500,000.
you know, on both possibilities.
Doug makes the call. And we'll see a river.
So we're going to bet and a call on the turn. King Jack
8 of
3 on
hearts
the
on the
flop
river.
with 2 diamonds, and now it was a 10 and an 8 on the river.
Doug checks. Colin checks.
Both
see a
players
winner?
check. Doug shows
Ace high
ace
from
something,
Doug.
ace
We'll
4.
take the pot.
So, I mean, Doug did check call the ace high, you know, when the board reads King Jack 10-3, which is kind of a bad way to play the hand. I mean, you limp in, you check the flop, and now you're turning your ace high into a bluff when you bet the turn. Not a fan. Or no, he called, I mean, so you're inducing bluffs, but I'm not sure your hand's strong enough to do that. I mean, it's just, you know, he might be value betting a 3 and so on. So it's, again, I think
With the blinds
the
and
real
antes,
lesson
there's
here for everyone listening is
850,000
you
chips
gotta
at
have a
stake
lot more
in every
aggression.
hand.
Now, be careful you don't take that advice about being way more aggressive. You know, it's much different when you're at the full table at the
Action
beginning
on
of the
our button,
tournament.
Doug.
Or even at the
He'll
full
make the
table at the
call.
start of the final table. I think Doug limped and Colin shoved.
Colin announces all in.
So Colin's all in for, I don't know, 8 million more or something like that. And Doug
Back
folds.
to Doug, who will lay it down.
But, you know,
and
when it's a
Colin's
full
gonna take the
table,
spot.
you have to be very selective, and folding is a major part of the game. Most of my decisions at a full table are going to be fold because I'm going to be folding most of my hands pre-flop. But when you get down shorthanded and especially heads up, you know, most of your decisions need to be bet and raise. Not check, not call, not fold. You know, you're still going to do some of those, but bet and raise should, you know, if we were just writing down, like every time it was Colin's turn to act, did he bet, fold, call, check, raise? You know, which of those things did he do? The number of
Action will be
tick
on our
marks
button.
we've put under the bet and raise
Colin
column
announces all in.
should be a lot higher than the others. So it looks
Action
like
over to
Colin has
Doug.
open shoved.
Will not make the call.
I mean, Colin might have fewer chips than I thought. I'm not sure if it's like. So, oh yeah, okay, now he had 7. He has 7.5 now, maybe. That's 3. Looks like about 3 full stacks of yellow once he stacks those up. And he's got like 3 full stacks of green and, you know, more than 3.
Thank you.
So
Appreciate it.
a little over 5, 5.5. It's like 6 million in yellow and another 1.5 million to 2 million green.
Doug will have the button.
So less than 8 million for him. So 16 blinds
And
now
will
when he won
act
that
first.
pot. And Doug is first. He calls.
He makes the call. Action over to Colin.
Colin looks like he's going to raise. He's counting his chips. He can make it like 7.3 million more if he wants to shove again. You got 500,000 out there. Now he's not going to do an all-in this
Colin
time.
will raise.
Looks like it's
1.4 million total.
900,000 more.
900,000 more. Back to
Million,
Doug.
500,000 for total. Doug quickly
Doug will make
calls.
the call.
So I don't really like that call. I think that's too many chips. Because, see, this is the perfect spot. This is like a go-and-go play, probably. Colin raised the 900,000 more.
Both
And he
these
can just
players will
shove
see
the flop here if he wants. Or he might have such a strong hand that he's not going to shove because he doesn't want to give
Queen of
Dan a
Hearts,
chance to
7 of
fold.
diamonds, 9 of diamonds. Colin checks.
Colin checks. That should be a big hand.
Doug checks.
That should be I'm trapping now. Like
Let's
I
see
hit
a
I hit
turn.
this flop really good. I'm trapping.
9 of hearts on the turn.
Colin gives a little ooshka
Action on Colin.
and puts
who
out
makes
a bet.
Of 1.2 million.
Kind of like,
Over to
are
Doug.
my eyes seeing clearly
Doug will make the call.
on that turn card? Almost makes it think he has quad 9s. You know, like, holy crap. I can't believe
Let's
that
see
I
the
just,
river.
you know, please, double me up.
10 of
Douglas,
spades on the river.
please.
Colin announces all in.
Colin says all in with that 10 of spades. It's like 4.5 million now. There's like 6 million in the pot almost. Doug is giving a smile. He's like, oh man, like, I might think this is the best hand in many cases, but man, I'm just not sure. Doug obviously has something there. He can't even think if he has, you know, ace high or whatever. There's just no way he can call with anything like that. It would be pretty bad. So he has something, maybe a queen. Maybe he just rivered a 10. And he could have had like 10 jack. He flopped a straight draw. Now on the river, he made second pair with the 10. I don't think pair of 10s is any good here. I think Colin has better than a pair of 10s. Oh, now Colin's talking. You know, Doug is thinking and Colin's saying something. Makes me think Colin's even stronger. Definitely feel like Colin has a pretty good hand.
Doug lets it go. And Colin will win this big pot and retake the chip lead.
Colin's now the chip leader again.
Incredible
Well,
back
barely.
and forth match we've had here so far.
Maybe not the chip leader. No, I don't think he is the chip leader. I think it's really, really close, though. Whoever's the chip leader right now, again, is probably not the chip leader by more than 200,000 or 300,000. In other words, it's like less than one big blind difference
You good, buddy?
in their stacks. Yeah. So the average stack, 20 big blinds.
It's almost as if these players are playing for nearly $100,000.
Colin limps the button again.
Action on Colin on the button, makes the call.
Doug checks.
Doug checks his option. We'll see a flop.
Ace, king,
Ace
three.
of diamonds, king of spades, three of clubs.
Doug checks
Both
and
players check. Let's see the
Colin
turn.
checks. But look at the Doug was very animated with his check. Like, you know,
Deuce of
looked at his
diamonds on the
cards
turn.
again. I don't think
Doug
Doug
checks
has
to
anything.
Colin. Colin checks.
Colin,
Let's see the
Colin
river.
should be betting unless he has a pretty good hand.
Seven of clubs. Doug checks. Colin also checks.
Doug announces something.
Got to show them both. Doug shows Jack,
Jack
4
high.
for Jack high, and that's going to be good enough to win this one.
Oh, Colin, please, you had to bet there. I mean, everything about Doug's body language, everything said that he was weak. And then you can't even beat Jack high. I don't like, I said I didn't like those checks unless you were trapping. So if you had an ace or a king and you're trying to get him to bluff, then that's fine. But you can't check that flop and turn with less than Jack high in a spot where it seems very clear your opponent's going to fold. You know, each of these guys has, you know, roughly 20 blinds. So you get one blind from him. His stack went down 5%. Yours went up 5%.
Doug will be on the button.
So it's a 10% swing between winning and losing
And lets
a
it
blind.
go.
So that's just, you just can't give that up. You got to fight for that stuff.
Colin wins that one with a walk.
All right. Colin on the button.
Colin on the button. We'll
I'm
act
betting
first.
it's a limp. No. It's a raise. Looks like 500, maybe 600 more.
We'll raise the button to 1 million chips. Action
So-
over to Doug.
The min raise to a million.
He'll let it
Doug
go. And
folds.
Colin will take this one down.
So I think he needs to do that like every button now. Or maybe, you know, 8 or 9 out of 10 times he needs to raise like that and then fold the others. Like especially like if the next hand after this, when Colin is the button, if he has a really bad hand, he should fold. And then he can start raising several buttons in a row after that. And it will smell like, you know, like, well, he could be bluffing, but he might not be.
Doug on the button, makes the call. Over to Colin for his option. He will raise 1 million more to 1.5
limps.
million total.
Colin raises a million. And
Action back to Doug.
Sticky Doug is gonna call.
And Doug will make the call.
Now, there were many times, well, not many, but several times where
Let's see
when
the flop.
Colin had fewer chips, that Doug would limp the button and Colin had shoved, and Doug folded all those times.
Ace of spades, king of clubs,
But
deuce
now
of
that
clubs.
he doesn't have to,
Colin will
the
act
chip count is
first.
such that he's not going to shove, I have not seen Doug limp fold the button. If he has, it's been
He
very
will make
rare.
a bet. 1.2 million over to Doug.
Ace, king, deuce, 2 clubs. It's really hard for Doug to do anything but fold unless he has like at least a king. You know, if Doug is sitting here calling with anything that's worse than a pair of kings,
Doug will make the call.
then that's probably a bad call.
We have a pot brewing here. Let's see the turn. 3 of clubs on the turn.
Well, the flush just got there.
Action on Colin.
And certainly that's something that Doug might have
Field
flopped a
check
club
to Doug.
draw. Doug might have just made a flush. That's very much in his range.
Doug announces all in. Colin quickly calls.
Doug goes all in and Colin calls. I think Colin has something
Colin
big.
shows an ace, ace 5.
He has an ace 5.
Doug shows Jack 10.
Jack
Currently
10
Jack high.
with
But
one
he
club.
has a flush draw and an inside straight draw to the queen.
Well, I do not like the way Doug has played this hand, but if it's a club or a queen, he's going to win this pot and have almost all the chips. If
Looks
it's
like
not
Colin
a
is ahead
queen,
here,
if it's not a club,
which means that if Doug
then I think
cannot
Colin
catch
had
up,
the most chips and he's going to be the
we
champ.
will have a winner. We'll have to count it down because it is close.
Be very
But
close
Doug will
either
need
way.
either a queen or a club.
It's a queen or a club for
Otherwise,
Doug. Every
will be
other
our
card in
first
the
place
deck for
finisher.
Colin.
Let's see if ever.
Queen or a club, or it's over. And it's the queen. Oh, my God.
And Doug makes a straight.
Wow. Well,
and
Doug
will
played
win
the
enormous
hand
pot.
really bad, and it worked. And that's poker. Sometimes you play the hand all wrong,
We're going to need to count
and
these
you
chips
catch
down.
a card and you take it down. Sometimes you play the hand absolutely perfect, and you get spanked for it. So that is just the way this game goes. And all you can do is say to yourself, the long run, the long run. If I'm always making better decisions than my opponents, in the long run, I'm going to come out ahead. But I promise you, if I went out right now and I said that to Colin, he'd probably want to hit me more than thank me for the advice. And Colin knows that. He's a good enough player to know that this kind of stuff happens. You know, I'm sure it's happened to him hundreds or thousands of times. But, you know, as I said before, a long time ago, the biggest score in Colin's tournament record up to this point was $9,400 a couple of weeks ago. And here he is playing for a difference of $90,000 between first and second. So nothing is going to make him feel better right now. I think you'd have to, like, pull the lottery ticket out of his pocket and show him that he just hit the Powerball for $100 million for him to feel better at this moment.
$7,950,000. Got that?
So we're doing our count. So we're taking time here. We'll make sure that, you know, we're going to count these stacks probably 2 or 3
Doug's
times
all in is for
each.
$7,950,000.
So Doug was all in there for just under $8 million, and we're counting $8 million out of Colin's stack.
Colin will cover.
$7,950,000 was the exact number.
And he left with
Colin,
125,000 chips.
wow, 125,000 chips. He has 1/4 of a big
Devastating river
blind.
for Colin.
1/4 of a big blind. If he doubles up and doubles up twice in a row, he's still going to have exactly 1 big blind. So essentially, Colin is going to be all in
But a big card for Doug.
in a random coin flip here 3 times before either player could even possibly make a decision, and realistically 4 times. Colin is going to have to win 4 coin flips just to reach a point where, like, he could, you know, go all in and Doug might fold, or where Doug might give him a walk or something like that. So, I mean, he's all in blind here before the cards are dealt. It's not like Doug couldn't give him a walk if he wanted to. He's going to ante 50, and then he's going to put up the other 75 blind.
After the 50,000 ante, Colin will be all in for 75,000 chips.
So that was a 12-outer on the river. That was like only about a 25% chance for Doug to hit there. So Colin was a 3-to-1 favorite for an HPT title and $90,000.
Have him bring back that.
And instead, he is just going to be crushed here, you know, no matter what.
Colin will be all in the dark. Let's see
If
the
this
cards.
is a comeback for Colin, let's just say it is going to be the greatest comeback in the history of
Ace
televised
10 of
poker.
diamonds for Doug.
And all in blind, and he has him dominated.
Colin
Doug is
shows
just
ace of
running
clubs,
good here.
7 of spades.
Ace 10 of diamonds against ace 7.
Will be
And,
about a 70-30
and obviously there was
dog
no
here to stay
decisions
alive in this
there.
tournament.
But
Let's see a flop.
Doug is almost a 3-to-1 favorite to end it right now. And there's an
Deuce
ace
of clubs,
and a king,
eight of
which is
spades, king
that's
of clubs.
the
Excuse
king
me,
is a
ace of
good
spades,
card
king of clubs.
for Colin. If the deuce pairs, then they're both going to get to
Colin will
use
need
the
a 7
king
to stay
kicker.
alive.
So he needs a
Let's see
7
a
to
turn.
win, a deuce for a chop.
9 of hearts on the turn.
So it's a deuce or a 9 for half, or
Colin
it's a
will need
7 to
stay
win.
alive.
7 to win,
Or
or
a
a
pair on the
deuce
board to
9
chop.
for a
Or
chop.
else Doug's going to be our winner. Let's see a river.
And that's
River
it.
is a 6.
Doug is the champ.
And Doug is going to be the champion of the Heartland Poker Tour, Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor.
That is $230,582
An incredible battle between
to
these
Doug
two
Milner,
guys.
whose biggest
give 'em both a
cash
round of
ever
applause.
in tournament poker was less than $1,000, based on the Hendon Mob database. So that may not be accurate information. That was just me looking up his name on the Hendon Mob, and it might be a different Doug Milner or something like that. But it looks like he just improved his greatest result ever by about 250 times. And it's not like it's a slap in the face, though, for Colin, but it feels that way to him right now. He probably feels worse than, like the guy, who finished, in 50th place or something like that. But he still walks away with $142,857, and he played a great day of poker. The only thing I want to say to both these guys in terms of how they played heads up was be aggressive. Be aggressive. You got to be more aggressive at the end. So I'm going to hand it over here to Dan O'Brien.
I'm Dan O'Brien
Thanks
here
for
with our
coming.
runner-up in the Heartland Poker Tour in Blackhawk, Colorado. Colin, it was an incredible battle from start to finish. You took out 6 of the 7 players that were eliminated before. Heads up seemed to be a battle. Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Yeah, I think I made quite a few mistakes, to be honest. I think I underestimated my opponent a little bit. He played pretty well. I think he held over me in all the key pots. I mean, some of the hands I folded were pretty ridiculous. Yeah, I made probably some bad folds to try to stay in the tournament. Yeah, I mean, he did a great job.
I know it's tough. It looked like he was running you over for a little bit there, but then you came back pretty strong. It seemed like you changed up your strategy a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I checked my attitude. I was kind of, I wasn't in a good place, and the break was good. I came back and got things going, but I mean, yeah.
And it looked like the way you called there in the river, you seemed to have decided that your opponent was very capable of making a bluff, and you just were not going to fold top pair.
I mean, that was kind of weird. I knew I had the best hand. I don't know how to explain it. I'd been playing with him for a while. I wasn't trying to make too many reads on him. He was playing pretty straightforward, but I knew that he was behind in that hand, and there wasn't anything for me to think about, really.
Well, it was a hell of a call, and unfortunately, things didn't go for you well on the river there, but you played excellent, and congratulations. And I know it's tough to hear, but second place isn't too bad. You're going to have $143,000 to make up for it. Congratulations, bud. All right, thanks, guys. Let's go back to Fred Maria before we catch our first place finisher.
All right, while they're setting up the next interview, I will finish up my stuff. So I am Greg Raymer. I'm also known as Fossil Man in the poker world. I've been happy to be with you all day long for this live stream audio. I hope you enjoyed it. Lots of nice compliments from all of you guys who were tweeting at me, and I appreciate it very much. I'm sure I'll be back here at Golden Gates later in the year. We'll be meeting with the poker room manager to discuss when and to talk over doing some of my seminars here, my Fossil Man Poker Training seminars. If you're interested in attending any of those, you can go to fossilmanpokertraining.com and find out when I might be in your area. And feel free to tell the poker room manager of your local room that you want them to book one of my seminars to come there, and I would be thrilled to come help you and teach you. Thanks for spending the day with us here on the HPT live stream, and hopefully I'll see you at a future HPT, and we can play a big pot, and at least one of us is going to get lucky. Saying goodbye, this is Greg Raymer. Have a good night.
Thanks, guys. We're here with the winner of our Heartland Poker Tour event here at the Golden Gates Casino and Poker Parlor in Blackhawk, Colorado. Doug, it seemed like you kind of hung around most of the final table until you got to heads up. Was that your strategy?
Well, I've been watching. We played together earlier, and so I kind of knew a little bit about how I was going to play. I figured he had a big, not just a chip advantage, but I figured he had a big advantage in experience. Heads up. I have not played a lot of heads up poker. So anyway, I just was trying to stay out of the way. Fortunately, at the beginning of the heads up, I was getting some cards.
Yeah, I saw you turned over that deuces full of queens there, and it looks like you had a few cards.
That was not just when it's on TV, you'll see some of the hands I was getting. So I was getting cards, and I think it kind of put him a little out of sorts. He just didn't know quite how to cope because the few times he called, he got beat.
Right, so it looked like you had a pretty good edge on him there. Took him up, you had a nice chip lead, and then things kind of evened out. What made you shove that Jack-10 hand?
Well, yeah, I think part of it is I was getting tired. I mean, I've been tired. It was a long day yesterday, not much sleep last night, and I was starting to, but I also felt like I really didn't think he would call. He didn't call very many of my all-ins. I didn't call many of his. So I really didn't think he would call, but I also felt that if he did call, I had a chance.
Right, yeah, it was a grueling battle out there. It looked like you guys, really went at each other all night long, and came down to, you weren't really that far behind. So, heck of a shove, heck of a car on the river, and congratulations. Here you guys have it, Doug Milner, our 2014 champion. Back to Fred Maria.